Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
But if they win their 19th game tonight, Mully, and it's May 1st, you've got to feel really positive about the Cubs in that direction.
They've just rolled with all the punches. We talked about the beginning of the year and how difficult this month was going to be because of the opponents they were playing, and to come out of it in the fashion in which they will after tonight, pretty extraordinary.
Well,
The pitch. High drive, deep right field. Canario going back. He turns around, looks up. This is in the upper deck. A 3-run home run. And the Mets take the lead. The pitch. Popped up. Left side of the infield. Now roaming into foul territory, Beatty. He makes the catch right at the coach's box for out number 3. And the Mets win the ball game. They beat the Cubs 4-2.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh. 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
Hey, good morning. Two of my favorite gentlemen.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. It is kind of a dark morning in the fine town of Chicago. It just wasn't a great baseball day yesterday, but there's all sorts of fun news.
Morning, Mully. Yes, it's dark. It's early, but it is May 1st. New month begins, so a lot to look forward to this month. The Cubs close out April 18 and 12.
May flowers.
May flowers,
We're going to give out flowers today.
because we've already done with our April showers.
That's
It's time for the blooming. Let the flowers bloom.
Yeah, here's hoping. It's interesting because I was just talking to Mitch. I did see the story that the Bears are heading down to Springfield to have a conversation with the aides to Governor Pritzker.
Oh, you want to start with the bad news?
Well, I was just going to say, I think they're sending Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze.
Well, that might be the only way they have a captive audience or an excited to see you look on their face.
The bosom buddies are going to go
Yes,
down
the
there.
bosom buddies are going to drive down there together, and you could just see them taking turns, stopping at the Oases and just kind of waiting to get down to Springfield for the big pitch.
They're taking Jerry's Dan down there.
I think they would probably be better dressed than Jerry Reinsdorf was, but they might not find any more receptive audience.
No.
That's a tall order right now the Bears are up against.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it during the Pick Six. It's on the agenda because
Okay, good.
we have to kind of look at what the Bears realistically are looking at and how much resistance they're really going to face. It's no longer 2003. You're not in the 90s. It's a very different political and economic climate in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois, and they're finding that out one meeting at a time.
Yeah, I think there's so much good news. Let's just stick to stuff on the field, right?
Okay.
Isn't that
Sure,
more fun?
Yeah.
Just make a show rule. I know we'll get to it in the Pick Six. It's a story, but I'm looking around at all the national stuff about new stadia and et cetera, and it just doesn't move me that much. Although if they had a new stadium, it'd be cool. If someone had the money, someone would throw in money.
Well, it's conceivable. I mean, there is that possibility.
Sure.
This still could be a project worth supporting if it were to include more private investment. That's always the case. Nobody dislikes the idea of, well, I shouldn't say nobody. The notion and the renderings of the lakefront domed stadium, they look fantastic. And what that could conceivably do for the city and the growth and development is it could be exciting and framed that way. Who pays for it is the biggest problem, and I think that's what you're up against now.
No defense for the Cubs in their loss yesterday, and I don't mean it can't be defended. I mean they didn't have good enough defense. They did make a couple of good defensive plays, but one of the things that's out there is that this is going to be, at least we believed, this was going to be one of the best defensive teams in the entirety of Major League Baseball. And then when you lose a game because you're kind of kicking the ball around, or you're bouncing the ball around, or you're overthrowing when you pick a guy off, it's just embittering because they're better than that. and it's tough to see them lose in that fashion.
Well, you just don't expect to have errors by Dansby Swanson. And again, he's off to a shaky start defensively, and he's a Gold Glove winner.
Right.
And certainly
Multiple Gold
nobody
Gloves.
doubts his ability to do the job
Right.
necessarily, but last night was on him, and
Has he lost the Gold Glove?
I don't think he's going to win it this year.
No.
I don't think that's going to be in the cards. He's been shaky early, and last night he made a bad throw. Patrick Wisdom couldn't come up with the scoop at first base, but that wasn't on Wisdom. That was a bad throw, and I think that whether Michael Bush were there or Patrick Wisdom were there, Anthony Rizzo, whoever you want, that was a bad throw. He's got to make a better one. He knows it. They know it, but it cost him because the inning would have been over after the next batter. Instead, the inning is prolonged, and Adbert Alzolay continues to struggle, gave up a home run, and the result is a loss.
It's tough stuff. And as you say, Adbert Alzolay giving up the home run, and it was a 3-run homer. That, we've seen that too often. Those runs don't count against him because of they're unearned, but that's pretty bad.
That's a detail.
And he has been he's blown 4 saves. We know that, right? But he's this is the 6th inning now. This is not the 9th inning. He's been demoted to a point where you're trying to build back up to something and you give up another homer.
It's May 1st. He's blown 4 saves and has 3 losses. He's a reliever.
Yeah, it's not good.
He's given up 5 home runs. 5 home runs. And this is not what the Cubs expected. It's not what anybody expected. We talk about what to do about Kyle Hendricks, and they put him on the injury list. What's wrong with Adbert Alzolay?
Yeah.
What is wrong with him? This is nowhere close to the pitcher we saw in the second half of last season. I don't know if he's tipping pitches. I don't know if he's lost something in terms of velocity. I don't know what it is, but his ineffectiveness has cost a team that deserved better. They're 18-12, and imagine if they had a lockdown closer or somebody that not giving up 5 home runs in a month.
It is a rough one, and I think that, frankly, when you came out of that game, all you felt was Javier Assad deserved better. He just deserved better. He pitched very well, and it just was a pity. He's doing a great job.
He is
this year.
He is one of the saving graces for that rotation.
Yes.
Guy who has stayed healthy, and he has been consistent. Totally underrated, and he's really been dominant almost going back to last year. The last 365 days of Javier Assad on that Cubs pitching staff, it's hard to find anybody who's been any better. I think it was Dexter Fowler on the pregame show on Marquee. I'm not sure if it was yesterday or the day before, recently, let's just say. Compared this stretch that Assad is on to Jake Arrieta. Did you see that?
Wow.
I think that's maybe an exaggeration, but he has been very, very good, and the numbers support that.
Well, Jake Arrieta, you knew what he was doing. You were watching it happen. The way that he threw, the way that he kind of, the kind of 3-dimensional element of his game where you would get different shots of him coming at you and his arm going across. That was so overpowering. It was also like there was nothing compact. It was large as he did it. So it was hard to avoid what he was getting done. That was unbelievable.
And he was more emphatic. His dominance was more obvious. Assad has just almost quietly been, he's not an imposing figure.
No.
He's the kind of guy you look at who's very, very unassuming. You wouldn't guess that he was a top of the rotation starter if you sat next to him, on an airplane.
You would assume he was like a computer nerd.
Exactly.
With the glasses.
Can
and
you
the
fix
whole
my
look.
laptop?
Yeah, exactly.
Before you warm up for this game.
That's exactly right.
That's
how he looked.
With all due respect, it does not look like the kind of guy that takes him out and you say, oh, boy, what are we going to do today? We're going to be out of luck. You look like, oh, boy, is he here to fix something? Yeah. And yet, he deserved better last night. He deserved better. And he goes 5 innings again, gives up 1 earned run, has 1 strikeout. His ERA is now 1.97, which is near the top, if not the top, of the majors in the National League.
Yeah, that's he deserved better. It's as simple as that. And unfortunately, the Cubs, they did make some mistakes, and you celebrate some of the wins because that's one of those losses where you could have won that game, and you just needed to do better there. And unfortunately,
DJ Stewart
lost 4-2.
Went deep and
That was it.
admired it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he admired it too. Dustin told us how much he admired it. Dustin didn't admire.
A lot of that going around though. It goes.
Yeah.
You see what happened with the Rays and the Brewers last night? They get into little fisticuffs because somebody admired a home run a little too long, and Peralta came at him the next at bat. So it's just it's a bat flip mentality.
There was a great moment in the Sox game. I don't know if you saw it.
Was there?
They pointed it out.
Milkshake?
No. At one point, they got the bases loaded, and none other than Tommy Pham comes up, and he hits this like rocket of a ball that I believe was an error. The guy drops it at second base, and then he tries to go to get a force, but no one's covering any of the bases. The Twins just kind of forgot how to play baseball. So then the next play, Gavin Sheets is up, and he grounds out, and they go for the force out at second. And Tommy Pham, like they get the force out, Tommy Pham comes running by like 100 miles an hour, and the second baseman I think it was the second. He like jumps back, like what the hell is that? The look on his face, and they talked about the idea of Tommy Pham always trying to intimidate and always trying to remind people.
He's got that little edge.
Even on a force out.
Yeah, he's got a little edge to him.
I thought, I noticed it as it happened because it was hard to not notice it, but they went back and Stoney even said that. I thought that was cool.
That's why you need him in the lineup every night.
Yeah,
Gotta see if my pick to click.
There you go.
You need Tommy Pham playing. I'm glad he it was rested and ready to go, even though the Sox didn't win that game. Did you see what the record is against the Twins since last May 4th? Like in the past year against the Twins, the White Sox are 1-13. 1-13 against
Twins
the Twins.
on a roll. They've won like more games in a row than anyone in baseball.
They're 0-6 against the Twins this year.
Yeah.
Can they leave town already?
We talked to John yesterday about that. They pretty much haven't won in the division. There are teams with winning records that have propped them up because they played the Sox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like if you're 3 games over and you swept the White Sox, then you're a 500.
Still, you didn't expect 4 of the teams in that division to have better than 500 records.
Again, they're all playing the White Sox. They've all played the White Sox.
No, you didn't see that one coming.
I will break it down for you at some point during the show.
I know, but I'm saying I don't really care.
I don't think they're that good. Is my point.
I don't know if they're that good either.
I think the Sox are that bad.
But it's a statistical anomaly to have 4 teams in that division.
The Sox are propping up that division with their horse manure play. Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Soroka had a pretty good start last night, though.
Soroka had a no-hitter.
He did.
Into the 4th.
I was calling my friends and
call your daughters
and relatives. And
is it awkward to call your daughters?
I don't have one.
Because your wife doesn't know about them?
Right. That might be a little awkward.
My daughter texted me yesterday. She was at the Red Sox game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, second game of the year. I said to her, like, what, are you getting seasons? What are you doing?
It's a festive place. It's a good place to hang out. It's got a Wrigley vibe to it. It's very similar. College students in Boston, if they're within proximity, easy to get to Fenway, why not? Be like people your kids going to Wrigleyville, going to Wrigley Field.
I just don't like hearing someone's going to a Sox game if they're from Chicago and they're in Boston and they're going to the wrong Sox game. See what I'm saying?
That's ship sailed, man. I mean,
really?
Yeah.
No, never.
Ship sailed.
Not in my house.
Come on.
That's my offspring.
Did she have a curfew?
Well, I don't know.
Did she text you when she got home?
No.
Did you leave in the 7th inning?
Well,
that's a great place to watch a game. You see how much fun they're having the other night? Of course, they were beating the Cubs, but on TV, singing along, that's a great atmosphere.
Yeah. Thanks. No.
She should have been at the library.
I brought the kids to that ballpark and watched a Yankees Red Sox game.
That's a good series to go to.
Yeah, and it was super cool. And I thought, this is an experience. You get to see this. This is super cool. Never go back.
Why?
Because you haven't been to a Sox game this year, let alone 2 Red Sox games.
But big deal.
Yeah, maybe for you. Maybe not.
I'm not
Maybe
a
you
Sox
don't
fan.
care.
You're right.
But I thought you was going because you say you was gonna try the milkshake.
Well, I'm gonna
That's
go.
the goal.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the milkshake. I will go to a
You're
Sox
going for
game.
a hot dog night.
I'm gonna go for hot dog night.
Dollar hot dogs? That was going on last night in New York. They said they brought in 70,000 hot dogs, and they didn't have enough people to eat those hot dogs.
Oh, that's
For
great.
dollar hot dog night, 10 grand. 70,000 hot dogs have been ordered for tonight. An extra refrigeration truck was needed to house all the hot dogs.
What happens with the leftover?
Guys, I don't know if you're saying anything to me. I can't hear anything. But everybody's really excited about what's going on here at Citi Field tonight. I'd say they got themselves a hit.
Seems like they're consuming more than hot dogs.
I wouldn't know anything about that, Gare.
Yeah, they showed that guy on television. He was dressed like a hot dog. He had like a hot dog thing on with, and there was ketchup on his hot dog.
Proud
I
moment.
believe. So
Yeah. If he had a
obviously
tie,
they're
there
not
would have
in
been mustard
Chicago.
on it. Yes.
Yeah.
What do you do with 70,000 hot dogs? You know all that means is whatever's left over, they're going to serve like for the next month. When you order a hot dog at Citi Field on May 17th,
You're getting the same.
it's going to be one that they cooked last
It's
night.
one of the 70,000.
Yes. And that's why you should never order a hot dog. It's been
This
in the
coming
freezer.
From you?
Yes.
Who recently went to a hockey game and sat down?
I did for the kicks. I did it
He
for the
did it.
experience.
You're not a hot dog guy, and you did it, and I got some form of botulism as a result.
Yeah, I know. I eat the hot dog, you get the food poisoning.
That's right.
Hola, Sammy Sosa here, and I love Arma hot dog so much.
Isn't every night hot dog night at the ballpark? What do they have a hot dog night for?
Well, it's a dollar dog. That right? Isn't
Okay.
that what the thing was?
All right, good.
So you
Correct.
go out
It was a dollar
and,
dog.
and you buy your 7 beers for whatever,
How mu-
$150.
So
and
would
then
you give
wash
some?
it down.
Would you go and buy 10 hot dogs? $10 bill.
Would I eat?
Could you
10
eat
hot
10
dogs?
hot dogs
I
at a
could
ball
not eat
game?
10 hot dogs. No, I'm not. I couldn't do it.
It always makes me
Not
think
at
of
this
sitting
point
next
in
to
my life.
Rick Tellender at the press box at Guaranteed Rate years ago.
And he ate 10 hot dogs.
I think he ate more than 10.
No way.
I think he set the record, and he was going for some sort of personal record.
Why?
I think,
Was he
I
doing
think
it
he
on
was in
purpose?
double. Yes.
Was he just swallowing them like Joey Chestnut?
No, but he was eating them, and
Did he dip them in
Tellender
water?
can eat the hot dogs. I mean, he definitely had double-digit numbers. I don't remember how many, but it became a thing with him.
I did see on X yesterday, speaking of dipping it in the water, the Joey
Yeah.
Chestnut thing, which I find
Disgusting.
disgusting.
Yeah.
I did see a guy, and I want to say, I'm not sure if it was at a Yankee game or a Mets game. I think it was New York. I saw it on X where he dipped his hot dog in beer very nonchalantly and almost gave it like a little twirl and then ate it. And just like, not to do a thing, just like, let's see how this tastes.
That just ruins a beer. Why would you waste a beer? I just
So
think
no
that-
hot dog flavored
No.
beer for David.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
How about a hot dog cologne?
I could probably, honest to God, I think if I had 3 hot dogs, I might be ill.
Well, it's
But
the bread.
I don't know
It's
how-
the bread. That's
It's
that's
not.
the
No,
hard
I
don't
think
think
it's
it's
the
bread.
accoutrement. Depending on what you put on it.
Accoutrement. Oh, wow.
See,
a little
see what I
foie
did
gras.
Jeez.
there? Why not?
You just looking for any excuse to have that accent.
I just used a word.
Accoutrement. You could say it. I doubt you could spell it.
I'm a dodgy. F-I-X-I-N-G-S. All the fixins.
I will go to Guaranteed Rate Field for the milkshake. I won't order a hot dog, though.
Oh, but their hot dog is pretty spectacular with the grilled onions.
Oh, let me tell you something. You don't
You
even
couldn't
need
eat-
the
you
grilled
couldn't-
onions.
You couldn't eat 10 of those.
Oh,
No.
those are really good.
It's like a
The
meal.
grilled hot dog. That's the best.
Don't they had that like foot long hot dog too over there? Guaranteed
I've
Rate.
never had the foot long.
Yeah, they had a foot long one. I'm pretty sure.
I like the fried one.
The press box hot dogs are the ones that have been there like for 6 months.
Those are part of the 70,000.
Probably so.
That's
That's what's going to happen to those 70,000 hot dogs.
Serve 'em to-
Leftovers.
serve 'em to the
Did you
media.
tell that
Yeah.
to Rick as he was setting the record?
It wouldn't matter. Tellender was focused. That he was definitely locked in.
Did he write a column on it
I
afterwards?
think he might have
Yeah.
at some point. He's known for that, though.
Go to
He was-
microfiche and find it.
I'll look. I'll do my research. Try to find it.
The White Sox traded Bailey Horn to the aforementioned Boston Red Sox. The dreaded cash considerations. The Red Sox are buying players all over the place.
And the White Sox are selling them
from
apparently.
the Cubs and the White Sox. The White Sox traded Matthew Thompson for Bailey Horn, traded with the Cubs. They had previously sent Bailey Horn over, and they brought him back, and then they DFA'd him like 3 or 4 days ago. And who jumps in but the Red Sox?
I think Bailey Horn is one of those guys whose name we say when they acquire him, when they trade him, when they demote him, and then when they trade him again.
Okay. So we're not worried about losing.
I don't think we should be.
I'm just saying the White Sox can't afford to lose anybody, right? That's all I meant.
Apparently they can't
How
afford.
much for the cash? The cash.
How much cash?
They can't afford much if they're trading for cash considerations.
No, they got,
Use it towards the stadium.
Enough for 70,000 hot dogs.
Or
I can't imagine that much cash.
Or the South Loop.
Yeah, I can't imagine enough for that. Yeah, oddly enough, the Red Sox agreed to pay $7.6 billion for him. Really? It's only money, said John Henry.
Maybe they got some good construction equipment in the trade.
You'd be lucky to get 70,000 hot dogs.
They traded Bailey Horn for 3 cranes and a bulldozer.
Keg of beer and 2 pounds of hot dogs.
Yeah. No, that's that was a trade. I saw that, but they're
12-pack.
They're gonna need more than that.
12-pack of whatever Dustin's drinking. And 6 hot dogs.
Sox have a day game today.
Yeah.
Playing
Let's
good
go.
game,
Who's
so-
in? Let's go. Show of hands. We'll go right from here. We'll get down there. We'll get dogs. Dog for everyone.
You brought up the White Sox, so this kind of bugged me too.
Maybe not.
Garrett Crochet now is being considered as a bullpen possibility later in the year.
Yeah.
Depending on how they use him. When did that change?
Well,
And what kind of plan is that?
I think the plan is that they know he's not going to be able to pitch all season.
Then why
long.
start him?
Because they wanted to start someone on opening day.
But
that they
okay,
thought
but
would
what
attract a
what are
couple
you
of
doing
people.
here? What is your plan?
Brad Keller, did you see that?
Yeah,
That's
well,
part of the plan. Brad Keller is moving into the starting rotation. He pitched an inning, and he did okay. So they're going to have him start.
Brad Keller is going to be in the rotation.
And Mike Clevenger.
He's on the way.
33 now.
And did you see they signed Jared Walsh? He's 30, former All-Star. He's going to join Tommy Pham in the lineup. They just got rid of Kevin Pillar. He's in Anaheim.
Yes.
So it's retread night at the guaranteed rate every single night.
Yeah. Well, at least they're not wasting starts on young players who get to spend time in the minors.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, there's no point.
Why would you develop your players
at
the major league level? I don't know.
You can get veteran guys.
I just see the Sox every
bats.
day. They seem to be adding another
2, 3 guys.
retread over 30.
Well, they won the 3. They had the 3-game winning streak. Let's not forget. And then they didn't add anybody on Monday.
They haven't won since. So today's Wednesday. They get swept today if the Twins.
They've only won 6 games. They doubled their total. What do you want from them?
Want a milkshake?
They're not even. They're still 3-2 in their last 5.
I want a milkshake.
Yeah, we'll have to get you one. I guess they do. They like heat up the marshmallows as you order it, huh?
I have no idea.
Well, there was some. I heard some complaints about that too. That the whole idea. It's called a campfire milkshake, but there are reports because of the popularity of the item that they don't necessarily go all in on every one of them. So
you might not get
you're getting marshmallows, but not necessarily a toasted marshmallow. It's kind of like when you ever been to a fast food restaurant? I know you guys a little above fast food and a drive-through, but like when you order a cheeseburger, is there anything worse than like the cheese not being melted? If I wanted a piece of cold cheese on a burger, like who I wouldn't do that at home. Why, if you order it, don't you want the cheese melted on the burger?
I've got to think that's the exception to the rule. I think the rule's got to be that it's melted.
Right?
You got a bad experience there.
Like a cheeseburger with just a piece of cheese.
Is the burger you're getting
it's a one-off.
The burger was like
Shouldn't the
warm.
burger
The
melt the
burger was
cheese?
warm, and
Yeah.
then they like they made hamburgers, and now they're putting them together. Like, here's the slice of cheese, and we wrap it in the plastic or the wrapper.
You got
and
somebody
they throw it at you
on the first day.
Right.
They didn't
melted
know.
cheese is a must. I mean, I melted cheese is more important than even the toasted marshmallow, in my opinion. But that's
Well,
maybe another
if it's
discussion.
a campfire milkshake,
Then
you
it should
better-
be toasted,
Yeah.
right? It should
I
be
thought
toasted.
they had
Jeez.
like those little like
Come on, Dustin.
containers of.
Don't
of,
be a hater.
You know, I thought
Maybe
they
I
had
can
a,
borrow Shane's
I thought
shirt
they
the
had a
next time I go through
welder.
the drive-through.
They had a guy who's a welder working there, just like, toasting the marshmallows.
That'd be pretty funny.
Give me
Spot welder wearing the big mask.
The guy who makes like a guy who does like horseshoes.
Texter says the campfire milkshake will be the Sox representative at the All-Star game.
Well,
You got to have somebody.
biggest offseason acquisition still.
Yeah. All right, we've got a ton to get to. We got the pick six. We're going to pick it all apart. We'll do that next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
I'm not a big hot dog guy.
The Score celebrates the 26th annual Worldwide Toast to Harry Carey tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. Pat Hughes here. Join the Score's Parkins and Spiegel show, broadcasting live at Harry Carey's Tavern, Navy Pier.
4 to 7 p.m.
Our show will be there, broadcasting live.
Including guests like Jason Alexander.
I'm back in business, baby! I'm going to be totally starstruck.
Along with Chris Kattan, James Denton, Ryan Dempster, and Ron Kittle. All celebrating Harry's iconic catchphrase, Holy Cow!
How about that?
Come join us.
For more info, go to harrycarys.com.
And make sure to be there for the toast at 5:30.
We want to see you at Harry Carey's Navy Pier.
Brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
So I went and looked, and I tried to get some merchandise, but the lines were 9 miles long, so I didn't do that. And then I said, okay, well, I'm going to get in the car. I had to call Grody because Grody needed a post-game or a guest, and I had agreed to be on the show with him at 9 o'clock. And part of it was, well, I better be in the car at 9.
Well, I mean, you two are going to live together later, so
we're going to live together, but the show must go on, Layla. So I had to go on and help Grody. And then, I'm driving, and then the 2 home runs happened by the Yankees, and I'm thinking, thank God I didn't stay for that. And then, of course, well, we know what the end result is. I was trying to be responsible, and don't think I don't regret it. Don't think I don't feel bad about this. I mean, we're a couple of weeks removed from it. I don't feel as bad as I used to feel.
Well, of course not, because nobody's going to keep bothering you about it except me 12 days later.
I'm going to go against my better judgment and slightly defend Chris Ranji here.
Thank you.
And say that I get it. I get it to an extent. Like, I get the traffic aspect of it. Having grown up in a small town, I know like how much of a nightmare that can be if you have 8,000 people trying to get in and out of one place. So I get that aspect of it.
Well, think
I'm
about
sorry,
it.
you think
I have to wake up early the next
Do you
day.
think I don't like high school football?
I follow
Do you
your
think
logic.
there's only 8,000 people who go to a high school football game? Where I'm from?
Yeah, you're right. I know.
Yeah, but how many?
I know,
well,
I know
how
that
many
you know
They
also.
stay for the whole game.
Layla.
And that's just a high school game.
Layla, yeah. Do you drive
It's
5
stupid
hours?
and
Do you-
I-
do you have to- Hold on. Do you drive 5 hours
finish.
somewhere after a high school football game?
Yeah, many times, of
No, you
course.
liar.
Playoffs, you absolutely drive 5 hours across the state of Texas for a high school playoff game. Yes.
Why would you drive 5 hours for a high school playoff
Because
Texas
it matters.
game?
And you were at the one regular
does?
season game that everybody cared about that hadn't ever been
Yeah.
done before. And you,
That's
of all
true.
people, left early. And you were sitting here earlier, like an hour and a half ago, talking about how we should cherish this. If you're a White Sox fan, you dealt with many, many callers and people
right.
asking what about Danks. And if you think the text line hasn't been filled with that, I thank
Yeah.
you all because I giggle every time. And it's finally good. And it ends in the best way possible in that beautiful Tim Anderson walk-off. And you are nowhere around to see it. Despite putting all the work in early, you can't just close it out. You didn't close.
Two things here, Layla.
Can I defend
yeah,
Ranji
also,
a little
go ahead,
bit,
Jay.
too?
No, Jay,
Go ahead, Jay.
no.
Thank you. Jay, go ahead.
I mean, everyone knows I hate Ranji. This is published. It's in print. I think I put it
Correct.
in my book. Actually, there's a whole chapter on
It's in the
why.
foreword. By the way, I
Ranji.
take back my congratulations on your new job. I hope you fail. Go ahead.
Well, guess what? We have 3 weeks.
Thank you. I did leave the Cubs David Bodie Grand Slam walk-off game early, but I had a child with me, and it was a school night, so
Well, you
I have
know
a
what?
little bit more of a
I was
wait.
at the David Bodie walk-off Grand Slam game, and I also had a child with me, and that child was Herb, and I stayed late. and we got to watch an amazing ending, and we were all very happy about it later.
I'm just
I bet
picturing
Herb
you
was
now
cranky,
holding.
too.
Herb was chill
Oh, he was?
because
All
it was a Cubs game. Herb was chill.
I'm picturing you holding Herb and him just asleep on your shoulder.
He's adorable.
just hand him a binky every now and then.
Yeah.
But also, guys, in my defense, I was also with a child that day. I mean, I was the child, but I was with me. So am I not allowed? Like, I was trying to be responsible. I was trying to, I want to get a decent, Daddy needs his sleep.
Ew,
And so,
did you hand him a Fruity?
No,
What?
never
No,
say that again.
It is
What?
crosstown
I can't call
fried.
myself.
God.
I can't call myself Daddy.
Oh my God.
What? I can't?
Why would you think that's okay?
I don't know.
Oh no, this has gone horribly. Wait. Was the reason
Wait a
you
minute,
left early because you said that? Because that makes sense.
Did
Well,
they ask you to leave?
No, they didn't ask me to leave. They invited me.
This guy over here is calling himself Daddy.
It's the worst when you say it.
This hour brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Pick Six, sponsored by Affinity Whole Health. Visit feelgreatillinois.com to learn more about their testosterone therapy or their weight loss options. Which is a bigger concern for the Cubs, Dansby Swanson's shaky arm or Adbert Alzolay's penchant for giving up home runs? How will they address them both?
I do not believe Dansby Swanson's shaky arm is a cause for concern. I think that there have been a few plays where you wonder what's going on. I think he's going to be fine. I think he's been doing it his whole life. And I think he's adjusting himself to a new first baseman. That ball got away from him and it bounced. And who knows? A different guy may have come off the bag, may have gotten that ball. Patrick Wisdom's not a first baseman, and he didn't really seem to know how to play it. I mean, I'm not blaming him because it was the throw that was at fault, but we've often seen guys that are really good at picking the ball, and they talked on the broadcast, Boog and JD talked about how Michael Busch is a guy that's learning how to play first base and isn't kind of a pick-em guy yet, right? So I think it's just a result of that. Adbert Alzolay, on the other hand, that is a problem. You have a problem. Alzolay, he may need them to get him in the lab. He may need to take a break a little bit. He's already been demoted from the closer role, and now he's, a sixth inning guy, and he's still having issues. So I think there's a confidence issue there. Bullpens are not the same from year to year. He was really good last year, and he's not been good at all this year. He's just not been good. It's as simple as that. So get him in the lab, figure it out, work on it. That's a more serious problem, in my opinion.
Well, Tommy Hodavy's coming on with you guys at 9, so that will be very interesting what he has to say about Adbert Alzolay. And again, I just, going backwards, he's had a rough go of it, and then right after he had one of his roughest goes, they tried to have him do a 4-out save. He failed, and then all of a sudden he became the 6th inning guy. I'm just very confused by his use and what the role is and the whole out-getter thing. But Dansby Swanson also, regressing. Dansby Swanson ended up being, for a season, the best, or at least the second best, 1B at worst, of that 4 shortstop group that everybody was drooling over. That free agency 2 off seasons ago, right? He had a fantastic year last year. And this year he's been average at best on both sides, both at the plate and in the field. But the bigger concern is Adbert Alzolay. But it's just ridiculous, too, that Adbert Alzolay doesn't get charged with those runs unearned runs. He threw the ball. He threw the meatball that the
should have been out of the inning.
That the Mets player is still staring at.
That's a rule that's always going to be baffling, but it is the rule. Alzolay has given up 5 home runs. He's blown 4 saves, and now he has 3 losses. You got to sit him down. You've got to give him some sort of phantom back injury. Oh, boy, how's your forearm feel, Adbert? I don't know what it is, but he needs a break. He needs to regroup. He needs to reset, and he needs to recover and regain whatever it is that he has lost, because he has lost a lot. He was the guy that gave us confidence in the Cubs being able to do what they're doing, which is contending. If they had a closer that they could count on, they'd be in first place with a nice little margin as we enter May. Now they have questions at that position and that role, and if they answer them, they will be the team to beat in that division and really have legitimate NL pennant hopes, because they are a closer away from feeling that strongly about that. Dansby Swanson needs to get better. I don't know what it is. It's not the first baseman. That's not on those guys. And if it is because he's throwing to a different target and changing guys, that sounds like an excuse. He is the guy that is the Gold Glover. He's on pace to have 22 errors. This was his second throwing error in the past 3 games, his third throwing error of the season. I don't know what's going on with him. Now it may become a mental thing. He's a thinker. And you wonder if it's going to get into his head. Can't have that happen, because it cost him last night, and it's going to cost him again. The Cubs can't be this kind of team that is defense and pitching if they're not going to play defense. Both are concerns. Alzolay is the bigger one.
2 great questions.
White Sox manager Pedro Grifol said Luis Robert Jr. remains on track to return in mid-May, but the team may be cautious. How deliberate do you want the Sox to be? Are you looking forward to his return ASAP so he can be traded, or should they take their time because he's so valuable?
Well, the way the Sox are competing this season, I would be in no hurry to get Luis Robert Jr. back in the lineup. I would take my time. I would not necessarily worry about getting him ready to be traded if that's the goal. What is the goal? It's retread night every night at Guaranteed Rate Field. I don't know what you're doing this season. It's certainly not developing players. You're bringing in guys for 1-year contract auditions, and you're trading prospects for cash considerations. I don't know what the plan is. So I would be very deliberate if I were Luis Robert Jr. to want to come back into this equation. And if you're the Sox, for the best interests of the organization, I would take my time. You've got nothing to gain from rushing him back. People aren't going to flock to Guaranteed Rate in 35th and Shields because Luis Robert Jr. is back in the lineup. He'll be a bonus if you go there for the milkshakes or the hot dogs, but I just don't think you rush him back.
Well, I think that kind of answers the question, David. Do people get in the car, get on public transport to see Luis Robert Jr. play over at 35th and Shields? So if you want to trade him, though, you got to get him back out there, and you're going to have to show that he's got some durability. They're not going to pay the kid, right? There's no chance. Is there any chance they're going to pay that guy?
He's under contract. They've already paid him.
I know, but he's coming to the point where he's going to come out of contract, isn't he?
No, he's got
years.
I thought he had an option coming up right
years,
after this.
Plural.
Yeah, he's got
Scott Boras is his agent
a lot
too.
of control for him.
Yeah.
All right, then bring him back and showcase him so you can get rid of him.
See,
that's what I would do.
See,
you got to showcase him.
Both of you. You got to call obvious shirts and get that shirt that
I am no hater.
That Shane was wearing yesterday.
I'm
Hilarious.
no hater.
He said he went to the game. He had a black shirt. I said hater, and you were not a hater.
I'm not
Who
a hater.
submitted this question? Who's bring him back ASAP so they can trade him? What the hell are you talking about? You're not a hater. Did you hear yourself answer the question?
I'm not a hater.
He's the only God-blessed player on the team.
I prefer realist.
Oh, boy. I came very close to swearing there. Don't tell anyone. And also nearly took the Lord's name in vain. This is just so triggering to me. If they were going to trade Luis Robert Jr., they should have done so before the season started, a la Dylan Cease, because I would imagine his value's less now than it was before the year started. And I think, of course, be deliberate with what you do with him. Of course, be careful about him because he is your prized asset. And he is a guy that has a lot of ability, is an all-star, and he's their lone all-star. And you should make sure that he's healthy and ready to go. And he can, basically the guy, he will be outfield. Maybe you can let him hit 3 times, but he's definitely going to be playing all 3 outfield positions when he gets back to center field. It's just the way he is. You need him. He's your best player. You need him to be healthy. You need to get him back. And this trading nonsense, take that and walk.
3 more years of team control after this one,
Thank
UFA in 2028.
I must have gotten confused. Moncada's the one I think who's about to be one of the injured guys is about to be out of contract. Must be Moncada.
Well, okay, next question.
There's Ozzie Guillen. He's here at 8 o'clock today. How will the Bears' reported meeting with Governor J.B. Pritzker's aides go later today? Do you agree with the Sun-Times headline writer who concluded the Bears, quote, might need a new playbook, end quote? Can they throw in another $1 billion?
Another $1 billion would help, right? Hey, we were going through the couch in the coach's office. Look what we found. We got another $1 billion in loose change. It's the NFL. They got money everywhere. Look, this is not going well. I mean, we understand that, unless somehow Brandon Johnson gets elected governor, this thing's not going to go through. And I'm not sure he's getting elected mayor next time around. This is ridiculous. This is not going to fly. And the aides to the governor, the governor won't even bother. Like, here's a couple of guys. And the Bears are going to make their pitch, and then they're going to water it down for the governor, and he's going to say no. It's an election year. I just think there's too many problems. I think that the more information that we've gotten since this came out about how much the financing is going to be, about how much the infrastructure will cost, again, I hate to repeat this, but they still owe $9 million for Soldier Field. That's not paid off. You're talking about, we're going to take that money and we'll roll it into this. I like this idea. The architect who proposed the dome for Soldier Field.
Dirk
We've heard
Lohan.
that before.
Dirk Lohan?
Dirk Lohan went to work. He got an engineer, got it done, and he's got renderings and drawings and all the rest. The Bears immediately want
Good
no
story
part
in
of that.
ABC 7.
Very good story. Nice to see. That makes a lot more sense. The Bears could get that done with the $2 billion they're going to use. The Bears, if they really want to do this publicly financed stadium, they could fix the roof, put it up there, pay off the $639 million if they got the $2 billion, and then they're laughing.
Well, in regards to the headline, might need a new playbook. Something I heard Governor Pritzker, I didn't hear him, I read from Governor Pritzker, was that he told media that the Bears, if you had, let's say, Taylor Swift at the new version of the stadium, Bears Stadium, that the Bears want all that dough.
Yeah.
They want the dough for the Taylor Swift concert.
Anything held there,
and so
they get the money.
So that
it
doesn't fly because you're still a renter. You're not the owner. If you want to do that, then go be the owner in Arlington Heights, and then you get to keep all the cash. So that's where I think this headline comes from. Like, they're going to need a new playbook. Like, that's something that's just a starting point of the negotiation. That, listen, no, you guys don't get to have all of that. In fact, maybe you don't get to have any of that, and that's going to go to the city. And that's where I think you could actually see this making sense, because there will be a lot of other things that will want to be held there, but the Bears should not be getting 100% of that when they're not 100% owner.
It's a fair opinion. I don't think it applies here, because that's even get to the point where they're going to do a project, and there's no indication that they're even close. The key word and the key thing about this story, which is very revealing, and this headline, is that they're meeting with J.B. Pritzker's aides. His aides. He's not even showing up himself, because that's how serious he's taking this. until you're willing to do and give more, until you're willing to come up with a plan that doesn't ask the public to do it all or do most of the heavy lifting here, then the governor of the state of Illinois is not going to sit down and take your offer seriously. That is what this says to me as much as anything. Now, when you suggest that, can they throw in another $1 billion? That's not just a facetious line. That is a legitimate possibility. How does that happen? Well, yeah, could the McCaskies, come up with the money themselves and liquefy things? Well, yeah, you can make that argument, but there's also a way to do this that other teams have done in terms of selling minority ownership and stakes of the team to minority owners and raising the money that way to up the ante, if you will, and to increase how much comes from the McCaskey family or the fortune. Maybe that's an option. Maybe that's the way they're trying to be persuaded. It seems unlikely to me, but it does seem very expensive. It's all very expensive, and the public's not going to kick in as much money as the Bears want them to, as much as Kevin Warren will lobby them to. There's not an appetite in the state of Illinois, and if you read the story closely, all of these quotes from unnamed sources, these are the people who are the aides to J.B. Pritzker telling the Sun-Times, not going to happen, not structured this way.
I don't know that JB has perfect hearing or not, but what if the Bears went into a conference room and there were just 2 hearing aids sitting there?
I know you answered this
Attached to
question.
nothing.
That's the voice of Bruce Levine. He's with you guys 7:44 this morning. With expectations for the Bears next year as high as they've been in years, do you consider Coach Matt Eberflus to be the playoff or bust-bound situation? We know Ryan Poles could have been justified in firing him after last season, but how would you describe the urgency facing Eberflus this season with the arrival of Caleb Williams?
Well, I think 2 things can be true. We expect them to make the playoffs, and you hold them to that standard because that's the way they're talking, and certainly you look at that roster and it's justified. But I don't think that Matt Eberflus is entering this season under that kind of job pressure or reality or scrutiny. I don't think that Ryan Poles is going to turn around if they are, 7-10 again and fire the head coach. Might be tempted. There'll be a lot of conversation. We might even think he should be fired. I don't think he will be under those circumstances. Look, if the bottom falls out and they're 3-14 or 6-11 and it's an ugly 6-11 and somebody doesn't do this or that, I think everything, that's the worst case scenario. But the best case or the reality is that Ryan Poles believes in Matt Eberflus, and we know that because he's still here. The time to change coaches was before you draft the number 1 overall pick who's a quarterback who's going to change the course and already has the direction of your franchise. They didn't do that. They didn't get Jim Harbaugh. They didn't even talk to him. They didn't get an offensive-minded head coach. They stuck with their guy. And in sticking with their guy, I think it's more than a 1-year commitment or the 3rd year of his tenure. I think they're going to probably ride this out. And I think Matt Eberflus, dare I say it, he's closer to a contract extension than he is to getting fired.
Wow, now that's got to be closer to an extension than being fired. If the Bears don't win double-digit wins and the defense regresses and the offense looks not like we're hoping that it looks, I could see Matt Eberflus getting fired. We got to see if Caleb Williams is a coach killer. Is that something that he's going to add to his resume? How in charge is he? How much say, how much sway, how much power does he have in that building? A lot that comes with when you're the QB1 and the number 1 pick, and you have that. So, that's something to talk about, David. That's very interesting. You think he's closer to an extension than being fired? That's something I'd love to hear the opinions of our listeners on.
Yeah, I would say he's closer to an extension if they win.
Of course.
Than getting fired. But I mean, what's interesting about this question is there and the way that you answered it, David, is if they are 7-10 again, or they lose 11 games, they're 6-11, then he goes. I think the expectations have changed now, and it's no longer good enough to be under 500. It's no longer good enough to be a team that's picking high in the draft. You have changed your entire team. And if you get to a point where you come to the realization oh no, this isn't the guy. He's gone. I mean, listen, you can make a very cogent argument that he did not deserve to return after last year. 7-10, nothing to brag about. They lost the first 4 games of the year, weren't prepared to start the season. They lost pretty much every close game they were in. So you've decided to blame the quarterback. Fair enough. You got rid of the offensive coordinator and you got rid of the quarterback. And you're going to start from scratch on that side of the ball. Matt Eberflus kept his job because of the job he did as a defensive coordinator, not because of the job he did as a head coach. I'm not saying he did a worse job as a head coach, but he did a better job as a defensive coordinator. And why did you get yourself into that position? Because the guy you hired as a defensive coordinator had to be shipped out. They had to dump the guy.
All true.
So you go into this thing and you keep him, and then you take the quarterback, and now you're going offense. If he isn't good again, if they do not win 10 games, and I'm being honest, if they're 9-8, I think you make a very good argument he doesn't deserve to stay. And that it doesn't matter what the circumstances are. There are things that happen all the time. They have built this team up. It is win time, and if you can't win, what makes you think I will believe you're going to win moving forward?
Your general manager just risked his reputation by bringing him back.
Doesn't matter.
He
The
said,
general manager's
"Believe in
here for a
me."
while.
Yeah,
He's here for a
okay.
while. And at some point,
Do you believe the Bears are closer to winning season or a losing season next
I
year?
think the Bears are going to have a winning season.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's
So
why I think he's
don't
closer
think-
to an extension than he is
I
getting
agree
fired.
with that. But the idea, but what stops me is the idea they go 7-10 and bring him back again. I don't think so.
Let's see how they go 7-10.
That's one of those questions. You know how hard that is to answer.
And that's the voice of Dan Weeder. He'll talk Bears. I'll ask Dan this question maybe at 7:25. What do you think of Colin Cowherd saying this about our Bears?
The Chicago Bears, more than any NFL team, will simply look different. They upgraded personnel more than any NFL franchise, almost all of it on offense. Between Keenan Allen, DeAndre Swift, Gerald Everett, Caleb Williams, Roma Dunze, that's a grown-up group.
All right, what do you think? You think Cowherd's onto something? Have the Bears upgraded more than any team in the NFL?
I like Colin Cowherd. I do. I think he does a great job. I mean, Captain Obvious. What is he saying here that we haven't heard? I mean, this is the guy who said Roma Dunze wasn't going, or excuse me, Caleb Williams wasn't going to come here. That was news. You know, you're reporting. My sources close to the player say he has no intention of playing for Chicago. That's what he said. And now Chicago has got a bunch of players. Let's name them. They're different. They're better than they were. Yeah, I think we noticed. I think those of us that have been watching it unfold, this is not breaking news. It's Colin Cowherd suddenly understands what the Bears have done, and guess what? The quarterback's coming. Again, I like the guy. I think he's super talented. I just don't know that this is a hot take. Who's arguing that? No, Bears are the same. They're going to go 7-10 and keep the coach. You go after him.
I think, Mully, you nailed it. Captain Obvious. Thank you.
You guys are unbelievable.
What do you mean?
You guys are unbelievable.
Thank you for the compliment.
Okay. If this
Guess not.
national commentator, highly respected, whose word resonates, if he were saying something about
it into
the
existence?
Bears that was negative, be like, oh, same old narrative. This is the kind of legitimacy. This is the kind of relevance that our guy Dave Wanstead talked about. This is the kind of talk that we're going to hear from national pundits who are saying nice things about the Bears.
But who hasn't said that?
It doesn't matter. This is a consensus. This is a guy who's coming around to the point where he used to say, well, Caleb Williams isn't coming to the Bears because why would you go to the Bears in that organization? To now, this is a grown-up group. Look what they have done. They have, dare I say, arrived. The Bears have arrived. And I think this kind of national confirmation is interesting. It's not irrelevant. I think it is a sign of the kinds of things we're going to continue to hear. We talked yesterday, and we're going to continue to look at the national television audiences that are going to be tuned into the Bears. They're going to play in prime time, maybe 5 or 6 times Is that anything to shrug at? No, because that is more validation what we're talking about. So when Colin Cowherd says it, yes, it gets my attention.
Yeah, like I said, way to speak the obvious.
This will be a pick six. There's your ball game.
What's your take on Jose Abreu being optioned to AAA West Palm Beach today by the Astros? Abreu has just 7 hits this year with just 1 double and has a line of 0.98, 156, 113 so far. He's 37. He signed a 3-year deal before last season for $58.5 guaranteed.
Well, I feel bad for Jose Abreu, and you do wonder if he's done. You do wonder how old he is. You do wonder a lot of things about a guy who is a former MVP and now can't hit a batting practice fastball. I also wonder if he's a guy that historically has gotten better as the season has gotten warmer, and if the Astros want to cut him and he's on the street and some team might need a little bit of a power bat at the end of the bench, I think
they
he would
love
be
37-year-olds.
Well, not necessarily that team in Chicago, but maybe the other one who's going to be playing for something meaningful this year that needs some pop off the bench. Possibly, maybe, who knows?
Well, maybe the old White Sox front office got something right here, right? Maybe they were the ones. I think, Mully, were you ready to get? I think I wanted him to stick around. Did you want to get rid of him when they got rid of him? I don't remember exactly, but I thought he should have stuck around, and they were right to get rid of him. He's just, he's getting old quick, and it says here 37. He might be 40 for all we know. Didn't he eat his passport? Eat his birth certificate.
He had 10 hot dogs and a passport on the flight in.
Which would you rather eat, David? Your passport or a hot dog?
I think my passport. I think I'd rather have a passport.
A little hot sauce on it. I got a lot of time for Jose Abreu. I felt bad when I saw this. He is a veteran player, and he could have refused the assignment, but he is making $58.5 million guaranteed money, so he took the assignment, and God bless him. I'm glad that he got paid. His line is 0.098, 0.156, 0.113. Oh, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. He's got 7 hits. One of them is a double. That's it. I mean, that's absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, they kind of had to do something, and got a lot of time for Jose Abreu, so I hope he figures it out. Got better at the end of last year. Started really slow.
He starts slow every year.
Right,
and
but
then
not this slow.
Yeah, not this slow. That's true.
All right, there we are. We've got the extra point next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Score fans, have an HD radio in your car? If so, you can listen to the Score in crystal clear FM quality. Just go to 104.3 HD2 on your FM dial and hear your favorite Score personalities in FM quality sound, as well as great play-by-play action, like your Chicago Cubs.
Deep right center, back toward the wall. That ball is gone.
Go to 104.3 HD2 on your FM dial to listen to the Score in HD.
Do what I do. Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book. It's right at your fingertips.
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie, and the video came out because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an X-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish. There we go. Out of here. Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to leave.
He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw he cut, and then the guy reached in. There was 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights and fish.
We got weights and fish. And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud, right?
It is felony fraud. and they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish, and I thought, and I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up. I can get it within 1/4 pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment I kept out of this clip here that we played where somebody says, this guy's been doing this for years.
Yep.
So this guy's been making money for years off of this.
But they got him
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife, and I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a weigh-in. I thought that the fish being alive and releasable was part of it.
Like,
Maybe not on Lake Erie.
What an aha moment. Like when I was amazed by it. You cut into and drop the sound.
Thud.
Right.
Yep. I'm telling you, they're like little hand grenades he's pulling out.
Weights and fit. There we go.
There we go. And people were going to kill the guy. They were going to drag the guy behind a truck. And they said, no, don't touch him. There were partners. One guy ran to his truck and locked the door. And the other guy stood there, stone-faced. And the Cuyahoga County is looking into this as well. They should. But the stories about the early days of competitive bass fishing, it wasn't just weights in fish. There were guys, and Carl Hyacin wrote about this. His first novel, his second novel, Double Whammy, was about this, where somebody would go catch big bass and stash them in underwater cages. And then when the tournament began, off go the boats, and then in come the boats, and the guys were using the actual same fish for multiple tournaments. Oh, look, I got old Bessie again, same 8.5 pounder, and would keep it and feed it and make sure that this thing would grow big in this cage, and they would just so happen to know where this thing was hidden and be able to go find it for each tournament.
The 630. He goes, I love how relaxing fishing is.
Yeah.
We got weights and fit. There we go.
Only 4 teams, Dallas, Kansas City, Buffalo, and L.A. played 6 primetime games, with 7 playing 5 and 7 more, including the 7 and 10 Bears playing 4. How many will the Bears get this year? And please give us some of those matchups.
Well, I think they're going to play in at least 5. I think 5 is the workable number. If they go to 6, I would not be surprised at all. I think if they go to 6, then guys like Colin Cowherd would grasp the obvious and say the Bears have an offense that everybody wants to watch. And the Bears' offense is going to be fun to watch because they have a grown-up group now. But if I were to echo that, I would just be grasping the obvious some more. But anyway, we digress. Oh, boy. I think that...
Hey, Colin Cowherd reporting the Cubs lost last night.
Now, see, that would have been funny if you would have said Colin Cowherd is reporting that Adbert Alzolay is a closer problem, or he's the problem for the Cubs.
I'll work on it.
I'm just not going to join in your disdain for that guy.
I love the guy.
All right, so where were we? 5 games on prime time. You got to see C.J. Stroud versus Caleb Williams.
I love that idea.
You've got to see the Packers. you've got to see. I think. Other than that, I mean, anybody would be worth watching. The Bears are going to be worth seeing every game. But the one I definitely want to see in prime time, whether it's Sunday, Monday, or Thursday, is C.J. Stroud versus Caleb Williams, the 2023 Houston Texans that graduate into the 2024 version, and against the 2024 Bears who want to copy what they did. That's the matchup I'm waiting to see.
Yeah, I think part of this, I'm going to say 5, but I do have a question. Would Lions, Bears, Thanksgiving in Detroit count as,
No.
so that doesn't count?
No.
Okay, so I no more than 5, because I think that game is going to happen. I think that's a game that we're going to see. Bears at Lions on Thanksgiving in the early window. David, you're 100% right. Bears, Texans will definitely be one of those games. A smart aleck kind of game, maybe on a Thursday night. The Carolina Panthers here in Chicago. Maybe, like, could you see the TV makers thinking that would be cute? And then a Packer game, right? One of the Packers-Bears seem to always end up on Sunday Night Football.
You think that Al Michaels, who's going to tell Al Michaels that he's going back to Chicago to see the Carolina Panthers play the Bears?
And then perhaps it all depends on if the Bears are decent towards the end of the season and who else they're playing towards the end of the season. Bears at 49ers.
You know that's going to be one.
Okay, well, I'm still pushing to get to 5, though, because I don't think Lions, Bears, you said it doesn't count. So, I mean, looking at who they play.
Oh, it's easy to find 5. Mully will find 5.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
All right.
I'm waiting. I think a couple road games, a couple home games.
I can see 2 on each side.
I think the San Francisco game is obvious. The Houston game is obvious. I think home against the Rams is fairly obvious.
Yes.
And then you got a Packers game here or
Yes.
there, and you got a Lions game here or there.
And you've got
So again, we're at 4.
the Boston market.
I
They
just
play
gave you 5.
They play the
Who here or
Patriots.
there?
They
I
play
mean-
play the Patriots.
Yeah.
Boston market, Chicago market. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean,
Brandon, stop grimacing. What's Brandon grimace? Did you see that
He
grimace?
did grimace. That's the grimace.
I don't want to see.
Remember,
the
Tom
Patriots.
Brady and Bill Belichick are no
No one
longer
wants
in New
to
England,
see
David.
Okay.
Yeah, but
We're
I mean,
talking markets here.
but
We're not talking appeal.
Bears Rams. That sounds great.
Yeah.
Okay, here in Chicago. Like I said, the two road games that are obvious are at San Francisco.
Boom.
And at Houston.
Boom.
And then you're going to have a Packer game.
And then one of the Packers.
Boom.
There's
One
3
of the
for
Packer
sure. We got
games.
3 for sure.
That
No
is
doubt about
that
it.
is 4, and one of the Detroit games, that is 5.
And you know what 6 is? They're going to play the Jacksonville Jaguars. They're going to do that on television.
Is that
prime
London?
time? That's a home game.
Who are they playing in London?
Oh, that's a
the
good question.
Jags, don't they always go?
I think they're a home team in London, though, and the Bears are a home
Bears
team
are a
in
home
London,
team,
too.
so
They could still.
Bears are losing a home game to London.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Right.
Where
Yes.
you been?
Right. Well, I'm saying, but the
bloody travesty.
Jaguars are the road team in that game. So
But,
Bollocks.
but I mean that right there, that's 5 games, and you could go if you wanted to say one of the Minnesota games.
Yes.
I mean, if you
J.J.
wanted
McCarthy
to.
comes
Yes.
home.
The receiver battle, the who's got the better threesome, so to speak.
I got nothing for you.
I wonder if that'll come back.
I don't know why you would. It's a Holy Trinity comment, for God's sake. Let's not go there.
Who's got the better trifecta on Derby week? It's Derby week.
It's Derby
Oh,
week.
God, thank you.
Yes,
Finally.
we know it's Derby week.
Finally, it's here.
Eddie O will be here Friday.
Ah,
We'll
cannot
have Eddie
wait.
O check out on Friday.
Can I sneak in a Kraken question? They're looking for a coach.
No.
Maybe with
Okay.
Chelios Thursday. or Friday.
You could squeeze in a Macklin Celebrity question
Maybe.
or Steven Stamkos.
Thank you for telling me what to
question.
ask Eddie.
But
I'll
that's
need more
about it.
later.
It's got to be Hawks related.
I think Eddie O as a candidate for a coaching position would be news.
Oh, if he was the guy,
That's
then
what I mean.
Of course,
I would hire him. I'd hire him to do anything.
trade my horse.
You have a horse?
No, I'm just saying, be a good job for Eddie.
Derby week. Yep.
He
big
knows
week.
a lot about the pony.
Big week. Can't wait.
I mean, I'm just saying the Bears are going to be on. I like the way that we have concluded. let's just wrap it up before we leave on a
Yep.
bad note. They had 4 nationally televised games last year. They're probably going to get 4. Obviously, they could get 6, but I think they're going to end up with 5. There will be one of the 7 teams that has 5, and they will be considered an up-and-coming team, and then a year later they'll have 6. And the 5 doesn't include the game in London or the game, if you're right about them playing on Thanksgiving, or if they get a Christmas game, or I think
Well,
they're going to be
Christmas night, that's another one, right?
It's at night,
that's
right?
a night that would probably, well,
Not
any
a day
Christmas game.
All right, I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know
That's
if we're
going to be.
counting.
Yeah, I guess the question is it prime time versus nationally televised?
Yeah,
I think that
it's
we're looking at
nationally-
prime time, actually.
Then I think 4 under the
Okay.
lights.
All
4 under the lights.
Be good. We'll find out in another week. And by the way, the Blackhawks, since you brought them up, will find out where they pick a week from yesterday.
A week from Tuesday.
6 days.
Big
from
week next week for planning purposes. The Blackhawks NHL draft lottery, and then schedule release day, I think, is May 9th.
And isn't Valus Jones hitting a birthday on the 11th?
I think he
Something like
might
that?
be.
I thought we discussed
We're having
that.
a party.
Wow.
You're going to wear, what number is he? 12? You're going to wear a number 12 jersey to work that day.
Let's book him.
Yeah, let's get him on
Let's
for his
book him.
birthday.
That's a great thought.
All right. We've got, we're going to get to the phone lines. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score. You know, who's got the better threesome?
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jack Ritz. I'm going to beat the books with BetQL.
The obvious lack of talent at skill positions other than Darnell Mooney and maybe David Montgomery, throw Cole Kmet in there. For better or for worse, you are looking at an offense that is going to be, at least at first, forced to be pretty conservative.
Listen to what you just said. Can I just as a pull quote, obvious lack of talent at skill positions.
Well,
right?
yeah.
I mean, and you just you said it because it's true, and and we all know it's true. But think about that. Well, of course they have the obvious lack of talent in skill positions, and that's just a presumption. That's a given. That's already baked in.
Sounds.
I know. Well,
It sounds
I mean,
so
because,
bad.
well,
I don't
right,
want
and-
an obvious lack of talent at skill positions. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
I want talent. I don't want an obvious lack of it. The hell?
That's what we've been dealing with all offseason. I mean, we know Darnell
Their
Mooney is
entire life.
Yeah, he's kind of a #1, and then what? Equinemius St. Brown.
Johnny
and
Morris is their all-time leading wide receiver
Uh,
in yards and catches.
How do you feel
There
about Sid
you go.
Luckman?
Yeah. Let me try this, Dan. Look at me. Dan. Look at me. Okay.
Yes.
Here's the deal. Look at me. You looking at me?
I
Okay.
am.
Look
Right
at me.
at you, right
So maybe Darnell Mooney takes the next step up. Maybe now that Luke Getsy has Equinemius St. Brown freed from the jaws of Aaron Rodgers.
What I did was I made an acronym out of
Lord.
obvious lack of talent at the skill positions, and now we have to play on the OLATASP principle.
Oh, what's the Grody Olatasp?
The OLATASP, obvious lack of talent at the skill positions.
Usually they keep
OLATASP.
they take the out of those though, right?
It sounds better with the.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Oh, that's a New York song. I got a lot of time for that song.
Yeah. Don't have a lot of
yeah.
time for that defense, though.
Well, you don't have a lot of time for that team, the Mets.
Oh, Mets.
You know, there's something
The
about
dreaded
them.
Mets. Don't like the Mets. You want to make you shake your fist. Long-time Cub fans. That's Mully shaking his fist for those who aren't watching on Twitch. He's shaking his fist and cursing at the sky. The way Cub fans were last night when Adbert Alzolay gave up his 5th home run of the season.
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem, okay? That's a problem. And the problem is it wasn't a problem, and then it was a problem, and then you pretended it wasn't a problem, and it became a problem, and now you're kind of out of options with it. You can't keep saying it's not a problem.
You need to sit him down. You need to sit him out.
You got to address.
You need to
this
find
now.
an injury that allows the Cubs to give him a respite.
Ask the professor if he has an idea of an injury they could just give a guy.
Well, that's Tommy Hodvey when we talked to him at 9 o'clock.
Right.
Look, I think the Major League Baseball, this is something that everybody would understand. I don't know what the Players Association would think, but they should have in a list for not necessarily an injured list, but the IL, the ineffective list. And you can just put people on there, shelve them for reset, recharge, and respite, whatever it is, the 3
I like
Rs.
that idea. It's a way of addressing the larger issue of pitching injuries.
It's such a long season,
Right.
and we're seeing all kinds of pitching injuries. And, you know, we're being kind of facetious about it because
No.
it's frustrating with Adbert Alzolay. This is not who he was last year. What has changed? Maybe he is injured. Maybe there's something that he's trying to pitch through that we're not aware of, and he would benefit from an enforced vacation. He needs one now. The Cubs, they're 18-12 as we begin May 1st. They're in a great position, really. They're playing .600 baseball. But imagine where they would be if he had not blown 4 saves.
Well, they'd be the best team in baseball.
They would be.
By a distance. If you had those 4 games back.
So think about what you just said, and I totally agree with you. So what they're capable of becoming is the best team in baseball if they could get a closer. And if they get a closer that is very dependable, which in theory is that's why you would get one, this is a team with realistic aspirations of winning something meaningful this year. I don't know if it's a World Series. I don't know if it's a pennant. It would definitely be a division, but you're going to get to the postseason if you can get your closer question answered.
What would you give up for a closer?
I wouldn't give up Cade. I would not give up Cade Horton.
Okay.
He'd be as close to as untouchable as I would have.
Would you give up Owen Casey?
I would consider that.
I would not give him up because I think he is as close to an untouchable also.
I think he's the kind of guy that I could envision. We talked yesterday. There was John Heyman and somebody who said that there's always going to be somebody that emerges from the pack that might be that MVP type of guy. And you'd think it might be Owen Casey. My mind went to Matt Shaw.
Well, there you go. Those are guys. That's a good one.
I don't know that I would give up Matt Shaw. I don't think I would want to give up Owen Casey. I would want to have a conversation about Alex Canario, maybe, who, by the way, made another nice catch last night.
Made an incredible catch. He catches he runs into the wall. I think he broke 3 ribs, and then he bounced off it and just ran to the dugout.
I thought he was going to be the third outfielder to be shelved.
I know. I mean, he took a hit.
He twisted like a whirling dervish in left field.
Yeah.
And then
1-2 to
there it is.
Martinez. Line drive hit to deep right field, going back Canario, angling toward the corner, and he makes a running catch, banging into the wall. What a play by Alexander Canario for out number 3.
There you go.
Zach is into it. Zach is having a good road trip, too.
Oh, Zach has been phenomenal.
Zach is outstanding.
I love Zach.
You know what?
And that has nothing to do with his performance.
Quick aside, I
He's
love
just
Zach,
a
too. I
wonderful
really
man.
do. Great
I know.
friend. But
great guy.
It's got to be a thrill for him, growing up where he grew up in New York and with
being back,
calling a Mets-Cubs game.
Yeah.
Knowing what that, it's a cool atmosphere. And, that was a tough catch. Good catch. But I think Canario would be the one I would be more willing to part with than the other 2 guys we mentioned. I don't want to give up Cade Horton. But, Mully, I think the Cubs have got to be having these conversations because acquiring a closer has got to be priority 1.
They got a ton. They got a ton. There is an endless stream of players. We can sit here and say, well, I don't want to lose that guy, and I'm interested in that guy. There's like 5 more of them.
Who's blocked? Who's blocked the most? Is Casey? Is
prunes?
What
do you want from me?
I meant blocked.
Blocked
damn!
Like,
the promotion.
Completely, you got me
promotion.
there. Let's try Kevin. Kevin is in Palatine. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, guys. Mully, you just said my guy, too. So, David, you are right. Cade Horton, it would have to be something insanely great. No chance. And Casey's my other guy. And, Mully, you're right. There's a lot of other guys you could trade. I still love that we got Dansby Swanson, but there is one thing about him. If his defense isn't the elitist of elites, you look at his offensive numbers last year, he's kind of a middle-of-the-road kind of paltry. He's not – I think he had under a 700 OPS, and he's not knocking the cover off the ball this year. He's a winning player. He's good, but his defense, if it's not great, you're not getting your money's worth. And I will say one thing, and I am happy to be wrong about this. I do like the fact that Pete Crow can put the bat on the ball, but Mervis is still putrid. He needs to go ASAP. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Kevin, I
Thanks,
tend
bud.
to agree with you. I'm very disappointed in Matt Mervis. They've given him a shot, and he hasn't taken advantage. And Dansby Swanson has to be special defensively to justify his offensive limitations.
All right, a lot of people want to check in. We're going to stick with your phone calls, 312-644-6767. We're talking Cubs. We got a Bears call. We're talking sports. Where to score. It's Mully and Haugh on the score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein.
And I'm Lawrence Holmes.
The Bernstein and Holmes Show, middays 10 to 2 on the score.
Busy show for Wednesday. Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi got you covered. Mike Florio joins us at 11 o'clock. We're going to talk all things NFL. And right now, it's the Bears world, so we'll talk to him about that. Then at 12:25, let's get into these NBA playoffs and the staff changes that the Bulls have made. Nick Friedel will join us at 12:25. And then our guy, Russ Dorsey, joins us at 1. Let's talk about the surging Cubs and what's going on with the White Sox. And all right, so maybe not the White Sox, but everything else that's going on in Major League Baseball. Russ has got you covered with that. Bernstein, Holmes, Rahimi, 10 to 2 on the score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 670.
Talking about the Lee Ely event yesterday made me so happy. And then I've been in a big JFK like wormhole lately. I saw the movie over Christmas break. I saw Oliver Stone's documentary about it on Showtime the other day. And then it brought me back around to thinking about Les and something funny that he did during the virtual Scorehouse.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away. And I went to the schoolyard. I was in grade school, and I told everybody what had happened because I was watching Bozo's Circus. And then they said, "You're a liar." And I told the teachers, "Put on the radio, and if I'm not lying, then I get a whole week off without any kind of penalty." And they put it on. Sure enough, it had happened, and then we found out 5 minutes later that he was deceased.
Great story, Les.
Great story, Les.
Dude, I forgot about that. He kind of got blown away. what vivid imagery to discuss a generational defining moment. He kind of got blown away.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away.
Kind of got blown away.
Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there.
Yeah. And what
FBI.
a ridiculous question by Mitch. Remember Mitch hosting that score out? We're like, oh, we can't do Scorehouse because of a pandemic. Let's put all of the on-air people on together, and we'll just pretend like we're at Scorehouse. But Mitch Rosen is the moderator, and then he would go around to each of us and ask questions. Oh, my God.
Do you remember Spiegs during the Scorehouse virtual reunion? Out on the balcony of that restaurant asking the waitresses to turn the music down?
Yes. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was on vacation, right?
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm doing something very important here. I'm on a virtual Scorehouse on Twitch that none of us are getting paid for. I had way too much wine. That's by far the most inebriated I've ever been broadcasting. It wasn't over the air, right? That was just the Twitch thing?
Just Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, it was just Twitch. That's okay. It's not regulated by the FCC. He kind of got blown away there.
Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
He just made a mistake with a fastball. I mean, he put a fastball in a bad spot, and guy took a good swing.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. That is Craig Counsell. He is the manager of the Cubs, and he's talking about what went awry with Adbert Alzolay. I kind of rhymed there.
You did that on purpose.
I tried.
How long did you work on that one? That's very good. Very
it just
clever.
Came to me.
And very sad if you're a Cub fan, because there's been a lot that has gone awry with Alzolay.
Can I say that I really like watching the way that Craig Counsell watches a baseball game? Like, I think he was a very annoying manager when he was in Milwaukee, and you would see him managing against the Cubs, and he was very attentive, and he would yell something, and you'd be like, shut your mouth. But there's something about, like he's got this, like, eagle-eyed look on his face, like he's staring through all of it.
An all-knowing glance?
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
Am I making that up?
No, I think he's definitely plugged in, and he's not one of those managers you watch and you wonder if he's kind of his mind is wandering or maybe drifting. He's He's locked in. He's locked in, and I think he also does a very good job. And this is maybe what I think is one of his strengths. He's got several, but he never makes the moment sound too big, or he doesn't make the highs sound too high and the lows sound too low. He is right in the middle, always going to be right down the middle. And I think that temperament is something that his team is going to, if they haven't already, embody, because you saw what happened in Boston on Sunday night. Tough loss. They come back on Monday. It doesn't matter. They're resilient. It's a different game. Every game they have the same approach. Today will be the same approach, even though last night was disappointing.
Yeah, it was disappointing.
You got Shota on the mound tonight, and you look at their ability to bounce back from that.
He's been great, by the way, Shota.
4-0, microscopic ERA, and tonight they continue the series against the Mets. Pre-game coverage 5:35, first pitch 6:10. Listen to every Cub game in Chicagoland with the free Odyssey app. That's a good observation, Mully, because I think that Craig Counsell is not going to be surprised by anything. He's 2 steps ahead of everyone else. That's why I think that he's got to have a plan in mind for what to do now, because Adbert Alzolay is not the answer.
You know, I hate that you're saying that. I don't argue it. I think, though, that he had a lot of important performance a year ago. And I understand that bullpen is different year to year. And you can't say that someone was good at something, so therefore they'll be good at it again. But he was real good a year ago.
Yeah, I
and
know,
you
but
felt really good about him.
You can stick with a struggling right fielder.
Yeah.
If he's hitting 210, you wait, he'll figure it out. You can stick with even a struggling shortstop who can't throw to first base because he'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I don't know how long you can stick with a guy that's given up 5 home runs in the first month of the season.
Yeah, it's not good.
As a relief pitcher in limited opportunities, Adbert Alzolay has pitched in 13 games this year. He's given up 5 home runs in 12 and 2/3 innings. Bad start.
312-644-6767. We got a lot of people want to check in. We'll start with Jim. Jim's on the Odyssey app. Hey, Jim.
Good morning.
Morning.
I know you're talking about the Cubs, but I wanted to double back to the Bears for a second.
Sure.
I'm still concerned about the quarterback room in terms of a backup. If Williams goes down, I don't want to go through the season with Tyson Bagent.
Why not?
Going after Ryan Tannehill.
I understand, and I think I even talked about the benefits of that. Thanks for the phone call. Ryan Tannehill would give you some security, and you would give you insurance for a team that does have playoff aspirations. But
what's in it for him?
I know. That's the key thing that's very difficult to envision. He could find other opportunities elsewhere where he could not only maybe play in a pinch, but win the job. He's never going to do that here.
He wants to play football. If he's going to play, he wants to play. The idea of finding a guy that can be some sort of a hand holder, some sort of a babysitter, and I know it sounds mean, but first of all, I don't know that Caleb Williams needs it.
I don't either.
And secondly, Bagent won a job on the roster in training camp after being an undrafted free agent a year ago. He's been hanging around. I would imagine he's done everything humanly possible. I mean, he
won 2 games.
He won 2 games.
He was 2-2.
Yes.
Now, people can make fun of all that and
Yeah.
and where he came from and how his story was exaggerated. He won 2 games. He did what your backup quarterback is supposed to do. He went 2-2. He held down the fort. He's worthy of your trust. I think in most cases with a rookie quarterback, you feel like, well, the situation could overwhelm him. You want a protection against that. You want somebody who's done it before, and also injury. But I think Caleb Williams, as we have already seen in a short period of time, not the kind of guy that needs directed.
He also, I think when you think about Tyson Bagent and the way that he plays, you could conceivably, if he's forced to play with this group, he conceivably can read a defense and put the ball to one of the open receivers, and they should have a lot of open receivers.
He got better too. he got better too when you drafted Roma Dunze.
Exactly.
And when
Anybody
you have
playing, it got better.
the short passing game, if it's predicated on timing and rhythm, he's a guy that steps in there, and that is his strength. So I feel differently now, having seen Caleb Williams handle all of the, I think, intangible stuff as well as he had early on. And plus, I think you make a really good point. Backup quarterbacks who are veterans want to either have a connection on the staff or in the organization. He doesn't have that here. Or an opportunity or a pathway to be the guy, and he doesn't have that here.
And I think you look at you look at what they have, right? So their third quarterback, Rippin, he knows the offense coordinator. He's here for God knows why. I'm not sure he has a future here. They did pick up another undrafted free agent, and he apparently
Austin Reed
is a guy that has a pre-existing relationship with Caleb Williams. I was watching; they had some tape of them. Do we have this? Let's take a listen to this.
Caleb and I met like a month ago. He came down here to draft prep, and I've taken him under my wing. I've taken Caleb under my wing, kind of showed him the ropes, to helping the guy during draft process. But yeah, Caleb and I just mess around all the time. 90% of the time we're poking at each other, digging at each other. So I probably insulted him about something, made fun of him about something that somebody said on social media. But that's the relationship he and I have. I think that's why we have a great relationship. I don't take him seriously. I don't care that he's Caleb. And I think he respects that. And that's probably what's going on.
Is there a thing? Because like with the number, it's kind of the anointed number 1 overall pick. I think like Sam had it, even though he didn't end up going there, Sam Darnold. But like, is there an air like when you're at the combine or at these things that's like, whoa, that's the guy, that's the number 1? Is that a thing that exists?
Yeah, I think for other people, like I said, obviously I didn't because I know him, but like I did, I mean, you walked in a room and people were like, oh man, like, and then people were asking for pictures. I was like, come over here, bro. Come take some photos. Like you can take a selfie or two with these people. And he did. And again, I have good things to say about Caleb because of our time together. And yeah, he definitely walks with a little bit of something to him, which you should when you're the number 1 guy.
Yeah, I'm looking at the picture, and I think you're just reminding him who led the whole game in passing in 2022.
Yeah, I think I was reminding him in 2022 who was first and who was third in passing yards. Is probably what happened.
Good sense of humor.
Yeah, he seems that is Up and Adams with Kay Adams. She gets a lot of really good guests, and he's on there talking about his. And again, if you're buddies with a guy, if you're giving him a hard time, and they had a photo of the two of them, and it
at the
looked
combine.
like they're standing there, and Caleb's kind of laughing, kind of bent over laughing. This guy's obviously giving him a hard time. And he seems like a decent guy. Who knows? Well, it depends on how you can play.
It depends. And Caleb Williams did tweet out congratulations when they signed him.
Yes.
And, Austin Reed, he is this year's version of Tyson Bagent. He comes from Western Kentucky. He was a 2-year sensation there. He transferred from West Florida, a Division II program. I think he had 17,000 yards total between the two programs last year. His numbers are like video game numbers. He threw the ball all over the field. Does he make the team? They might keep him.
Who knows? I mean, when you start talking about guys and how you make teams and what you do, you go back to all that Parcells talk, right? About the number of games you need to have played. And that's Tyson Bagent started his whole career.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's obviously not at a big school and it's not, but he carried himself pretty well and he figured things out pretty well. And maybe this kid can do the same thing.
idea.
That's the same
Austin
idea.
Reed started 51 games of college football.
There you go. I think
that's experience.
I think you're looking for 45, right? But I mean, that's pretty spectacular in and of itself. So congratulations to him. All right, let's try Ray. Ray is in Lincolnwood. Hey, Ray.
Yeah, I was wondering what happened to Bobby Portis with the Bulls. Why did they lose him or get rid of him?
Well, you remember what happened.
happened.
There was a punch thrown, and there was a bad. Bobby Portis scored 29 last night, right? The Bucks
without Giannis,
without Dame end up winning because Chris Middleton and Bobby Portis both scored 29. Is that what it was? And so they live to see another day, and that series is 3-2 now. Is that what it is?
I think that they did what they needed to do. Giannis, they could be coming back. You wonder where that's headed.
Giannis has what is it called? The solace. He is soulless. What? No, he has a soulless injury in his calf. It's the exact same injury that Porzingis was diagnosed
It
with.
looks like it could be an Achilles.
So
you might be one step away from tearing your Achilles.
You got to be careful.
I'm not a doctor.
No.
I don't play one on TV, but that would be
you
my concern.
But you are.
It'd be my concern.
You're a spiritual man, and
Thank
when you
you.
hear that someone is soulless, is in
I'm
trouble,
concerned. You
you
know,
wanna get involved.
the Bobby Portis beef with Nikola Mirotic was 2017. I think it was
Yes.
7 years ago, but still something worth remembering because that did define his tenure here. Former first-round draft pick.
Yes, he was.
A lot of talent, and change of scenery benefits some guys. He needed it, and
Crazy
the Bulls
eyes.
were happy to provide it.
Joakim Noah had nicknamed him Crazy Eyes.
He did. He's got some crazy eyes.
Yes.
And he still has some shooting ability, and you saw that on display last night. He can still carry a team if he needs to. That's good for him.
It was a good win for the Bucks, and I it was a good win for the 76ers.
Oh my
there
gosh.
was a lot of good wins last night.
Tyrese Maxey?
Yeah, he went
from
nuts.
the Caitlin Clark range.
But they were down 6 with 30 seconds left. Is that what it was? I mean, it was incredible.
He hits the three at the buzzer to take the game into
Force
overtime,
overtime.
and then they win in overtime to live another day.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was really kind of incredible. So that's good.
Most improved player beat out Kobe White.
See, he was already there. That's what bugs me about that. Tyrese Maxey was already a guy who was all-star caliber. Give the most improved player to somebody who isn't there yet. Tyrese Maxey he's on the verge of taking that next step from all-star to
If Kobe could turn out to be
centerpiece.
Tyrese Maxey, I think you really have
Oh
something going.
my gosh. You kidding me?
Him and Vooch and DeMar again?
Again. Run it back.
Ooh, just exhausted myself there. Takes a lot out of you. Good night in the NBA. Good night. Well, not a good night for our teams, but
No, good night in the NBA. A lot of fun stuff.
Did you see Mike Trout? They diagnosed Mike Trout with a torn meniscus. So Mike Trout will now miss. He's going to have surgery on Friday, I believe, and he will miss a significant chunk. Whether it's, they can call it 4 to 6 weeks. Could be a couple months.
You seem very concerned about this Mike Trout injury. You were talking about it before the show.
I
seem
was
very troubled by the Mike Trout development.
Well, Mike Trout was either number 1 or number 2 in MVP voting in 7 of the 8 years when he first came into the league. And my question is simply, does that mean, is that over now? Because he's been hurt. He's had stretches of injury now for 3 straight years.
Unfortunately, I think that's a conclusion you get closer to reaching. Yes, because you have got to stay healthy throughout most of the season. This is a 4 to 6 week injury. They're projecting best case scenario.
Right.
I don't know if he's back before the All-Star break. Would you? Again, we start to talk about these franchise-like players. Luis Robert Jr. with the White Sox, Mike Trout with the Angels. If they're coming back from injuries, what's the rush? If you're not in the thick of a pennant race, what's the rush with these guys?
Well, the rush is their career. I mean, I think Trout is a Hall of Famer, but I think that
no doubt about that.
Well, but I'm saying
no doubt.
But he's not an MVP again. If you're missing a month or 2 months of the season, you're not going to win the MVP.
Not this year. He's 32 years old.
That's my point.
I would not rule out. I would not want to go out on that limb right now. I think that would be too far for me to say he's not going to win the MVP again.
He might not win the MVP again. How's that?
Okay, I think that's quite a bold statement.
See, I don't think it's bold.
I think it's a bold statement. 32 years old. Mike Trout has torn meniscus. He started the season with 10 home runs in like the first 10 days of the season.
That's what I'm saying.
He can go on a tear at any time,
but
he can stay healthy.
I don't think he's winning an MVP, and I don't think their team's very good, and I don't know.
Their team's
I'm Mike Trout. Yeah, Dustin.
I never understood that. No, never have understood that.
I will explain it to you. And Dustin, if you would like, you can verify or argue with me. You feel that it's like going to see LeBron play and he doesn't play. That is what has happened. He comes to Chicago, and for whatever reason, he takes the day off. You haven't seen him play enough. He's out on the West Coast. When he's in Chicago, he hasn't played enough. Is that not what the issue
He
is?
barely comes to Chicago. He's
Right.
he's always hurt. He's supposed to be Mickey frickin' Mantle, Okay, if Mickey Mantle was playing at 35th and Shields or at Clark and Addison at the Federal Landmark, I'd get off my rear end in Elmhurst and I'd go see him play.
Well, that's your fault.
What do you mean it's my fault? That I go see him play?
No, that you have that kind of rationale. I mean, Mike Trout.
What do you mean that kind of rationale? He's not. He never. First of all, David, he doesn't show up to Chicago, and then when he does show up, half the time he's hurt.
I don't understand the disparaging of Mike Trout.
And then he threw
best players of this generation.
He threw the greatest manager in the history of Chicago Cubs baseball under the bus because he didn't like the fact that that he had opinions and his own thoughts.
You're blaming Joe Madden getting fired on Mike Trout?
Absolutely.
Oh, jeez. I mean, come on.
Now, Mike Trout.
Joe Madden
I'm upset because, I don't get on a plane and I do bad Subway commercials and I went over 26. And you know whose fault it is? Joe Madden's fault. You know what you should do? You should leave me in center field and you should fire Joe Madden because that's going to make it all better.
What year was that?
Last year.
He's sitting on that one.
Last year.
That was not. I just want to let our listeners know, in case they don't, that's Dustin's baby voice, Mike Trout, from a year ago. And that's not from this morning.
I don't understand.
But he has long been dissing of Mike Trout.
I'm Mike Trout.
That's another.
I just, how many people have gone out of their way to see Mike Trout when he came to town? He's supposed to be Mickey Mantle. I don't see it. I don't get it.
Why doesn't he open up?
What you need to do is log on to baseballreference.com and look at that.
Oh yeah, look at baseballreference.com. There you go. That's exciting to do.
At Mickey Mantle's in New York.
How many playoff games has he won, Mike Trout?
Okay, that's a
How many
different
trips
argument.
to the playoff? Well, what do you mean?
It's a different argument. Baseball is not an individual sport. You can have a guy I'm not blaming the Angels' lack of playoff production on a 3-time MVP. Mike Trout deserves none of your disparagement. None. Zilch. None. They don't have pitching. They don't have Anthony Rendon plays when he wants to. All sorts of. I'm not an Angels expert, but Mike Trout is not the guy that deserves to be blamed for any of that.
Mike Trout was the guy that struck out for America when Japan and Ohtani beat them. Okay, so if we're going back to the World Classic,
how much money do you think his interpreter won on that strikeout?
Hey, did you see the interpreters in the news? They said the interpreter, they had a whole story about how the interpreter was sending this money to a casino.
Yeah.
Where it would go into like a private account.
Very elaborate.
And then this guy, the bookie, would show up and take it in chips.
Mm-hmm.
And he lost like $7 million at the tables
at
wherever this casino was.
That'd be a great movie, wouldn't it?
Wow.
The Interpreter.
I'd
see that.
It's got a movie. I'd see that before I see Mike Trout play baseball.
I would. That's good. I would.
No,
it's
not.
I would pay
idiotic.
money to go see a movie called The 78 about the Iraqi billionaire and Jerry Reinsdorf.
Oh, I would see that.
And I would pay money.
Double feature.
I would pay money to see The Interpreter.
I'd like to write that one. I'd like to write the 78 one.
I think we could write both of them.
Let's get Frank Main on the show.
We could make them ourselves. We should get Frank on.
We need to do that.
We should make the movies ourselves.
Okay.
Could Joe Fortenbaugh play the gambler for us?
Joe could be.
The bookie,
he could be the guy in Vegas. You could be Mike Trout. I don't know why we'd have him. Just part of the story.
Unrecognizable 3-time MVP.
Yeah.
Oh,
hey,
God.
Is that Mike Trout? Why does he speak in a baby voice?
Let's talk to Dan
3-1. We're going to talk to Dan Weeder next. Help. Mully and Haugh on the score.
I'm Mike Trout.
Coming up today, Layla Rahimi is back with the Bernstein and Holmes show, covering the biggest Chicago sports stories of the day.
Has anybody in the history of publicly built stadiums ever said, well, guys, we went under budget?
Layla's back with Bernstein and Holmes today and every Wednesday on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Studio 41.
When I tried ordering everything
I mean, you couldn't script it any better for what they want to do. And look what the Bears have done, starting with the offseason. Adding Keenan Allen, getting a pass-catching running back in DeAndre Swift. Now you add the quarterback plus Rome Odunze. And I really like where Odunze fits in this offense because he has a different physical profile than DJ Moore. in Keenan Allen. He can play as that boundary X, that backside receiver. When he got trips, that means 3 wide receivers to the field, and you're going into the boundary side of the formation. That's where Dunze can play. He'll give you those vertical matchups, can run the deep end breakers. He's instinctive after the catch, and I think he's got the play speed and the play strength to work through contract at the NFL level.
And what I was thinking of, remember when we talked earlier this year about the Aaron Rodgers play that beats the Bears that you referred to as X glance?
Yes.
And when you hear Caleb Williams himself compare himself to Aaron Rodgers, like what the visions dancing in my head are the play that bedeviled the Bears on so many third downs, they're now going to be able to run it.
Yeah, and what a glance route is, for the listeners, it's kind of a deeper slant route. It's an in-breaking route, but it's a little deeper in terms of your stem. And that is a route where you maintain your leverage against the defensive back in coverage. And the ball has to be thrown on time with velocity and with location. You want to throw a runner's ball to the upfield shoulder so you can catch and go. And that takes vision from the quarterback position, a quick release from the quarterback position, and that power or velocity to drive the football. And that's exactly what Caleb Williams can do.
I'm also really excited about what this does from a matchup standpoint. Like if you're a defensive coordinator and you're looking at the Bears in 11 personnel, that strikes some fear. And the reason why is that you could go man if you want, feel free. And if you go zone, we know that both DJ Moore and Keenan Allen are adept at finding the soft spots in the zone.
Speaking of Uncle Luke, when I went on my recruiting visit to Miami and went to this club, I will never forget. Uncle Luke came in, first time I ever met him, and slammed down a bottle of Hennessy for like me, Andre Johnson, Clinton Portis. And at that time, like the only thing I've ever had was like Zima back in the day. So I was like, what is this? And they were like, you got to try it. I was like, man, Uncle Luke got me hooked on Hennessy. So thank you to Uncle Luke.
This is the best thing I've ever heard. What club was this?
Layla, I can't talk about that. I'm just gonna say a club. The moment after my first start with against Florida State in Doak Campbell, and we came back, and I remember we go to Privé, and I'm sitting outside, and everybody's like, "Paint, what's up, man?" I'm like, "Yo, bro, I'm good." Like, "Man, good game today." I'm like, "Appreciate it." They're like, "Oh, hold up, walk in after this next group," and I'm like, "What?" And next thing you know, I see a bunch of big people, like some big bodyguards, some girls walking by, and then Jay-Z walks by, and they're like, "Follow Jay in," and I'm like, "What?" And we go into the VIP upstairs. I'm sitting on white couches and Big Pimpin's playing. And Jay is literally right across from me, watching me, like smiling because he sees me singing to every single song. The place got too packed. And I was like, dude, we got to go. And it's like 4 a.m. But at Miami time, that's still early, in the morning. So I walk out and I'm on my Sprint phone that had like 16 MP3s. And I'm looking at it, not calling anybody. And Jay comes up to me and taps me on my shoulder. And he looks at me and he goes, "You Jared Payton?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Man, we watched you at the Clevelander today, man. Keep doing your thing." And he dapped me up, and literally my mouth dropped to the floor. And I was like, oh my goodness. Like if I would have had an iPhone at that time, we would have been doing selfies, this and that. But that moment taught me that you never know who's watching. You never know. And always give your best effort every single time that you do anything. And the fact, if you would told me Jay-Z was watching me, I probably would have fumbled the ball a couple of times because I've been nervous, but I put on my best performance and didn't know he was watching. So another cool moment that I could actually share with people.
quo. We are going to push for more. We are going to strive for more.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast with our own David Haugh.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Dan Wiederer with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Bear down. Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to Dan Wiederer of the Chicago Tribune, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline. Dan, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Well, you're going to have a much different season, I would say, Dan. I think you're in for a lot. I mean, every move they made comes with a story behind it. I think you're going to have a sensational training camp because obviously everybody cares about these players, and you're going to be interested because you got all these new topics to write about.
New topics, Mully, and new stars. You know, like you think about walking into that locker room and having your choice of what direction to go. Do you want to go talk to Montez Sweat? Do you want to talk to DJ Moore? Do you want to talk to Rome Odunze? Do you want to talk to Caleb Williams? It's like they are stacked. Jalen Johnson. The list goes on. Tremaine Edmonds. This is a team now that just really feels like it's pointed in the right direction with justifiable optimism and significant momentum, and now they just got to figure out how to get this thing going in the right direction as fast as possible, so that maybe we can get this show on the road, which we've been waiting to get on the road for about 30 years.
All right, Dan, so we were talking this morning about the pressure because of the raised expectations that may or may not be on Matt Eberflus and how they could have justified firing him and starting over, hitting reset when you have the number 1 overall pick, and it was going to be Caleb Williams. Ryan Poles invested his confidence and hope in Matt Eberflus, also staked his reputation a little bit on there. What kind of job jeopardy, if any, do you feel like, or pressure, how hot is the seat for Matt Eberflus in 2024?
I wish I had a very specific answer for you, David. It's just really hard to figure because obviously Ryan has put his faith in Matt Eberflus and he's expressed his confidence in him. I think the outside world has more reservation about needing to see results before we check that box and say he's absolutely the coach going forward. You can't have you can't have a start to the season like you had last season. If the Bears at any point in 2024 are 4 games below 500, I think there's going to be a level of panic in this city. Now, look, like you've got talent now, and I think Ryan's counter argument would be we had to rebuild this roster. And yes, there are some things that were lacking. There are some blown leads. There are some things that create some pause about believing that Matt Eberflus is the guy to take this franchise to the next level and be here for a long period of time. But this feels like his year to prove it, and take the talent that's been assembled for him and push it in the right direction and put the Bears back in that playoff mix. Look, like I think it's something we're going to have to keep our fingers on the pulse of. There's been an obvious groundswell of excitement and optimism here because of what they've done in free agency and the draft. But if it's not backed by results, and if it's not backed by results in the first 2 months of the season, then all of a sudden these conversations are going to get a little bit more tense and a little bit more serious.
And frankly, the schedule, we don't know. We know who they're playing. We don't know when they're playing, but the schedule looks pretty good. They're playing not only their own division, which is going to be tough, but NFC West, AFC South. We don't even know who's going to win the AFC South. There's no, I guess it's Houston, but maybe not. And then they play fourth place teams because they technically finished in fourth place. So dead last in the division, Patriots and the Commanders and the Panthers. Those teams didn't take the same step in the offseason the Bears did. Let's put it that way. And the Bears already have a pretty good defense. And now maybe they're better on offense than they are on defense, frankly. And they also, by the way, they could be pretty good on special teams. I don't know if anyone cares about that stuff, but they used to.
Well,
balance.
Yeah. Two things here. Number one, like I'm glad you pointed out the schedule thing because obviously the last place schedule gets a lot of hype and it's always those 3 games, right? At this point with the 17-game schedule, it's 3 games. Well, you mentioned it, Patriots, Commanders, Panthers. That's the reward of finishing in last place in the NFC North. The Lions will play the Bills, the Eagles, and the Bucks in those divisions, and that's much more difficult, right? So you understand where you get the advantage there. On the topic of special teams, like this is one that like we're going to have to care about again because the kickoff rule alterations are going to change the way roster construction is done, because that is conceivably going to be a play that is a lot more prevalent than it's been. We're going to have, by theory, far fewer touchbacks, and you're going to need far greater depth in those areas to allow yourself to cover kicks, allow yourself to return kicks. It's going to be really fascinating in this offseason as everyone's trying to figure out what this new kickoff looks like, on how that alters the way you put together your depth chart and your roster. That's going to be interesting. We're going to start, keeping track on that in rookie camp as we get guys that are trying to fight for a roster spot in that third phase. And then obviously OTAs, mini camp, and training camp will give us a look at who are those guys that can carve out a niche.
So Dan, I thought it was interesting on the Take the North podcast, you explained how over the last month or so in all your reporting and being around Caleb Williams more so than you were before all of the pre-draft process began, it did sway you, or at least influenced you. How would you describe the ways that you were affected or influenced by being around Caleb Williams over the last month or so?
Yeah, and it's being around Caleb, and it's being around people that have been around Caleb Williams, or talking to those people and understanding a little bit more about his wiring. I'm really impressed. We talked about it obviously at length after the introductory press conference at Haugh, how he's not only willing to lean into the pressure and the expectation, but that seems to be his preference. He wants that. I think you have a guy here that obviously is going to draw a lot of spotlight, but when you get to kind of learn about his DNA and his personality, you understand that's not what drives him. He is a guy that sort of likes to just kind of chill out behind the scenes and live his life in a low-key fashion, but knowing that his goals of being one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the sport come with a ton of attention and expectation and spotlight. He understands that part of the duty as well. And so I've been struck by his presence. I've been struck by his comfort and his grace in those types of settings. And I think it's going to serve him well. I think, a lot of people believe that the struggle he went through in 2023 and during the losing at USC and trying to figure that out really on a high level for the first time in his life is going to be beneficial for him the first time he has pronounced struggles in the NFL and the noise gets loud. So I just, questions I had about how equipped he was for this league and this city, I think have been answered to some extent, or at least calmed. And I know certainly inside the building, they feel that way after spending a lot of time with him during the process as well.
So I like that. I like hearing that. And I think that, he's obviously the day one starter. It's his team now. He's even welcoming everyone to Chicago with texts and such. Then Tyson Bagent as the backup. Are they keeping three quarterbacks, and could they keep the guy they just brought in?
Austin Reed,
as opposed to keeping Ripien. And I asked this question just because we had this conversation about, do they need a veteran backup? Do they need some kind of presence there? And we concluded that they probably could be okay. Now, that is not ideal. You would love to have someone that, Tyson Bagent beat out P.J. Walker a year ago. And it was a big deal, and the guy went 2-2. He actually had to play, and they didn't really seem to drop off as much. And you look at the weaponry that they have, and you think, that guy can distribute the ball. If they got nothing but open receivers, why can't that work?
Right. Well, no question. I think that's the pecking order there, that it's going to be, obviously Caleb and then Tyson Bagent and then Brett Rippon and Austin Reed probably is just a guy to sling it around during rookie camp and a couple weeks of OTAs. And if you feel like you need an extra body to endure 4 games of the preseason, he can help you out there. What's interesting to me, Mully, is that they clearly made a conscious and calculated decision to steer away from going to get an established veteran to be that mentor for Caleb Williams. Part of the reason was they felt like where their roster is right now, that they could spend that money rather than bringing in a guy that might cost them a little bit in other ways to bolster their roster. And then they also went out and made a sort of subtle hire in Ryan Griffin, who's just finished his playing career. He's joining them really as a first-time coach as an offensive assistant, but he's a guy who spent time around Tom Brady in Tampa. He's a guy that was in New Orleans with Drew Brees, and they feel like he has the ability to kind of, as a offensive assistant coach, be almost that veteran presence that you need in the room. I think of how many jobs Josh McCown had late in his career where he was essentially an assistant coach, on a player's salary. And that is what I think they see in Ryan Griffin as a guy who just finished playing, can serve in that kind of role and can be kind of that voice to help Caleb along through the process. We'll see how it works, but that's certainly where they've rolled their dice.
Dan, can you think of any offensive coordinator that the Bears have employed who has been as positioned for success as Shane Waldron is? Because that's one of the toughest jobs in town. We know that. There's a long list of guys who have tried and failed. And Shane Waldron comes into the situation, I think, set up for success as well as anybody who has ever worked there.
I agree 100%. And so Shane Waldron's no excuses tour. David starts tomorrow. You got Keenan Allen, you got DJ Moore, you got DeAndre Swift, you got Rome Odunze, you got Cole Kmet, you've got this generational talent at quarterback. Look, go to work, man. And I know the Bears feel really, really confident in who Shane is as a guy who can connect from a teaching standpoint and really just get his system installed in a way that's clear and makes sense to guys. I know they feel really good about his ability to adapt not only to his personnel, but to who they're playing against. Well, now you've got so many pieces to work with that if you don't turn this into, a top half of the league offense pretty quickly, then we've got to have some serious conversations. I think there's every bit of confidence that Shane can do that. And I think Shane, who obviously took this job in January with a little bit of a leap of faith on what the roster was going to look like by the time he coached his first practice, has to be going to Ryan Poles' office, every 4 hours and going, "Thank you, man. Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here."
Quickly, Dan, we had a conversation yesterday what I thought was a good one about where would you improve the Bears if you could? What would you add? We talked about the offensive line a little bit, and I think they're okay there. We'll see how it goes. But you never know. You never know who's holding up. That's always a danger, especially with the inside guys. Then you look at the defensive line, and they've made a couple of moves, one-year contracts for different people. What about a guy like Calais Campbell if you wanted to go into camp? What about a guy like Yannick Ngakoue? See if he's got anything left. He was here a year ago and then got hurt. I'm not saying they have to sign someone, but they did sign him before camp started. Would they do something like that again? Would you do something like that if you were in charge?
Yes. Well, first of all, I'm glad they got a punter for you over the weekend, Mully. So we got that box. That's checked in Sharpie, and we can move on. But I'm with you. The one part of this roster that I don't feel great about is the defensive line right now. I think you need another complement to Montez Sweat off the edge. I think you could probably use a little bit more depth on the interior. Ngakoue is interesting because they actually signed him after camp started a year ago.
Right.
We're about a week into camp.
Right.
He had his worst year in terms of sack production in his 8-year career. Then he broke his ankle in December. It's my understanding that the recovery on the ankle would put him in position to be ready for camp. I would not rule out a reunion there. It feels like something that the Bears could lean into later in the spring and summer if they feel like they need it. But yeah, there is this final wave of free agency, which kind of goes, through May. And then obviously you get the camp signings where you're like, okay, we're a little desperate here. We got to get someone. So I wouldn't rule out the idea of Ngakoue coming back and being that other pass rusher to help out Sweat and to be, kind of in that mix with DeMarcus Walker, who's going to have a lot on his plate. And then obviously with Jervon Dexter, they're hoping he takes that year 2 leap, but it certainly doesn't hurt to keep exploring and figuring out if you can get one of those proven veteran 3-techs that can come in and give you some push interior.
Great stuff, Dan. Thank you, buddy. We're gonna have some fun this year.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, we'll talk soon, guys. See ya.
That's Dan Wiederer. Bruce is next. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on the Score.
Nico Horner. It's kind of amazing that you guys are in first place.
Okay.
I feel like if I listed it all out for you before the year, these things are all going to happen before May, not be in first place with all of those circumstances.
It's been an interesting, challenging, but really positive month for us. So, yeah, you're right.
Danny Parkins, Matt Spiegel. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Here's the one thing that's really missing from the White Sox plan this offseason, and that is there was no conversation about improving the offense. We heard a lot about defense. We heard a lot about changing the pitching. We heard a lot about changing the attitude, but there was nothing in the way of talking about, well, we're bringing these guys in because they're better offensive players. So when you lose a Robert, you lose a Jimenez, there's not a lot of hope because those players they brought in are not supposed to be above average plus OPS type hitters in those lineups. That's not their career. They're brought in because they're good veteran players that can play defense and hold a position until some young player like Montgomery comes up from the minor leagues and starts taking the position. So it's going to be some rough sledding along the way. Again, I think if White Sox fans can feel good about anything, it's the starting pitching has been really good, and it's a shame to watch them lose to a subpar Kansas City team, even though they're improved from last year. This is a team that lost 106 games last year, worse than the White Sox. And you see them go to Kansas City, not give up very many runs, and have nothing to show for it after 4 games. you talking baseball.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to our buddy Bruce Levine, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline. Bruce, good morning. How are you, buddy?
I'm just going over this run differential in baseball, and minus 79 for the White Sox has got me frozen in time. Where do you guys want to start today?
Let's start with Edward Alzolay. How do you fix him? What do you do now? Guy gave up another home run. I know it wasn't a blown save, but that's happened too often. And now he's a sixth-inning pitcher, and he's still doing the same stuff.
Well, Iowa is beautiful this time of year, and I would say that if there are options left, and I imagine there might be, and I'm not saying it as punishment for Alzolay. I think he's trying his best, but everything is leaking over the plate, guys. So initially it was 3 sliders that he blew saves on. The last 2 have been fastballs. This one wasn't a save. But they were games that they lost. Okay, and you're getting too much of the plate. You're seeing these pitches leak right over the middle of the plate, and that's not Alzolay. That's not his strength. So I would say a tune-up. I don't think you can afford a tune-up at the major league level. So going to the minor leagues for a few weeks might not be a bad idea.
Big day for the Cubs. May 1st, Justin Steele will make a rehab start. If it goes well, Bruce, why wouldn't they pitch him Monday against the Padres?
Just if they decide the pitch count's not there yet. Okay, so you want to probably get up to 75 pitches before you come back, and you want to pitch 5 innings in the major leagues. Again, I think, and you guys can correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I think the criteria to come back from injury is different than it used to be. It used to be you wanted to be full bore and throw 100 pitches. I think now if you can throw 5 innings and they figure 75 equals 5, that they're going to bring you back here. I don't know if there's a rush to get him back, but the player also has a say-so. When they deem themselves healthy enough to come back, you are, and they've been on the injured list for 15 days, you have to bring them back.
I'd bring them back. I'd be in a
mean,
rush. I'd be in a hurry, wouldn't you?
The problem is how many games can you afford 4 pitchers, 3 or 4 pitchers? They had 2 starts recently that were 3+ by Brown, and then you had 4 by Wisniewski. You can't afford more than a couple of those a week with the bullpens and the way they're structured now.
That goofy manager on the South Side spoke yesterday and said something about moving Brad Keller into the starting rotation. That nut job. And I guess Clevenger's on the way. Mm-hmm. So I'm just trying to follow the path here. The plan was to get the young pitchers up and running. Didn't we talk about that? And part of what was going to happen was the young guys. Nestrini's back down. Is Cannon going back down when Clevenger comes up? I mean, has that plan been scuttled? And is it now about trying to find, I don't know what? And same thing with position players, right?
You found it.
I just don't know what they're doing in terms of developing a baseball team.
Mike, you found it out just like they did. It's 162 games. You need innings from your starting pitchers. Okay, the young guys can't always supply that. In the case of Crochet, in the case of Soroka, they have limited them into the early 70s in these last 2 starts. So you can't, you are not going to get enough innings by young guys while you're developing them. They are being developed. They're not going to be overused. That's not going to serve the purpose for anybody. That's why you're seeing Keller, and that's why they re-signed Clevenger. That's why they're going to continue to look for veteran pitchers to be able to fill those innings up. Because, when you win 6 games in a month, there's a lot of things that aren't going right. And one of them is you can't overtax that bullpen. You won't have any bullpen guys left. So That is important. Look, I don't know any manager that's going to look good with the team that they have right now. Okay, Pedro Grifol is going to wear it. Is he a perfect manager? No. Has he made mistakes? Yeah. Are the mistakes even more glaring because the White Sox have been so bad? I think that's right.
All right, Bruce, back to the Cubs and the closer situation. I saw your guy, Cade Horton, promoted to Iowa. He's on his way to Chicago, probably here by the All-Star break, like you predicted. Mm-hmm. But if the Cubs are in the market for a closer, how early is too early to start talking trade possibilities? And what prospects do you consider maybe or think they would consider untouchable?
Well, that's a good question. I think it's a little early, David, because it's May 1st. But you're right. It's not early for them to be thinking about their need. They definitely need a closer. They have a lot of moving parts with young guys that are pitching important innings. So developing a bullpen guy into a closer is probably not what they want to do. Brown, they've needed him for important innings. Wisniewski, they need him for important innings. I don't know which one we use as a closer. Who among the veteran pitchers is your choice right now? That's a tough one. I think they have good pitching. They just don't have it set up the way they need it right now, and a closer
I thought it was going to be Neris, and then you watched that roller coaster.
That was shaky.
Yeah.
Mark Leiter Jr. doesn't sound like the answer either.
How's
Merriweather doing?
Yeah, it would be nice. He's a long way away.
Yeah.
It would be nice if you could make a trade. I think they have the inventory. I just don't know who's trading their closers right now in baseball. You know, some of the teams that have gotten off to such horrible starts, like Colorado and Houston and certainly Miami, along with the White Sox. I don't know what they have to trade or if they want to trade at this point in time.
Great stuff, Bruce. Thank you, buddy. Great catching
guys,
up.
Have a great day.
Thanks, Bruce.
That's Bruce Levine. Always fun to talk to him. We got Ozzie next. We're going to talk to Ozzie again. I'm sure he'll have some answers.
I'm sure he'll try.
And he'll also have some questions and observations. Always fun talking to Ozzie. We'll do it next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
See abc.com for details. It's official. You're ready for summer. But what about your...
This is what someone told Mully and Haugh about the strength of the 2024 Chicago White Sox.
Mike is in Northbrook. Mike wants to say something. Hi, Mike.
Well, respectfully, I'm sick of all the negativity about the Sox. You know, there's some good things about this team, starting with the fact that they have two of the better power hitters around in Luis Robert and Jimenez, and they still got Moncada, who was looking better, and they got Benintendi. And aside from that, there's an old axiom about baseball: be strong up the middle. Well, look at them up the middle now. They got Maldonado, they got DeYoung, they got Lopez, and they got Roberts. That's real solid up the middle. And by the way, that makes a pitching staff better. And by the way, they still got Dylan Cease. They still got Kopech. They got some hope, I'm not saying for sure, in this guy who was the #1 pitcher in the Korean League. You guys just mentioned, and they mentioned at the time, when Lance Lynn was traded. I can't remember. Yeah, they still got Andrew Vaughn. Yeah. I mean, so what I'm trying to say is I look at teams at the end of the year who's in the World Series, and I'm not seeing always teams that knock the heck out of the baseball, even though the Sox have some guys that can do that.
They're going with the Diamondbacks.
Mike, I appreciate the phone call, and I apologize for Mully being so negative about the White Sox.
See, you mean like the Rangers?
I do not appreciate the phone call because it's a terrible phone call.
You don't think the Rangers hit the ball out of the yard? Did you watch the World Series?
Look at the teams that win. And your whole strong up the middle thing, which first of all makes no sense. Second of all, you named 3 minor leaguers.
Well, and if you're naming pitchers and you're starting about good things about the White Sox, you get one pitcher deep before you get to big question mark, and then
not big question mark. Yeah. You get one pitcher who's going to be gone, and then the next one's been terrible.
And maybe this guy that was good in Korea,
whose name you don't even know,
Moncada.
I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this.
Is that Moncada? Maybe that's Moncada. because Moncada plays third base.
You can't be tired of disrespect and then not know people's names and think bad players are good.
And I'm sick of all the negativity about the Sox. You know, there's some good things about this team.
There's really not.
This hour brought to you by Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868.
Ozzie Guillen.
How's the White Sox baseball?
White Sox pre- and post-analyst for NBC Sports Chicago.
La Pantera. My main is la Pantera. La Pantera. La Pantera. No. Pantera. La Pantera. There we go.
2005 World Series winning manager of the White Sox.
Tying run at second, 2 out. Palmeiro over the head of Jenks. Uribe charges, throws, out! And the White Sox have won the World Series. Juan Uribe with a play, charging it, throwing it, and the White Sox celebrate their first title in 88 years.
No hold bar baseball opinions.
By the way, analytics people, I get in trouble every time I say that. Never play baseball. Never. They never play with the Boogets.
Ozzie Guillen with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We love talking to Ozzie, and now it's time for Ozzie's Outlook, brought to you by Four Winds Casino. The winning never stops at the Four Winds Casinos, with locations in New Buffalo and South Bend. Four Winds Casino. your entertainment escape. Those places are awesome. Ozzy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing great. Great day, Chicago. Wow, finally. And I'm going my way to pick my grandkid to go to school.
That's cool.
It's you. That's awesome.
Grandpa Oz. That's great. So
That's
Ozzy,
what I do every day.
over the weekend, the White Sox had some good news. They win 3 in a row, and then the Twins come to town, and they can't beat the Twins. They haven't beaten them this year, and they've only beaten them once in the last calendar year. It's awful. But any bright spots to see? And why didn't Tommy Pham play on Monday? What was that all about?
Well, I understand Pedro's point. He's needed to be off a little bit because you don't have a really spring training, and it's going to be a break for him. But when you talk about lineups with the White Sox, now it's a little different. Now you have only two guys, one guy hitting under 200. Last week it was 8. In the lineup, it was 8 guys under 200. Now there's only 2. They're shooting the ball a little bit better. I said Stamps to get here. I see the thing change a little bit. Obviously, I don't talk about Haugh. Obviously, I talk about offensively because these guys, he's just a good hitter. He's a pro. But in the meanwhile, it's something they most need. They need the spark. And I didn't see this kid bring the spark for the White Sox the last couple of games he played for.
You know what's weird, Ozzy, and I don't know why, but we had a question this morning about Luis Robert coming back, and the question really was about can he get back and do anything before the trade deadline? I mean, we're actually asking about stuff like that. I'm reading today. There's some story about the Yankees. They're having all their pitching issues. They're waiting for Garrett Cole to come back. Maybe they're going to trade for Eric Fetty. Fetty's like the best story that you have right now for the White Sox. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why they're moving Brad Keller into the rotation or why Mike Clevenger is coming up. I'm struggling to understand all the players with age on them that they're relying upon as opposed to having a rebuild, right? I just don't know what they're doing.
Funny because, the most games going on, whoever pitch better for the team, they're not in contending and out. I wish they're going to ask him. I love Fetty. He's just, like I say in the show, I said it every day, had the best stuff with the White Sox. He's the best pitcher by a lot. This guy can pitch. This guy is good. If I was in a pennant race, obviously I will ask for. But in the meanwhile, in the show I said a couple of days ago, I don't remember, 2-3 days ago, I say I want somebody from the White Sox to tell me what they're doing because I keep saying rebuilding, okay? I say rebuilding. I don't hear anybody from the front office saying that word. I understand because I know everybody got a different way to look at it, a different way to express themselves. But I told them, say, just send me a name, send me something. I say, hey, it's not rebuilding, it's retooling. It's just whatever it is, I will say it. But, we got to admit it. It's a rebuilding position right now. I think Clevenger is kind of like fans type design. Like a Clevenger pitch well, they can use some for him later on. Same way with fans, swing the bat very well. Maybe somebody later need that. Maybe that somebody need that in the trade deadline. I think it was a winner for the White Sox. Signed those 2 guys. They don't have nothing to lose on the point. And I hope Clevenger come out and pitch well. Because he want to put the White Sox in a good position or better position, and also they can get some for him. It's something. I don't like to see it when you're rebuilding. Yeah, that's true. But in the end of the day, it's a win-win situation. You pitch well, you are a baseball, you play good, we can get something for you. And that's why I think Chris did it.
I just think it's hard, as Mully kind of is alluding to, Ozzy, to get excited about watching a team that is full of retreads. They signed Jared Walsh to a minor league contract, and he's next. And they had Pilar for a while. All these guys who are on the wrong side of 30, who were kind of had their best baseball behind them, What is the manager's viewpoint of this? Like, if in your situation, if you were managing a team that was stuck kind of where the Sox are stuck, the pros and cons of playing prospects and seeing what you've gotten, seeing what you have in those guys versus playing these retreads, because at least with the young players, even if they fail, it gives you kind of a hope that they're going to develop at some point. Are you worried that much about, hurting their confidence if you're the White Sox?
I'll be honest with you. I don't mind bringing all those kids up and making suffer here. But now you have a point like days in the big league. When they come with an arbitration case, they go with the wrong days, when they come so early. There's so many things behind the scene. Seem like they hold those guys because that situation. That's my opinion. I don't know if that's right. But in the meanwhile, yes, I bring those guys, man. Those guys, like, they're in the middle of the road players. The middle of the road, they're even young and they're even old. They're in the middle of the road players. Right now, then that situation, I like to see after the All-Star break, the kids out there, because they have a lot of kids there in the minor league. They're loaded with some pitchers. I don't know much about offense, but a pitching, they did a good job pitching while bringing kids out there. Say, why you going to waste your bullets in the minor league? Just go here. Hey, if you fail, now you know why you fail, how you fail, and what you need to get better for the future. The only way you're going to see it is those guys play here. But I don't know exactly what the plan is. That's why sometimes a lot of people talk about Pedro. I don't think I can blame Pedro at all, because look at who he's working with. But in the end of the day, if Pedro faces this and look at what we have a lot of kids, whatever they want to say. We teaching kids. We try to tell them how to play baseball, whatever it is. But on the sun, Pedro think he can still winning with this ball club, with the winning country, we're going to do everything perfect. We're going to do everything right. Well, if you know how the guys to do it, it's not easy. It's not easy. I'm telling you, it's hard when you say, well, it's like a Muhammad Ali going to fight Pedro. You know what I mean? It's Ozzy. It's like come on. It's the competition is you can see it. Last couple of games, you see a good competition. The Minnesota Twins, they don't have really much either. They're just playing great baseball right now. Wow, play great baseball in baseball right now. But in the end of the day, I don't see these guys competing. I think last couple of days it's been excited. You can see it. But like I say, always they do something. Some plays on the field, move the guy over. A lot of little things I think they should have if they want to continue to have fun on the field. Last night, we have no second base, no out, we don't move the guy over, we don't score, they lose. And then that's a no-no. That's the way you play, you got to say, you bunting. I don't care. You don't know how to bunt? Well, learn. Whatever it is. But I think right now, the White Sox, every little mistake they make, they pay for.
I just don't understand the plan. And I think the problem, like at one point they brought up Oscar Colas, and then I don't even think he got in bed. They just sent him right back down. And, someone doesn't like him in the organization. We were speculating that maybe they sent him to get coffee and he fouled up the coffee order. I mean, I don't know why they even brought him up and why they sent him back down. And I'm not saying he's great, I just don't understand the plan they have with guys. I don't understand. It seems so arbitrary who's up and who's down and what they're actually doing. It just seems weird.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially with Colas. Cola, he was a starting right fielder when they're supposed to win the World Series. Yes. Okay, all the sun. Yes, it was a starting right field. We find the right field finally, and all the sun. This kid disappeared for no reason. I don't know why. That's a good question. We go down to AAA. He played good. He's good. Don't give him the opportunity. That's another guy. I say, listen, if this guy got a future, play it on. That's why I say about Lee. Okay, Maldonado, you're going to catch once in a while. I'm nothing against Maldonado, by the way. It's like, hey, man, if you're not playing good, You know what's a job, Mr. Johnny Bench hitting. You know what I mean? Try to do the thing good behind the plate. But now I said, you have Lee. Say, okay, you got to play. You got to hit the most at bats you can hit. You got to show me if we can count with you later, or can we trade you, or can we release you? Or I know you're a part-time player, or you're a backup player, whatever it is. But right now, it's the opportunity for them to see what Cola does right now. You know what I mean? Bring Cola up, and she's playing very good. He's not playing great, but they play so bad. She looked like, wow. She looked like Harold Baines out there hitting and fielding. But it just gives those guys opportunity to see what they can bring to the table. Bring an opportunity to see who the guy can count later on. What exactly what kind of players they have, and go from there. And right now, I hope and I wish later on in the season we can see kids moving up to the big league and start playing here, and to see what they have and what we have a shooter, what we can count with. Now who's the guys we can use, and I'd like to see that later on in the season.
All right, Ozzie, so step away from the White Sox for a moment. You're an old-school baseball guy. In the 6th inning of the Cubs-Mets game the other night, Mets starter Luis Severino was throwing a no-hitter. Pete Crow Armstrong was at the plate. He tried to bunt. It was a 1-0 game. He tried to bunt his way onto first base, and he was booed by Mets fans. Is that breaching some sort of baseball etiquette by trying to bunt to break up a no-hitter in a 1-0 game in the 6th inning?
No, hell no. You do that in the 9. You do that in the 9. Yeah, kind of like, come on, man, what you doing? But in the 6th, that's my game. You know what I mean? That's my game. I don't want to change my game because you throw a no-hitter or because you throw a perfect game. But if you do that in 9, then, you know, I think it's a little different. But in the 6th, hey, 1-0. Hey, I see a lot of no-hitters broke up in the 8th with 2 out, or in the 9 with 2 out. But I think they don't have the right to put the guy just because they tried the old school guys, new school, nah. But in the 9, yes, it should be, something had to happen. But in the 6, I think it's too early for still what? 6, it's still 9 outs, 9 to 10 outs. I don't mind that. I really don't mind that at all. But that happened after the 8 or 9, then we would have a problem.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I don't think that was as out of line as everyone is saying. Just because you're trying to get something going, you're not giving up on a game in the 6th inning. I didn't have a problem with it, but I guess they did boo and they did get upset about it. But that's the home team. I look at where the Sox are, and they gave away a jersey, a hockey jersey, and they got 28,000 people, and they won the game. They had the dog night. They got a bunch of people out there with the dogs. It's almost like you've got to create the crowd with some other element in order to get people to go to these games because the team is so god awful.
Yes, I was last night at the ballpark, and I've been watching the White Sox for a little while. And I think that's the second time I get very upset about the game. It to the point like we were doing the post-game show, I couldn't talk. I said, if I talk right now, I might say the wrong thing. I might say something I might regret tomorrow morning. That's why I said I went by a couple of times. Thank God we have Gordon next to me, because the show was just me and Chuck. Then I get in trouble because I had to talk. But I don't like the way they played yesterday. I don't like some move people make. I think first time I'm going to say this about Pedro. I don't like the way some move he make. But it's easy for me to make a move when I'm in Suite 402 and not down there. I don't know what they have, what they can bring. Rodriguez got thrown out, the slowest man in history of baseball, having your third hitter and the fourth hitter coming up at the plate. All of a sudden that run, they need that run because Jimenez got the base hit. Yeah, they scored 1, but they could have scored 2. It was a different game because they lose by 1 run. It's just a little thing like that. It's kind of like, come on, what are we doing? Oh, we prepared very well. Yes, I cannot say you're not prepared very well, but you're coaching third base. I think to me, third base coach is more important, sometimes most important than the manager, because manager he cannot make those type of decisions. It's the third base coach does. And I disagree with that. When they ask Pedro about it, no, I'm going to talk to him. I say, I understand. Pedro not want to throw anybody under the bus. I understand Pedro. I don't understand Pedro want to stick up for his players, his coaches, 1,000%. I stick up more for the players than anybody. But also I let people know exactly how I feel about that particular player. That happened with one of my best friends, Joey Cora, coaching third base. I was on his behind. What the hell are you doing? Let people know exactly what I'm thinking. I don't know if this is a bad country. My way, it was bad. Or Pedro's way is bad. My country, when I make people, know what they did wrong, worked for me. Why? Because all of a sudden now you let them know they're making a mistake. But you're going to say, hey, why you doing this? Well, no, let them know right away. I say, wait a minute, what you were thinking there, brother? That's easy. I know, Joey Cora, good friend. To me, one of the best coaches I ever be around. But when he make one mistake, he say, wait, why I make a mistake? I told my coach, like, oh, my God, I screw up. Why not? You're a human. But that's the one thing. Is one thing about get out the hands. When you don't play good, seem like you play horrible. And that's why White Sox playing right now. And I love the way they played the last couple of games. Just bring the dog day once a game, please.
Yeah.
Get out and get how you call those miniature thing like bobblehead.
Bobblehead
night.
Get an Ozzy bobblehead. I like it.
Ozzy bobblehead, and everybody can kick the crap out of the bobblehead, and we fly, be like anything.
Let's do it,
Ozzy. Hey,
Ozzy.
he's an Ozzy bobblehead. Take his head off.
I got to tell you, I look at the White Sox and see where they're at, and I'm just confused. Honest to God, I look at the minor league. I guess Lenin Sosa's hit a homer in 4 of the last 5 games for Charlotte. Why couldn't he do a thing in the major leagues? Couldn't hit his weight.
You can say how bad the minor league system is in baseball.
Right, that's true.
Mendy got 5 home runs in a row. 5.
Yeah.
Danny Mendick.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Sosa go down there and killed that thing. All of a sudden, I like Sosa his first couple of games in Chicago. I did like it. He tried to hit the ball right field. All of a sudden, what happened to you? You start hitting home runs. Like everything changed. And that's the reason he's in the minor league. He changed our bats. I talked to Tony La Russa about it, and when I see it, I said, "Oh wow, that's the Lenin Sosa I like." All of a sudden, a week later, it was like wild horse in the bat. But that's what I told you. AAA system, very bad. Not just baseball, no White Sox baseball, because everybody go to AAA just kicking some butt. They go to the big league. They people say, how this guy make it to the big league? How we play here?
Yeah.
What's going on? It's just so many different things. I don't know why. It's just like maybe the game's there easier. Obviously, you got to face 1 or 2 good guys maybe every other week. But besides that, I don't know what's going on, why those guys play so good down the minor. When they get to the big league, that even close the players they was in the minor.
How do you see the Cubs and the White Sox games going today, Ozzy?
Today I want to see the White Sox win because I'm tired.
Okay.
I swear to God, man. I'm 2 seconds away to curse on TV. I cannot defer you. I gotta rank you to fit. But I think I like the Cubs right now. They play good baseball. I think the White Sox just go there and play. I know later Minnesota embarrassing the White Sox right now.
Yes.
They play Nintendo. They play Nintendo against them. A team it was very bad for 1 week, and now it's on. Obviously they play better. But I think I like the ball team today.
Great stuff, Oz.
Thank you, Ozzy.
Right,
we appreciate it, buddy.
If I curse on TV today, I get fired, please. I don't mind helping you guys in the morning.
You're always welcome here. All right. That's great. Now, that was Ozzy's Outlook brought to you by Four Winds Resort and Casino. And right now, Mully, be the caller number 4 to the Scores Contest line, 312-540-0670. And you can win a pair. You can win $250 gift card to Four Winds Resort and Casino, Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape, something we'll do on the first Wednesday of every month.
Great stuff. Wonderful gift. And get on that call immediately. We're going to be right back. We're going to be talking more baseball. I am befuddled. And like Ozzie, I nearly swore when we talked about the White Sox earlier in the show.
I have Mike Trout numbers, which are probably more interesting.
Okay, good. It's Mully and Haugh on the score.
So how do you take the Parkins and Spiegel show with you?
A patented Danny Parkins thought exercise.
Well, maybe, but just listen on the free Odyssey app. It's live radio you can take with you on your mobile device, smart speaker, laptop, whatever.
I work harder than just about anybody in the business.
Yes, that's why their show's so good. Plus, enjoy the rewind feature within the app or subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcasts.
And you guys make my ride so much more enjoyable.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons 2 to 6, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, every shot.
You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
Yeah. I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see
Brad,
him.
What do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you'd want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps, but there wasn't a situation.
Oh, what the heck was that?
What was that?
Holy cow!
Something just.
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a Karate Man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it and I looked up. I mean, is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body. Does that count? No. I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell
There's
out
nothing.
below me. I think it was.
It was the banging. That's
barely,
what happened. He was pounding the table.
I barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny because I did let out kind of a surprised yell.
And
go ahead.
You're overstating how much I pounded the desk. I was just kind of.
No, you're like gently touching.
I don't want to touch anything else. I'm going to fix the desk.
David is going to repair whatever damage he's done. I'm gonna yell. As a texter said, I yelled like Homer Simpson. No. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Did you know Steve Stone had a side hustle?
No. Well, it was unique. Let me put it to you that way. I didn't do it very long because it seemed a little depressing, actually.
did
it? Yeah, you got to go in the house saying, you don't look too healthy today, so let me pass this by you.
That's literally what you did in the off season?
Yeah.
So what was your pitch to people?
Well, if it's going to happen, you might as well plan ahead. Something along those lines.
So what deal were you offering these people who you were being entirely rude to?
Well, we couldn't go a 2-for-1 deal. That's never any good. So we just went, just get it now because the price of funerals were going up.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty much
so
it.
There was funeral inflation that you were trying to stave off on behalf of your future clients.
Exactly right. Yeah, it wasn't a great job, but you had to pick up a few bucks wherever you could,
How did you select your clientele? Did you go door to door?
They gave you a list of, I guess, people who've been sick recently. I don't know. Yeah, it said, hey, look.
There is a 0% chance this doesn't end up on awful announcing. 0% chance. That was literally what you did in the offseason?
Yeah, that was one of them. I did a few. A welcome wagon was another one.
You were both a prepaid funeral salesman and a welcome wagon representative?
Yeah. You didn't know if you were coming or going. That was the problem.
I knew you'd love it.
Wait, but that's the best. He worked at a welcome wagon and selling prepaid funerals.
Okay, so now you know I didn't say it until you heard it, but Steve Stone in the minor leagues sold funerals as part of his side hustle.
Now it's going to cost more next year. You might as well do it now.
Can you imagine Steve Stone in just quintessential broadcast voice, like trying to pitch funerals?
In uniform. I'd like to talk to you about your death. An email from Glenn who says, for all you kids out there, it's never too early to think about your eventual death. It's like he can combine it. He can show up with a welcome wagon.
630, aren't you the same guy who welcomed me to this town?
Yes, well, you're very sick. You'll be dead soon. He's dressed as the... Yes, hold on a second. I have to change into my other work uniform. And he comes back with a scythe, and he's dressed as the Grim Reaper.
847 for all you young undertakers out there.
Yes.
You're watching a lot of bad baseball, David. You're watching a team that the defense is so god-awful. You can't throw anybody out. Everybody gets the extra base. Everybody scores on any hit anywhere. Nobody can figure out how to get the ball to the plate. They're awful. They play bad baseball. And, they were in games. They could have won that game yesterday. They lost by a run.
0-6 against the Twins, bordering on irrelevance. But you did mention the catchers. So here's what you're looking at in terms of caught stealing and stolen bases. So Corey Lee has a better percentage than Martin Maldonado. He has thrown out 3 runners in 16 attempts to do so, which is good for 21st among non-qualified all catchers, and Martin Maldonado has only thrown out 2 runners in 20 attempts. So that is 24th in baseball right now. So that's not a very good opportunity. But what you notice in those numbers is that they're running a lot. 16 times against Corey Lee and 20 times against Maldonado. We're sitting here, this is the first month of the season. Teams are running a lot against the White Sox.
Well, why wouldn't you run?
Yeah.
Because there's
You're gonna
nobody
get on
to
base.
stop you. Yeah.
There's nobody to stop you. So, yes, definitely tough time.
It's like
tough
watching
team to
a
watch.
Little League team.
Tough team
it's
to
like
watch.
watching a Little League team trying to get the ball home, and they need like 3 guys to throw it in. I'm insulting Little League, but it's really rough to watch. And it's funny because we come in here today and the Cubs lost a game and we're talking about defense because a guy like Dansby Swanson isn't supposed to have any throwing errors. He's a Gold Glove player and he's supposed to play that way. And when he doesn't, they're in trouble. They also have a new first baseman, right? Michael Busch is learning on the job. He's a 26-year-old rookie. And he's they talked about it last night. He's still figuring out how to play first base. Last night it was Wisdom at first base, and that's not a position he's played. And he overthrows a runner. They pick off a guy, Frankie Lindor, and you're laughing. You're out. That is an out, and instead you sail the ball into the outfield. All of a sudden he's on third base, and you're allowing an unearned run. And then the inning goes on, and you're allowing a 3-run homer. It's just you cannot give away outs in Major League Baseball, and when you do it, you're in serious trouble.
Yeah, I mean they paid the price, and Assad deserved better. Alzolay, his struggles were going to. That wasn't a new story. I think what they did, the Mets made the Cubs pay for the bad defense, and Alzolay threw. A grooved one. He has a hard time getting left-handers out now. He's struggling. Bruce suggested Iowa as a possibility. Yeah. I think you've got to keep all the options open. he's not getting the job done. And Craig Counsell is not a sentimental type, so I don't think it matters what Adbert Alzolay did the second half of last season. You're in the here and now, and we have seen guys struggle and go down and come back up. I want to know whatever happened this week. What's Keegan Thompson's deal? We haven't seen him as a guy that we thought was starting off on a pretty good trajectory, and then I'd like to see him maybe used in a role like that until you get to the point where once you have a surplus of starting pitching, maybe Ben Brown emerges as a closer. I'm not sure who the best closer possibility is on the Cubs, but I don't think the answer to the question is here yet. I don't think the closer has arrived.
And as well as they're doing, and they're doing very well, they also have lost, 4 games because of blown saves.
Yeah,
and
4 blown saves.
Yeah, and the
Alzolay's
bullpen
5
has
home
hurt
runs.
them. Yes.
13 innings. That's not a good ratio.
No.
So
No.
I want to get to the Mike Trout stuff for a second.
Yeah. Where is the pitch lab? Is that in Arizona? I'm just curious.
It's in Mesa.
Okay.
It's in Mesa, I think.
That's where he belongs, not Iowa. Go ahead.
You want to send Alzolay to Mesa?
I want to send him to a pitch lab. And
I don't think
want
you
them
can
to figure out
dispatch you
what's
to
wrong.
a pitch lab unless you go in the injured list.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you what I want.
I don't think there's a pitch lab list.
Well,
there's not a, and I suggested
he's not doing anything this weekend. Have him just go out there and
respite
pitch
list.
lab.
I think that everyone should be able to take a 3-week vacation in the middle of a baseball season, including the manager, by the way. That was Joe Madden's idea.
Including broadcasters.
Well, you wish. Not for the Cubs necessarily. No. I think, Alzolay could benefit from some time off. Get away. He's either tipping pitches or something's wrong.
Something's up.
I don't know what the problem is. All right.
Okay, Trout. I'm sorry. Go back to Mike Trout.
Oh, these are very important issues. So Dustin has a problem with Mike Trout's not showing up at Chicago when the Angels have played here over the years. Now, if you are only myopically looking at the Angels' appearances at Wrigley Field, Cub fan,
that's what he's looking
fine.
at.
5 games, 19 at bats, 6 hits, still 316. It's not like a starring role, but it is a cameo role, and it is a representative of a 300 hitter. Okay.
How many games he missed?
I don't know about missed.
Well, whatever.
What kind of research you want me to do?
Well,
I mean,
no, Dustin went to a game, and
fine.
And there was no.
My guess is that was the exception to the rule.
Okay.
He's in the lineup all the time.
Okay, that's fair.
And the Angels do visit the south side regularly.
They do. And Dustin went to a game there, and he wasn't playing.
Mike Trout's career at Guaranteed Rate Field. Well, 35th in Shields. Let's just say that.
Okay, fine.
31 games. He's been there 31 days.
Has he really
Yes.
played 31 games? That's good.
110 at bats. You've had 110 times to sit there and say, okay, we're not going to concession
Mickey
stand
Mantle.
now.
He's
I'm
Mickey
watching
Mantle.
the next Mickey Mantle. And you know what he has done in those 110 at bats?
A lot of
He's
damage.
homered 10 times.
Yeah.
Once every 11 at bats.
He's good on the south side, no question.
Luis Robert Jr. homers once every 16 at bats at Guaranteed Rate Field. Mike Trout once every 11, Dustin.
They should have signed him.
Yeah, they should.
Look
Just
at my,
saying.
Look at my eyes. Look at the surprise.
It's a.
Oh, no, that was
the other guy. You're
I'm
thinking
just
of
saying.
Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
Or Manny Machado.
Right.
Mike Trout was never on the open market to the
No.
point where the White Sox
No.
flirted with that possibility.
No, but they still should have signed him. They should have drafted him. Who did they draft that year?
He's 32 years old.
Okay.
He's having meniscus surgery. He'll be out for probably 6 to 8 weeks. Okay, but he's still like a Hall of Fame player.
Yeah.
Who is worth the price of admission and is not, I think, the kind of guy you want to go around criticizing unduly, unfairly.
I agree. Go after him. Do you have any defense for your attack?
He doesn't. He's speechless. I've rendered him speechless.
He is.
You're welcome.
He is.
You're welcome.
You are giving him a sideways look. That's what I would call that. Now, maybe it's because you're sitting over here and he's over there.
Everybody gets a sideways look.
What do you think?
Does Baseball Reference tell you how many times he was supposed to be in Chicago? I mean, he doesn't even come and tip the cap. He doesn't even show up half the time.
I think that,
he had a 2 home run game against the Cubs. Okay,
his
congratulations.
presence is documented.
Whip-de-frickin' do.
His presence is documented. I think that it's...
But he doesn't. The point is, if he's Mickey Mantle, he doesn't make you get. David, how many times have you personally seen Mike Trout play in Chicago?
Not that many.
Oh, okay,
I'm not a Cubs or Sox beat writer. I don't.
No, you're a baseball fan.
I'm a baseball
you
aficionado.
Have a vote, David, you have a vote for the Hall of Fame. You have a vote for the Hall of Fame?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so if if this generation's Mickey Mantle is in town, shouldn't a Hall of Fame voter show up to the park, whether he's writing a story or a
Now
column?
he's calling me out.
Now he's
you
giving
you
you-
called me out,
Now
and
he's calling me
you're
out.
I'm asking David, but here's what happens sometimes. I get it. We listen. We're supposed to be listening for 4.5 to 5 hours a day. Plus, when we go home, we're supposed to listen.
Okay.
We're supposed to talk some more. My problem is that he doesn't move the needle. He doesn't make you get off the couch and go to the games. And then half the time, if you did buy a ticket to go see him, he doesn't show up.
I would ask you, what player in baseball does move the needle to the extent that you're talking
See,
about?
now that is a great question.
Who
Well,
qualifies?
Shohei Ohtani right off the bat.
Okay.
That would be the
Luis Robert
for the first one.
Luis Robert?
Sure.
Someone in Anaheim is saying I'm circling this date on the calendar because Luis Robert's coming to town.
The Dodgers and Yankees as kind of organizations and lineups.
Fernando Tatis Jr. will be at Wrigley Field next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Are you going?
I may not because of the job I have.
I'm going.
Okay, good. As a
I'm
Hall of
going.
Fame voter, you
As a
should
Hall
go.
of Fame voter.
Well, now see, that touched a nerve, didn't it? That touched a nerve.
All right.
You
Well, as
triggered
a
me.
Hall of Fame voter, how are you going to vote for him after he's been suspended for? I'm just saying.
No,
isn't
I'm
that
not.
isn't that a steroid
Yeah, it
issue
is.
again?
It is.
You shouldn't go see steroid baseball players play
Am I
baseball.
bitter that he was traded from the White Sox? You're damn right.
I don't.
But the reality is that he has to be looked at like Sammy Sosa.
The point of my criticism of Mike Trout was just the fact that he doesn't move the needle, that
Okay.
he doesn't make you jump off the couch, get on the
Luis
red
Robert moves the
line, get
needle.
on the blue line,
There
get
are
on the yellow,
people-
whatever line,
If that's the
whatever
point of your
bus.
criticism,
That's
fine.
my point. He
There are
doesn't
people
make
in
the needle
California
move.
right
Not that
now
he's not
lamenting
good.
No Luis.
What's the point of your criticism of me?
I just had to go. You take a shot at me. I'm going to take a shot back. I mean, you want a parade because you got me not to speak. Well, congratulations.
It just came out wrong. Sorry.
You did. You sat there and you studied and worked and computed, and then you went after him, and you wonder why he's coming for you.
Well,
This is
There's
Sports
bad
Talk
blood
Radio at
going
its
on.
finest.
He's mocking my Hall of Fame voting
No,
status.
you know what? But I never mocked it. My point is, as a voter, do you feel the responsibility to go see this generation's Mickey Mantle in person?
I actually don't.
Okay.
I actually don't. I don't think that in person or.
You could just go to baseballreference.com
No,
and
I
read the
can
stats.
watch him on TV.
How about an eye test every once in a
Let me
while?
ask
Eye
you
test is
something.
good.
And I'm
Eye
not
test is
kidding.
good.
Like, if I said to you, Mike Trout's coming to town, you can have a ticket to go see him play, or Bryce Harper's coming to town, I can get you a ticket.
That's
Bryce
easy for
Harper.
me. That's a good question.
Bryce Harper. It's a
Bryce
great
Harper,
question.
10 out of 10.
Yep.
So who's the real Mickey Mantle?
Mike
I'm just
Trout
saying what all the
numbers-wise.
Hall of Fame voters tell me.
Okay.
Bryce Harper.
And it's center field.
Stop it with the Hall of Fame
and
stuff.
bad knee.
I just threw a pen at him.
See if I was listening.
Well, now you're triggered.
Hope you're watching on Twitch.
Holy God.
David might start sweating, and it's about 68 degrees in that studio.
Bryce Harper's Reggie Jackson. Mike Trout's Mickey
Okay.
Mantle.
Okay.
The theater.
That was good.
The
That's
drama.
good. That was good. Yeah.
That is who Bryce Harper is. That's why I love Bryce Harper. I think he's my favorite Major League player. Mike Trout, I respect. Bryce Harper, I love.
The oldest living Hall of Famer is Willie Mays, still with us, and second is Luis Aparicio.
Oh wow!
So who is the Willie Mays and who is the Aparicio?
In today's game, that's a really good question. I think Mookie Betts would be, although he's playing infield now. I think Mookie Betts
is pretty good.
Is right now this year the best player in baseball, best all-around player, which would mean the Willie Mays component.
Yeah.
As far as the,
But he's in the infield.
you know, you look at Luis Aparicio.
It's kind of the star of one team, right? I mean, he's like a all-time White Sox.
I thought Carlos
shortstop.
Correa.
Oh yeah, that guy.
That's high praise for somebody that's been a little disappointing.
I do not like
I know
that
you don't.
guy. You know what
I know.
here's the thing. Like, I respect different players. I don't necessarily like or respect some of those Houston guys. I don't know what it is, and I don't know
what
why
it is.
I
They
feel
cheated.
that way. Okay.
They cheated.
And he
Fastball.
Whether we're going to say
Curve.
he was part of it or not, him in Minnesota, I don't like. Him coming back to play against the White Sox, I don't like.
I still wanted him in the Cub uniform.
But like guys
Isn't that
like,
weird?
like no one likes Byron Buxton more than I do, but I despise him when I watch him play against.
Then
the
you don't
White
like him.
Sox. I don't like the Twins. I don't like the Sox losing 6 games to the bloody Twins. God bless Twins.
Piranhas. The Piranhas.
Maybe that's what's triggering me. Something's triggering me. You're throwing your pen. You two
I
are
hope I
going
didn't
at
break
it.
I hope
And
I
I'm
didn't.
over here
All
stewing,
right, let's
listening
take
to
a break.
Ozzy.
Come back. Oh, I want to talk about what happened in Arizona last night.
Okay, good. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Deep breaths. I'm just not going to get triggered today. I'm not going to get triggered today.
The Score celebrates the 26th annual Worldwide Toast to Harry Carey tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. Pat Hughes here. Join the Score's Parkins and Spiegel show, broadcasting live at Harry Carey's Tavern, Navy Pier.
4 to 7 p.m.
Our show will be there, broadcasting live,
including guests like Jason Alexander.
I'm back in business, baby! I'm going to be totally starstruck.
Along with Chris Kattan, James Denton, Ryan Dempster, and Ron Kittle, all celebrating Harry's iconic catchphrase, "Holy cow!" Come join us.
For more info, go to harrycarys.com.
And make sure to be there for the toast at 5:30.
We want to see you at Harry Carey's Navy Pier.
Brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
This segment of the show brought to you by Grand Appliance. Shop Grand Appliance for unbeatable deals like the 20 cubic foot LG Top Freezers refrigerator starting at $5.99. You need it fast? Grand can deliver faster than the other guys. Learn more at grandappliance.com. That's Grand.
We welcome our next guest, the king of the bat flip, Billy Hamilton.
The king of the bat flip, Billy Hamilton.
Brian, thank you so much for being on the show and putting up with my idiocy. How you doing, man?
Yeah, man, I'm doing all right, man. I'm going to go grab Billy in a second so he can come in and finish
No,
his thing.
I don't want to talk to Billy.
We want to talk to you, Brian.
I'm so sorry.
I don't even
Let me see see what Billy doing right now. Let me see if he's busy.
You are a more aggressive and enthusiastic bat flipper and tosser because you are here as part of this White Sox bunch, right? Like Anaheim Angel Brian Goodwin isn't doing that. The White Sox have brought this out of you, haven't you? You're enjoying this year, Brian. It's clear.
I mean, when in the South Side, you got to act like, a South Sider. So that's just the energy they was giving me. It's only right that I've returned it, right?
Have you ever been around a group like this with this type of culture?
Man, in pro baseball, I might have to say no. I haven't witnessed anything like this probably since high school. Honestly, just the energy and the atmosphere, and even the fans, down to the fans, just the how diehard they are, how much they ride for their city and their team. Man, it's really like one of a kind.
We know that you guys ball bust everyone in that clubhouse, right? Like Hendricks has talked about. Yeah, if you knew, you come in, we make fun of you, and then you're just one of the guys. Can you guys make fun of Tony when he runs like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Nobody is off limits. In this clubhouse, nobody's off limits.
So who gives it to Tony? Like, who's the person that starts the roast on the manager?
Oh man, look. You trying to get me in trouble, man?
No. Listen, I'm the only one who's in trouble for this interview, sir.
Hey, Billy, we're really enjoying this, Billy.
Yeah, that's right. Blame it on Bill.
That's right. You can say anything you want now. People will be like, you'll never believe what Billy Hamilton said on the radio.
Man, Billy was talking crazy on the radio the other day, wasn't he?
God, I'm never going to live it down, man.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score. That is Matt Hilton.
Yes.
Wild, huh?
Very wild. Quite a buzz at the Diamondback Dodger game last night beforehand. Matt Hilton.
He helped fix the bee problem.
He's the beekeeper.
Okay.
And he came because there was a bee colony that was created.
How in the name of God?
How does that happen?
Well, it's going to happen when the cicadas hit.
Oh, see,
they're going to have to stop a couple.
This is why this is relevant news. We're bringing you all the stuff that
gotcha.
matters to people in Chicago and all the sports news that is important. So it took 2 hours for this to be taken care of. The game was scheduled to start at 6:40 p.m. local time. It started at 8:35. While they waited for Matt Hilton to show up at his son's t-ball game, he comes out. They've got the ladder set up, and then, according to the story, he sucked the bees in like a vacuum, and got rid of them. Started sucking them up with the shop vac as Bonnie Tyler's "Holding Out for a Hero" blared through the loudspeakers, according to the story. Can you imagine the frustration of going to a game and having it delayed by a bee colony? That's crazy.
Yeah, I was playing a soccer game one time, and a guy got stung by a bee, let out a scream, and went down in a heap. Apparently, he was allergic.
Oh, boy. Well, it's a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
If you're allergic, you don't want to mess around. But it's a bad deal.
It's also kind of a bad deal if you're like in the middle of a sporting event and all of a sudden you let out a scream of like the Beatles just walked in and collapse, even though it hasn't impacted you yet.
Well, you don't want to mess around with this stuff.
Okay.
So be ready for I think that you got to be ready for anything when you go to a baseball game these days.
Well, again, I think it's going to be really interesting to just see what happens. I don't think there were a bunch of trees. Apparently, the cicadas are under trees. That's where they're buried.
The cicadas are coming.
They're coming.
They're coming.
A trillion of them, supposedly.
A trillion.
Yes.
Think about that.
No, I can't. It boggles my mind to hear that number. I mean, a billion sounds like insane.
You'll be stepping on them.
Oh, listen, they're going to be everywhere.
Here's a tip I heard. I don't know if it works. This could be urban legend, but I heard that if you have like a tree in your backyard or your front yard that you sit underneath quite a bit, usually in the summertime, if you wrap the bottom of the tree, now it's not going to look super appealing, but if you wrap the bottom of the tree in aluminum foil, like one swath around the bottom of it, they can't climb up. They slide down, so they can't get up and then potentially fall on you. That's what I heard. I'm not saying it's true, but for some of you that are freaking out, and there's a lot of people freaking out.
A lot of people freaking out.
Like, it might be worth giving it a shot.
Now,
like go to a restaurant supply house, maybe get that big roll of aluminum foil, the wider version, depending on the thickness of that tree.
All right.
But you totally believe in like the lone nut theory. You are the lone nut with theory. Are you going to make a hat out of it too? Tinfoil hat?
Have you been reading the text line during the break?
Sorry.
Texter's coming after Dustin. Did not mean to start that one.
You're kidding. I did not see.
Couple agreed, but mostly
did not mean
against.
to start that one. Anyway, I thought it was very unusual. You go to first of all, if you're the Arizona Diamondbacks, how do you let a beehive form in your protective netting? It's protective netting.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be. It's supposed to protect people from something, not invite bees to come there and scare people enough to where they're going to delay the game for 2 hours. How does this happen?
Was there any honey?
Well,
beehive.
I don't know. You could probably use this as some sort of promotion now. And if you're trying to get people to the ballpark, as you suggested, Dog Night drew 1,100 dogs. Maybe
Did it really 1,100?
I think it was 1,100 dogs.
I saw that they had a photo of Steve's 3 dogs. That was great. And John Schifrin, his dog was ill, so his sister was watching his dog.
Oh.
Yeah, they couldn't bring their own animals. I think they were.
I saw that the build up to it.
Yes.
And then I thought for a hot moment I should like bring
your dog.
Yeah, I thought about doing that.
It looks super cool. If you love dogs, it looks super cool.
Problem is when you have a dog that's
rambunctious.
Yeah, it's not the greatest place to be at the ballpark.
No.
Or anywhere.
Well, you get them out to
With people.
You get them out to the skills area and just have them, run some bases. Maybe that solves the dog's issue.
My dog's not running very well these days. Sorry, I think I really.
So you are out running your dog, or is he no longer accompanying
he's no
you?
longer a companion. I think I think I burned him out. I'm really feeling some guilt about that.
You ran him into the ground.
I did. He's got a little bit of a limp. Golden
Wow.
Retriever with a limp, nothing sadder. It's rough. Anyway.
Sorry to hear that.
I know.
I hope he's okay.
He's going to be okay. Clyde's going to make it. He's going to be fine, but he's got a little bit of a
Naproxen or something.
He's got a little hitch in his
Reduce the
giddy up.
swelling.
Yeah.
All right. We've got, I like the name Clyde. We've got a lot to get to. The number is 312-644-6767. We're going to bring in Tommy Hotovy, and we're going to talk to the Cubs pitching coach about all the issues that are surrounding the Chicago Cubs.
To talk to him
A
about.
lot to talk about. A lot of it really good. A lot of it guys coming back. And obviously, we know Justin Steele has a start today, and the plan will be determined by how that goes for him. So it's a big one. And we'll talk to Tommy next. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
There has not been a borderline reviewable call where I have said,
Sports station.
The Score!
Pitching coach Tommy Haugh of the Cubs wearing the blue pullover.
Tommy Haugh, pitching coach for the Chicago Cubs.
You're transitioning from being a player to kind of getting into baseball. You take an online class, was it at Boston U, Sabermetrics 101?
Yeah. I was a finance major in college, and I had an economics minor. A lot of it was I'm going to refresh all my econ knowledge, and I'm going to do it in a baseball course. It's like one of the best things ever.
There's just a lot of trust there with Tommy. We know he's such a hard worker. He puts in all the hours and really, really knows what he's talking about when it comes to pitching.
Tommy Haugh, breaking down the starting rotation and bullpen on the north side with Mully and Haugh.
I'm here for one reason. I want to help these guys get better, and we want to win baseball games.
Tommy Haugh on 670 The Score.
Tommy. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. It's always a delight to talk to our guy, Tommy Haugh, the Cubs pitching coach, joins us now on the Score Hotline. Tommy, good morning. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Doing well.
Big day today. Obviously, Justin Steele gets that start. You're going to see how he looks, how far he can go, and we were told the plan will be based on that outing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, it's just an important step for him. He did a good job last week down in Arizona, just getting some innings and pitch count in down there. But getting him into some real competition, or in a real game environment, a little different atmosphere. It's gonna be good to see where he's at. And he's, I know he's chomping at the bit. If you guys talk to him, he's pushing, he's ready to go. But again, we need to make sure we're checking all the boxes and really making sure that he's just getting to the point where we don't, that he's ready to come back and compete and beat Justin Steele. And then it's just exciting to be getting close to that, for everybody. I think that's where we're at.
Because of what he means to the staff and because of how early he might return, it could be next week if things go well the way we understand it, Tommy. How will you watch him perform to be able to check those boxes? Is it just videotape? Are you watching it live? How will you see and be able to evaluate in a way that will be able to give you a better idea what to expect?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we watch as much of it live as we can. That gives you a good indication of just his tempo of the game, how he's moving, how he's feeling. Obviously, all the pitch data we'll be able to get, give us an understanding of where things are, how he holds stuff through the games. And then just talking to him and talking to the coaches down there, talking to Tony there in AAA to see what he's talking about between innings, just how he's feeling in general. And then on top of all what he does today, it's more important is how he feels tomorrow and the next day, because you can feel great today and you can feel great going in this game, but if it's delaying your recovery, if it's pushing your bullpen or hindering you in your bullpen day at all, like all those things are factors we have to take into consideration. But, all in all, though, it's exciting to get to see him go compete today.
I'm curious when you think about what's going on with Adbert Alzolay. We were talking about it this morning, and I just don't know what the answer is. Do you guys have a plan as to how you're going to have to deal with him from, since that 4-out save opportunity, he's now working in the 6th inning, and we know the blown saves and the number of homers. It's just disconcerting.
Yeah, I think any time a guy goes through a rough patch, has some struggles, there's always something going on, right? There's always something you can kind of point your finger to and say, okay, if we can fix these things or address these things, we feel confident he's going to get back on the right track. And, we were able to identify some things a little earlier in the year mechanically with Adbert that we felt were affecting his pitches. And he felt like he wasn't seeing some of the same shapes, that he was used to seeing in the past. And, it took that, worked on it and felt like we've addressed it, and he's in a better place feeling there. Now, honestly, it's just about going out and gaining confidence. And one thing you do when you have guys that struggle, especially when they struggle, back in the games, you try to put them in pockets, in different pockets of the game and in different parts of the lineup that you feel like it's going to be beneficial for them, and it's going to, matchup wise, it's going to help them kind of continue to gain that confidence. Unfortunately, for Adbert, he's just paid for a few mistakes lately, and ultimately what it comes down to now is just execution, continuing to get that consistent work so that his execution can be at the level that he feels like it needs to be successful in this league. And you see him make 2 or 3 really good pitches, and then he leaves one over the plate and pays for it. And that's just not the Adbert that we've seen in the past. And, it's always tough when you're going through these times, but you're never alone, in the process. And his teammates are picking him up. His teammates are helping. The coaching staff's helping. It's just about going out there and competing and getting that confidence back.
Does he have a minor league option, Tommy? And in doing that, would that be something you would worry about, his confidence? Because the closers need that mentality.
Yeah, honestly, when you just asked that question, I started racking my brain. Off the top of my head, I don't even know if he does that. But that also shows you that, that's not been on the forefront of my mind with him. I think when it's the right type of mentality, when you have that mentality, and I've been lucky enough to be around some of the best in the game, like they want the ball again the next day and they want to get back out there. They want to figure it out. And when you do have that mentality, it's not figuring out in minor league games or, it's competing at the biggest level. That's ultimately what's going to make you the best version of yourself. And, we had Craig Kimbrell here. Craig went through some tough times, and I remember when Rossi, took him into the office and said, "Hey, we're just going to give you a little bit of a break in the closer role. We're going to shift gears. We're going to take, just give you that opportunity to kind of get some consistent work in to get back to being yourself." And he's like, "No, that's what I need to do. I need to compete. I need to get some consistent work in, no matter what the game situation is." And then you saw him kind of take off after that. So, I think it's just important for guys to understand, when you do struggle, sometimes you're going to be put in different situations, but that's so we can continue to get you work and get you work in lower leverage spots.
We haven't really acknowledged or talked enough about Javier Assad and what he's done. I saw a tweet last night as I was going to bed that said that over the last 365 days, so that's a full calendar year, he has the lowest ERA in baseball at 2.44. I don't know that I realized that, and I know he's been awful good and very solid, but does he not get appreciated as much as he should?
No, he definitely doesn't, and I think he's starting to. You know, I think with stats like that, like you just said, I also saw something that he's got like the 8th lowest ERA in Cubs history in his first 27 major league starts. You know, wow. So I mean, it's just like it's just little things like that start popping up, and people are like, "Wow, who is this guy?" You know, and you know, for us, it's just he's always been hobby, and what's fun to see, and when you have guys like you lose Steele opening day, and you know we have Wicks go down, and Hendricks is banged up, and Smiley, and you have this list of guys, you know, that go down. And we talk about, you know, a few struggles, but you have guys like Hobby who are just absolutely shining, you know, and continue to take the ball and do whatever is asked of him, and you put him in the rotation, he goes on a nice run, and it's not flashy, it's not the crazy velo. He can just pitch. He can pitch, he can move the ball around. It's almost like a little bit of an old school feel to how he goes about his business and how he attacks hitters. He keeps things simple. The pregame meetings, you know, when we go over teams are very simple, and he's talking about what he does well, and it's just fun. It's fun. It's fun to see him have that success, and obviously happy for him and for us.
It was cool the other night. Luis Severino had 7 innings of no-hit ball against the Cubs, but the game was still close, 1-0, because Jameson Taillon pitched the way he has since returning this year, Tommy, from the injury. Just wonder, what is he doing specifically better this year than he did when he got off to a slow start last year? And is it just this is the guy that you knew, you know, you're expected all along, and things are falling into place, or what is it exactly?
Yeah, I think it starts with the off season for him. I think what he worked on that whole second half last year, just cleaning some things up mechanically, get better direction, get better in line with what he wanted to do at the plate. He knew, and he felt like it was going to clean up all of his command issues. You know, the pitch shapes and how pitches are moving are a huge part of that. When you get consistent movement, you're going to be able to trust where you're throwing the ball and executing it. And so it starts for me with the dedication he took to the off season. We know he had the back flare up in spring, but he was able to come back from that pretty quickly. And then when you watch his games, it's just the level of execution of his pitches and the command. He's able to execute away to both sides of the plate, both handed hitters. He can execute up in the strike zone. He's getting his breaking balls to chase more consistently with 2 strikes. All those things just add up to a really good pitcher. And yeah, it's been really fun to see. He's working hard. He continues to build. And when you look back at a game where he went, you know, into the 7th inning and threw 78 pitches, it's got to be pretty efficient for that to happen.
Yeah, it's wild. You know, I got to tell you, it feels like, even if it is true, that you guys are walking people more, and it feels like you're having to do more kind of trips to the mound. What is it that you say when you go out there? How do you just calm a guy down, or do you tell him, remind him something? How does that usually work?
Yeah, the enigma of the mound visits. I mean, I feel like you could write a book about, you know, what goes on out there, and they're all different. They're all different, and they're all, you know, it's like the game situation's different. The players, the pitchers are different. You know, a lot of times you could be, if you get to know some of these players, they start thinking about certain things. You want to go out there, and it's almost kind of like the Etch-a-Sketch. You just want to, you know, shake it up a little bit to clear the Etch-a-Sketch, and then let them kind of get back to doing what they do. And you know, the other night with Hector, it just felt it was a pinch hitter, so it really helped the opportunity to kind of set the tone for the next 2 hitters that we're going to see that we hadn't seen yet in the game, and just remind guys of their strengths, what they do, and how it's going to play to these hitters, and encouraging them to continue to attack. And a lot of those times, you're also relaying stuff with the infielders, you know, based on how we're going to, you know, where we're going to throw through first and second, if there's a bunt opportunity, what play we have on, things like that. So, you know, it's kind of just a break in the craziness. Sometimes there's comedy. Sometimes, most of the time, it's just, a reset. So, no, it's good.
Well, that one worked.
Yeah, it did. Do you speak several languages, Tommy? And how difficult is it? Like today, showed it. If you need to go out to the mound with an interpreter, does that interfere with some of the flow, or maybe you're just trying to, relax him? But that makes it a little harder because it's kind of like third person.
Yeah, no, it's tough. I mean, and on top of that, you have 30 seconds from when I leave the dugout, so it's not like you're out there, having all the time in the world to translate things. I think, that's where it's so important to just keep it very simple, because, and I think having to deal with people that do speak different languages almost teaches you to learn how to use less words to get your point across, because, you don't want anything lost in translation. And in a day like today, if I had to go out, Edwin, our translator would come out, and my goal is to make sure that Edwin can translate everything I say in a quick, efficient manner. And when you start practicing it that way, you actually realize it's good for everybody, So yeah, it's just in the moment the other night, when you have Amaya behind the plate and you can help translate things quickly to Hector, and Hector knows enough, he obviously knows English well, but it's good to just make sure they're on the same page. So there were multiple languages being spoken, the other night for sure.
That's great.
So Jordan Wicks was scratched from the start and obviously on the injured list, and he has some forearm tightness. I was interested in the report. I don't know if it was a detail that was reported correctly or not, but did he have an MRI, Tommy? Did they forego the MRI? What would be the thought process there, and how is he recovering?
No, he's doing well. From all my knowledge, there wasn't anything, any imaging or anything. It was just more checkups with the doctor, and he's feeling better. I think it's just we're very hopeful this is a minor thing that we just didn't want to have turn into a big thing. I think back to last year a little bit. We had something similar pop up with Justin Steele, kind of in between one of his early starts. Just didn't feel like he was recovering great. Wasn't having a ton of trouble. It was more just like, do we want to keep plugging through this, and do we want to keep, heading on this path where we could hit a wall? And I think with Wixie, just made sense to just take this time now. I know it doesn't make sense in terms of roster situation, just because, obviously we know where we're at with guys down, but we also, we want to make the decisions with bets for these guys for the long haul and what's going to help us win games in September, and he's obviously going to be a big part of that. So hopefully, the next few days we'll start playing catch and get a good feel for how that thing's recovering, and just kind of go from there.
Tommy, we saw Cade Horton get promoted from Double-A, and God, his numbers in Double-A were spectacular. You look at how he did. How connected to that stuff are you? Now he's going to be in AAA. Do you talk to him ever? Do you talk to the younger guys that are down there? Or I mean, my God, your plate seems pretty full. But how do they make those decisions? And are you informed about them? And are you a part of the conversation?
Yeah, I'm definitely aware and on top of what's going on with a lot of our prospects, obviously, and guys moving levels and things like that. I try to stay away from personally reaching out to the players unless there's something that I feel like they need me to help message. Our coaches down there in the minor leagues are so good. And we have Tony in AAA. We have Jeremy Vermillion in AA, and up and down our organization. No matter where we send guys, you feel really confident for them to be able to do the work that they need to do. And they're such good communicators with me too, and they take time off their plate to connect and make sure that we're all on the same page. And we definitely watch. We're going to be watching Cade, watching perform, and it's going to be fun to see him get to compete at a little bit higher level. And again, just keep building off what's been working for him, and keep building off of the foundation that's made him a good pitcher already.
How'd you like the Chiefs draft?
I mean, I like it. I anytime we can get 4-2 wide receivers to let Mahomes air it out a little bit. I've loved winning the last few years, but we haven't had quite the downfield threats that we're going to be able to have this year. I think.
No
So,
offense. Yeah,
looking
the
forward to
offense
it.
was terrible last year, Tommy. You guys won the Super Bowl 2 years in a
Oh, they're
row.
terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
man, I sound like
last
a
year
mistake.
they led the league in drops. It's
true.
extraordinary
That's true.
that they did do that. It just tells you something about the quarterback. But that kid, they're already comparing him to the cheetah. I mean, he's 4.2 speed.
Xavier Worthy.
Get
Yeah,
out of here.
He's a real deal.
Yeah. And, getting him and Hollywood Brown, man, I do sound like a spoiled Chiefs fan, though. I apologize for that.
You're forgiven. You're forgiven. Thanks, Tommy.
All right, buddy.
Good stuff.
Thanks, Tommy. Great catching up with you. Appreciate
Enjoy
your
New
time.
York.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
That is Tommy Hotovy. He is a big Chiefs fan. That's
Yeah,
right.
big Chiefs fan. He knew.
I mean, lucky him. I mean, you want to talk about following the right team at the right time?
Yes, I know.
Get out of here.
I think he's been a Chiefs fan for a long time,
That's
but
what
this
I'm saying.
is the golden age of
This is the glory.
of the Chiefs kingdom.
It's the glory period.
Yeah, it is.
They got the quarterback. Now they got a receiver. They got that tight end. Do you know him?
I've heard of him.
I heard he's
it was his
down,
brother.
He's going to Miami for some car race. Did you hear that?
I don't know about
he's
that.
He's with that girl, that pop star.
Yeah, I know her.
Yeah, she's going to play Soldier Field's Dome, but the money goes to the Bears.
You want to talk about that? Let's talk about that.
312-644-6767. We're going to talk about that. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment sponsored by Studio 41.
If you need windows, you need Climate Guard. We've been making windows.
It's the most important thing in life. Oh, yeah. You don't even know how to do it, Beavis.
You've never done it. You've never done it. We were watching it the other day, and they're working at Burger World.
Beavis and Butthead?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it was Todd or it was
hot coffee.
It was an earlier one. No, it was like a random punk just breaks in. He pulls out a gun, and he goes, give me everything in the register. This is a stick up. And Butthead just goes, cool.
My favorite one was when Beavis, the phone rings, and Butthead answered the phone as if he's never seen a phone before. He just picks it up and just looks at it and goes, what?
The new ones are so bad.
Yeah, I gave up on them. When it came out, was it on CBS Paramount or whatever, or something like that? Yeah, I mean, they were good at first because I just wanted them to be good, and then I was like, no, they're just not that good.
No.
Yeah, pretty bad. But anyway, Terry McLaurin, I think, would look good in a Bears uniform.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Terry. Was that a girl's name? Terry.
So last night, Ocean's 11 was on. And George Clooney's character is Danny Ocean.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Andy Garcia's character is Terry Benedict. So I happened to walk in the house when Beth and Jason are watching it, and it's George Clooney's character talking to Terry Benedict, and I just go, "That is Terry."
You're ridiculous.
I know. I could not help myself.
Yeah,
and I had never
Terry.
thought of it before. I've seen the movie 100 times.
Oh, that's so
And it
funny.
was the first time. That is Terry.
God.
And then I got cum ticket. And then I got blow up the vault ticket.
Oh, you know what's funny about that? I recently had dinner with Neil, and I actually really did not know that full story, the ticket story. Terry,
for the voicemail?
Yeah. So I got I got a full night of that the other night.
Yeah, I got to call Mac. We got to go fishing soon. He invited me out. He's got a secret little fishing hole.
Oh, just for you two.
Got a little fishing hole for people like that.
That's what Dan McNeil's turning into. He's turning into an old Canadian man.
No, Cajun. It's Ed Orgeron. Where I come from, we got a fishing hole down here in Indiana.
Bring a little more salt up in there. Just a little bit more. Oh,
What was that guy's name? That guy was had the same name as a Cubs pitcher. Was it Justin something? The Cajun cook.
Justin Phillips. Justin Wilson.
no,
Justin Wilson.
Justin Wilson.
And he was a Cubs pitcher.
That's right.
A
No,
bust.
not that Justin Wilson. There was a Justin Wilson who was a Cubs pitcher. It wasn't that Justin Wilson.
No, I know. Justin Wilson was the Cajun cook, right?
Oh, boy, they're wonderfous. Guarantee.
Yeah. I remember he'd kick it up a notch. He'd like sort of measure. Let's forget the measuring stick.
Oh, they got the Holy Trinity here. We got a little bit of that cayenne pepper put in there, and the green pepper, and the onion, and the carrot.
He had them red suspenders rocking with the blue shirt and the mustache.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And most of his food, it wasn't that good.
Oh, I don't even know. I never had any of his food.
Yeah, it all tasted like the same.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, because he put the same.
Across the road, huh?
Because he put the same sauce in everything.
Yeah, everything.
Everything was the same. Oh, I got to kick it up a notch.
Oh, kick it up and get an etouffee. Is this an etouffee or a gumbo? Oh, I don't know.
Most anything, and they love to cook chicken.
And then you don't know what he's saying in the
It's a
food
wonderful
sausage.
sausage. Sausage. It really is.
Well, first of all, your food's not that good. I have no idea what you're talking about. Other than that, it's been a wonderful meal.
But you sure are entertaining. That accent sure is funny.
At least when I was at Paul Prudhomme's restaurant, he came scooting by on his rascal.
Oh, neat.
He came rolling right up.
Wow,
like
rolled
the-
up on you like he's Daryl Drake?
Like the popo.
I'm glad for you to see me. I guarantee.
Put your pants back on,
Here's
old
another
man.
thing.
Also, he said that he leads you.
The
And
anticipation.
Yes.
Yes,
And he
anticipation.
said that's better. He didn't say than Justin Fields.
No,
but that's what I heard.
He didn't have to.
No, that's better.
We all learned or used this term a lot in the last 2 years, anticipatory.
Yes.
Anticipatory. The anticipatory throws were not part of the Bears offense often enough over the last 2 years. That is not a criticism as much as it is a reality.
It's a reality.
And it's an observation, and it wasn't there. And I think receivers, people at the top of their game, the experts in the field, they understand even in workouts without defense, even with just throwing sessions, you can tell
He's expecting you to
certain
run
things.
he's going to get you the ball in
Yes.
stride.
Yes.
He's going to throw the ball to where you will be, not where he sees you at this moment.
In time, on time. We say it all the time.
All the time
and
we talk about
we
it.
talk about the way offenses function at a higher level, the way offensive lines function at a higher level. Everybody benefits from a quarterback that gets the ball in time, on time, and makes the anticipatory throw when necessary. So that's a good little snippet from DJ Moore after a couple workouts with Caleb Williams, and I think it will happen faster than maybe people anticipate.
Yeah. I mean, I love that you used anticipate because I think that's what the quarterback's going to do.
Yep.
He's going to anticipate the movement of the players. He's going to be able to read a defense And I believe he'll be accurately throwing down the field. And as I said to you, we will see professional 7-on-7 drills.
Yeah.
We will not see the ball sailing. We will not see the ball on the ground. You've got some of the best receivers in football.
Mm-hmm.
DJ Moore catches everything, and he can run after the catch. Keenan Allen separates and catches as well as anyone in the league. And Rome Odunze was the number one kind of battle for the catch
50-50 guy
in the entire draft.
Definitely.
He is going to catch all those balls that he's going to that are
I think what you're
questionable.
saying is that we have had our last debate in Chicago on whether or not accuracy can be learned at the NFL level.
It can't be. And I'm going
We're
to say
done
that
talking
again.
about that.
And we've
Okay.
talked about it
We're
plenty
done.
of times. And I think the proof's in the pudding. You know what you do when you can't get an accurate passer? You get a new accurate passer.
You get another quarterback.
There you go.
And the Bears have got a new quarterback. Now, as for the new stadium.
The new stadium. Here we go.
So there's
Bears
going
are
to
meeting with the governor. Not the governor.
No, not the governor.
His hearing aids.
Not his hearing aids.
They're having a hearing with his aides.
No. AIDS as with a D.
Oh,
with
okay.
an E.
All right.
AIDS.
Okay, I'm sorry.
AIDS.
Yes.
The governor not meeting in person with Kevin Warren, I think, is telling, because I think the aides are doing this. It seems as if, and I've read the Sun-Times this morning like everybody else, it seems as if, or let me ask you a question. I'll ask it in the form of a question. Is it naive politically to think that this is anything more than professional courtesy? And I ask that because it is not the governor himself. He's sending his aides to do this.
Yes.
So
That seemingly would imply that the governor isn't really interested in getting whatever their message is.
Well, the message is we want public funding.
We
want
your money.
$2.3 billion in public funding. And the story suggests that is it's a fool's errand if you're trying to make that appeal to the governor, because he's not going to be receptive to that idea. And this isn't 2003 when the renovation for the Soldier Field still left us with $629 million on that. And it's not 1990s when you're talking about the last wave of new stadiums and public support of that. It's a new time, and the public does not have an appetite for these kinds of projects.
There are three elements to this thing that the governor is that are important. Number one is the amount of money they're putting up and the amount of money they're expecting and what the taxpayer gets out of the contribution.
Mm-hmm.
So number two, he's already talked about this idea that the Bears believe it's effectively their building, and anything held there, they get all the concessions and they get all the money out of it.
It's a deal. That's why they don't mind it being publicly owned, because they're going to privately profit.
And that's crazy. Okay,
but that's the deal they're going to strike. That's negotiating.
What they're looking for.
Yeah.
And then the other element is whether anyone wants to hear it or not, is the Bears, they're not going anywhere. In other words, they're not leaving Chicago. Could they go back to Arlington Heights? Yes.
They're not leaving the market.
But they have chosen that they can't use the threat of, well, if you don't take care of us, we're going to hold our breath until we pass out.
See you in Vegas. We'll send a postcard.
Meet me in Nashville.
You're not
I'm going to
do
go
that.
talk to the mayor.
Can't do
That's
that.
not happening.
Not happening. Let me add a fourth.
Please.
I think the fourth part of this is maybe needs reinforced, is that the overall cost of this, according to some estimates, is not $4.6 billion.
Yes.
It's closer to $6 billion, 5.9.
Yes.
And that's not an insignificant amount of money.
So who's making up the money?
I don't know.
Yeah. Throw in
I
another
think
billion.
I do know.
As we
Exactly.
said in our question this morning.
So how do you approach this if you're the Bears? What do you do if you know that this is a dead end when you're talking about what you're going to see?
Do you up the ante in this meeting with the governor?
Well, we talked about this earlier, and I think this is something that I want to know more from the experts in the field. I've heard from some off the air about this notion that if you're the Bears and you're willing to give $2 billion toward this with a $300 million NFL loan, so it's $2.3 billion of private investment, would you consider selling a portion of the team to minority owners so that you would be able to have more capital to put toward this in terms of the private investment, so you would lessen the burden on the public? Is that something, as the Cubs did when they renovated Wrigley Field? If you remember back, and people of a certain age do, wasn't that long ago.
No.
The Cubs made similar appeals to have public funding to renovate Wrigley Field, and that wasn't met very happily. And that wasn't met with an open door. It was slammed in their face, and they came up with the money. They did have some minority ownership involved, and it's a mechanism to use.
Well, how much? Was that like 20%? How much of the team do you sell?
That's a really good question. Right now, isn't it? It's 80, 10, and 10.
Yeah.
With McKenna and Pat Ryan,
Yes.
that they both own 10% of the team.
Yes.
So it'd be a portion of the Bears, 80%. I would think that if they were willing to, I don't want to even estimate because I don't know enough
Yes.
about how much they would want to then convert into a reinvestment into this project. It might not be even something they're willing to consider. This is something that I'm not.
Yeah, you're kind of spitballing on
I'm
this.
spitballing because I've talked to two executives who have been in the situation before.
And that's a way out of it.
Yes.
If you are cash strapped, let's put it like that.
If you're cash strapped, this is something you would consider.
Yes.
I want to make clear.
That might be an easier thing to do than take out $1 billion loan and invest another $1 billion and then take a hit on the interest, etc.
It most certainly would be.
Even if you're saving on the tax
I think
issue.
it would most certainly be easier and even more understandable from a common sense perspective because you're using your investment. You're using your
you're using the value of your franchise.
The value of the franchise is $6 billion
as a method of building a building that might make the value of your franchise immediately $9 billion.
It's
or
your
$10
asset.
billion or
it's your asset,
Yeah.
and you're selling off a portion of your asset so you can reinvest it.
So your asset is worth more.
Yes, and I think that may be
It's interesting.
what somebody might want to try to have a conversation about. And again, to be clear, this is not coming from the Bears because I don't know if they're even considering it. But it is one way to circumvent this idea that the public has to pony up and pay for half of it. I don't think that's realistic. The longer we're talking about this, and the closer we get to May 24th when the General Assembly session is scheduled to be over this session, I just don't know. Time is money, and time is running out on the Bears.
And this was a really interesting story about an architect that has put together a plan that was started by Lori Lightfoot. This is Dirk Lowen, who is an architect. He has gotten help from an engineer, Joseph Burns, and they have gone to Channel 7 with a redesign of the current Soldier Field, transforming it into a building that has a roof on it, and that would cost about $1 billion.
As well as an extra 17,000 seats, so it would also theoretically be able to host a Super Bowl.
Yes.
Because you need to have a certain threshold that would be met under this. I didn't want to say radical plan, but I certainly didn't expect to read about this or see it on ABC7.
I was surprised by it.
It's
And
a
the
little
Bears
surprising.
the Bears have already said it's a non-starter.
The Bears,
But
this is a non-starter.
There are designs, and there are. I mean, the guy did do the work. And
This
he's
is
got
another
this-
suggestion for Kevin Warren, and I know he's not taking them, but if he were, open your mind here to the possibilities that you have said no to, whether it's this proposal, maybe they've looked at and studied and still said no, or the Michael Reese Hospital land, which they said is too narrow. But you know what? If this is going to be, if Chicago is the place that you're hell-bent on staying in, then you're going to have to consider other alternatives, either ponying up more money or finding an alternative site. Because the plan that was presented a week ago today, which we all love the renderings and we're all impressed by the presentation, it's not really going anywhere. And the more you talk to people around it, whether it's politically, in business, or in sports, they have a hard time envisioning the Bears getting this done.
And, you hear from people that say things like, and I believe Kevin Warren even said, if you can't get it done, the quicker you get it done, the cheaper it is. In other words, it goes up from 150 to 300 million a year. So if you can't get it through this particular group of the legislature, and you're going to come back in a year, then you need more money. Then the cost is higher.
Time is money, literally. And so we talk about this. They wait on this. They're meeting and they're giving lectures. And I think Kevin Warren has a talk tomorrow night, and he's meeting with the Governor Pritzker's aides today. They still, meanwhile, own 326 acres of land in Arlington Heights, which still, as the mayor, Tom Hayes, told us last week, they're waiting. They're still there. They can work something out. That is still a negotiation and is still a possibility until it isn't. So don't know where this is headed, but I do think the Bears are going to have to, at some point in time, find some level of compromise or a solution that we have yet to hear from them. They're right now, it seems as if they have laser focus on the lakefront. And it seems like outside of Hallis Hall, nobody else thinks that's realistic.
Texter wants to know, should Jerry take his $200 million that he was going to put in the 78 and buy 2% of the Bears?
Well,
I
two
love
and one.
people. It's so good.
Yeah, I don't know where the 78 is yet, or that project is either, because the story in the Sun-Times, very well done, it was that it kind of disputed the idea that the Bears or the White Sox are even entitled to the ISFA funding.
Yes.
At all. It's not like they have to do this.
No.
Because it's a dated way of looking at it.
Yeah, but you got to make they have an argument to make. I mean, they have a plan and they have a good argument to make. The problem is, I'm not sure if it's falling on deaf ears.
I do think the 78, you're talking about that specifically.
Yes.
The South Loop project is a strong argument to make in terms of business
Right.
development. It's a $9 billion overall project, $7 billion of which is a private funding. And that would be something I would think they might be more receptive to, just because of the scope of it.
Right.
And because of the public benefit from developing a patch of land that needs developed in a city that really could use the boost. So I think that, to me, the Bears project seems very, I don't want to say, it's more to benefit the Bears, and it's hard to see the public benefit and use of it.
That's the problem. The problem is that the first thing the governor said about it is the Bears want this so that everything that happens there goes to them. They want to put their $2 billion into, so it's, and I'm using air quotes, publicly owned, but the reality is that they would benefit from every time
Sure.
an aging pop star were to throw a concert.
But let's be clear here,
Whomever
though.
that may be.
There are two elements here. I think one of them is that this whole notion, and we're getting some text pushback on this, the publicly owned, privately profited relationship.
Crazy.
That is not what's getting in the way, though. I think that is really not what.
No, the overall amount of money,
it's the overall
is the problem.
scope and the big ask of
Yes.
the public's involvement in paying for this.
Right.
The structure and how they negotiate that deal between who's publicly owned, how you have a publicly owned stadium that privately helps the Bears profit.
I mean, there are laws about protecting the lakefront. There are things that are in the city charter. I know the mayor's on board, but you're also talking about a hotel and a bar and I'm sure a gambling place. You can't do all that stuff in the location where you're talking about, and the green space doesn't matter.
Well, you can't have that. No, I think it's all very complicated, and it's all very convoluted, and it's all coming to a head because today's the first day of May, and the 24th is the last day of the session. And I think between now and then, the Bears would like to have an answer, and I'm not sure they're going to get the one they want.
All right. We've got Dan and Lawrence, I believe.
And it's a Layla Wednesday. I wonder if Layla is here.
Okay.
But they're going to be here today and tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, though, is a big day here at the Score because you want to join the Score in Budweiser at Harry Carey's Tavern on Navy Pier for the 26th annual Worldwide Toast for Harry Carey. Toast to Harry Carey. And Parkins and Spiegel will be there broadcasting live from 4 to 7 after the Cubs game, with actor and comedian Jason Alexander, yes, he's George Costanza, leading the toast at 5:30. You'll also have a chance to register to win tickets to a future Cubs home game. The Worldwide Toast to Harry Carey is brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, mornings on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Take them with you wherever you go on the free Odyssey app.
It is funny, and it's so absurd.
people that
Where's the
want
fly
to.
swatter?
Miss something on the show? Use the rewind feature within the Odyssey app or subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcasts.
Thank you both. I start work at 5:30 in the morning, and you guys are always there to entertain me throughout my morning.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 to 10. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Score more on your next NBA playoff same-game parlay with BetMGM. Log into your BetMGM account today to receive.
Last play of the game. Clock winding
We're playing
down.
at the United Center
At
Friday.
the United Center.
Yep.
10 seconds left.
Yep.
Jack feeds Danny at the elbow.
Yep.
Danny goes in and then ball fakes back to Jack. Takes a layup on his own and then slams the ball down on the court in front of children, by the way. Children are playing. They're on the court. Danny he takes that shot, slams it down, and says, "No, nephew Jack, you're 12 years old. You cannot take this
Senior
ball."
in high school. He's 18. He's 18. Don't embellish.
I'm tweeting the video right now.
He's 18.
Okay, so
Bad.
So
what? You have the ball. You take the layup.
So Shane's thought is that on a play that I scored on, I should have kicked it back out so that he, who scored more than me in the game, should have gotten an extra shot as opposed to me getting my second basket in the game.
Exactly.
I disagree.
Well, we all thought, everyone that was watching from the bench thought, oh, it's open look for Jack. Here it comes.
That's how good my pump fake was.
It was a great pump fake
Thank
because
you.
we all believed you were going to make the correct basketball play and go for the guy with the open shot, but it's not what you did.
I scored.
How was it not the correct basketball?
I scored.
Wait, I don't like this. I'm defending Danny. It doesn't feel good.
I scored on the
be
play. I scored on the play. Results-oriented
Listen to this
business.
guy. I got mine.
Doesn't matter.
Got mine.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, dude. You had the chance to give your nephew a buzzer-beating opportunity.
It wasn't for a win. I mean, the guy already had hit a three. He already had.
Doesn't matter.
Guy had 9 points. He was our team's leading scorer.
You know, here's the
Should've
thing.
had 11.
Shane, how many times have one of us felt like we had a take that could really be, could kill the segment, but Danny takes the take for himself? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is it's just, shooter's going to shoot.
I went out there to get up shots.
We heard that a lot from a lot of people on Friday, by the way. The whole shooter's going to shoot thing from a lot of people who can't shoot.
There were like 7 points scored the entire 40-minute game.
I would have been gunning on that court. You're on the United Center court.
Yeah, and
you need to make one or at least two.
I scored twice. I scored once in the first half and then the last bucket of the game. And I was not going to go down with only scoring once in that game. And Texas said, Danny said last week that was his move. Yeah. The fake pass, the pump fake pass, and then keep it. You got to keep it.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't say you were going to pump fake your nephew.
I'll pump fake anybody.
You're +1?
I'll pump
The
fake my
kid you
+1.
brought?
He already scored. He
Guy's
already had a
7 years
great
old.
day. He's 18. He had a great time.
He gave it to you.
Bad look.
He high-fived me. He was glowing
That's what
after.
I'm saying.
He was thrilled.
Release the video. Let people make their own
Doing it right now.
It's a great
assessments.
take.
At the end of the video, he's very happy. Now I want to go back and look and see if it was a patronizing happy look. It
might have been out of pity because of how much effort I had to put into.
Good for you.
Yeah, exactly.
local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Evan Thomas, just out of habit, but thanks to Connor O'Donnell, who filled in for Evan today, and he got us up and running and twitching away. And thanks to everyone, had a lot of good thoughts on the text line, a lot of good insults on the text line,
Yes, we
and
did.
a lot of calls and emails.
Mozo, thank you for listening on this Wednesday, May 1st, May Day.
Wow, it is May Day, and the flowers are here. I mean, it's a beautiful day. Thanks to our executive producer. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Yeah, look at baseballreference.com. There you go.
That's our guy Dustin talking, and we certainly appreciate the way that Brandon Fryer has insulted all of us in his subtle fashion
All of
today.
us.
Yes.
It's the new fans are really sensitive these days. You can't say anything. It's kind of like when you go from kindergarten to first grade, there's a learning adjustment. When you go from high school to college, there's a learning adjustment. I don't think I said anything that wasn't factually correct. And like anything, greatness is going to translate. And she's proven that in every level. And I don't see it being any different in the WNBA.
That is Diana Taurasi, who is kind of doubling down on her insult.
She's not wrong. That's not an insult.
Yeah, it was kind of.
She kind of is.
It was a backhanded compliment.
It's because of her hit. If that were in a vacuum,
Can you wait till we introduce you?
If that were in a
It's
vacuum, you wouldn't be worried about it.
Layla's here. Dan's already involved in his nonsense. But we got the great Lawrence Holmes. And now, continue, if you must, Dan Bernstein.
If that were in a
With the frickin'
vacuum, if we didn't have any other everything she says is factually correct, and she does say that greatness will translate. But the fact that she already has said other things as part of that whole Connecticut thing, sort of, and
yeah,
I think it's fair that people will look askance at it, but the actual quality of the words that she's saying are correct.
But she's not saying that unless she's said what she said previously.
Maybe
you
so-
really can't have one without the other.
But and that's fine if you want to just paint her in that, you're John Schriffen and you just decided
I'm not John
she's
Schriffen.
a hater.
That's not fair and that's not accurate.
Yeah.
No,
And
we're
did
not
you see-
doing that. No.
I do think that what Diana Taurasi is doing, because I've been thinking about it, because I've been one of her biggest critics in this. I think that she is setting herself up as the villain, and I think it's kind of smart.
Yep.
How's it smart to insult somebody?
I don't think that's an insult.
I think that it's smart because it's going to bring the attention that she wants to her.
I think you're probably right. That will be the result of it. I don't think she's as calculated as that.
Lest we remind you that Diana Taurasi destroyed a door.
I think Diana Taurasi is very calculated.
I think she's calculated, but also what you heard from going back to what we're referring to originally when they were talking about Caitlin Clark with Sue Bird on the alternate broadcast. What she said about Caitlin Clark was petty.
It was shade.
I don't think it was calculated. I think it was shade.
I think what she's doing now, I think that
fine.
She's setting herself up to be the villain, to bring it to. But my whole thing to Diana, as great as she is, and she's got an argument for being the best that's ever done it, is be careful what you wish for.
Well,
because when that matchup happens, I'm sure that Caitlin Clark's guarded circle too.
I will also say this. If men were saying these things, would you be as defensive? Would you be as uneasy about it?
I don't think it has anything to do with sex.
Would who be defensive?
I think fans. I think if men were saying this in a league that wasn't the WNBA, would you paint it as personally?
Layla, I think people do, and the reason why is, the example that I'll give is how many people are fighting Michael Jordan's battle with LeBron. How many people are fighting Kobe? Like
current athletes, though.
Yeah, there are all sorts of people who would say, "This is my GOAT. Kobe's my." There was a whole. As a matter of fact, I think the NBA did a whole thing with guys a couple days ago where people were discussing who their GOAT was and why. And I forgot who it was, but one of them even said they said Bill Russell because they hate ring chasing culture. So I think that whenever it's in sports, while it might not necessarily be the people in the conversation itself, like it is with Diana Taurasi. Like Jordan hasn't really thrown shade on LeBron, for example, but there are people who will take up their cause in the same way. But Bomani Jones had a really smart take on this where he said one of the problems with everyone getting involved in women's college basketball and now the WNBA is now you're inviting in these types, like the folks that will reduce some of these discussions to the lowest common denominator.
I think the problem here is that Caitlin Clark is so popular and she's going to bring so many fans with her that the smart move is to be welcoming to her and not resentful toward her. And I think that there are a lot of people that have, are professional players who have spent a lot of time building up the league, and they're watching someone who's making more money than they've ever made and has more popularity than they've ever had. And they're wondering, why can't I take a shot from midcourt? Because my coach wouldn't let me. And so there's pettiness that is kind of seeping into it with Taurasi in particular over the whole Connecticut thing and all that. And it's just the wrong reaction. Welcome people. Welcome all the fans. Don't try to push back because I'm better than she
Diana
ever was.
Taurasi is more relevant today.
It's sports
because of this.
Caitlin Clark.
But that's what I mean, David. Like that's what I think she's doing.
I think we are quick to ascribe jealousy to women when I wonder if it's more than just that in what she's saying. I'm not taking anything away from
Layla,
Caitlin
she sounded
Clark,
jealous.
but I have
male
seen,
or female, she sounded jealous.
But I have seen how people will.
It's Isaiah
they'll
Thomas.
Weaponize her as well.
That's all it is.
I mean,
it's
Isaiah
exactly
and Michael is a
Isaiah
good discussion. But I just want to throw it out there because I feel like it's a good exercise in bias.
You'll probably see it when NFL quarterbacks start talking about Caleb Williams. You may hear some of that.
Caleb Williams is going
already
to become. He's going to become hugely unpopular in other places.
Yeah, because
he's going to have success here.
He's having the time of his life. He's having fun. He's got that easy confidence that rubs some people the wrong way.
Well,
the new hotness always gets pushed back in sports.
That's right.
But that's it. A major aspect of talking about any sport is discussion like this.
People didn't like Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
Remember, because Babe, well, yeah, but
he ate a lot of hot dogs.
because remember, it was considered selfish and ungentlemanly to swing with an uppercut
and hit a home run.
That was sure, anybody you want to hit home runs. It was considered gauche. It was that he decided. He said, "Screw it, I'm going to be a star. I'm going to uppercut. And I'm going to smack it out of the park." I was like, "All right, here goes this guy again." Babe Ruth faced that same pushback. Who's this pitcher? Who's this fat pitcher that came over and started hitting the ball over the fence?
How are you going to handle these wonderful ideas?
With all kinds of discussions. We'll talk about the Cubs and the fact that they have myriad problems, and they're also just a half a game out with all of it said. Mike Florio at 11, high noon, 11:45. This Bears Stadium lead balloon is about to get popped by some aides to the governor, and Russell Dorsey at 1 o'clock and more.
Have a great show. Have a great.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
I don't know if it's gas money or beer money. And the guy
beer money, probably.
How did beer money birth such great moments in Chicago sports culture?
It's the funniest
so
thing ever.
Many.
It's
so
the self-described Bears super fan who immediately asked who's the Bears all-time leader in sacks without missing a beat. He goes, Brian Urlacher.
No.
You want to hear it, Layla?
Yeah.
All right, here you go.
Jose from Logan Square. You ready?
Ready.
You're a big Bears fan?
I'm here every year.
Every year.
2000. Everybody knows me here.
This is your first chance to win some gas money. Here you go. $10. What jersey number did Walter Payton wear?
34.
34. $10. Easy. You gonna keep playing?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I thought so. $20. Which Bears player holds the franchise record for sacks in a season?
Brian Urlacher.
Richard Dent. The Sack Man. The guy's name's the Sack Man, Jose.
You're right.
The Sack Man's his name.
Sack machine.
He says he just can't wait to say something as wrong as Brian Urlacher.
Sack machine.
And then he says, "You're right." That's the host of the game show who literally is holding cards with the answers on them.
I mean, I'd have probably said the same
So yes,
thing.
he's right. And then he says,
not Urlacher, but you're
and his
right.
nickname was the Sack Man, and his response was Sack Machine. And it just became a thing.
They really got to bring that show back.
I started laughing in the hall of the hotel because right next to my room was the
Sack
big,
machine.
The big sign that said "Ice Machine," and I laughed every time I walked.
I still can't get over Theo Epstein pausing after saying 83 at the
I know.
parade.
I know.
Like, I don't think we talk about that enough.
She's 83, and then there's like the
Dramatic pause, and I was like, oh.
I wonder if there's the opportunity for it to fall apart. What they didn't do at the end of last season. We know what they did do, but what they didn't do,
hire Jim Harbaugh
or whomever. Everything's kind of in place now, except for maybe the coach.
And the fact that your most important coach is a guy you just got.
I would ask, is it now fair to expect that if the Bears don't get off to a running start, that falls on Eberflus? That the pressure is now on?
They are drafting people because of Caleb. He's changing the Bears already.
How'd you feel about making the change? We fear change.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Mayday! Mayday! Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Workers of the world unite. We're broadcasting live from Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. It is the Bernstein and Holmes show. Layla Rahimi is in today on this Wednesday, on which we will discuss the Cubs, the Bears, the NFL, the playoffs, the NBA, and all stuff in MLB and
Why didn't you say
elsewhere.
White Sox?
Go ahead.
We're going to discuss the White Sox.
I didn't watch them. So
you were
that's on
discussing the White Sox before we went on the air.
But not the actual
At
White
least you
Sox.
admitted it. At least you admitted it.
White Sox.
Yeah, I didn't. Admitted what?
You're like, I didn't watch them.
I told you you're in charge.
Of what?
I'm in charge of the White Sox. I'll watch them.
If I were the woman I was 20 years ago, I'd have taken a flamethrower to this place.
Someone hit me up today and was like, I thought you weren't a fan anymore. Yeah, my job is to watch games and react to them.
Let me guess, Twitter, where all the
Yeah.
whiny, sad men congregate these days.
It was really weird because
Gotta go somewhere.
I threw
In
the
our mention.
I
Where
threw
you
the
want
bear
us?
claw thing out
Sad
yesterday.
men are sad.
Hey, you put a guy on blast. Yeah, Lawrence, you and your ideas about donuts. What are you doing, man?
Yeah,
Someone's complaining about donuts?
Yeah.
Sir, what is this really about?
Yeah, Lawrence like, it's just an idea for a donut.
for pastry.
What kind of world are you living in, sir or ma'am, where you're
I don't know.
complaining about donuts?
Have you seen our text
I
line?
know.
They're
No, I try
crying
not
for
to.
help.
And then the guy's like,
But it's great.
I'll
Feel
bring
free
one
to
by
text
the
in.
studio. And Lawrence's like, yeah, no.
We're not going to let security let you in.
No, you're a crazy person. And no.
How about no?
Like, a lot of times, it really does look like cries for help.
What are you mad? You're mad about pastry?
You're mad like I was fanboying because I was like, here's an idea that might be fun, and everyone would get pastry.
You're allowed to be fun. Stop talking about pastry. Talk more pastry.
Sir, I don't think this is really what you think this is about right now.
It's very weird.
It was weird. I just started laughing.
Just try to live in a world where you don't complain about donuts. Jeez.
Donuts.
Dude, that's our entire text line. They start fights with themselves, regardless of things you've said or not. Like, are you guys okay?
No.
Like, for real.
They're very much not okay.
One
Then they
person
get in your
is.
DMs.
There's
They're
one-
like, well, if not dinner, can I take you for coffee then? I'm not a weirdo.
When you say you're not a weirdo, you're definitely a weirdo. You know what I thought when I was crossing the bridge on this beautiful 68-degree morning?
Thank God you got across the bridge because I believe the bridge crossings are today.
They opened up the drawbridge on Monday.
Keep the black people out again?
No,
I
that's
was-
for
listen-
when they build the new Soldier Field.
Listen here, I will say this was up my craw. So I was on my way to from work on Monday, because everybody's like, when do you leave before you transition? Because I have to go places and
Who
that
says
takes
that?
time.
The same guys that complain about donuts?
Again, the ones who cry for help. So I sometimes like things happen, on your way to work. And then I had to wait for a whole ass drawbridge. They lifted the Michigan. No, here's why. They lifted the Michigan Avenue drawbridge for one sailboat. One. If that's not privilege, I don't know what is.
Well, Olmec put out the tweet this morning. Like I was contemplating driving in. I was like, maybe not. So I took the train, but I saw the tweet from them saying, hey, just so you know, all the bridges are going to be lifted today.
I like it when a bunch of sailboats come through, but you interrupted traffic and everybody's day for one sailboat.
This is their day.
No. On Monday, it was just one.
Oh, that's bad.
That's what I'm saying. It was one sailboat. One sailboat somehow disrupted everything.
Our producers are Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, and Kevin Lapka. We thank them, as always, for their hard work. And I did watch another Cub game, and it's hard to believe. This team does not feel sometimes like a good team, and yet they are a good team.
Wait, so are we asking the quintessential question, are the Cubs good?
I think they are, but they don't feel like it. Does that make sense?
I think some parts are good, and other parts leave me a little worried.
I think this version, if we had run all of the baseball prospectus and Fangraphs Monte Carlo simulators based on the current roster, they would have come out about a 72-win team. Based on who's available
right now.
Yeah, who's healthy and who's on the roster right now. If you had said, these are your 2024 Chicago Cubs, you would not have liked their projections.
Right, and you know what else? That's essentially what management said, did they not? We're not going over the competitive balance tax no matter what we do, period, paragraph, end of story, unless
we get to July, and then maybe we'll consider it.
And you know what happened last time that happened last year? You had a stressed out team for 3 months.
Tired.
And it showed.
I agree.
And I'd like to know what's wrong with Dansby Swanson.
Something is, right? But no, something is. I mean, no matter how you slice it.
It looks to me like he's going to have to make some concessions to whatever he is right now.
I don't know why. It feels like you're kind of jumping out the window, like he's fallen off a cliff athletically.
He just doesn't look quite the same around the edges.
That's how
at the edges of his range and or some of these throws. When
you paid a 4-WAR player like he's a 5-WAR player,
but he also
paid for those edges to be perfect.
And he looks like his body isn't doing what he expects it to do. Like his own reactions to some of his errors look almost like I didn't expect that to happen, or it felt good out of my hand. And I'm obviously projecting a lot here, but sometimes you can tell that it's just the ball seems to be acting on him in ways that he doesn't seem prepared for. I just play a little deeper.
I don't know if it's played deeper. I would suggest that Dansby's having a fundamental issue. I don't think that his footwork has been what it usually is, and I don't know why that is. And I think that's what's causing his throws to sail. He threw a cutter to first base yesterday. It was bizarre.
He's thrown a few. He's thrown a few like that, and it's a hard place to be in when you're talking about him because we hold him to a higher standard. He held himself to a higher standard. That's why he got paid what he did. The Cubs do as well. They're the ones who told us they want to build this team on pitching and defense. Then your defense better be there. And I don't know if that's your way of saying we didn't want to pay all the money for offense, but we're here now. So this is the mission statement we're going with. Therefore, these people have to factor into the formula a certain way.
To be fair, though, he was the fourth shortstop in that free agency class,
and
he was the best one.
I mean, last year.
So they, at least in year one, they got the best part of the deal. He wins a Gold Glove. I just feel like it's one of those things where it's an extra of him working through it with the video and footwork. Like I don't think that it's a dramatic fall of athleticism. I think it's just for whatever reason, who knows what the reason is, that his feet aren't where they're supposed to be when he launches the ball. So I'd like to see that improve because, like you said, if you're going to be, we're strong up the middle, that's our calling card defensively. It starts and stops with your shortstop.
Yeah, then you better be actually strong at the middle. The other point is, and I heard David Haugh say this, I'm not big on the on-error pace statistic or on-pace error statistic. Either way you want to look at it this morning. But the error numbers are already a little concerning. Like this is not, it is also built on, to me, what we said last season. Does he need a day off? Not just the scheduled days off, but does he need a day off? Were we seeing signs of this begin last year? And I think until we see differently, that's a fair thing to ask.
It isn't just the errors either; it's the plays unmade.
Well, also, like it's things that get scored differently by home ballparks. Like you could have argued that his drop he could have come down with. Theoretically, that could have been scored in error if they had been strict about it or mean about it.
I expected Nico to make that play in the first inning yesterday, that rolled up his glove, and I know that happens sometimes, but he had a whole glove on it, and it did go as a hit. I wouldn't say I would have scored it an error, but that's a play, a Gold Glove second baseman. He's raised the bar for me. And
Yeah,
I expected him to make some of those plays at the edges of his range.
Reasonable text from 312 saying Seager was way better, yes, but Seager wasn't a free agent at the same time that Dansby Swanson was. At the time, it was Correa, Bogarts, Swanson, and who am I forgetting?
I'm forgetting someone too. But yes, that's what we're talking about. Not who was the best shortstop. The
Trey
free
Turner?
agents.
Is that you're thinking of?
Yes.
Trey Turner.
Yep. And,
Shout
I
out
think
Brandon Fryer.
there was a concern about his offense, and you're starting to see that right its own ship as well.
And Trey Turner turned it around. He had that moment with the folks in Philly and then kind of turned things around from an offensive standpoint. But last year, of the guys that were available in free agency before, Dansby Swanson was the best. I do wonder, with everything that is going on with the Cubs from an injury standpoint, if there are guys, if they would even admit to the idea of they're trying to do more, because they know that their margin for error is very tight. You got a lot of RBIs on the bench. You got pitchers, things that you were wondering in the offseason if the Cubs were going to try and spend money to make sure that their lineup and their team was a little bit more bulletproof. But that's why you pay the manager $8 million a year, to figure some of this stuff out.
Like to get some more power out of our guy Ian Happ too. He's got one homer.
Ian Happ gave me my favorite moment of last night's game.
Sliding catch?
No, the play where the ball's hit to the pitcher, and then Ian tries to go around the pitcher, and then he tries to explain to the umpire, "Oh no, this is how I round to go to second base," and the umpire is just like,
"No, you don't.
How are you going to second base?"
Like this?
I was gonna do this thing where I go around, and I'm like totally out of the baseline.
Get out of here.
Hey, JD on the broadcast, he said can't blame him for trying.
That's why it was my favorite moment.
Fair enough.
And he was very earnest in his argument. He's like, "What?
Come on, that's how I run.
This is how I run. I run around." That's what I do. I think everything's a double, and I just run around it.
I'm cutting the bases. I'm moving around. When the ump's like, "You're not. Get out of here. Shut up."
It works a lot of the time, though, let's be honest, when they just act like everything's fine. The phrase, "just walking like you own the place."
Well, all he needs, look, if he had the wire-rimmed glasses, a hard hat, a clipboard, and a reflective vest, then...
Get you anywhere.
Absolutely.
Get you into Fort Knox.
If you wear that, you can walk right by the umpire, and you pick up your little walkie-talkie thing or your phone and just be like, "Oh, yeah, I'm doing the estimates and for the thing."
Yeah, that's the Jay Zawoski thing. It was nice to see him yesterday.
You missed Jay Zawoski, Layla. He was here yesterday.
That's how he got up here yesterday.
Excuse me?
Yeah, he was here yesterday. He came in, looks great.
Yeah, he looks awesome. That's why I gave him a hug and a big smooch, because he's always cuddly and awesome, but he looks particularly good.
I took offense to Jay calling himself "I'm fat" whenever he was our producer. He hasn't been for a long time.
He's a
you
fat
could argue
in spirit,
he never
though.
really was.
He's a recovering fat, I think.
But like the way he would talk about himself, I was not okay with. And I'm like, Jay, you're what funhouse mirror are you looking into?
I think it's stolen valor.
Like, I get it that it's a lifestyle more so than it is a look sometimes. But Jay talked about it like it was both for him, and I took offense to that.
It was just lovely to see him. Meanwhile, the Cubs have an issue with somebody who should be a high leverage pitcher for them, who is now a highly bad pitcher for them.
You seem to have a couple of those.
Yeah, well, but
it's part of the problem.
Yeah,
it's not great.
You want to talk about
questions
it?
we were asking.
Well, I want to hear what the person in charge of coaching him has to say about him too. But yes,
I like that idea. How about we do that next? We'll talk more Cubs and where they're at with all the injuries, even though they're right there. They're just clawing their way to first place, dealing with Craig Counsell's old team, the Brewers, just clawing their way there. Brewers fighting everybody, all that stuff.
I liked it. I liked a little anger.
A little sandpaper. You like that? Me too. It's a little weird though last night, but
It was.
Just clawing their way. So we'll talk about it. Bernstein, Holmes, Rahimi talking Cubs with you next on The Score.
The Score celebrates the 26th annual worldwide toast to Harry Carey tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. Pat Hughes here. Join the Score's Parkins and Spiegel show, broadcasting live at Harry Carey's Tavern, Navy Pier,
4 to 7 p.m.
Our show will be there, broadcasting live,
including guests like Jason Alexander.
I'm back in business, baby!
I'm going to be totally starstruck.
Along with Chris Kattan, James Denton, Ryan Dempster, and Ron Kittle, all celebrating Harry's iconic catchphrase, "Holy cow!"
How about that? Come join us. For more info, go to harrycarys.com.
And make sure to be there for the toast at 5:30.
We want to see you at Harry Carey's Navy Pier.
Brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
this segment is sponsored by Benjamin Moore, the official. You never know what you're going to get on this show.
Miss a little, miss a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Twitch stream suggesting an I'm a Fat Fish podcast coming up. I like this idea.
I don't know how to interview a fish.
Just make it up.
Who's going to voice the fish?
Somebody at our station.
I think you can do it, Layla.
Wow, what
You
do
could be a
fish sound
guest.
like?
You could be the second guest on Between Two Fats.
I've wanted to be on the I'm Fat podcast for a while. I think I even asked about this in like 2018 or something.
You are not qualified.
I need you to find the actor who played Parkins, the Jedi. The I know it was Y-wing fighter. Was he in?
Gonna blow up the Death Star.
No, it's on Parkins. The photon torpedoes. It's a design flaw. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
His real name is William Hootkins.
Fully operational.
That's a great name. And he won't be on because he's dead. He died in 2005.
Oh, the actor died?
Yes.
Parkins from Star Wars.
From Star Wars. Mob. Like I always wanted the I'm Fat podcast to have, the fat X-Wing fighter guy.
Oh, you lost me to Parkins from Star Wars.
Please make this personal.
I could feel in the stands, Danny, I'm sure you could too, the massive dislike for the Brewers that Cub fans have.
I hate them.
I mean, that's the predominant rival. And there's something about Yelich, man. It used to be Ryan Braun, Nico. Now it's Yelich. Just like, oh man,
it's the punchable face.
So yeah, maybe you can educate me. Was there a moment with Yelich, or just that he's been there kind of long tenured player, or what am I missing there?
He was really, really good for a while there. He beat out Javi for the MVP.
Christian Yelich to you, Darvish, said, "Be better than this about the accusation of cheating. Nobody needs help facing you."
That's
right. Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah,
I do remember that.
Yeah.
Well, as someone who's faced you, Darvish, I could definitely use some help sometimes. So. I don't do the player bashing. That's a tough one.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Understood. But the player disliking, you don't have to be specific. But
there's for sure guys in the league that definitely grind my gears.
Yeah, the other thing too is they're 90 miles away.
Correct.
They try to not sell tickets to Cubs fans when the tickets go on sale, but then Cubs fans always invade and it becomes Wrigley Field North. There's like a big brother, little brother thing with Chicago and Milwaukee, and then Wisconsin sports. I mean, the Bucks have been awesome. The Packers have owned the Bears.
God, the Packers, Nico.
It's just a whole rivalry thing with the whole state, to be honest.
Yeah, I think Cubs fans do sometimes or not realize that the players on the Cubs sometimes we don't we obviously are incredibly passionate about the Cubs, but we don't have this deeply rooted Chicago knowledge that the fans do sometimes, even when we mean our best. Like, it's good to hear these things.
That's why we're talking.
We hate him, Nico.
Yeah,
okay?
we-
Spread the word.
Dang, I would have tried way harder last time.
Thank you.
That's the idea.
Honestly, I mean, I was thinking like, oh man,
My bad, guys.
there's an error or two. All of a sudden, I'm like, do these guys not care as much as I care?
That's right. Okay.
Deck, a 3-run home run, and the Mets take the lead 4-1 over the Cubs here in the 6th.
He just made a mistake with a fastball. I mean, he put a fastball in a bad spot, and guy took a good swing.
Yeah, a lot of lefties have been doing that. That's the old no-doubter right there. The numbers, the splits for Adbert Alzolay have been nauseating if you look at the one side that is struggling. So they got to figure out what to do. The old circle of trust is shrinking right now. It's like the Fortnite circle down near the end. You're getting squeezed out, and they're losing life force. So it's on Tommy Hotovy to some extent. And he's never shied away from this. It seems like it's been his existence in large part since he's been here. Usually this starts around August when you start seeing some of the attrition and some of the guys needing time off and some of the guys who were overworked. But, man, it was at least it's May right now. We're not saying it's April.
I think it also just goes back to what we were saying in the last segment. When you've got a team who's playing with the expectation of, oh, we'll improve you guys if you're good enough, then some of these results end up happening. Alzolay was somebody you were trying to figure out his role last year. You were trying to figure out his role in this team a year before that. I don't know if you guys remember, but I'm old enough to remember he was projected to be a starter originally. And unfortunately, it's trying to figure out what to do with a guy who's out of options and needs some sort of reset when he's already had a couple of them.
So let's hear what the Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy had to say this morning with Mully and Haugh. What's going on with Alzolay?
I think anytime a guy goes through a rough patch, has some struggles, there's always something going on, right? There's always something you can kind of point your finger to and say, okay, if we can fix these things or address these things, we feel confident he's going to get back on the right track. And, you know, we were able to identify some things a little earlier in the year mechanically with Adbert that we felt were affecting his pitches. And he felt like he wasn't seeing some of the same shapes, you know, that he was used to seeing in the past. And, you know, we took that, you know, worked on it and felt like we've addressed it, you know, and he's in a better place feeling there. Now, you know, honestly, it's just about going out and gaining confidence. And one thing you do when you have guys that struggle, especially when they struggle, you know, back into the games, you try to put them in pockets, in different pockets of the game and in different parts of the lineup that you feel like it's going to be beneficial for them, and it's going to, matchup wise, it's going to help them kind of continue to gain that confidence. You know, unfortunately, you know, for Adbert, he's just paid for a few mistakes lately, and ultimately what it comes down to now is just execution, continuing to get that consistent work so that his execution can be at the level that he feels like it needs to be successful in this league. And you see him make 2 or 3 really good pitches, and then he leaves one over the plate and pays for it. And that's just not the Adbert that we've seen in the past. And, you know, it's always tough when you're going through these times, but you're never alone, you know, in the process. And his teammates are picking him up. His teammates are helping. The coaching staff's helping. It's just about going out there and competing and getting that confidence back.
Does he have a minor league option, Tommy? And in doing that, would that be something you would worry about, his confidence? Because the closers need that mentality.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you just asked that question, I started racking my brain. Off the top of my head, I don't even know if he does that. But that also shows you that, you know, that's not been on the forefront of my mind with him. You know, I think when it's the right type of mentality, when you have that mentality, and I've been lucky enough to be around some of the best in the game, like they want the ball again the next day and they want to get back out there. They want to figure it out. And when you do have that mentality, it's not figuring out in minor league games or, you know, it's competing at the big level. That's ultimately what's going to make you the best version of yourself. And, you know, we had Craig Kimbrell here. Craig went through some tough times, and I remember when Rossi, you know, took him into the office and said, "Hey, we're just going to give you a little bit of a break in the closer role. We're going to shift gears. We're going to take, you know, just give you that opportunity to kind of get some consistent work in to get back to being yourself." And he's like, "No, that's what I need to do. I need to compete. I need to get some consistent work in, no matter what the game situation is." And then you saw him kind of take off after that. So, you know, I think it's just important for guys to understand, you know, when you do struggle, sometimes you're going to be put in different situations, but that's so we can continue to get you work and get you work in lower leverage spots.
Well, that was one of them.
That's it. I mean, I appreciate everything he has to say, but the numbers don't bear out that way. That's his 5th home run he gave up over 12 2/3 innings. That is significant.
The other problem is because of all of the injuries that you're dealing with, both in your rotation, in your bullpen, and on your active roster, you're running out of those low leverage situations. You're running out of, because you're having to go a little bit deeper into your bullpen. Like, there are no easy things for you to do. Like, unless we're talking about a game like Saturday where you're getting beat 17-0, and then you're not pitching out Adbert Alzolay. You're pitching a position player in those situations. So it's hard. Like, it's going to be hard for everyone that needs a low leverage.
That was too low leverage.
I know.
Yeah.
That's my point, is like finding the sweet spot of a low leverage situation that's low leverage. What was the low leverage situation last night? There weren't any.
No, not in,
well, the
not
ballpark,
in a 1-1 game.
The ballpark and the fact that the Mets don't get a lot of hits either.
Right, but they weren't low leverage situations. The game was a 1-run game until you made mistakes.
Well, and the defense, I will say, you know, the defense behind him didn't help either.
That's what I'm saying.
It was a no-run game until they made mistakes. So Wisdom threw it into left field.
Right.
And when the Dansby Swanson error happens and that inning blows up, there's, like, what I'm saying is that throughout yesterday's game, point to me the low leverage situation where you could get Adbert right. There's not a lot of them when you have to play tight games to win because you're not blowing people out.
You're deciding
and you don't
to
have a
build
lot
your
of depth
team on defense. you didn't want to pay for a lot of offense.
They have a lot of guys that need low, like Kyle
if-
Hendricks when he comes back is going to need low leverage situations. There aren't going to be a lot of those for him. Until recently, Hector Neris needed low leverage situations to get right. He got right, and now he seems to be okay.
Kind of.
Splitters dancing a little bit.
Yeah, I'm still not sold. There's too many non-competitive pitches.
Well, and what you guys are asking for are blowouts, and the Cubs offense
is not
hasn't
capable.
had those.
Even a 3-run lead changes the leverage significantly. Even
I agree.
a 2-run lead changes the leverage significantly. It doesn't have to be 10-1.
And
But
unfortunately,
4-1, like it was on the downside last night, that changes things. And you're right. And the problem is, too, that what's feeding on this is the lack of home runs.
yeah, and
When
and
you're not generating power, you're not changing leverage.
what I was gonna say is, weren't we waiting for this? I mean, I hate that a lot of this is just a repeat of what we talked about last year with no solution that has shown itself. Like we're talking about things we should not be discussing here on May 1st. The numbers that we shouldn't be discussing, the volume of blown saves, the volume of home runs that have been given up. Unfortunately, the outlook on somebody who I've been very bullish on in this organization, it's magnifying a lot of issues that we thought that this team was past.
The great part for the Cubs is that they're still in a position to be a winning team, but it's just a because I don't want to lose sight of the fact that they're still, I mean, they're right there and it's a month into the season.
Well, and look at how healthy they are too. Your outfield is not what it's supposed to be.
Right.
That would help in these situations, but that's just not what you have right now.
The problem is that you don't want to be spending a lot of time playing catch up. And if we were going to use win expectancy, if we use it at expected wins and losses, they're playing above that right now. Their expected record is 16-14, and they happen to be 18-12, which I also think is something that you can look at and say, well, there's Craig Counsell. That's the difference that he makes. I also understand anyone that questions why Assad came out of the game last night. Like there's a lot here, and I just worry, how long can you kind of play in the margins with all of this stuff?
I mean, two of your major sources of expected offense are out, right?
Yep.
Suzuki and Bellinger on the 10-day ILs.
Yes. It's a lot of slug that's not available to you right now. And it's like what Dan was saying earlier, like this is a position where Ian Happ needs to be more slug friendly.
And Nico Horner is breaking out of it too. You know, that I think that's maybe been part of the issue also. Guys you expected to hit more are not hitting as much as they have in the past.
The good news is that they're a competitive, winning team.
Yes.
The results are continuing to show, and in large part, this is why you hired Craig Counsell.
It's also
He's working so hard.
He's making a lot of chicken salad.
It's also, to me, the attitude of, if you're going to have these problems, I guess better to have them at the beginning of the year. But then I also worry, is it more likely that you might have repeat offenders?
And you're probably going to redline some of these guys. Like, to go back to the Dansby Swanson thing, you're asking him to do a lot, and you're going to keep asking him to do a lot because he usually plays 140 games a year, and you're probably going to redline him because you have to, because other guys are out. This is basically the captain of your team. Where are you going to find the moments, the games where you can get him off of his feet?
And that's where August Craig Counsell is really going to come into play. So, I even think late July Craig Counsell is, because if you see somebody growing tired, then you have to step in and say, what's the likelihood of this person being fresh enough the last few weeks of the season? He talked about that at the beginning of the year when he talked about managing bullpens. And that is a time where I'm really going to look and see and fine-tune, examine his decisions, because that's going to see how he plays out.
Want to stay with some baseball stuff next segment?
Yeah, I would like to talk about the White Sox. Strangely enough.
Let's do it.
There's something that keeps happening in White Sox games that needs to stop happening. And it's been mentioned before.
And it's arguably cost them a win or two.
Yep. So let's discuss it next here on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Liberty Mutual.
Hi, we're comparing insurance agents.
These 26 players got here because of the will to win. The fact is that they never gave up on anything. And if they take that attitude each and every day, you can't erase an 8-game deficit. You can't erase 9-21 in one game. But you don't have to do that. All they have to do is win today. And to a man, they have to go out with the idea of winning today. If they can do that.
Did he just give us both TW and Wint? Let's go! White Sox! Yeah!
That was the moment that it all came together.
TW and Wint.
Yeah, let's bring that back. I got to make sure that we
Our
got
models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
Today.
Right now.
Wint.
Whatever is necessary today.
Our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
No, that'd be Wint. That's not win, Coach.
That may be one of my favorites. Like, of the oldies, that is my favorite goodie.
Let's go!
We are joined in studio by Illinois football coach Tim Beckman. What is an Illini fan? What is it fair to expect? Short-term, long-term?
You'll never say or ever get a number. I mean, this is the game of college football, and there's so much that's involved in each and every football game. But I want to see consistency. We were not that at all last year on the football field. Let's get better every game, and our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today. And we're taking one day at a time to get ourselves better.
How have you been received with the coaches? Yeah.
Win, W-I-N.
But the today
whatever
makes it
is necessary.
How have you been received by these coaches in Illinois?
I just love the fact that you called him out on it.
You're such a penis.
Well, and his boss is sitting next to him. Mike Thomas, the
wouldn't
AD,
it be
was.
Wint?
Well, because
he was saying whatever is necessary
today.
But not whatever is necessary today.
But it didn't work for me.
Went none of the stuff that he did works for anybody. That's why he's not going to be here anymore.
They never play with the buckets.
Yeah, they're looking at the
You know, when
stats
you're a
and going,
kid,
hey, this is
hey,
what
you know,
happens.
when a kid and you start playing with buckets, those guys even play with buckets in their life.
Boogers is what Ozzy was talking about.
Well, that's an.
I had no idea.
That's an infield thing. Like that. That's the one thing I didn't mind. I didn't like playing outfield because I couldn't talk to people, and it bothered me because I had nothing to do. But in the infield, you can talk the whole time, but you do end up with baseball boogers.
So you want to be Chatty Cathy at first base?
Yes, I'm not anywhere.
Like Anthony Rizzo.
He wants to be Sean Casey.
Welcoming people to
didn't-
first base.
Exactly. I didn't shut up the whole. I made people crazy.
Hi,
Teammates,
welcome to first base.
opponents,
Yeah, I would've
never
told you
shut
to
up.
shut up.
Yeah, of course you would. Everybody told me to shut up, but I was too busy talking. And then, like the post-game removal of baseball boogers is nice.
Well, I think what
very
prompted
satisfying.
that comment from Ozzy, if I remember correctly, on the post-game show yesterday, was the conversation about sending Maldonado home. Very ill-advised move that didn't work, obviously. But I think Chuck made the comment about maybe it was an analytics-based decision somehow, some way, or something like that. And then, boom, Ozzy went into the boogers rant.
I'm not sure I get it, but
Yeah, me
okay.
either.
Should never send Maldonado. And there's another thing that
Should have signed Maldonado.
Yes, but
let
there's-
alone sent.
Do you know the music that the Snuffleupagus used to have whenever he'd roll up into a scene on Sesame Street?
Yeah, tuba.
Sometimes when certain people around the base pass, I sing it in my head. I too would have the same music if I were to run.
Or no, you wouldn't. You're graceful.
No,
Or
I'm
like
not.
baby elephant walk, right? Was it?
That's just life. That's just an interlude. Yeah, for a team that wants to pride itself on fundamentals, where are the fundamentals?
So here's a situation. My mother went away on a week's vacation. Anyway, what happened is that the White Sox were hanging on to a 1-run lead in their game. So I do understand what compelled Andrew Benintendi to throw home in this situation. He's thinking, I'm going to get the runner at home and I'm going to preserve the lead. Here's the problem. Andrew Benintendi doesn't regularly throw people out because he doesn't have a very strong arm. And on top of not having, it's not just that he doesn't have a strong arm. It's also that his throws are so loopy that you can't hold the runner. Like, even if you're going to miss the cutoff man, the throw needs to look like the cutoff man can field it so that the runner at first base doesn't make it to second. This has happened multiple times already this season, and it happened again last night.
Carlos Correa stepping in. Swings out the first pitch, single out to left. They're going to wave him in. They're going to test the arm of Benintendi to throw. Now going out to second, and that goes off the glove of Lopez. So the Twins tie the game at 4 apiece here in the 8th.
Well, credit Correa, not only with the base hit, but the fact that he read the Benintendi throw and it came in like a rainbow. So if you get a throw that cannot hit the cutoff man, the trailer on the play is going to second base, and he is the potential go-ahead run. Heads up base running by Correa. Makes it easily. And just like that, it's a tie game.
And Larnach under the glove of Vaughn. They're going to wave in Correa. Here comes the throw, and Correa scores easily. It's the Twins now with a 5-4 lead here in the 8th.
Larnach with his second hit of the night drives in his 8th run of the year and gives the Twins the lead. There's a curveball that stays up in the zone, and Larnach punches it through the right side. And Correa allowed to go to second base on that throw home, scores a go-ahead run.
Highlights courtesy of NBC Sports Chicago, John Schriffen, Steve Stone on the call. You can tell that Stoney's pissed when he's talking about that, and he's doing it in a hushed tone, but he's right. You can't, those types of decisions are the types of things that show that you're not number one, you don't know what the scouting report says about you. It's an automatic go on Andrew Benintendi. Everyone in the league has shown you this over the last season in 30 games. It's an automatic go on that guy. He has to be less selfish. Did you guys give up the run? Sure. Keep that runner at first base.
Don't give up another run.
The last 2 games, they've lost by 1 run.
And he's done this multiple times this season. And the description of the throw by Stoney was spot on. You threw a looper. You threw a rainbow. And we all know how smart Carlos Correa is. At this point, it's like that's really the only thing that's keeping him as a viable player is how smart he is. So he's like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll take these 90 feet. I'll just take them because you don't value them. And you can't be the team that's supposed to value this. The team that's going to fight you every night. It's 7-10.
Kick your ass.
You can't be that team and be this team. And when I know that we sometimes ascribe leadership to contracts, and it's not always fair. But if you are going to be the highest paid player in White Sox history, and you don't hit a lot, and to his credit, he got the run back with a homer the next inning. But these are the little small things that you would hope that a manager is impressing upon his team.
Let's hear that manager and his stoic, well-spoken leadership.
I like what we're doing. I like the way we're playing. I like the energy. I like, this is an area where we got to grow. We gotta find ways to win this ball game. We just got to grow. We got to grow. We got to continue to improve. We got to, make sure we're making contact with 2 strikes, runners in scoring position, putting the ball in play. Try to eliminate as many walks as possible, especially guys like Buster. I mean, there's little things that we got to continue to improve and grow on to be able to win these games. And understanding. I thought Leisure threw the ball good, and this is a learning experience for him. Correa's an experienced hitter. We have gotten him out on breaking balls before. He's looking soft. And he just, the ball he left it up over the plate. So those are the things that we gotta continue to to improve on and just get better.
Yeah,
I like what we're doing.
We need to keep playing the way we're playing.
Can they launch this bozo yesterday? Like, I know it's not going to make a huge material difference, but this could just come on.
I think if they hadn't swept the Rays, we'd be talking about it. But I think even 1 series is probably enough to keep status quo.
Not that I'd be confident in whoever de facto GM Tony La Russa would hire
himself.
I like what we're doing.
Don't rule it out.
I'm not.
I mean, at this,
I'm
at this point, just go to the extreme of the take. Just go to the extreme of what.
It's not that crazy because Tony's making the baseball decisions right now. I don't know what Getz does, but it's Tony and Jerry watching TV, and Jerry's like, well, we got to do this way. We call him Tom. I'll get Tommy Pham, and I'll get Ortega, and we're gonna win games, and we're gonna. Come on, man.
It's more than that, though. He's advising Pedro as well.
Yes,
I know.
Directly advising.
I enjoyed. John Greenberg wrote about it this morning in The Athletic. Like, he did a whole thing on the White Sox. It was really long. It was longer than usual, actually. He did a long thing on the White Sox Schriffen and the Tommy Pham signing. And it was so, like, that quote from Pham was like, yeah, had the taxes been different in California, I would have signed there. But their taxes are bad, so they need to make it a little bit more higher.
Yeah, Illinois.
So I'm just going to sign here with the White Sox. And right there, was like, oh, yeah, this is the White Sox are a tax haven.
But
I like what we're doing.
It's funny to me because they end up paying taxes on the places they play. So
correct.
It's and now that there's a balanced schedule, the difference isn't as much as it used to be.
But I mean, it is still at least. I mean, we're talking 110 games in California if you're a Padre. 120 games.
Yeah, I mean, because you're in the West. Yeah, it's a 9 and change % sales or income tax there.
And Greenberg is so He's so gentle in a way that just sort of it makes the point. He's got this old soul approach to things. Like, well, the White Sox are.
He's been more generous than he needs to be.
Of course.
With all things White Sox.
And it comes through. And he's like, well, today I think I'll write about the milkshake, which is nice. And other stuff isn't all that nice, but milkshake.
You got a nice day to go out to the game if you want.
It's a beautiful day, and it's weather day.
Yeah.
If you're interested in the weather, Brent Miller and Maricela Vasquez are going to be there from a station.
They've already had dog day. It's great.
Haircut day for me. That's all I know.
Dog day
About
was
damn time.
I ain't come here for no haircut.
Of all the days
I
you
did.
can't win on dog day. That's brutal. Do you know what the Twins did for their dog day? By the way, it was their first one ever. They kept playing the Ring doorbell noise, so all the dogs would bark.
Then they had Christy Noam come out of the 7th inning stretch.
Man, I'm not here for that crap.
The big old gravel pit.
Seriously, there's no need.
There is a need for Mike Florio. He joins us next. Bernstein, Holmes, Rahimi on the score.
Mully and Haugh, mornings on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Take them with you wherever you go on the free Odyssey app.
It is funny, and it's so absurd.
Where's the fly swatter? Miss something on the show? Use the rewind feature within the Odyssey app or subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcasts.
Thank you both. I start work at 5:30 in the morning, and you guys are always there to entertain me throughout my morning.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 to 10. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The NBA playoffs have tipped off, but it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel. Because
that's what they're trying to ultimately do.
Keen-eyed observers on Twitch are asking if that is the Ghostbusters firehouse positioned behind you over your right shoulder.
Indeed, it is. And Chris Sims and I this morning had a lengthy discussion about whether or not grown-ass men should be playing with Legos. And if you remove the word playing and come up with a different verb, then it becomes more acceptable. But apparently studies have shown that for those of us who have a degree of stress in our lives, and these modern times do induce stress for many of us, the Lego building process helps to manage and neutralize stress. So there's the actual Seinfeld set back there, which is a Lego creation. I've got the Ghostbusters set. And I've also got a typewriter that I'm working on. I'll show you what I've done so far. This is like the first 2 steps of it. It is a major pain in the ass.
Whoa.
And I've got the rest of it. I'm going to get to it at some point and finish the typewriter. But that's what I've gotten so far. Unfinished typewriter.
That's
looks
wild.
nothing like a typewriter. I'm getting there.
Is it a working typewriter? Is it moving parts?
It's you'll punch the buttons down and the hammers will go up. And there's like a fake ribbon. I don't think it actually types, but it simulates typing.
Live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft. That isn't the time for an airing of grievances.
Pro Football Talk.
I got a lot of problems with you people. Now you're going to hear about it.
Mike Florio with Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Let's talk some football with Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk, who joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. CircaLasVegas.com, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Mike, how are you?
Doing great. How's everybody today?
We're doing really well. We haven't had a chance to talk to you since the draft, so I know some of this ground you've already covered. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what happened with that number 8 pick. What have people told you about why Michael Penix Jr. was the choice for the Falcons?
Well, you know, the Falcons have their story. They're sticking to it. They will share it with certain members of the media who will then go on TV shows and radio and try to make sense of the nonsensical. And at the end of the day, it's an either-or proposition. Either you spend $100 million fully guaranteed on a veteran quarterback who is your guy for the next 2, 3, 4 years, or you sign a placeholder quarterback, a Mike Glennon-style guy, a more recently Gardner Minshew or Jacoby Brissett, and then you draft a quarterback in the top 10, and the guy you've signed in free agency for far less than $100 million fully guaranteed is in position to handle the job until the rookie is ready to go. This clashes two different philosophies, and it undermines, I think, everything they sold to Kirk Cousins. I believe that if Kirk Cousins were being completely truthful, he would say, I would have just stayed in Minnesota if I knew they were going to do this. He made a big deal about the owner, GM, head coach, and quarterback all being on the same page. They didn't even give him the book. He had no idea what was going on here. Instead of using the top 8 pick on making the team better so Cousins can be better and try to win a Super Bowl, they get a guy who, best case scenario, is going to sit on the bench for multiple years. It really makes no sense, and I wonder what it does to that vibe, to that relationship between Cousins and the Falcons. I think it does more harm than good, and look, I think it's just a matter of time before Penix plays, not 3-4 years from now. I think he's going to play sooner than that.
Well, and the argument when people question the decision is, well, they can get out of Cousins' contract in 2 years. In my mind, that's still 2 years too many when you're talking about drafting a quarterback who's the age of Michael Penix. It still doesn't make sense to me. Ideally, even if you cut that contract in half, it's still $100 million guaranteed. The more I think about this scenario, the more it confuses me.
I almost feel like they have deliberately decided, and it reminds me of the Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes transition in Kansas City. But that was after Smith had been with the Chiefs for 4 years, and they decided Alex Smith has gotten us as far as he's ever going to get us. We need somebody to transform us into a Super Bowl contender, and we know from experience that Smith isn't the guy. It's like the Falcons have made that decision about Cousins before he ever even played a game for them. He's making the assessment between GM Terry Fontenot and head coach Raheem Morris based on Cousins' career. Then why do you sign the guy and give him $100 million fully guaranteed? It completely changes what they had sold us about Cousins. Cousins is going to be this guy that allows them to win. Oh, never mind the fact that we're not going to use the 8th overall pick on a guy that's going to help us win. We're thinking of a succession plan before Cousins has ever put on a helmet. It really makes no sense. Now, there's a chance they get lucky and it works, but I don't see how it ever works. And it's never going to be something they're going to be able to get away from. It's going to be a talking point constantly for Cousins, for Penix, for Morris, for Fontenot, for everyone until Cousins is no longer a Falcon or until Penix is no longer a Falcon.
Mike, the idea has now been put out there, and usually when an idea is put out there, it means at some point it's happening, that the idea of the Super Bowl as secular holiday could be enshrined in a way that allows for another regular season game and one fewer exhibition game, and finding a long weekend on which to put it on a Sunday when everybody can sleep in on a Monday. How is this going to end up working?
Well, look, there are no accidents when it comes to the National Football League. When we had Andrew Berry, the GM of the Browns, on set with us in Indianapolis at the Scouting Combine, he told us that the Browns were proposing a 2-week delay in the trade deadline. 1 week for the 17th regular season game and another week in anticipation of 18. And I was like, oh, I thought they decided that they can't reconcile 18 games with this obsession, forced obsession, but still obsession with player health and safety. And I started talking to other people in Indianapolis. They're like, oh yeah, 18's coming, 18's coming. They just hadn't been talking about it. Roger Goodell talks about it on Friday and ties it to the President's Day Super Bowl to get people on board with 18 games. Oh, we want President's Day weekend Super Bowl. Does that mean we have to have 18 games to get? All right, sign me up. Let's do it. Let's go. So I think it's just a matter of time before we get 18 games. I thought it would be next CBA. It looks like they might even try before then to get to 18 games. And then you have questions of, is there a second bye week? If so, to make it land on President's Day weekend for a Super Bowl, you got to start Labor Day weekend. And I just posted something at PFT. They abandoned Labor Day weekend 23 years ago because who's going to watch pro football when we're at barbecues and picnics and here, there, and everywhere? The world has changed, though, since then. I think if the NFL reclaimed Labor Day weekend, it would still generate a ton of money, and you could play Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and Monday night. 5 primetime games, night after night after night after night to start the season. That's what they'd have to do with 18 games and 2 bye weeks. I think they should consider doing it anyway.
I feel like the President's Day discussion is an easy way to get the public on board while they sneakily add in the 18th regular season game that they've always wanted.
I agree. And look, I think 18 is a stepping stone to 19. And 19 will be a stepping stone to 20. When you hear Roger Goodell talk about the preseason and how it isn't real football, and he said that years ago to set up the push to 17. He originally wanted 18, but they recognized we can't go all the way to 18. We'll go 17 for now. They would like to make all 20 games, because it's been 20 games forever. When I was a kid, it was 14 that counted and 6 preseason games. Think about that. Almost half of the regular season length was the preseason back then. They want games that count. They want people to bet. That's the thing they don't want to talk about, but it's more inventory for things to bet on. I know the degenerates will bet on the preseason, but it's not the same. It's more fantasy football, more prop bets that can be reliably estimated because you know who's playing, you know it's starters playing. They're going to push for 20. I think, now it may not be in my lifetime, but 18 for now, and we'll see where it goes from there. But yeah, it's 18. It's President's Day weekend. It maybe starts Labor Day weekend, and the NFL keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Mike, a week ago when we were talking to you, the Bears were holding a questionable press conference / pep rally where they were giving their renderings on what a lakefront stadium might look like. And then, of course, they did a lot of fuzzy math that has now been found out to be about $2 billion short on what the people would have to pay for it. They had the mayor in their pocket. They do not have the governor in their pocket, and their people are meeting with the governor's people today. You've been tracking what's been going on in Kansas City. How would you compare and contrast the way that the Chiefs are going about trying to get a new stadium along with the Royals versus what the Bears are trying to do?
The bottom line is you have to find a way to do it without a public vote. And in Minnesota, when they got it done 12, 13 years ago, there was an argument to be made that those expenditures couldn't be made without putting it on the ballot. Kansas is trying to put something together that would lure the Chiefs across the border without a public vote. And that's really what it comes down to, working the back channels, the various levers of the political process to get the money without ever having the public go in.
What does that say, though? Like the statement that makes is crazy.
I know. Well, And the argument would be, we entrust the representatives who are elected directly by the people to make these tough decisions about
From
how best to spend their
gerrymandered
money.
districts.
Listen. It's a reality, and I think one of the reasons why Kansas, which tried to push something through before its annual legislative session adjourned earlier today, the argument is, why are we giving all this money to people who can afford to pay for their own damn stadiums? And I think we're going to see that start to complicate the old-fashioned effort of working the political channels without a public vote. More and more people are realizing this just isn't going to fly. And, whatever you're willing to spend for your stadium as the team, buy a stadium, build a stadium that costs what you're willing to spend, because we're not kicking in any public money. That's going to become the prevailing mood. And the only way it's going to break is if there's some other community out there that's willing to show up with a giant pile of money to try to lure a team, the way Las Vegas did with the Raiders.
It's just, at the end of the day, it's just very frustrating that people who often say that they are anti-handouts have no problem giving money to billionaires. Like, that's the place I sit with it. Is the other argument is they all want to move. Well, how many football teams and baseball teams are we going to have in this mythical city that they're all moving to? Like, time and time again, people have shown and studies have shown that this isn't profitable for the teams, and SoFi's the best example of that. SoFi's the best example. California said no to public stadiums, and the NFL wanted it there, and they helped, and everybody got a stadium built anyway.
And Stan Kroenke paid for SoFi Stadium himself, and he turns it into a business, and he makes a bunch of the money back. Look, this is one of the negative consequences, the good problem to have, I guess, as they would call it, of making so much money and having the franchise values go up and up and up. I mean, we are close to a day when it's going to be 8 to 10 billion minimum to buy a team. Minimum. They can't find people with enough money to buy teams. At some point, it's going to make it harder to convince the local politicians, state and local, to go along with these plans when the teams are worth an obscene amount of money. You want to build a stadium? Do what Terry Pagula's thinking about doing to handle the overruns of a new Bills stadium. He's going to sell 25% of the team, and he's going to make enough money that he can pay for a big chunk of his new stadium. But I think that's the way this is moving, because people are going to be less and less understanding of this whole argument of, well, it helps the community to fund the stadium. They're going to be saying, you can pay for it yourself. Go pay for it.
You're here. People are smarter.
Well,
People
let's
are
hope
listening.
so. But I also think that the Bills thing speaks to something that Dan and I, and Layla, I think we were having this conversation too last week, of when I look at the Bears, I have questions, Mike, about their liquidity. Like, the team might be worth $7 billion, but from the way that ownership is structured, would they even, like, I'm wondering, is this greed or is it necessity, Mike, where with the Bears, have they figured out, have they crunched the numbers and they're like, we can't come up with the cash that we need to build a stadium. Therefore, let's go back to the old way of doing it, and let's see if we can get the public to help fund this thing.
Well, I think it's a combination of things. We could do it if we had to. We don't want to. And if there's free money out there that we can tap into, why not do that first? And then when that door gets slammed in your face, you come up with another way, which entails selling off a chunk of the team and coming up with the money necessary. And that's one of the realities of these ultra-rich people. It's not like they're walking around with, just to pick a random number, $455 million in cash that they can use for whatever purpose. You've got to do some work to free up that cash. But when you're sitting on an asset that is worth 8, 9, 10 billion, and if you own 100% of it, or whatever percent you own above the bare minimum to control it, you can sell that at a higher valuation, make the money back, and then use that for other things. So it's free and it's easy to just put your hand out to the government and act like you're entitled to have a stadium paid for. And between the Bears, the Chiefs, and to a lesser degree the Bengals, because they're just trying to renovate their stadium. But we're going to have these pressure points where you may have local and state governments stand up and say, sorry, spend your own damn money. You've got more of it than you've ever had before.
And the NFL does too, though. Like the NFL, they're making up numbers when it comes to what the NFL will chip in. But if you're willing to put up the numbers that they're willing to put up to help, they've got more than that.
Well, right, but they believe that they're the biggest show in town and that these communities should bend over backwards to give the NFL what it wants. I mean, that's how the NFL deals with everyone. They are the biggest, baddest property around, and everybody will bow to them and give them what they want. Otherwise, we'll go do business with somebody else. And what they're finding out, there's only so many markets where you can viably do business in the United States. And if all of them are going to pivot toward, we're not giving you free money anymore, they're going to have to come up with another way, and they won't need to do a bake sale to afford, renovating or building a stadium.
Mike, as always, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
All right, have a great week.
That's Mike Florio. When we come back, we are going to talk a little bit more football. We had a guest on the Score airwaves yesterday who had been the subject of some conversation that we had on our show with Kalen Kaler, Will Hewlett, who was a high school quarterback collective coach of Caleb Williams, who is now getting some inside intel from Shane Waldron, told us about how far along Caleb Williams may be in learning what the Bears do.
It's exciting, and maybe it shows that from a football ops standpoint, the Bears are doing business the way that you would want them to do business.
I hope so. I think that's an optimistic look at it. I hope you're right.
Let's discuss it. We'll do it next. Bernstein, Holmes, Rahimi here on The Score.
The Score celebrates the 26th annual worldwide toast to Harry Carey tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. Pat Hughes here. Join The Score's Parkins and Spiegel show, broadcasting live at Harry Carey's Tavern, Navy Pier.
4 to 7 p.m.
Our show will be there, broadcasting live.
Including guests like Jason Alexander.
I'm back in business, baby! I'm going to be...
We got to know each other, and I still do this. Because the twins, the daughters, told me, they were like, we'd like it if you kept doing Buffon.
These are Doug Buffon's twin daughters.
Yes.
Loved your work as Doug Buffon.
Yes.
The quarterback stunk. The offensive line stunk. Special teams stunk. Defense stunk. The running game stunk. The coaches stunk.
We are live from 6 Heavenly at 6 Heavenly, The Score. Let's go to Donna. Donna on the 355. What do you got to say for yourself? First, let me talk, and then I'm going to hang up and hear your answer. That was garbage out there today. What they did, they couldn't kick a can down a grocery store aisle if it was open until they did it. I've seen parking lot games better than that. Okay, I watched two guys standing outside of a Jules, right? That got clotheslined by Richard Dent in 1996, and those guys got up and played harder than what I saw today. Okay? I'm sick of it.
Oh, God.
I could do it forever.
Everybody's talking about who they're going to pick number one. First of all, how do you have 7 rounds? You end up with 4 picks. There's 3 guys named Doug in the draft right now. All right? Take that guy out of West Virginia. You want a Doug on this thing. A lot of people, I line up next to the greatest of all time. All you had to do was look left. Okay? And you might see me over there. I don't care if this guy wears a dress on the field if he wins. I don't care if he has a gin and tonic between the second and third quarter. Call it drink time for all I care. Happy half hour.
So you're okay with the nails if he paints his nails?
He can paint his nails anything he wants as long as he paints the town red, winning the game. I can't take it anymore, OB. I'm going to go.
He should have came out firing with brimstone.
Firing with brimstone.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God, it was special radio.
Let's go to the black psychiatrist on line 6.
You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, it's physicist, Doug. I don't care what you are. Just say how they're going to fix this team.
I mean, you couldn't script it any better for what they want to do. And look what the Bears have done, starting with the offseason, adding Keenan Allen, getting a pass-catching running back in DeAndre Swift. Now you add the quarterback plus Roma Dunze. I really like where Dunze fits in this offense because he has a different physical profile than DJ Moore. in Keenan Allen. He can play as that boundary X, that backside receiver. When you got trips, it means 3 wide receivers to the field, and you're going into the boundary side of the formation. That's where Dunze can play. He'll give you those vertical matchups, can run the deep end breakers. He's instinctive after the catch, and I think he's got the play speed and the play strength to work through contract at the NFL level.
And what I was thinking of, remember when we talked earlier this year about the Aaron Rodgers play that beats the Bears that you referred to as X glance?
Yes.
And when you hear Caleb Williams himself compare himself to Aaron Rodgers, like what the visions dancing in my head are the play that bedeviled the Bears on so many third downs, they're now going to be able to run it.
Yeah, and what a glance route is, for the listeners, it's kind of a deeper slant route. It's an in-breaking route, but it's a little deeper in terms of your stem. And that is a route where you maintain your leverage against the defensive back in coverage. And the ball has to be thrown on time with velocity and with location. You want to throw a runner's ball to the upfield shoulder so you can catch and go. And that takes vision from the quarterback position, a quick release from the quarterback position, and that power or velocity to drive the football. And that's exactly what Caleb Williams can do.
I'm also really excited about what this does from a matchup standpoint. Like if you're a defensive coordinator and you're looking at the Bears in 11 personnel, that strikes some fear. And the reason why is that you could go man if you want, feel free. And if you go zone, we know that both DJ Moore and Keenan Allen are adept at finding the soft spots in the zone.
Other quarterbacks into the facility, they're not wasting time like trying to teach another quarterback parts of their offense while they're on a visit, right? So there's definitely been teaching. I'll say this: the Bears have definitely been teaching Caleb their offense, and it's allowed.
They've used those 180 minutes per week that they are allowed to begin to start spoon feeding some of the offense, and then you find out at what rate he is able to digest and incorporate some of these things.
Or maybe they're shoveling it. Maybe
that's what I mean.
Spoon feeding.
Maybe they start out with a spoon feed, like, oh, you can go right to the trough. Put your face in. We'll slop the hogs. We'll get buckets of offense and we'll throw it into the trough, and you can go over and eat all of it.
The day that we talk about buckets of offense for the Bears is a wonderful day.
Maybe we're there. Let's ask Will Hewlett. Will Hewlett is a longtime quarterbacking coach who has worked directly with Caleb Williams, and because he's tight with Shane Waldron, they're using Hewlett as the conduit to begin getting him up to speed. And they have been doing this, as Kalen Kaler reported on this show. So Parkins and Spiegel asked Will Hewlett how much of the Shane Waldron offense is now being worked on with Caleb.
I have pieces. I don't have the plays. There's a certain level of, and again, it's not one of the things. I could have the plays, and would that really help? Because there's so many other layers that go into having a successful football play work. But we have the basic route concepts in terms of depths and timing, and then how that matches together. And again, there's the NFL is somewhat of a copycat league, right, within the systems that are run. So there's stuff that we were already working on that it was just given a different name. Instead of a pivot route, it's a thunder route or whatever the case may be.
So you have Shane Waldron terminology.
Yes, I have Shane Waldron terminology.
Okay, is he changing his forward foot to be like Shane Waldron, or is he going to stay as a right foot forward guy?
So Shane, the conversation I had with Shane was he didn't have a preference on it because Russell Wilson was a right foot up guy. The only preference is that everything times up. So I think good coaches in the NFL, you've got to be able to work there's a level of comfort and change that you're willing to, give on, right? And so if the quarterback is already having a high level of success doing it a certain way, and they've been doing it that way for the past 3 or 4 years, are we just going to change it, or are we going to just try to make the best out of it and match it into the system that we have, which happens a lot of the time. When you get big established starting quarterbacks in the NFL move to different teams, they're going to bring in typically their footwork and match it to the system. Usually with a rookie quarterback, it's going to be, you're going to insert in to how we do it. But he had, Caleb's had a lot of success doing things the way that he's been doing it. We went back and forth. We tried both different ways multiple times, and we just kind of settled, hey, listen, I think things are going to time up. He felt better going right foot forward. Now, listen, that may all change. He gets to rookie camp. He goes, you know what, this is going to time up better. But we've worked on both enough to where I think he could probably do that. But it's a level of comfort. But then, as long as it's hitting the right timeline, then we're good to go.
You mean to tell me?
Wait a second.
That good coaching might be to let the player keep doing what they're doing?
But I was told that they have to change which foot is forward in order to make the entire offense work, for the anticipated drift and whatnot, because everybody's at the line of scrimmage to start.
It's very interesting.
As receivers.
It's very interesting that you would work with the player and then say, hey, what are you comfortable doing? And then the player like, well, let me try it out a couple of ways and go, I like doing it this way. Okay, then let's do it that way.
And you give them information in advance to prepare them. Almost like you're not asking them to prove you wrong.
It's very interesting.
Isn't that
good coaching?
Something?
That sounds like good coaching to me.
And as you pointed out,
that's on me.
He has the plays.
They've got the plays. Come on, man.
Why wouldn't you? You better have the play.
We've got the terminology and the plays.
We have the route concepts and the depths. You have the plays.
We have the hot reads.
Yeah, that's okay. You don't have to tell us you don't. We get it.
I think they're being careful because they don't want to open up any exposure to the Bears for being punished for tampering, even though they had the number 1 pick and everyone knew who they were going to pick. I like this.
And there's no rule against them having the plays.
I like that this is big boy football. We figured out that we're drafting Caleb, and now what we're going to do, we're going to get Caleb ready to play football. We're going to give him the play. We're going to give him the route concepts and the terminology and the plays, and we're going to get him ready to play football. That's the way that it's supposed to go.
Caleb,
I love seeing this.
Caleb, we sent a PDF to your email. Just check it out.
You should probably check it out. Yeah. And, maybe you can make some suggestions.
And maybe memorize it. I don't know.
Maybe memorize it so that when you come in here for rookie minicamp, we can just start going. How about that? Look at the Bears football operations playing like big boys now.
Yeah, blue Y flag Texas check with me.
That's right, Robin Meade.
Amazing.
That might be, what we call it, kind of maybe.
Yeah.
You might want to familiarize yourself with something.
That's something that you might want to get used to saying very often.
I'm not mad about any of this.
I'm not either. I'm happy. Like, this is how it's supposed to look. I don't know if it's going to work, but this is best practices type stuff.
It is. And that's the most encouraging part about all of this. instead of coming from a place where perhaps people weren't set up to succeed in such a linear way, in such a straightforward way.
That's on me.
Do it for the next person, at least, at the very bloody least.
I love hearing, and again, we haven't said it enough. Shout out to Kaylin Kaler, because she had this. Like, she knew this before anyone else, that this was going on, and she shared it with the Score audience. Like, that's top-notch reporting that's now been verified by the people.
This text from the 773 says, Caleb, read this short story I wrote called Bears Plays. This is lovely. This is like Raymond Carver.
Spider 2, why banana? Oh,
fascinating.
That looks interesting to me.
I love your allegorical use of the Korean War to happen to explain exactly where the U tight end should be going.
Or maybe the annexation of Puerto Rico.
Hell yeah. The beautiful part about it, beautiful part about it is that this book also comes with pictures. So,
illustrations, you say?
Yes. So that, you could say, hey, why does Spider 2 why banana? You want to know what it looks like? It's right here. We have a whole reader for you so that you can see what it looks like.
I'm waiting for the response to this to be, I have no idea what this offense is, and we're just walking around out there. And this dance goes on for several months.
The only thing I know is run by a team called the Schmears. I know everything the Schmears run, but I know not of what you speak of this other football team.
Also, I laugh because the bear claw thing is the Baylor Sikkim Bears hand symbol.
Bears.
That was, and
Grr.
Caleb was in the Big 12. It was a
The
pretty big
Bears.
no-brainer when I saw it. I'm into it. It'll work. That's still.
I still can't believe that's Robin Meade.
Also, we will have to at some point run the news story on this. I think it works, even though you can't see it. I think the audio works. I still don't understand. Layla, you sent us this clip. I still don't even understand why she said bear in that way.
The great CJ0, he of finding everything interesting on the internet, sent it to me. And then I said, you two need to see this.
Maybe we should get Robin Meade on the show.
Wasn't
To
she
talk
Channel
about
5?
the origin of the
Yes,
Bears.
Yeah, she was local.
Yeah, she was at Channel 5 for a long time.
She was tossing to some bear fight.
Which is
Video
fine.
of two bears fighting.
Exactly, but in the context of watching her, go to that story and explain that story, I still don't understand why she said it that way. Which is fine. It's great.
We need to get to the bottom of this.
I'm telling you, when you're on TV by yourself in front of a camera for multiple hours like that, stuff is just gonna come out. It's just gonna happen. It's like when people ask us, "What was that thing you said on Thursday?" Dude, I don't remember. I
It's
can't
all
remember
gone
the
by the
last
time the
hour.
show is over.
Yeah, I purposefully stop remembering.
Thursday, I have people come up to me and say, remember that thing you said in 2004? I called in immediately after. What? No.
Page 7 of the book.
No,
I write 34 Switchblade. And this is what it looks like.
I hope the Bears book.
If only there was a way for me to remember this by referring to something that I could have in some sort of, written form.
I like it. Okay, so there's one more from you that we need to play because it's one of the concerns that people have kind of glossed over with Caleb because everything else is like A or A+ work. He did have 33 fumbles, and fumbling at the quarterback position, not great, as witnessed by what happened over the last couple of years. Here's what you had said on what they're trying to do to help that not be a problem.
You got to look at every turnover, every fumble, everything with nuance and understand the situation. With Anthony Richardson, it was a inaccuracy issue, right? And not all misses are built the same. One of the things Caleb did was essentially in terms of, creating extra time to throw. There was no one better and no one more elite than Caleb in college football. And I think sometimes, and I don't think he would deny it, he's put in a situation where he's got to do maybe a little too much, kind of hero ball. Or baller mode, we kind of say. And I think he's hungry for structure. which it's tough. With a college game, you're a college coach. Obviously, you can recruit guys, but you can't necessarily draft a left tackle that's going to be able to be a lock fit for you to not give up any sacks. And so Caleb's a competitor. I think you've got to find the fine line there of like, listen, we may risk a turnover here or there with this style of play, but it's ultimately the reason why they're able to win games and put all the points up that they're able to when you're kind of playing from behind or always playing catch up with pressure on. So I think the pro game is going to be so good for him because the structure level is going to be so much higher, and he's not going to have to be the best player on the field every single play. He's got Keenan Allen, Moore, and then a tons of Cole Kmet, a bunch of really good, talented, high-level NFL players where his goal is just to get the ball in their hands. So, the structure of the NFL game will work to his skill sets nicely, and he's ready for that.
Studs, how did you make the bear raid siren go off while we were talking bears? Is the building on fire?
There's a fire drill or the building is on fire.
It's a drill.
Hey, this is the second time we have a strobe light going on in the studio.
Yeah, but
Remember
this time
Monday?
it's intentional.
And then they tell you it's a drill on the speaker. Nobody's
Wait, hold
going
on.
downstairs. I heard
This
it.
is a fire drill. She just said it.
Oh,
Yeah,
well
she
then,
said it earlier.
Mandatory personnel.
We don't have to leave anyway. We're considered essential. We have to stay on air.
But
Titanic, baby.
The
Fart
world-
jokes and
I was gonna
mascots
say
are
the-
essential.
The world must have penis jokes.
if the building's on fire, I'm leaving. That's
Well,
yeah,
yes.
in a real emergency, we
Yes.
leave.
And we're on the 9th floor, so we can book it down the stairs.
And then we just put up CBS Sports Radio.
With a pause. There has to be a 2-second pause before it starts where we all freak out during the break that something's gone wrong.
I think we should, in the event of a fire, not play our friends at Infinity Radio Network, which
Odyssey
is now it's called.
Sports,
Yeah, we should
whatever.
just put a loop of all the different new Bears Caleb Williams drops we have.
We should do a Bears montage. That would be amazing. It really does sound like a ceremonial ring when you think about it, like a ceremonial chime.
Bear down, baby.
Bears.
You know how high noon is next if we can
How?
sit through this?
Well, we're gonna take a break and hopefully it'll be over
No,
by.
I'm laughing at all
There it
this
goes.
all this stuff about these stories that they happen to be sending to Caleb Williams, where it says it was the best of times. It was the spider to Y banana of times.
Ah, yes, I'm familiar with that great work.
And the 847. Once upon a time, in a land far away, there was Trips Right 44 counter sprint kill to X Hot.
That's fantastic.
Great work. I
It
made
says on 2 on here for some reason.
I made an impulse purchase yesterday that was not the kind that I usually make.
Not chicken in a bag.
It wasn't chicken in a bag.
Or
Just throw
Havarti?
it in the
It
bag.
wasn't discount meat.
Was it a car?
It wasn't
A new
dangle.
car!
Did you buy the
No.
same car that Russ has?
I didn't buy a car. It was something I read something in the newspaper,
Roller skates?
Did you buy a house?
and I read it, and I immediately looked at my wife and I said, "This looks awesome." And she
White
said-
Sox season tickets.
And it is. We did buy tickets to something.
A marshmallow
See?
torch.
We
White
did.
Sox.
We did buy tickets to
Yeah.
something. We didn't,
Go White Sox.
I will let you judge the impulse purchase, and then I'll be able to tell you on Monday if it made sense or not.
Guys, you know how people keep talking about the Roman Empire these days? I have a feeling that might be where Home Goods started.
At the Roman Empire?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't have anything. I'm just going to sit back and relax and strap it down and listen to you guys and comment.
Maybe you'll review some Routries.
Yeah.
Just as a for instance, I'm not trying to tell you what to do.
Maybe I'll go Ram 24 lead. I don't know. Bernstein, Holmes, Rahimi, here with you until 2 on the score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on the score.
I'm still in the afterglow and the high of Keenan Allen, Roma Dunze, and Caleb Williams being on the Bears. Like, do I think the top guy here should be Shane Waldron? No, but people are like, oh, you hyped up Justin, you hyped up Mitch. Hey, listen, man, yeah, fine. This time the difference is all I'm right. I said,
Danny Parkins, Matt Spiegel. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Kings
And we've been compiling a list over these many years, and I love it when people tip us off, whether it has been our friend Alshon Jeffires.
Ashlon.
Or Ashlon Jeffires. Or
Jeffries.
And Josh McGowan.
Kyle Ortman.
McGowan is a better fit than Jason Campbell because he's more cerebral.
Well, apparently Mark Grody last night took a call from a guy named Mike who gave us one to add to the list.
It was Getsky, it was the line and receivers, and hear me out on this. He had 318 attempts. He ran about 11 times a game. 8 was because he decided to where he could have passed. So that's another 120. That means Getsky gave him the opportunity about 440 times, which is still 100 and something less than every other quarterback in the NFL, or about 25 to 30%. So where you guys are off, and I hear it over and over, it's 2,200 yards, he's this and that. And I don't blame Getsky. Getsky, you're right.
Hold on, I got to stop because that's the 5th time now, Mike. It is Luke Getsy. Luke Getsy, not Getsky.
Getsy.
Gotcha.
Getsy,
I want you to have credibility. That's all. Go ahead.
All right, Getsy. It was Getsky.
It's my favorite hockey player of all time.
I don't blame Getsky.
The great one, Luke Getsky.
Well, how do you think Trubinsky did overall?
First of all, it's not Ryan. It's Ryan. Ryan, not Ryan.
It was Getsky.
Getsky, the caller that gave us Getsky sounds like the same
other
guy.
Yes.
Trubinsky.
Yes, and there's Steiner math in there, too. That's the other thing. 20% of those would have been
But then you take my 75% chance of winning if we used to go one-on-one and then add 66 and 2/3%. I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning at sacrifice.
And I don't blame Getsky.
saloon. Yeah, right. When? High noon?
Wednesday, high noon. You know what that means. You've already worked hard this week, so this is the midpoint of your work week. And now you can take a deep breath and you can just ride the backside of the roller coaster on down into the weekend.
Still requires consent.
What did we discuss? Well, the Cubs are good but kind of bad, and the Sox are bad.
They're real bad.
And Mike Florio was good, and the stuff that Will Hewlett had about they're still being coy and overly careful about what they're saying about what the Bears have been teaching Caleb Williams. It's okay. It's more than okay. It's awesome. So if you got it, flaunt it. Go ahead and say, oh, yeah. We're mainlining everything he needs to know, and just to make sure he's up to speed for rookie minicamp.
One more book text. He was a big, ugly, slick-haired, yeller dog. Wing right, fake Z, reverse 38 pitch.
That ends sadly, though.
Real quick, the Bernstein Bears, the Chicago Bernstein Bears book was my favorite.
Pretty good.
Of course, it says Bernstein.
Well, that's how it's actually written.
Pronounced.
It is?
Uh-huh.
I
always
read those
forget how
when
it was
I a
actually
kid.
said.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Stan and Jan Bernstein, I believe. No even distant relation.
Okay, so you know I love a good archaeological finding. So there has apparently been an amateur archaeological finding that is a dodecahedron, a 12-sided object, and nobody knows what it is. So then I looked at it, and you know what it looks like?
The Dharma Initiative?
Decor. It looks like something you would have put in your house that you probably found at Home Goods. Everybody's like, oh, nobody knows what this is, and it's a 12-sided object, and it's just one of 33 known to exist in Roman Britain, and it's one of archaeology's great enigmas. I can't even read this seriously because I'm like, is there a chance it's just somebody's decor? Like it didn't serve as a weapon or something, and that's why there's not very many of them left? Like it was just a thing you had at Roman Empire Home Goods?
That looks like a baby toy my kids had.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
That's what it looks like. It looks like a
looks
toy where you'd things would you'd push things into each one of the openings. It was like an infant toy.
It just looks like something that's decorative or fanciful. Like that had to start somewhere. Do you think that we're the ones who created this? Like our generation? Hard no. Knickknacks and such?
Or maybe it was an orb of some kind of power to be brandished with a scepter in your other hand.
But hear me out.
So
what if they also just had decorative things?
I'm sure they did.
Like we hear all about like urns and vases from certain times. Ming Dynasty. Shout out to the Ming Dynasty and their vases and urns. But what if they also had those in the form of dodecahedrons?
They had their own Pier 1 imports.
Pretty much. Yeah. It had to start somewhere. Am I crazy for this?
No.
No. I don't think there's anything. They're presuming there's a use for it, but maybe there isn't. Maybe the use
why are you
is.
looking at me like that?
Maybe the use is you put it in the foyer.
You've had disapproving face on today.
I have?
Yeah.
That's just resting bitch face.
No, I know that.
White Sox segments will do that to you.
It's true.
There's the face that Lawrence makes when he's like disappointed in you as a broadcaster.
I'm not. I think that you're very valid in your belief that it might just be decor.
You guys worked hard on the show today to be here. But I'm telling you, I think it's just decor. Like, I would love for some person to come back from the Roman Empire and be like, you guys are making way too much out of everything. A lot of this was just stuff we put in our houses.
Let's put my feet up on this thing. That's what we did.
So I don't miss a Chris Jones theater review in the Tribune in my online Tribune subscription. And yes, I have gone to the entirely online subscription now because I think he's a wonderful writer. And I think he's that Chris, in a lot of ways, is one of these major market treasures to have. The fact that he's in Chicago doing what he does. And I read all the stuff and I saw a 4-star review. I'm like, oh, this looks awesome. And I finished the review and I looked at Beth and I sent it to her. I said, I'm airdropping something to your phone. And she read it and she's like, what do you want me to do? I said, I want you to buy tickets right now. And she did. So we're going Friday night. because Eddie Izzard is in town.
Nice.
Doing Hamlet solo. He's doing all the parts. A what we used to call dramatic interpretation. I competed in the comedy side of that, the humorous interpretation, where you do all the parts for a 10-minute period. He is doing 2 hours and 20 minutes. He is doing Hamlet.
So what is he also? Did he invite Quick Change
to
help him out?
And I should say she. I believe she goes now
featuring
Eddie.
Quick Change.
Right?
No, she Eddie on stage, Susie off stage, and I believe her preferred pronoun is she when referred to off stage as Susie. But she is doing. It's not comedy.
Well, yeah, but I'm still wondering: is there like a quick change element? Like,
No.
is it
No.
turn your back and then
It's everything we learned in forensics. Everything we learned. Each character has a different voice. Each character has different mannerisms. Each character has a different focal point. And
So there you go.
Sometimes standing differently. There's all ways to. But this, I saw this. I'm like, oh my god! And there's a lot of tickets available because I guess there aren't that many big Hamlet fans and or Eddie Izzard fans. I have seen her twice. I saw her at the Schubert and which is the other Nederlander Rever on various comedy tours here, which have been, of course, fabulous because she's the best. And it's not that I think it's $100 or so a ticket, Chicago Shakespeare Theater, but there's a million good seats for a one-person show. And why not? I'll give you the review on Monday. I'll give you the report. But this is one of these things like it's only here a week, and then it's going to London.
Well, anything is probably better than Kenneth Branagh's Hamlet.
Well, that's referenced in the review here, actually.
Is it? How so?
This Chris Jones says, not only was Izzard one of the very few comics who could fill arenas, she is one of an even more rarefied group, stand-ups who not only can do a very credible one-person Hamlet, but also have the chutzpah to say to their fans, this time I'm doing Shakespeare, suckers, not telling jokes. And Izzard does find some laugh lines that eluded Kenneth Branagh and Mel Gibson, as one would hope.
Well, theirs was all just one frantic note.
Yes, but they were just playing
and
one role.
supercilious.
But they were also just playing Hamlet. It's just she's not affecting reduced Shakespeare parody here. For those of us who know Hamlet like the back of our hands, there are revelations on tap, far more than I anticipated. Well, there'll be that too.
That's good because Kenneth Branagh's Hamlet was quite the buzzkill.
It was over-emoted.
Yeah, it was a caricature of itself. You're right, Lawrence. You're right. You need the hand.
Yeah, I just did Hamlet. Well, I've had the skull.
Alas, poor Yorick.
I knew him Horatio.
There's Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are Dead is playing at the University of Chicago right now.
I competed against that in humorous interpretation.
I'm not surprised.
Because that's Tom Stoppard, right?
Not one bit in my surprise.
Is that Tom Stoppard?
It doesn't matter. Break.
Yeah. Break. What's next? Oh, Bears Stadium hijinks. The comedy act that is the Bears Stadium rollout makes its own stop on its tour. Have fun with this.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The NBA playoffs have tipped off, and it's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet.
You and Tanny all last week trying to have conversations about this movie that I was dying to see, and you were very often very careful, very cautious. I respected it, and you would say, well, let's not spoil it for Spiegs. Let's not do that. I won't do that. And then I'd leave the room, and then maybe you guys would talk a little more.
Yeah.
There was one moment where you said one thing, and it was like the equivalent when somebody has seen a game that you have on the DVR, and they're like, oh, I won't spoil anything, but stay to the end.
Okay, so we're going to play something here, and Speaks is going to tell me off mic what I said
I'm gonna tell you.
to spoil it so that we don't spoil it for the audience. And then when we come back from this clip that Tanny's going to play, I'm going to have been told what I told to Spiegel. I genuinely do not know.
Yeah.
And then I will determine whether or not I believe that I actually spoiled
And
it.
if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you'll see us talking about it, or you can jump there right now to see this,
all right,
okay?
go ahead, Tanny.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I disagree that it's a spoiler.
I'm telling you.
I'm saying it. I'm saying
No, I don't think you should.
Tanny,
I really.
can I get some validation?
I don't know what it is. Know what it is.
It's been a week and a half now, right? The movie's been out for a week and a half.
I really don't think you should say it.
Such an innocuous thing.
I disagree. I disagree firmly.
Well, you want to tell me in cue while I play the music?
Hold on. Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Come on.
Thank you.
Come on,
Thank you.
Speaks.
Thank you.
That's not anywhere close to being a spoiler.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And that's why I'm going to say.
The way he said it, the way he is.
I said that on the Friday show right after I saw the movie with Spiegel wasn't here.
Christ.
I said
it was a reason to see the movie.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
Yes, you said it.
Because now people will know.
Yeah, exactly. We want people to know
It's the
how
way
wrong
that he
you
said
were.
it. It's the way that he said it.
I said Robert Downey Jr. is going to win the Oscar.
Why are you cringing?
How does that spoil the movie?
Put your glasses back on, Speaks.
It does spoil the movie.
Spoil the movie.
So you're upset that you went and saw a good performance by Robert Downey Jr.?
Oh, no, it was good.
He's
it was
an
good.
A-list actor.
There's a lot of other people that were good, too.
Did you want to hate him going into it after hearing what Danny said?
No.
And all of a sudden you were disappointed that he was so awesome in the movie?
As long as we're talking about it, let's talk about it.
criticisms that
Here's
I've
the deal.
taken.
Here's the deal. Forget it. Here's the deal. Now, this is going to be a spoiler. Telling people right now.
No.
Yes.
You're the bad
I'm
guy.
going to spoil it.
This might be Spieg's definition of a spoiler.
No,
so it might not be.
The bomb goes off.
This is 100% a spoiler to indicate to you why that was a spoiler. Okay?
No.
I don't love it.
No.
Yeah, I don't love that.
No, that's
All right,
crazy.
forget it.
Okay, yes. All right. Someone who won an Oscar, or who I think could win an Oscar, who probably cost 8 figures to get in the movie, has a pivotal role in the movie.
Speaks. A spoiler would be Robert Downey Jr. shows up in the Iron Man suit to stop the bomb.
A spoiler.
And spend time.
Oh, if there's restrooms, I'm there.
I really
You
just
can't-
wanted to stop it at that.
You can't build a good restroom in this city and not think that becomes an immediate destination.
Have I ever told you, speaking of bathrooms at our destinations, have I ever talked to you about Boulevard's restroom? The ladies' room there?
Well, the whole
It is-
ladies' room
It is
thing.
thought central.
Really?
Oh, man. And I'm not saying, listen, I too have taken many a pic in that. There's like a
Was that the
cool
black outfit
couch.
that you were rocking?
Yeah, there's a cool couch. It's like pink in the middle and a chandelier. Like everybody ever takes pics in there. So that is a destination. They built a restroom. They could have just ended it there.
Right
but it's
on.
a good restaurant too. Just saying.
It's one thing. It's one aspect that I would say that as long as the gender split between restrooms remains, that the ladies' rooms will simply always be nicer places.
I had a buddy who legitimately thought there was always a couch in women's restrooms, and I was like, that sounds lovely, but no.
Isn't there a couch in the like the foyer of the women's restroom here on 9?
There's a chair.
Okay,
There's
just
a
chair.
foyer in the women's restroom.
Yeah, there's
I mean,
like
there's
a little.
just a little space.
There's a space
You guys
before
put
you
urinals
enter.
in that space.
Oh, yeah.
We put nothing.
And people continually miss
I was
it.
gonna
Yeah,
say,
they do, man. I just
they're
saw
right
that.
here.
They just miss
It's
them.
literally bolted to the wall. How can you miss that?
They miss them badly.
Like, I'm not even mad. It's just funny.
Well, it's funny when you don't watch, when you don't see it every
Yeah,
day.
it's like standing in a puddle of pee.
Listen, I hate to tell you guys this too, but there are
Members.
messy women's restroom users as well.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, there are.
They're
So
probably
people
men.
are just gross,
People
is what you're
in
saying.
this
They're
building.
probably invaders. It's
I am disappointed in them. I don't know who it is, and I don't really want to try to find out.
It's probably off hours.
No, I've walked in on something happened like prior to my. It was probably like a 15-minute, within 15 minutes or so.
All right. Well, still on balance, I do think that there is a reasonable split. Although most places where you go now, most of the bathrooms are non-gendered.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I also like the.
Ally
this-
McBeal started a trend.
I like the solos. Like, you know, let's do
Did
that.
I ever tell you guys about having to use like learning how to use the restroom in China when I went 2 years ago?
The hole in the floor?
Squatty, and it said American Standard, and I was like, guys,
This
is not the American Standard.
Not one bit.
Wait, I don't mean to get us too far off track, but what?
So the
What are the bathrooms like in China?
So in Asia, like
in
it's
Asia.
not just
it's
China,
all of Asia,
actually.
the whole continent.
and
the
the
big-ass
archipelagos like the Philippines. So the public restrooms have what they call squatties. So they're porcelain bowls that you literally put your feet on and squat to
Squatty, yaddy, yaddy,
pee.
yaddy.
So it's like
Yes.
it's like you're camping and you're going in the woods.
Correct.
Does a bear do that in the woods? Bear.
So obviously I had been intimidated, but I had been to enough Asian countries where I was like, man, it's just so much faster. I don't want to wait for a stall to come free. So, and these are stalled, obviously. It's not you're just out in the open, but I'm saying like a traditional toilet. So I learned, and I was very proud of myself. And I was like, this is what kids must feel. But the
Yay.
idea that that was the American standard,
Do I get to buy
No.
you a DVD of The Little Mermaid as a reward?
see, my parents didn't give me stuff for learning things. You just moved on to the next thing.
I'm glad you shared the detail that they are, sectioned off.
Yeah,
the
yeah. Because if
stalls.
not, that
because
would be
I was
super
literally
humiliating.
picturing like a Wrigley Field like trough situation for a minute.
Just a bunch of
but
holes in the ground.
Every single time I would lose focus because I'd see that it said American Standard and I would laugh because I was there to tell you it wasn't the case.
And also let the record show that the DVD of The Little Mermaid was for Zoe. Because Jason was the second kid, and at that point we forgot. And we just basically didn't know what he was doing or
Sorry,
That
Jason.
where he
explains
was.
a lot.
Second kid.
I'm sorry to do
You don't care. It's a second kid. You're like, oh, you did that. Yeah,
So
okay.
if you ever find yourself overseas and you have to be in that situation, I'm here to tell you you can survive it. But I doubt that the Bears' new stadium or any others they build would have that situation here.
This from the Chicago Sun-Times. The Chicago Bears on Wednesday will, for the first time, discuss their proposal for a lakefront stadium with two top aides for Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Two aides.
Two top men. Who
I believe it's a man and a woman.
My guess, sock puppets.
No.
Behind a
it's-
desk. Yes, it's
No.
JB hiding underneath the desk going, hello, I would like to hear very much about the building. You like? Oh, yes, I like very much.
Is
You
that
like
the
to hear about
Quiznos
it?
commercial? Are you just doing the
Hello?
Quiznos commercial?
I am not JB. I'm
What were
important
the-
top aide.
What were the name of the animals in the Quiznos commercial?
Quiznos up.
I know the commercial.
What is happening?
Were they howler monkeys? What was it in the Quiznos at? In the ad?
Top aide number 2.
Someone
and your stadium
knows.
plan sucks.
That sounds too much like Cornholio. You're gonna get sued.
No, I'm not going to get sued. But that's what it
Sponge
is.
monkeys.
No, he's hiding behind.
That's what they were in the Quiznos commercials, apparently.
ourselves. And Pritzker has.
That's a reference
I
to the
did
cartoon.
love that commercial.
Cornholio with Beavis' alter ego. He eat the sugar and become Cornholio.
Ryan Gosling doing a little too much with that, right?
whole
Like, shouldn't have shown up at the premiere of his new movie doing that bit again.
Oh, I missed
with
that.
Mikey
yeah.
Day again.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't that funny.
It was pretty funny, but it was like, that's enough.
JB has been pretty consistent when it comes to his attitude toward public money toward stadiums.
Here is a source, an unnamed source, quote, "The money that comes from this hotel tax does not belong to the Bears. It does not belong to the White Sox. It does not belong to any sports team. That belongs to the taxpayer," the source said. The source is J.B. Pritzker. There needs to be an evolution of thinking in the way that owners and sports teams approach asking and paying for sports stadiums, because we're in a different world than what we were in 30 years ago.
From where you come from.
And it seems like everybody else understands that except for the people on these teams.
That is correct.
Now, this is the graph that I found fascinating.
Gee, I wonder what causes billionaires to think they're entitled to the public's money.
Okay, this is the nut graph here, as they say. The governor's office is puzzled. The Bears chose to publicize the plan without taking into consideration public opinion of the use of public subsidies for new stadiums, and that state lawmakers would have to take a political hit to clear the plan. There is also concern the refinancing of bonds could be viewed as a negative step to credit rating agencies who have incrementally upgraded the state's ratings since Pritzker took office.
Layla made that point last week. I asked the mayor last week about public opinion, and he was just kind of like, he was like, but jobs. But jobs.
Jobs.
24,000 jobs.
Crime? Little
Jobs.
Little crime. Jobs. Maybe little crime. Schools. Schools.
We're going to reach out to the people. Well, how are you going to do that?
Jobs. My people reacher machine.
Come hang out on the lakefront.
Fact machine.
So from what I understand, say construction companies will travel to other sites and they will also do projects there. That sometimes your project isn't in a certain city and that therefore you don't have the job. You are hired to build it somewhere else. And if it's in a reasonable commute length, then you still have the
like
job.
maybe in the same county, for example.
And
Correct.
You know what else could create jobs?
Jobs.
You know what else could do
Taxes
that?
you pay to the school board that you owe for the property that you spent $200 million on?
Well, I would say that's one thing where those jobs, you could actually have jobs fixing the schools and the roads and the parks.
Yeah.
And you know what else? Private investment also pays for jobs.
But this is public investment, but privatized profits. Isn't that interesting?
Fascinating,
Yes,
right?
we would like the naming rights and all non-Bears revenue.
Additionally,
Wait a minute.
I would also like to point out this angle, that just because it is a hotel tax doesn't mean that it's not a taxpayer. Because guess what? If you pay a tax on something, what does that make you?
A taxpayer.
Ding, 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 ding.
Lollygaggers. This is more from the source. The source. You're actually asking for
Spider 2 white banana?
You're asking for something enormous. You're asking for something the public doesn't like. And you're asking legislators and elected officials to make a choice that flies in the face of where the public is. And if you're thinking about your negotiations, thinking about how to get to a yes on anything, you can't start from a place of literally not understanding what you're asking people to do. So
correct.
Hey, Bears, good luck. Good luck.
I want to make sure that, like, I know that
don't
we're
really
joking.
mean good luck.
We're joking about this, but I want to make it clear to the folks that are listening that I wasn't joking about the Bears reportedly asking for naming rights revenue on a mostly publicly funded stadium that they would be a tenant of. They want the revenue for the naming rights. They also want non-Bears revenue, meaning if Beyonce were to come do a concert at New Soldier Field, the Bears want the revenue for that, even though it's not their stadium. This is what they have put in front of the city's mayor, that he is cheerleading and dancing like it's the 1995 Source Awards up there last week. So just know that it's not just a building that they want. They want all the perks of ownership without the financial responsibility of ownership.
It's really audacious when you think about it.
Yes, it
And
really is.
Even the inaccuracy of the plan that they presented to the public being called out by the actual authority they want to spend money with, saying, no, not only are you off, you're off by
$2
multiple billion dollars.
Yes.
And for everybody who loves to bring up Jerry World, which is in a suburb, by the way, that suburb who fought to get the stadium, it was $1 billion, and considered ridiculous even then. These things are not the same. And you know what they did? They decided to talk to municipalities first before they bought land.
Yes, which is what the Bears would. To be fair to Kevin Warren,
That's always where I sit with this.
I think that he would have done it that way had the Bears not already spent $200 million without a plan. There's a lot of hustling backwards that's going on here, and you guys know this. I've joked about it since the beginning. I'm sure Kevin Warren got the deal and was like, wait, what?
Yes.
Why did you guys do it this way? That's not how you do it. You do it this way. So he's trying to jump back into this race midway through and get it corrected. But the problem is even he doesn't understand that. I know that he built a stadium over the last decade. The public's opinion of this has evolved in that last decade with more proof that public money for private enterprise when it comes to stadiums is not the move. People don't want it. In a state like Missouri, they are telling you no. And who are they saying no to?
The Chiefs. The Super Bowl champs of 3 of the last 5 years.
3-time Super Bowl champion Chiefs and a baseball team that's won a World Series in the last decade. They're saying no to that. Here in Chicago, when you haven't been able to have the sustained winning that you want, not that it should be the sole reason why people say no to this stuff, but people are smarter now about how all of this works and how it doesn't necessarily help them. And the Bears have not figured that out yet. And I agree with whomever that source is that's close to the governor.
Very
Wink,
close to
wink,
the governor.
Nudge, nudge.
That source is extremely close to the governor.
And here's the other part of it. Like the politicking, the playing politics part that happened last week. It was also hustling backwards. The governor said he was not invited to your pep rally. Then Kevin Warren goes on these airwaves and say, oh, well, the governor is invited to everything. That's not the same thing. Retrospectively going about it and saying, oh, well, the governor, we always have a place for the governor, is very different from, hey, Governor Pritzker, we're getting ready to do a presentation about a representation of what we think can be on the lakefront. We would love for you to be there. But the thing is that I know why you didn't invite him. Because he would have said no. Because he didn't want the optic of being up there as a private enterprise asking for billions of dollars and then not being truthful about the full ask of close to $7 billion that they're talking about. The mayor was all for it, and he's getting hell for it, and he deserves the hell that he's getting for it because he didn't think about what the optics were going to be on this. And even when presented with, these optics might be bad, he doubled and tripled down on, this is great. The Bears should be in Chicago. Almost no one cares that the Bears should be in Chicago.
Here's my question, though, is when it comes to the optics and the large miscue made by the executive branch of this city, was the recent election where suggested tax changes were different not enough for you to understand that this is not an appetite of the people right now?
It should be.
Wasn't that a good enough indication?
It should be. And the other thing is, while we're talking about elections, Mayor Johnson was not elected by enough of a spread to make him think that he has a mandate.
Wait a second. He ran on the opposite of what he's doing. Regardless if he has a mandate, at least act on what you ran on.
Two separate things.
But Dan, what I'm saying is that had he carried the city at 80% of the vote, then I think that he has firmer ground to stand on when saying, well, I'm representing the people. You won and you deserve credit for winning, but let's not act like you had old Daley numbers running for mayor. And so to then go against what you ran on,
which is galling enough, let alone whatever your numbers were.
Like your support citywide is not great anyway. And then to alienate the people who actually did vote for you is a dangerous game that I don't understand why he's playing, and I don't understand why the people advising him thought that that was a good idea.
I think he's intoxicated by power.
I agree with you. I think that there's a couple things. I think he's intoxicated by his fandom. I think he's intoxicated by power. And I think Kevin Warren is a very charming individual that has made the argument of how this can be a win-win-win for everybody.
It's his job as mayor to see through that con.
Correct. And it's also Kevin Warren's job to do the conning. Like this is where I keep coming back to, and when I talk to people about this on Twitter or pods or whatever, I'm not mad at Kevin Warren for trying to do what's best for the Bears. The problem is with conflation of what's best for the Bears being what's best for Chicago. And those two things might intermingle, but they don't necessarily intermingle. And that's what I think that he's got messed up. I think that he thinks, well, obviously, if it's good for the Bears, then Chicago's going to get behind it. And when we're talking about on the field stuff, that's true. When it talks about taking money out of people's pocket, that's a harder sell for you to make.
The people who in this city need it most. That's you ran on that. That's what bothers me. Also, I'm not going to have this Senior Wences erasure going on. If I'm talking about sock puppets or the...
I thought you were doing lamb chop.
No, if I'm doing this like this, he's Senior Wences.
And somebody said, oh, you're just doing Cartman from the J-Lo episode or the Quiznos. It all gets back to just look. Do me a favor,
what about
please.
lamb chop?
Look up Senor Wences.
I seriously just thought it was the Quiznos commercial.
Look up Senor Wences. Wenceslao Moreno Centeno.
Jobs!
Who is famous. He's the inventor of that, and anything else after that is homage to Senor Wences. So
24,000 jobs.
Jobs. Safety. The kids. Oh, and the kids and jobs and solving crime.
Oh, they're totally invited to come down to the lakefront, except for that part where we're like, hey, kids, stop coming downtown or we'll call the police on you.
Not you kids. Those kids.
Those kids.
You go back to your crumbling parks and crumbling schools.
Well, wait, can they go into the new facility? No, it'll be locked. Just like Soldier Field. You can't just roll up in Soldier Field.
Oh, and when it's not locked, it's going to cost you $500 to get in. How about that?
That is correct.
All the disposable income you got. No, you kids, go back to your crumbling schools and your parks that are falling.
Cops!
Cops, more cops, less crime. Dumbass. Next up, Nick Friedel. We'll talk basketball. The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Coach wants that.
You know, I think the best thing that has happened for Caleb is drafting Rome Odunze. I think this kid is going to be a very positive influence on him from the standpoint that Odunze gives me the impression, and the people that I talk to, is he is always keeping the main thing the main thing.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Bell Tire.
No, but they have a worse record than last year, but in a better position in the play-in situation. It's the NBA. It's parity. It just depends on the
I
year.
don't find teams with a losing record unless they're marred by injury and the guy comes back from injury to be exciting.
But what if they're leading the league in clutch losses? It's like still exciting. Now you're basing your excitement off of victories.
What do they say? Good teams find a way to win and bad teams find a way to lose.
Did you just do a fit for me?
Yeah. That's where we're at, Gabe.
Why do you hate the Bulls so much?
I don't hate the Bulls. I hate the way they're set up.
What can they do? They don't have a team. It's what's in front of you.
What could they have done last offseason? Could they have done something different?
What would you have wanted? Listen, I can't help the fact that Javon Carter can't put up 10 points a game. They brought him to be a 3-point sniper. Every time the Bulls play the Milwaukee Bucks for the last couple of seasons, he's out there smacking threes every single game.
In retrospect, were the offseason additions
Torrey Craig
good? Throws off the
stay
backboard.
healthy.
Throws off the backboard.
Dude.
Oh, is that
What
out
I'm
of
saying,
bounds?
You're asking me what the Bulls could have done in the offseason. And I'm like, well, they tried to add some sort of talent they felt like could help.
Should they have re-signed Vucevic?
Yes.
Should DeMar DeRozan still be on this team?
Moving forward, I don't think they have much of a choice.
So
I think
they're
DeMar
going to
DeRozan,
re-sign DeMar DeRozan this offseason.
more than likely, that's going to be the move.
Do you know what a hamster wheel looks like? Do you know what a treadmill to mediocrity looks like?
But you know what?
If you don't,
Lonzo Ball's coming back. Zach
to do
LaVine's
what?
coming back.
To do what?
Patrick Williams.
Wow.
No, that's the hamster wheel. That's the hamster wheel right there.
I'm saying. So
I mean, the thing is this: your hands are tied. You're saying it as if the Bulls have options.
they
out there.
had options.
What? Go
They
ahead,
could
you're
have
asking me
traded DeMar.
what?
They could have said
for what? They
Reset
would have got a
button.
second-round pick for DeMar DeRozan. Don't sign Vooch. There are 200
Could
players
they
in
get
the
a
NBA.
first-round pick?
For who?
Alex Caruso.
No. Oh, for Alex Caruso.
Oh,
okay. Remember, he's the heart and soul. He's the culture of the Bulls. My favorite Alex Caruso cut is when they come up to him about the trade. Then he's like, "My employer is the Chicago Bulls, and I show up to work every day to do my job." I was
He's
like,
got like the hard hat, the lunch.
Jerry Krause tried his best to get me to be in a Bulls uniform on several different occasions. It just never worked out.
What's the one that you think of first? I mean, we know the one that we think of first because it was legendary, but then there's the others that have come out. So tell us about Jerry trying to get you.
Yeah, well, the legendary one was trying to trade for a 18-year-old high school kid for Scottie Pippen, which was, to me in itself bizarre. I remember the night of the draft. I get a call at 12 o'clock at night, and it's my agent. He tells me it's for the Bulls. I may be traded for Scottie Pippen on draft night. I was like, oh, my gosh. Like, it was just such a surreal feeling that I possibly could have been a freaking Bull and teaming up with Michael Jordan. But at the time, I thought MJ, when they did nix the trade, I thought it was MJ that did that. But I got close to a reliable source and said it was Jerry Reinsdorf that did it.
It's funny. Jerry Reinsdorf came on our radio station after that story made the rounds, and he was like, "No, it wasn't MJ. It was him." Like he felt the need to go first person. Like, and Jerry Reinsdorf does not do interviews anymore.
Right.
And then the free agent recruitment.
See, that's the thing. When you said the legendary time, I thought you were going to say for us because we knew about it. Was when Benny the Bull and everybody, there was a small band playing Sweet Home Chicago. There's the Lovables cheerleaders. Yeah. When everybody meets you at the airport. Was there any part of you at that point? So that's a few years after the draft then, Tracy. Is there any part of you at that point that thought, this is ridiculous? This is over the top?
No, I didn't think it was ridiculous. I actually was very appreciative that he went, Chicago Bulls went above and beyond of trying to recruit me. I mean, I loved every bit of it. It's just they were recruiting against Orlando, which is where I grew up. To have that opportunity to play there, and then it presented itself at that time in 2000, I couldn't pass that up. So that was the only reason, why I chose to go home.
win. And they get this series back to Indianapolis for Game 6 on Thursday night.
Fun stuff going on all over the NBA right now. Upset, star turns, a grim and grumpy Tom Thibodeau muttering to himself deep into the Manhattan night. And here to talk about all of it is our resident Odyssey expert. His name is Nick Friedel, and he's an Odyssey insider. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. I'm still laughing, Nick, about the cutaway immediately to Thibodeau after Maxey hit the logo 3, and just it was so it's just the essence of everything Thibodeau stands for is don't let the other team make a shot like that, and they did.
Dan, I kept going back to the misery that is Tibbs watching the end of that game. As he sits in his office late last night, early this morning, eating a steak, no doubt, trying to push away what transpired. I mean, you blow a 6-point lead in 30 seconds. That is a straight up Tibbs nightmare. It just he's just muttering ice to himself all night, trying to find ways to make the ending something that it wasn't. But they absolutely blew that. That was a pure choke job. I mean, Brunson missed a free throw. Hart missed a free throw. Robinson fouled. That made it a 4-point play. Tibbs is screaming to foul to McBride. Nobody can hear him. Maxey hits that 3. All the different things that had to happen did. I had a friend of mine text me as it's all going down, and he says, that Maxey shot, that's Dave Roberts in Game 4 against the Yankees. We'll see. I still think the Knicks are going to win the series, but knowing Tibbs the way that the city of Chicago does and knowing him to be the perfectionist that he is, that specific ending will give him nightmares for years and years to come.
Oh, there's no doubt. And it's the other parts of that loss that are so baffling to this result. Joel Embiid turns the ball over by himself 10 times in regulation. And it still goes to overtime.
Layla, Maxey saved Joel Embiid on such a gigantic level that it's unbelievable. I mean, I feel bad for Embiid in this sense. It seems like he always gets hurt maybe towards the end of the year. He comes back. He tries to play. I mean, certainly he made some big plays in overtime last night, and he was the MVP last year. But he looks just so out of shape. So out of it towards the end when they need him the most. And to the point about the turnovers, it's ridiculous. When you have a guy who's that talented, who keeps making the same big mistakes, it's why. And Dan, I remember you asked me about the Sixers a month ago. Mm-hmm. I just never believed that Philly can get, whether or not they finish this series or not, I don't think they can ever get to where they want to go with not only Embiid kind of hit or miss out there, but the pieces around them. But Layla, if you have Maxey playing at this level and he's able to do what he did at the end of that game, that makes you at least have a little more belief.
Nick, what happened in Milwaukee?
You got a series that is prolonged just for another couple days. Indiana, you have all the pieces in play for this is the end. Halliburton, finish it off. Make sure that you don't give them any life, and they just get crushed. I mean, I feel the same way about this series now. I don't see how the Bucks, as much as they still want to keep going, can win with no Giannis and no Lillard and make up for the absence of those two guys. But if you're the Pacers, you let an opportunity slide, but you still should be able to finish. If you're the Bucks looking ahead, I don't think that team can win even if everybody is fully healthy. They'll always have the built-in excuse if they don't come back in this series. Hey, let's see what happens when Giannis is out there, when Lillard is out there. but we've seen it over and over and over again, certainly in this postseason.
And we've seen it during the regular season. Like what's
Absolutely.
your assessment of like what went wrong there? Because everything seemed to be going really well. They fired Griff. They were at the time, I think, the number 2 seed, 3 games out when they fired Griff. And then everything that they've done since Doc has gotten there has been a disaster. How did they get to this place?
There are going to be books written on this topic, probably, in at least in the city of Milwaukee. I think when you watch the way the roster was put together, and you make the deal that you made last summer, and then you hire Griff, and it just doesn't work. I mean, guys, how many times over the course of the last 20 years do you see a team with that kind of record to start, and yet he gets fired? That shows me, Lawrence, to what we're getting at. There were so many issues under the surface. It wasn't like it was all new and it just didn't happen. There must have been stuff going on from the very beginning. And if you're Milwaukee now, to me, watching from a distance, I think the show is over as far as being legitimately able to win a title. Now, with Giannis still at the age that he's at, you can rework the roster and there are different ways to adjust on the fly. But he made it clear in different interviews the last couple of years, he's not tied to Milwaukee forever and ever. And Chris Middleton isn't getting any younger. That contract is going nowhere. The Lillard thing, while it seems to have worked in fleeting moments, I'm not trusting that Lillard at this stage of his career is going to be able to stay healthy the way they need him to. I just think that reality is hitting them. And whether or not Doc is the guy, I don't know. But it just doesn't feel like the pieces fit the way they need to. And if you're a Bucks fan, you're just happy that they won the one that they did, because I don't see it being able to turn itself around when you go all in to make the move they did, and it just didn't work for a variety of factors.
I agree. I think this is a screwed the pooch situation up to our north. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure with capable features like available H-Track, all-wheel drive, and standard third-row seating. I was talking about this with some of my basketball peeps, Nick, about who might maybe want to trade for Zach LaVine when some of the dust settles. And it's a tough one, because it's tough to be a GM and say, I'm the guy trading for Zach LaVine. The closest we could get, if we kind of squinted at the problem, was maybe Orlando continues to struggle with scoring and shooting from distance, and somebody there makes the point, well, this guy isn't that expensive and he can solve some of our problems. But I didn't like going down this route and having to work so hard to find a suitor.
Yeah, well, welcome to Carnosaurus's life in the next not only couple months, Dan, but in the past few months, because there's not a clear answer to that question. What the Bulls do, what LaVine does, there's just not a market. If there was a market, it already would have happened. Then he gets hurt and it didn't happen, and now you have to wait till the summer. I think, to your question, Orlando would make sense in theory. They've got space. He's still young, but that deal is awful. It's so bad, and they're not going to want to give up much of anything to get him, on top of the injuries and everything else. The thing I would point out to anyone who says, all right, Orlando, maybe that does work. Orlando plays defense. Whether or not they can shoot remains to be seen, and certainly they need an offensive punch. But if you bring in a guy who doesn't play defense into a culture that is built on defensive principles, and they actually play well together, that's going to be real tough the first few times he blows the assignments like he has so often with the Bulls. So it remains to be seen. But any Bulls fan who's still under the illusion that trading LaVine is going to get anything of real substance back, good luck to you.
Nick, I was talking to Dan about this on Monday when we were discussing the Western Conference, and maybe it doesn't get enough publicizing because it is the West, but there have been times where I looked back at that Paul George trade and wondered how lopsided it was for either team involved. But to see what Oklahoma City is doing, what the Clippers are doing, it's a case where the NBA is putting their teams in positions to succeed by having teams be able to move what they need. What do you think of just those two teams in the playoffs and the success that they've had?
The future is very, very bright in Oklahoma City, Layla, if the ownership is willing to spend. And they have shown us in the past that when push comes to shove, and this goes back to that Harden deal from so long ago, they don't want to spend at the highest levels as if they're in a major market. So that deal, it worked for both sides. I still don't think the Clippers can win a title. They were so much better equipped to win the title pre-pandemic, and then in the bubble, it didn't happen. I don't see it happening now. But this goes back to specific to Paul George and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I flatly don't believe, y'all, that people understand still, even though they see that awful commercial over and over and over again on a loop with
what a pro wants,
oh my
what
God,
a pro needs.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have to reference it again. But think about this. How many people had to sign off on that thing to green light it to the point that we could see it 45 times a night and all go, oh, this thing is
You had to put
terrible.
a big check in front of Christina Aguilera for that awfulness.
She green-lighted it.
Yeah, Christina, she green-lighted that check for sure, but it terrifies me to think how many people saw that and went, yep, this is for us. Anyway, the problem for the Clippers in this, Layla, is that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is just better than Paul George. And I know Doc Rivers has come out in different podcasts in the last 6 months or so and saying that he was trying to tell Kawhi, hey, just come here with this guy. Shai, he's that good. He is that good. I don't think people understand not only how good he is now, but how much better he'll be. Paul George is still really, really good, and they could win this series and maybe make a little noise. But I think the days of the Clippers as a legitimate title contender are gone. The Thunder's window is just opening, but it's all nice when everybody's on these real small rookie and or first contracts. It gets a whole lot different when those younger players become players who need big money to stay. Will the Thunder ownership play the game and spend what they need to when the time comes?
All right, this is the choice now. You can have, however you want to define it, you're starting a franchise or you're playing one game. SGA or Anthony Edwards?
Ooh, that is a fantastic question. It's fantastic. I know everybody's falling in love with Ant Edwards and some of the stuff he says, but Dan, for me, it'd be Shai.
Okay. There's no wrong answer because Anthony Edwards, I said this the other day, he's built like a bigger, stronger version of old Jordan, and he plays like young Jordan.
I think that's a very good way to describe it. And in talking to and listening to the players from that generation, what they respect about Anthony Edwards more than the obvious of getting to the basket and, you know, being able to drop 40 when he needs to is the attitude, because that is what we don't see so often now from the younger guys in the league. They just don't want to go out and just destroy everybody every night. They want to be friends with, you know, all the guys on the other team. Anthony Edwards isn't built like that. Having said all of that, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is unbelievable. And I think over time, his shot's going to improve even a little bit more. He's going to be able to show that the rest of his game can develop as well. If it were me and I had one game and I had one guy I had to build around, it would probably be Shai. But that's a hell of a question.
Fair enough. Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Nick, thanks as always.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
That's Nick Friedel.
You want to keep talking buckets? We didn't even talk about the Suns.
Well, to be fair, they talked themselves out of their situation now, didn't they?
What happens next there is really interesting to me. Because you got three guys that are making, what, $160 million or something crazy like that next year?
Even above them. The fact that you've got Matt Ishbia, who's in there who is impatient as hell and hired Isaiah Thomas as the most important part of the brain trust here. And usually everything Isaiah touches turns to garbage.
So, yes, we do want to talk about this next.
Among other things, yes, on the Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score, always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment's brought to you by Grand Appliance. Shop Grand Appliance for unbeatable deals like 20 cubic foot.
So why isn't it working now? And I think the main thing is there's confusion with the pecking order, because in the ego and the minds of some guys, the pecking order should have changed, and it didn't. I think the first year of DeMar and Zach had no problem saying, you're Batman, you've proven you're Batman, here, you win it, you win it, you win it. Then last year, when DeMar was still trying to win it, and he wasn't, there were a couple times, and I'm surprised people still ignore these, where Zach came out to the media, not just to one person or through sources, came out and said, yeah, end of the game, we're too predictable, we're too stagnant, he was basically saying we're too DeMar. And so I think what you have is now a confusion in the pecking order, where DeMar, to his credit, is trying to hand this torch to Zach, but I think in his heart he knows Zach's not that guy. And so there's been a couple games where he's here, take it, do it, win this thing for us. And then, all the hell with it. We got to win this game. Just give me the ball. You're not ready for this. And so I think that is why it's not working from a functional standpoint. And the two are still really good friends. There's not like hard feelings. And to DeMar's credit, he hangs with the young guys. The young guys all love him. He goes to Io's number retiring ceremony. He'll go to Vegas and watch the young guys and go and practice with them and talk to them. Zach doesn't do that. And there's been some shaking of the head with some of the stuff Zach has said this year. I think last week, and Darnell, I think, reported this about the whole, I didn't have defensive miscues. I don't know what you're talking about. When there was clear, and there were some young guys going, damn, dude, you're supposed to be the franchise guy. And DeMar, I think, has been trying to buffer it, but today kind of sends a message that, damn, this dude doesn't believe in us, and he wants out. He knows that this boat's sinking, and he doesn't believe in us. So it's going to be tough to kind of keep this thing together and not let things leak in from locker room to court. And that'll be the interesting thing of, does it become so toxic? Hey, we got to move a lot quicker than we're comfortable moving, and we're not going to get the deal we want.
They win a playoff series for the first time in 20 years.
All sorts of fun stuff going on across the NBA. You have a new generation taking over. That's what you have going on here. That there's no LeBron, there's no Steph. Giannis is going to be out. And you've got, you're going to have eventually.
No Jimmy, no Chris Paul.
Yeah, Embiid and Harden are probably going to be gone. And, we just listen to Nick saying Paul George and Kawhi and all this. So get used to some of these youngsters out there. I love what's happening in the West. I do think it's going to be awfully tough to vanquish the current champions who are most likely to repeat because they're a machine. But there's been a lot of fun basketball.
That's how I feel is when in doubt, my answer used to be Warriors. And now, how are you stopping Denver?
And what about Draymond, man? Draymond's taking shots at Nurkic because the Suns are out of the playoffs. Well, all Nurkic was trying to do is like, man, you need help. And Draymond's like, no, you need help. I'm like, you
missed the
don't
point.
Get it.
You missed the entire point that he was taking the high road.
Yeah. Still don't get it. That Phoenix thing, though, is really interesting to me because how do you fix that? Kevin Durant is still viable, but he's not the dominant player that he was. Devin Booker can be dominant, but you're asking him, it's kind of a hyper version of what we were talking about with Haley Van Lith. You're asking him to kind of be your point guard, and that's not really what he does. And then there's Bradley Beal, who is fine, but that's a lot of money tied up in three players.
Three players who are also much more offensive-minded than defensive.
Yeah.
All of them.
And then you have to build a roster when $160 million is tied up in three dudes. That's not fun at all.
Yeah, if you look at it, this is the ESPN figure. Bradley Beal, 46.7 mil. Devin Booker's at 36. Durant at 47. Nurkic is 16.8. That's not.
For next year?
This is this year.
Because I think next year there's a significant bump for Booker. Next
from
year.
36, that's pretty impressive. But additionally, you'd think that having at least the combo of the two.
Yeah,
of
next
Durant,
year, Devin Booker's going to make $50 million.
50.
And what does Beal make?
Beal's at 50, I
Right.
think.
Yeah, Beal's
Let's say next
46.7
year.
this year, so next year he's got to be somewhere around there. Beal is he's the odd man out in this to me, right? Because the twosome of Booker and Durant should get you more than what it returned this year.
Or maybe this is your ceiling for a team that doesn't guard.
Well, and I liked Nurkic going to the Suns.
I like Nurkic, period.
Yeah, I am bullish on him. And so I'm disappointed that this is how it's turned out, even with a little bit of injury discussion.
And Nurkic
Texter,
is no
you're right,
youngster
too.
anymore.
They just gave Grayson Allen $70 million.
That was a hefty extension, yes.
It's a lot of money.
Join the score in Budweiser tomorrow at Harry Carey's Tavern, Navy Pier for the 26th annual Worldwide Toast to Harry Carey. Parkins and Spiegel are there from 4 to 7 after the Cubs, with Jason Alexander leading the toast. You can win tickets to a Cubs game, and the Worldwide Toast to Harry Carey is brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. Tonight, the Cubs continue their series in New York against the Mets. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:35 with first pitch at 6:10. Listen to every Cubs game in Chicagoland with the free Odyssey app.
And Studs, we know that you wanted to toast one of your friends.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And sorry, this might be a little tough for me. So when I lived in Bloomington, Illinois, I had I worked at a station, WJBC. It's a heritage station down there. It's been around for a really long time. The morning show host when I was there was a guy named Scott Laughlin. He retired in 2019 because he was diagnosed with cancer, and he died yesterday. Sorry, guys.
No, work through it. It's totally okay.
All good.
Scott was one of the best people I ever met. One of my favorite coworkers. He was kind. He was funny as hell. He was smart. He had wit. He had all the characteristics you needed to be a great radio host, and that's what he was. It sucks that he didn't get more time. He was only 65. He was passionate about his friends, about his family. He loved them, and they loved him back. My life, the life of so many others, is so much better having known him. I'm so thankful I got to laugh with him, just to be friends with him. He was somebody that was supportive of me. He was patient when I was so green when I started working there in 2014, I think. I worked there for 3.5 years, and he was so patient with me when I was learning. I had a lot to learn. And he's also somebody that was a light in my life. Things weren't always easy for me down there, for a lot of reasons that I won't get into now, but he was someone that I could always get a laugh with, that I could always smile with. He's someone that I could confide in a little bit when I needed to vent about things that were happening at the station that were tough for me. He's one of the few people that I told why I was really leaving. And like I said, it sucks he didn't get more time. But I'm thankful I got to know him. I'm thankful that everyone got as much time as they did. And it's one of the best things you can say about someone after they're gone is that they're a good person. And that's what he was. It's one of the best. And the light, the world just isn't as bright without him. But I'll miss him. I know everyone else will. There's a lot of people that are hurting a lot more than me down in Central Illinois. And I know a lot of people listening probably didn't know him. A lot of people down in the 217 and the 309 did. He was on radio in Central Illinois for a long time as a radio lifer, and this is the best way that I think I could pay tribute to him, was on the radio. So I appreciate the time. And Scott, we'll see you on the other side, man.
The Score celebrates the 26th annual Worldwide Toast to Harry Carey tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. Pat Hughes here. Join the Score's Parkins and Spiegel show, broadcasting live at Harry Carey's Tavern, Navy Pier,
4 to 7 p.m.
Our show will be there, broadcasting live,
including guests like Jason Alexander.
I'm back in business, baby!
I'm going to be totally starstruck.
Along with Chris Kattan, James Denton, Ryan Dempster, and Ron Kittle, all celebrating Harry's iconic catchphrase, "Holy cow!"
How about that?
Come join us.
For more info, go to harrycarys.com.
And make sure to be there for the toast at 5:30.
We want to see you at Harry Carey's Navy Pier.
Brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
My mom's the bomb. Her hugs are so good, there's a wait list. Her laughter is the life of the party.
Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by EOC Audio, Chicagoland's leader in audio, video, networking, and home automation. It's our guy, Wex, EOCaudio.com.
Russell Dorsey, National MLB Insider for Yahoo Sports.
For Cubs fans, you want to be playing games in September that matter. You want to be heading into the next season with your arrow pointing up.
Insider and analyst for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV+.
Actions speak louder than words, specifically Jerry Reinsdorf saying, you know what, I don't know any of y'all. And I'm not going to even go through the process. I'm going to pick the guy right now that I want to be the general manager of the Chicago White Sox.
Insider and analyst on MLB Network. Co-host of the Sports Adjacent podcast.
I don't let it get to that point where I have 1,000 unread emails.
I have 277 right now.
You have bodies in your house, bro.
Russell Dorsey.
What's up, Russ?
With Bernstein, Holmes, and Rahimi on 670 The Score.
Russell Dorsey's brought to you by Finishing Chicago. Great finishes start with contractors from finishingchicago.com. Russ is with us on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino, circalasvegas.com, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. And if you watch on Twitch, maybe you will see Russ wave around his own personal rally sausage over the course of this interview.
I mean, because I like my job and I will not be.
No, I just meant like, a packaged summer sausage.
I mean,
that you
Ray is. I can hear Ray laughing through the sound.
It's a substantial packaged, sausage.
Yeah.
I can hear Ray laughing through soundproof glass.
I just. Oh my God.
No.
I'm broken.
No. Enjoy your day.
Russ's family listens to this segment.
That's why I did.
They do. Y'all know, and y'all know that too. Both of them, not just one. Both.
Yeah. So Russ,
we'll get back to your classic moves, such as saving the earth while you're driving your car.
It's very important.
I love to do that. I love doing that.
This Mike Trout thing is very baseball sad, and you could tell that he was sad about this.
Yeah.
This is rough to see that he's going through another surgery.
You're talking about an all-time great. Like, this is not just some dude. And even if it was just some dude, it would be sad. But like, you're talking about a guy that we mentioned in the same breath as he has the same skill set that Mickey Mantle had, right? Like, you talk about him like, oh man, Ken Griffey Jr. in the 90s, what this dude is. And like, the peak of his powers was so amazing. Like, guys, it's super hard to win MVP when you're not on a playoff team. Since the year 2000, there have been 48 MVPs. And of those guys, only 3 times has a player won MVP and their team didn't go to the postseason. Shohei did it twice. Giancarlo Stanton did it when he hit 59 homers in Miami, and Mike Trout twice. And he would have had another MVP if Miguel Cabrera didn't win the Triple Crown his rookie season. Like, we're talking about an all-time great. And it's sad to see a guy who has been so much to the game of baseball as a player. And like, he was kind of like the big superstar after Joey Votto in terms of like WAR, and when you can really quantify how good a player actually is. And we could be like, damn, Mike Trout is a good player. Like, and to not be able to see him on a field, like he hasn't played 130 games since 2019. It is really sad. It's really unfortunate. And I feel bad for Mike Trout because, guys want to be out there. Like, he wants to be out there. He knows the pressure that he's feeling because the Angels need him now more than ever, right? After Shohei Ohtani leaves to go down the freeway, play with the Dodgers, like, the Angels need him. And he's the type of guy where he is very loyal to that franchise because they chose him to be the one to carry them into the promised land. He hasn't been able to do that.
Well, and I keep wondering, we know that this is expected to not be season ending, just out for a significant amount of time.
Yeah.
Is this the year that he is traded?
Layla, I'm going to say no. I just don't see it. There's nothing that we have seen, that we have heard that leads me to believe that they would make that decision. I thought you were going to go somewhere else and say, is this the final straw in moving him out of center field? Right? Like, do you move him to a corner? And I know when Joe Madden was the manager, they floated that out there and it was just like, just kidding. Mike's going to play center. But I think something that is true if you look at Mookie Betts, and I've talked to Mookie about it, and I've talked to Dave Roberts about it, and how his body feels not running back and forth that many times a game, you get a better version of yourself. Like we saw the best version of Mookie Betts last year when he's playing primarily second base. We've seen what he's been doing this year, playing primarily shortstop. And even though that's the position on the field where you need to do the most stuff, if you will, just playing on the dirt is different when you talk to outfielders versus those guys that play on the dirt too, where it's like, no, this feels kind of like an off day, if you will. And I think when you look at Bryce Harper, I think we see the best version of Bryce Harper over the back half of his career playing first base outside of instead of playing in right field. So, you know, maybe this is the time where you have the conversation. Do you move Mike Trout to a corner and hope that helps him stay healthy over the long haul?
How did the Astros convince Jose Abreu to take a demotion all the way down to instructional to go to the facility and work on some stuff before he comes back?
Well, I think when you look at where the Astros are in their season, and we had talked about it the last couple of weeks, where they didn't want to get so far back and then also have this hole in their lineup. And I think when the Astros were here in town, you look on the board at Wrigley and you're seeing a guy hitting below 100, had 4 hits at that point, and does not look like himself. Like I was talking to some people, the bat just kind of looks like it just slowed significantly. And like the body doesn't look very different. Like he still looks like he's in baseball shape, but he just doesn't have the bat speed right now. And maybe as for Jose Abreu understands, hey, I can't play like this and be in the lineup. And I understand that they can't have me on the roster playing like this. So maybe you're hoping for lightning in the bottle. Like it sounds like they had a good conversation to try to get him back on track, maybe similar to what Toronto did with Alek Manoah, right? Sending him to the minor leagues to figure some things out. And I think it's one of those situations where if you're the Astros, if he says, like, let's say he shoots back and says, nah, I'm not going to Florida to work on anything. Then you have a decision to make. Do you say, all right, sunk cost and you DFA the guy? Or do you have this disgruntled player in your room and just not play him? And so I think it was the best thing for both sides is that you say, hey, Jose, we want this to work, and we're going to need you at some point this season. Go get a mental reset, figure some things out, and we get you back here to being the best version of yourself, which they saw in the postseason last year.
Well, and I also think the discussion when it came to Jose Abreu's success being tied to the weather, he's in a domed stadium in Houston. Right. I think it just had more to do with timing of the season and for him getting into a rhythm and getting into mid-season shape.
Yeah, and like the whole this whole slow starter theory worked here in this city where it is 40 degrees or 30 degrees at first pitch, depending on what day it was. But yeah, when you're playing indoors, you're playing in the AL West where you're playing on the West Coast a lot, you really can't use that anymore. So yeah, hopefully for both parties, it works out. And it sounds like they want it to work out. Like, it doesn't sound like this guy like, we're done here. It sounds like they want him to be able to figure some things out. And obviously the financial aspect of that is another reason they want it to work out.
The Cubs are really battling themselves right now in a lot of ways. That we look at the run differential, we look at their record, and yet each moment, each game feels like it's taking a lot of resources and everything they've got, even down to the AAA level, all the moves that they're making, just to have them above water through April. On 2 levels, what does it say about the job that they're doing to have this record despite these headwinds? And second of all, what does it mean to already be at this point, just starting May, about their longer-term prognosis?
Yeah, I think they are very... One, it says that they had solid depth. And I think we talk about really good teams, they have depth. And I think they've had to rely on a lot of guys this year, especially in terms of your Ben Browns, guys like that to hold down the fort while Justin Steele has been out, like to get what they've gotten out of Mike Tauchman, who's been fantastic for them with no Cody Bellinger and no Seiya Suzuki. That's really important. Oh, by the way, guys, they're working on the windows in my building. So if you hear tapping, I apologize. And so I think when you look at the Cubs, they're very similar to the Minnesota Twins who are in town playing the White Sox right now, where The Twins lost Royce Lewis on opening day. They've lost Max Kepler for a point during the first month of the season. They've lost Carlos Correa, even though he's back now, and have had to kind of tread water and hold their head above water to make it to May. And then you get some guys back. You run off 9 wins in a row, get guys healthy going into May, and you can kind of go from there. I think for the Cubs, you got to get, if you get Justin Steele back, right? Maybe that's your turnaround point where it's like, all right, now we go. We got our guy back. Maybe you get Seiya Suzuki back. Maybe you get Bellinger back, whichever one comes first. And that takes the pressure off those guys in that lineup where it's like you're not expecting whoever fills in for those guys to be that same player. You're just hoping that you can make it there until those guys return. And fortunately for the Cubs, those injuries aren't season ending, obviously, where you have a different situation.
I also worry, though, when it comes to the Cubs. You've covered enough teams to know this. The problems that we're talking about regarding this team are not something that I thought I would be discussing like this early. Does that concern you at all regarding timing?
As you're talking as far as
amount of blown saves, for example, using so many bullpen arms already, that type of thing. It feels like this pattern isn't sustainable.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure out that back end with their high leverage guys at some point. Adbert Alzolay giving up the homer yesterday and has already moved out of that closer role. Then you go to Hector Neris. Guys don't always work back-to-back days, and you're having a guy who has done that, but now he's in a different role. How does that affect him? Yeah, I think that is something when you're looking down the line in terms of what is a possible addition the Cubs should make. You're going to need somebody who you can rely on in the back end of the bullpen. And you look at Craig Counsell in his career, they've been able to have that, but you don't have Devin Williams and you don't have Josh Hader. So who becomes that guy? Do you have to go and get that guy?
Russ, is Aaron Judge out here cheating?
Here's my thing, man. He's 6'7". Like, I've seen lots of guys slide and put like the arm up, and you got to be pretty precise to say, here's the ball. Boom. With the oven mitt. It reminds me of Arby's when I see the guys with the oven mitt, but neither here nor there.
They have the meats.
They do. Did it help? Sure. In that moment. Should it have been interference? Yes, I agree. And the umpire said after the game that it should have been. Do I think that Aaron Judge had the wherewithal to say the ball's going to be right here? I don't.
Well, I remember what was said to me when I tried to do something like that on a slide. And the shortstop looked at me and he said, "Listen, MFer."
The next one's out of your head.
He said, "You do that one more time, and this thing is going right between your eyes.
That's right.
As hard as I can." And I was like,
if Aaron Judge is 5'11", we're not having this conversation.
But that might also be why he tried it. Like, I got the longest reach in Major League Baseball. Let's see if I can get some stuff happening over here.
Dude, you're 6'7". Everything is in your reach. Everything.
Hey, man. I want to see if he tries it again and if it works.
Maybe. Well, we shall see. It's very, very interesting. Russ, do you have any thoughts on rap beef right now?
Oh, man.
So we just finished recording this week's episode of the Sports Adjacent podcast where Tone made an appearance again.
Oh, dear God.
We were explaining to Jason what has transpired in the rap beef between Drake and Kendrick Lamar. And I just like getting good music out of it. Like, I think this isn't, I Don't Like You for 6 minutes by Kendrick Lamar.
Yep.
And I love that. I also think he's had the 2 better records out of this than Drake. I do think it's about to get a little flagrant because you have both guys going, I know something about you that the world doesn't know.
Yep.
So you better stop playing with me. And I can't wait.
But Kendrick Lamar has been on this for a while. I mean, I'll never forget the line where he says, "Rapper with the ghostwriter, what the blank happened." It's clear who he's referring to there. And that's an old album.
Yeah, see, what makes a good beef when it lasts decades? Like this stuff, it's similar to the 50 and Ja beef, where Until those two brothers no longer are on this earth, that is going to exist. Drake and Kendrick are out here saying, no, I do not like. Kendrick said, I don't like the way you walk. I don't like the way you dress. I don't like the girls that you're with outside. I don't like any of that.
Yeah, it's a lot until, it's not fun anymore and someone's gone.
See, that's why I think I don't think we're gonna get that. Like, I don't think this is
not.
90s rap beef.
Most people thought that nothing was going to happen and thought it was all on wax. And then two legends were gone. And we were like, we should probably stop doing stuff like this.
But hold on, didn't they finally get somebody on that like a couple months ago?
Yeah.
And wasn't it
30 years later?
Yes, but wasn't it supposedly not related?
Maybe.
It was related to something else?
I think maybe it's related to someone else who's been in the news lately. But that's another thing. That's another,
we don't have time for this.
We don't have time. Russ, thanks as always. We appreciate you.
Goodbye, friends.
Russ Dorsey, Yahoo Sports, national MLB insider and analyst for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV Plus and MLB Network, joins us weekly. Back to football.
Wait, why didn't I think of that?
What?
Oh, many people have thought of that.
What?
I am stupid for not having thought about that.
Oh yeah, that's been one of the widest held conspiracies, that someone else wanted to be on top of the rap game.
This is Biggie. You're talking about Biggie and Tupac?
Yeah, and had proximity and opportunity, and then notice who became the biggest star when those two guys died.
And notice Faith Evans' reaction to all of this news.
Just saying.
We'll explain a lot of it offline.
But the biggest star after Biggie and Tupac?
Yeah.
So Eminem?
I mean, he then, but in the aftermath of it, there was a lane.
Who's had some legal issues recently.
There was a lane that opened up, and then a guy that was behind the board was now in front of everyone and had multiple hit albums after that, and was doing all this stuff with watches and shiny suits.
Interesting.
Wearing white. And
it opened up a lane
circles.
for Jay-Z too, but
interesting.
He wasn't, involved with both guys. So
it sounds like a reach, but it sounds like conspiracy theorizing.
When you put it all together, it doesn't sound like that much of a reach.
Fine.
I got the Stewie head now.
Not that hard to believe it up. Great American novel. Mm-hmm.
Enemies become friends. Friends become enemies.
DJ Moore has been.
There's a Family Guy for everything.
He's been kind enough to be a guest on all kinds of podcasts, some even across the pond, where he's got thoughts.
Yes. He did a podcast with The Mirror, and perhaps The Mirror is all of us.
Is he holding up the mirror to our Bears' existence?
Kind of. He had some thoughts about the quarterback, and I think they're worth discussing.
And we've got some fresh Ryan Poles sound as he talks Bears. So Bears, next score.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
FinishingChicago.com's decorative finishing contractors can transform your commercial.
This story made us miss someone in particular. And I don't have the anger for this story. But you knew him as Les Grobstein, the Grobber, Overnight Les. We now want to introduce to you Afterlife Les. Afterlife Les, thank you for joining us.
I agree with Dustin Rhodes. 1 Google%. He's the only one that got it right. A lot of people think it's cute that these two coaches, they go sit courtside and they hang out. KMA.
But I mean, what's the harm?
The harm? What do you mean the harm? The harm is obvious. You don't hang out with your enemies when you're playing games.
After, but it wasn't a game. They were watching a college basketball game.
I don't care. A lot of people think that's okay, and that's never okay.
Yeah, did you ever see
Matt? Let me tell you something.
I'm sorry.
Matt
Go ahead.
LaFleur,
Sorry,
more like Matt LaFale. Matt Eberflus, more like Matt Eberfail.
Oh, it's a good one, Afterlife West.
That is really good. Look, I understand your feelings. I have it a little bit, but just a little. Like, could you ever imagine Lombardi and Hallis hanging out?
You sometimes like to get under my skin with some of these ideas.
That was Mark
Lombardi.
Grote.
It never would have happened. Never would have happened.
Well, I wasn't at
I was
those
there.
games.
You weren't there. It never would have happened. There's no way Hallis would have ever talked to Lombardi. I know for a fact a lot of people think it's bogus, but it's absolutely true. And all the people that are saying that Caleb Williams is going to be better than Jim McMahon, they can KMA too. I've heard all the talk. I've heard it all.
Oh, that's a good point. Afterlife West, this is a rare opportunity. I mean, Caleb Williams, he cried in the stands. He couldn't beat Notre Dame. Is that concerning?
Yeah, he's a crybaby is what he is.
Get on the plane. We're heading to DC, and I'm not looking where we're going. We're sitting first class. I'm like, I got my headphones on. They didn't tell me to turn it off when we took off because I'm with my pops, and I'm just sitting there. We end up getting to DC, and we get our bags, and there's a black car waiting outside for us. And like 20 minutes after that, we show up at the White House and sitting there. And then about 10 minutes after that, it's just my dad and I sitting in the Oval Office, and we're just sitting there. And next thing you know, the door opens up, and H.W. Bush comes out, and he's like, Wally. And I'm just like, what? And he gives my dad this huge hug. He gives him a huge hug. He's like, you must be Jared. Let me take you around my house. So we start walking around the White House. He's showing me all the rooms. And then he looks at me. He's like, it's lunchtime. He goes, what do you want to eat for lunch? And I said, man, hot dogs and pancakes. And my dad looked at me with this side eye, like, what are you doing? So they made me hot dogs and pancakes. Then we go outside. He's showing us the renovations that's going on in the White House. And then a little bit after that, we jump on Marine One and we go to a golf course, and we're golfing. And it's somewhere in Baltimore. I don't know where it was, somewhere in Maryland. And next thing you know, it starts raining. So I'm driving around this golf cart. I'm like 11, 12 years old. I'm driving around this golf cart, and it's raining out, Secret Service everywhere. And the president hits this ball on the side of this elevated green. And he jumps into my cart, and he says, young man, take me to my ball. So I'm driving him, and I get on the on the side of the elevated green, and the cart starts to slip. And the Secret Service jumps out, and they grab the golf cart. My dad is trying not to yell at me, but he's giving me that look. And I get over by him. He goes, you are not driving anymore. No more. And the president looks at him and says, Wally, let him drive. So I didn't know who to think. I'm talking about the leader of the free world or my pops, right? And my life was a movie. Crazy, crazy story.
Where were you when you heard the big news, Wally?
Oh, it's amazing. That's an all-timer.
Don't call me Wally.
Your dad did not let Mike Murphy call him Wally on the score.
Dude, but H.W. has more pull
gets to do
than
it.
Murph.
Feel they need, and we'll see where it ends up.
That's Roma Dunze talking about a little throwing session. He's not the only Bears wide receiver or Bear who has been talking of late. So we thought we would use the next few minutes to hear from some of them. First, here on the Bernstein and Holmes show on this Wednesday that has Layla Rahimi here. You can see it as the portion of a show that Layla's put her jacket on, which usually happens between 12:45 and 1 o'clock, depending on how the thermostat is behaving.
Well, number one, you got to get used to temperatures, so I can't just like wear this all the time.
Well, I know.
I'm just glad that you have one of those now.
Say it was the same time around Monday.
I've had them. It's just I believe in one layer. Okay, one extra layer.
Why?
I can't be doing 2 layers.
I do too.
I got to walk places.
That's why I always wear a hoodie for the most part. I wear a hoodie and sweater in here because of,
This is hoodie jacket season for me, where the hoodie becomes the outer layer.
It's really good in the morning. Shorts and hoodie weather.
Shorts and hoodie walking weather.
Nighttime,
you guys talk about this whole shorts and hoodie thing, and I've yet to fully grasp it because Texan over here. But additionally, I would like to point this out. Did Roma Dunze also get a book of short stories, you think? And was one of those short stories perhaps Spider 2Y Banana?
I'm sure that his buddy Caleb let him borrow that book that he got. He's like, hey.
The book of
I got
fiction.
Hey, Rome, I got this really great book. I think you should check it out. Here you go.
The first chapter is called X Go.
Please read the first text on the text line right now. The top.
The Andrew Vaughn one?
Yes.
Why is Andrew Vaughn's walk-up song "God's Gonna Cut You Down" by Johnny Cash? Seems counterintuitive.
Is that actually his walk-up song?
It might be for today. Maybe he just he wanted to change things up. He got an RBI, right?
I just wanted to make note of that.
Okay.
Also, Dan, we walked in here and Mully and Haugh had the thermostat at a lower number, but it physically didn't feel bad in here.
It was 68,
But
and
Dan
it said
was
68.
But it wasn't actually 68 degrees in here, as we know. Dan was romanced by the number, so then he turned it up. And then when he turned it up, it got colder in here.
Well, I just turned it up to, I set it at 72, and now somehow magically it's 74.
Awesome. Whatever it is, keep doing it. Here's DJ Moore talking to the Mirror US on what he noticed from Caleb Williams when they worked out.
Anticipation is there. You can tell that he's expecting us to be open at a certain time. So that's going to be one of the things that's better. But I mean, just got to be on the same page with him going forward. And it's just going to take some time. Maybe it's going to be fast, or it might take some time. But I'm hoping it's fast though.
I appreciate DJ Moore putting a governor on this.
Well, and also telling a side truth when he said it.
That's what I mean. Like, instead of everything's going to be great, he's going to pick up things like the reality of the NFL.
Oh, I meant the first part.
Oh.
I think he sounds like Diana Taurasi.
He's a hater.
Yeah, if he's actually saying
jealous of Caleb
that
Williams.
The transition to the pros is a something that's more difficult than what one had seen in the past. He's clearly coming after Caitlin Clark with a comment like that, I think.
The texter said Vaughn's walk-up song is ironic considering he doesn't have legs.
God already cut you down and removed your legs, damn it.
I knew that was going to happen.
You might want to think about, I mean, I don't know what type of odds you can get right now on FanDuel, but you might want to engage
a little
Holmes
fadey
maneuver.
Might want to.
You might be able to turn a quick one, but you need to. I think you probably need to do it fairly quickly.
When you mention the Holmes maneuver, I always picture like you putting somebody in the figure 4 leg lock, like on the mat. That's what I picture.
Oh, it's the Holmes maneuver! It's got him in the Holmes maneuver! Oh my God! It's the Holmes maneuver!
Which, if you have any sort of slight, like flexibility, the figure 4 was not debilitating.
It can be. I always look at it, the Holmes maneuver as the Kobayashi Maru maneuver in Star Trek.
Oh, I was thinking the competitive eater.
No,
that's who I thought too, Layla.
No,
I was like, so you're eating hot dogs.
I picked up on that one, Lawrence.
Thank you, Studs. The Kobayashi Maru is you're in a no-win situation, and that's how they judge your ability to become a Starfleet captain. Is how it's like the S2 test stuff. It's like how do you react to a no-win situation? The only person to beat the Kobayashi Maru
was Kirk.
Correct.
Because he cheated.
I just run off. Does that count?
Which is
why
fine.
did I know that?
Because it's
lore. Like
yeah.
I forgot what it was. Like he I don't remember how he cheated.
Well,
He
in the
went to
you remember
Boston
it
Legal.
because in the newest Star Trek series
He's
movies
not
they
watching
made,
that.
in the first one, they show him beat it.
Yeah.
That's how I knew about it. I haven't seen the other Star Trek.
He cheated by wearing a hairpiece.
I watched Boston Legal. That was
Denny
a good
Crane?
show.
Hell yeah.
Ryan Poles was on with Pat McAfee earlier, and he was asked, at what point did they know Caleb Williams was their guy?
We went through the full process. The film was a film that stood out, that kind of had my heart from the beginning. But as we spent more time with Caleb and their homework and got to know each other, it became clearer and clearer.
Go ahead, AJ. When you see all this stuff surrounding, and I know you guys do a great job of having your blinders on and not listening to whatever pundits or mock drafts might be, does it? You guys know who you have. Like when you know who Caleb is. Does anything ever infiltrate your guys' building of all the? If people just want to tear him down because he's been the number one pick for so long. How do you guys block that out, and how do you truly know that, hey, like this is your guy?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with any relationship you're about to start, you got to see the other person eye to eye. You got to spend time with them, real time, and not take everybody else's, thoughts with that. So that's what we did. We sat down with each other. We had dinner together. All of our staff got to spend time with them. I want to make sure some of our players sat down and spent time with them as well. That means a lot to me. It means a lot to the locker room. So once all those boxes got checked, I really didn't care, about the noise and what other people had to say.
Right. First of all, pundit, not pundit. I hate it. I hate it, hate it, hate it. They're not pundits. They're pundits.
Are they pendants?
No.
Oh my God! Who the hell?
I do.
cares?
I care. The other thing, tenet, not tenant.
That
It
was a very Duke word you used.
It is not a tenant of your philosophy. It's
Tenet.
a tenet. Pundit. Tenet. Not pundit or tenant.
Well, I'm here. Collegiate is not a word.
Oh, thank you.
It's collegiate.
And it is dominant and not dominant.
I think it's a Midwestern dialect thing.
Stop. Don't impugn all stupid Midwestern.
His
It's not
background
that.
is a bookcase where the bookcases are all facing the wrong way.
Is one of those books Atlas Shrugged? That's all I need to know.
I don't know if the books even have, because it's clearly like one of those manufactured backgrounds.
Really should put on the dating profile. Don't talk to me if you have Atlas Shrugged.
But it's just weird that that's
No.
Or the Fountainhead.
Yeah, both. Yes, Lawrence?
It's very strange. That why is that a background? Why are the books facing the wrong way?
Trying to make a point.
Because one of them is Atlas Shrugged.
Felt they had to turn it around.
I don't think they're real books.
Where
Dan.
are we
I
on the
think it's
bell
just-
jar? Yep.
Yeah.
Problematic AP reading for 1,000.
More from Ryan Poles. What about the decision on the number 9 pick, Ryan?
Rome was at the top of our list. We have our draft board kind of separated by different colors, and there's certain guys you don't pass up on, and Rome's one of them. It's hard to find a guy that is that big and that talented at the receiver spot, and on top of that being an unbelievable human being as well. So there was no movement off of Rome at all.
It seemed like the Bears were chomping at the bit to
Stop
draft
it!
him.
Champing. And why did he say we are separated board with different colors, and then he didn't explain what he meant? There's no reason to bring up the idea and say, like, he was what color?
Take it easy.
Like, but say that.
He
like,
probably had a bear logo.
I think
or-
he's
right.
I think
A bear
he's-
logo. He's a bear. He's a
I
blue.
think
He's
he's
a red.
biracial. Let's take it
But-
easy
but,
there.
But either.
Dan.
But
why are
there's
you worried
no-
about what color he is?
Why introduce the idea that we separate our draft board for colors? And he was on our board. He was a beige. He was an orange.
Well,
he was
he's
a
definitely
purple.
a beige.
He was whatever.
As a beige, I can say that.
So
I was waiting.
So
for a
Ryan,
commentary about the shade of skin.
Ryan, another question.
Dang it, Lord.
How do you
Ryan
feel
Pohl's also a beige.
about all of these new weapons?
Well, I think Shane's going to do a good job putting Caleb in a position to be successful. I think with any setup, having balance is helpful in that, and then with all the weapons that we do have, you would think that we should have some success in the air as well. But I think we want to keep it balanced, keep everyone not knowing exactly what we're going to do, and take advantage of those matchups. And if it's a heavy box or light box, being able to exploit whatever part of the field we need to. So I'm excited. I think we've attacked every level in terms of our weapons on our offense. So we're pumped up.
You know what I'd like to see, or I guess like to hear, and I guess I could go back to the wedding video. I'd like to hear like happy Ryan Poles. And that might be it. Like that might be the as far as his register goes.
Pretty happy after he traded for Chase Claypool.
He was also very happy when he extended Cole Kmet. Like he was on the score. He was pretty happy to talk about it.
I just wonder like what is maybe he's just already back in football mode. Like he had the celebratory thing. Now I was like, all right, football.
You do also want more than a week of celebratory Ryan Poles after for months he was like, well, I don't know if we're drafting Caleb.
Yeah.
Wink.
I don't know if he already has the playbook.
I don't know.
Studs, what's the last Ryan Poles from the Pat McAfee show that we have?
Let's hear about this new punter they got. He thinks it's going to make teams feel uncomfortable.
I didn't expect him to get much further. Definitely didn't think I'd be able to pick him up when we got into the 5th round. And really the thought process there is to make anyone we're playing really uncomfortable. I didn't play much in the NFL, but I know running onto the field and having the ball spotted inside the 10-yard line is a very uncomfortable feeling. It's disheartening at times. And I love taking advantage of field positions, and really that should help us with points as well. So I think it's going to add to our team and again, make it uncomfortable and difficult for any team we're going against.
It's a crocodile.
Hold on.
Yes,
Did
Pat
you-
McAfee got pumped up when talking about a punter.
It's his whole brand.
No, when he said field position and then McAfee goes,
Hell yeah.
hell yeah.
Bear.
Like, just uncontrollable there.
And we had an emailer yesterday, nicknamed
Stonecutter.
Torrey Taylor, the crocodile punter, which works for me. Oh, you hadn't heard that?
No.
$900 dues.
It's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we take a break so that we can talk about bees?
Bees?
Yeah.
Your powers are useless against them.
Bees. Next on the score.
Mully and Haugh, mornings on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Take them with you wherever you go on the free Odyssey app.
It is funny, and it's so absurd.
Where's the fly swatter? Miss something on the show? Use the rewind feature within the Odyssey app or subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcasts.
Thank you both. I start work at 5:30 in the morning, and you guys are always there to entertain me throughout my morning.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 to 10. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Benjamin Moore, the official paint of the Chicago Cubs. Benjamin Moore Wood Lux exterior stains the ultimate.
Then I talked to Mike Talkman, who I was excited to talk to Mike.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
well, that's exciting. So then you talked to Mike Talkman,
Got
the
to tell
Palatine
you,
Pounder.
on the way into the interview, I'm thinking, man, I'm so psyched for this.
Yeah.
Palatine's own. I wonder if he was a scorehead. I wonder if he likes the Pounder. Interesting career.
Got a lot of things to talk about with him.
Yeah,
sure.
man.
Yeah, okay.
Some time in New York with the Yankees.
Does he think of Topgolf?
Exactly. Where should the Bears go? You know, who's your favorite score host and why isn't it me? Just like all kinds of stuff. I was
Quarter draft.
super excited.
I got Southport round 1.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice value.
Then I made the decision to lead with the Pounder. Okay.
I would have done the same.
Right. Get the man's thought. He's got a nickname.
You gotta
Right.
warm him up first, Speaks. Everyone knows that. You gotta just a little bit of,
I don't know.
rubbing
Or
around.
break the
and-
ice.
Yeah, like loosen him up first.
Yeah.
Loosen him up.
Also, my guy Sean Sears is like, hustling the thing about an open because we weren't sure we were going to get him. I was like, oh, yeah, we get the Palatine Pounder. It's perfect.
Man, you never go in first with the Pounder.
Oh, so you played it for him? Did he hear it?
I think Tanny grabbed it.
Okay.
And Mike Talkman, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Are you okay with the Palatine Pounder? Have you heard that? Are you all right with that as a possible nickname? That's from Jim DeShays.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. But,
I know. I mean, I don't know. You're not necessarily a pounder as a hitter, but it's just It's alliteration, right? What I didn't know is
Yes.
if other people in Palatine would be okay with you being the official pounder of Palatine. Like, there's probably somebody else who might.
Yeah. There's probably someone else that's heard that one before. It's not bad though.
Not bad.
Dude, that is not your fault.
That's he hated it.
That is not your fault.
You don't think so?
He did not come to play.
No.
At one point, I asked him what it was like playing in Japan last year. He played in Korea last year.
Wait. Can we just re-air this entire thing at 5 o'clock?
Killer bees were on the swarm last night.
They weren't killer bees. They were just
You don't know.
harmless honeybees.
You don't know that.
We need our honeybees. They're pollinators. They do good things. Bees are the good guys.
We've been hearing about the killer bees since we were kids, Dan.
I
You
know,
don't
and
if they weren't killer
You know
bees.
what
And the
rolled
metric
up?
system.
You know what rolled up and actually was more effective than killer bees, but like less publicized?
Yes, the flathead worm, and they're here.
No, fire ants.
Yeah, those are no fun, but they've been here. We weren't warned as little
Cicadas.
kids like the killer bees are coming. The killer bees are coming. And SNL did a
From
whole sketch
Texas.
of them making fun of it. Yeah, it was Texas.
Yeah, they were coming.
They're
from
coming
Texas.
in to kill us. That and the metric system was coming. So we all had to learn about the killer bees were going to come teach the metric system.
We didn't learn anything about the metric system.
No,
Dan.
nor did the killer bees
Who
get
you
here.
crapping?
So
It's base 10 and more convenient when you think about
I'm
it.
sure it is, and that's part of what they said. But
It's more worldly too, but we don't like the world. We're America.
Yeah,
damn it.
damn it, we're
But
Americans.
The
We
people
don't
who
need your
invented the
measurements.
imperial system don't use it anymore. Maybe that's a sign.
Yeah.
The game between the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks was delayed because of a swarm of bees. It's that time of year. It was right on the cable that holds up the backstop behind the plate, and there was a queen, and then there was a swarm, so they had to call beekeeper Matt Hilton.
Where were you when you got the call here tonight from the Diamondbacks?
So I was actually at my son's t-ball game. It was the last game of the season when I got the call to come out here.
And what was it like when you rolled into the building and you got a standing ovation?
I thought I was here to just take care of a bee problem. And yeah, I think we're pretty hyped up. It's pretty cool.
So we are officially in a bee delay. And we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
I see what you did.
Due to a bee colony forming on the protective netting behind home plate, we ask that you please be patient.
I see what you did too.
After you please buzz off.
So this happened to me when I was in Arizona a few years ago.
Bees?
Yeah.
Bees happen.
Bees happen. So I had said with Mitch, hey, can I do, I'm still doing nighttime shows. So this is probably 2017. I was like, can I do the shows from Arizona? He's like, yeah. Why don't you go do the show from the Cubs-Royals game in Surprise? And I was like, okay. Other than it was 50 miles from where I was staying, I went out there, and the game got delayed because of bees. Like, and you saw them. Like, you saw them, like, fly in. It's the same thing. They were on the wire there. It's, like, behind home plate. And everyone in the press box, like, freaked out and closed up the windows and all that good stuff. And the game was delayed. It's a problem.
This is a good point from 630. It looks like a traveling colony of honeybees. Sometimes when traveling, if the queen of the colony gets tired, they will literally just take a break.
Yeah. And that's what beekeeper, what's his name?
Matt Hilton.
He got to throw out the first pitch, by the way.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
He should be able to throw out a lot of first pitches considering that he missed his kid's final T-ball game. That sucks.
Please be patient.
The Diamondbacks were tweeting out bee facts during the bee delay.
Why not?
We were attacked by a swarm bee. I was playing golf in Austin with my friend, and we heard this low drone, and out of nowhere, neither of us got stung, but we both ran away screaming. It was like the sky turned gray, and they were big.
Yeah.
And they were headed somewhere. They weren't interested in really bothering us.
Wu-Tang!
But they were hitting us on the way through. It was terrifying. That was the only time I've ever actually like been in a bee swarm.
So at Dodger Stadium, they like it there, and a lot of times they would just land on my head.
Bees?
And they wouldn't do anything. So I was like, well, I'm kind of flattered that you think I'm a flower.
They thought you were the queen.
That's what it was.
So you just hang out in my hairspray, but I'm not going to like move quickly because I don't want you to sting me and die.
I'm covered in bees.
There was some sort of agreement there, but that's as close as I tended to get.
I want to keep bees. So that my father was a beekeeper, I shall follow in his footsteps. That looked something like this.
I'm covered in bees.
Unfortunately, it was Craig Biggio and Jeff Bagwell.
That was Milo Hamilton. And people
Bees?
who know the original Boers and Bernstein drop.
it-
I'm surrounded by bees.
Was it Jeff Bagwell, the originator of this Jose Abreu deal? He was like the acting GM at the time while they had that break. And
That's right. You might be right about that. We'll ask Spiegel. He knows that type of stuff. Parkins and Spiegel, they're covered in bees too.
What?
They'll be here next. Wu-Tang!
Please be patient.
Holy cow!
The Score celebrates the 26th annual worldwide toast to Harry Carey tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. Pat Hughes here. Join The Score's Parkins and Spiegel show, broadcasting live at Harry Carey's Tavern, Navy Pier,
4 to 7 p.m.
Our show will be there, broadcasting.
First Death Star that was put in there on purpose.
Jyn Erso's dad.
And many Bothans died to get that information past whatever the guy's name is, Ben Mendelsohn, who was flying around. He's flying around, you know.
Flying around.
So the second Death Star, that's really stupid.
I need to hear the Dave Wanstead breakdown of Star Wars now that you did that.
What? Yeah,
What if he were a big fan?
Star
That'd be
Wars?
Like,
fantastic.
seriously.
That would be hilarious.
Because I guess Ken Griffey Jr. is like a huge Star Wars honk.
A Wani on Star Wars podcast.
Yes.
Would be unbelievable. Like he knows all the words to Lub Nub. Oh, I could translate Ewok. Oh, come on, Bernsey.
He can play the cantina scene on the trumpet.
He speaks Wookiee.
Right. Oh, I used to coach on the planet Kashyyyk. Tony Wise and I were there for 3 years.
They were scouting offensive linemen.
You should have seen those. You got a couple Wookiees out there. Man, you got a double block. Run right behind them. They play hard.
I mean, I guess if you're thinking about Wookiees, you're thinking tight end and defensive end, right? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Chewbacca is playing defensive end for me.
D end?
I feel like he's a 3-tech.
Tight end or D end.
Yeah, like hand in the air, tight end.
See, I feel like Chewbacca might be better served like letting his anger flow. Play him at D end where he could just swap people and get to the quarterback.
Yeah, I worry about penalties.
He'll help
Especially
you up.
with the way they're calling the game now. I'm concerned about penalties.
He's going to get 2 of those a year.
Okay.
You have to put up with the fact that
you got to just take it. Yeah.
That he's going to get the
he's going to pull someone's arm out at least once a year.
Oh, there's that again.
Oh, Chewbacca. With him, this is part of the package. Still a great player, though.
Got to take the bitter with the sweet.
Destined for the Hall of Fame. the rapey guy from the Julia Roberts movie.
Yes. Yeah. Pretty Woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, he's the
that's him.
sleazebag lawyer partner who
tries to rape Julia Roberts.
Yeah, he hits her.
Yeah.
In the movie.
So he and Hector Elizondo were both in that movie. I love Hector Elizondo. That's my guy.
He's still out here working.
Yeah,
right?
he is.
He's still in that the Home Improvement guys show.
Being charming and better than his role in everything he's ever been in.
I agree.
Jason Alexander. Yeah, well, let's make sure to bring that up with him.
I probably won't.
Oh, man.
Does Herb Lawrence give Jason Alexander his name, Jason Alexander, or does he call him Jay Greenspan?
I think he calls him. I don't know if he's ever called him anything.
Okay, I don't know if Herb.
That's his real name.
Yeah,
Jay
I
Greenspan?
don't. Usually, Herb doesn't do that. Like usually, it's more of like
a nickname. It's not an actual pseudonym or like stage name.
Okay. I think I'm well into like Herbie logic. With the last name Alexander, you probably have to go with another lesser conqueror.
I see, but my guess is it's actually his middle name because a lot of people will de-ethnicize their name by using their middle name as their last name.
Well, you saw John Leibowitz there last night being dumbstruck when Tyrese Maxey scored 7 points.
That was a great meme.
It was a great. It's
going to be really useful.
Here it is. I saw somebody tweet it as, "Here it is, your moment of Maxey."
Yeah, that's funny. Very good.
I love the Thibodeau cutaway.
I didn't like
after
their
Maxey hit the shot
last night.
Didn't like the court
that
last
bothered
night?
me.
Yeah, not the most visually appealing court.
Dude, all those former Knicks there together, like Bill Bradley, at one point, the three, like Carmelo and Starks, and there was like Sprewell and Camby were there together. Like everybody's there except Charles Oakley because James Dolan doesn't like him.
My favorite place ever to watch a basketball game.
Unbelievable,
MSG.
right?
A pro game. I mean, the college games are fine,
but the pro game is
the Knicks Bulls playoff games that I had the privilege of covering.
Cool.
That building is the best.
I was talking to my brother today. He was there last night. He's got season tickets. He bought one for some of the games that he hasn't had, but he was there last night. Not a single Sixers fan anywhere. And because he was telling me about, because I know your guy Nick also went down to Philly, right?
Yeah, Nick was basically courtside in Philly. He was in the second row, like scorer's table, and then him right where Tibbs stands, like at the at the coaching line. I mean, it sucks for getting like your view blocked, but he said it was pretty incredible for Tibbs the Maniac.
Yeah, hearing all of the stuff.
Oh, and seeing the joystick hand.
Yeah, he said it was fascinating.
So here's what my brother said, that like, because he sometimes will put his season tickets on sale and they'll go for like $2,500 or whatever. The tickets in Philly were half that on the secondary market. So New Yorkers are like, I'll just hop on the train and pay half price, and that's why that's part of why the financial. It's much cheaper to go to Philly. Where's Shane? It's easier to make your own chicken sandwich at home than it is to go to Popeyes and get one. It's easier to go to Philly as a Knicks fan than it is.
That's why Beth tells the story about being in high school, and that's where she went to see Bon Jovi. Because it was so much less expensive and there were more tickets available. Instead of going to the New York concert,
there it is.
The Jersey kids went down to Philly to see Bon Jovi.
Oh,
that's the cool part about the Northeast. All these awesome cities
right
are
there.
so close to each other.
Europe.
Well, yeah.
That's really the cool part of it. They're even cooler cities closer to each other.
Dan Bernstein, man of the people.
I mean, yes.
I'm going to say people who live in Europe say, what are you doing this weekend? We're going to Amsterdam. We're going to Paris.
Good thing
we're
I
going
speak
to
Dutch.
Berlin.
They all speak like 6 languages because of
But
it.
I mean, New York, Philly, Boston.
Yeah, man.
Pretty good trio of cities.
And DC's not far.
Oh,
no, not at all. And then if you are going to go to
easy train
DC,
ride
you
for
can
the
get to
whole thing.
Baltimore. So it's...
Oh, dude, I was like, in high school, like, which dead show should we go to, man? Let's go to DC. Yeah, we'll road trip to RFK.
Yeah, then they're not cool cities, but to your point, you go to Jersey. Like, you know what I mean? There's like 3 or 4 huge venues around there that'll always get the
Garden State Art Center.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Which now it's probably the Xfinity Dome or something. Right? I don't even know what it is.
I don't think it's a dome. It's an outdoor venue, but thanks for playing. Although, you never know. Didn't somebody design a new dome that they could just put on top of Soldier Field? They could just do it that way? I heard Mully and Haugh talking about it this morning.
That'll work?
Yeah.
If they
Those
want to pay for it.
quotes.
I heard Mully and Haugh talking about a texter to Mully and Haugh suggested that the campfire milkshake be the representative for the White Sox at the All-Star game. I thought that was
That's
pretty
very
good.
funny.
And at the draft.
Yeah.
It'll be Tommy Pham.
Can't do worse.
It'd be very
No,
funny.
Tommy Pham will be gone.
Yeah, sign and flip. Tommy Pham. Dude hit the middle of the lineup for the Diamondbacks in the World Series.
He'll be a Cardinal soon.
Yeah, but doesn't he overstay his welcome in certain places?
Yeah. In almost all
Every
places.
clubhouse.
And,
Yes.
and he keeps getting stabbed.
He doesn't.
He's got a Paul Pierce situation on our hands.
He hasn't been stabbed since 2021.
But he's too stabby.
He walks around with a sign around his neck that says "Not stabbed" since 2021.
There's a button that resets every once in a while. He's in a strip club parking lot, hitting on the wrong woman, and gets stabbed.
Almost
Don't
0
stab me,
times
bro.
stabbed.
Tough dude, man.
Almost 0.
Must be. He gets stabbed that often.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Teams need that kind of guy. It might
Sandpaper.
Yeah, it might be a short
Absolutely.
fuse, but this team have tried everything else.
Sometimes you got to get stuff corrected.
Yeah.
Every now and again, you got to have a guy that'll grab you in collar.
Jack him up.
Yeah.
Right.
What do you think the next quote we're going to see out of JB's office is?
From the source?
Yeah. The source of JB Pritzker.
That was great. The source says, I don't know what they're thinking. They really haven't talked to anybody. I haven't thought this through.
We had a very productive meeting with the Bears.
The aides.
Hello. I work for the governor. Thank you for coming today. Yes, I think you too. What you got? What's a stadium? Oh, no, too expensive. Yeah, I agree. Too expensive. Bye.
For anybody not watching, that's Senor Wences
Thank
meets
you.
J.B. Pritzker. Right
He's
there.
going to be behind his desk.
For anybody who doesn't know who Senor Wences is,
It's JB behind his desk.
Hello, I am Johnny. I work for the governor. I do too. It's all right. Yeah, it's all right.
That article that Mitch sent 3 times, by the way. Did you guys get 3 separate emails about the same article about the stadium? Sent 3 separate times, 3 separate links, same exact email.
He wanted us to know what it was so we could talk about it intelligently.
Yeah, I read it. I think I read it off the second email. I was like, oh, this must be very important.
The source says they are puzzled by this gambit by the Bears. Okay.
Very puzzled.
Extremely puzzled.
Yeah. It's fun playing Guess the Source when it's the governor of Illinois.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it matches exactly what he said.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you just make this one off the record because I technically haven't completed the meeting yet. Okay.
I'm not even in the meeting.
Yeah,
No.
not at the first one. And yeah, probably not going to be at this one either.
He's not. I mean,
he said his aid. He said his aides.
I mean,
He's got
maybe,
more. Yeah.
Maybe next time invite him to your pep rally that you're having.
Yeah. Well, they say they invited him.
No, they say that he's always invited. That's a different.
I think that day
I heard
they
in one
said they
interview he
invited
said
him.
he was invited him. I heard in one interview, which he wouldn't lie about that.
Correct.
Yeah, but I also don't think he would have gone.
No, right.
I think that they're accurate about that as well. But
So we played some of the Caleb Williams yesterday from the little exclusive he did with the Chicago media when he sat around with them. And part of it was him talking about how Kevin Warren came and showed him the blueprints for the stadium. Okay. He referenced the blueprints and he referenced the executives being hired and he was interested in the entire thing. He was impressed.
Well, Kalen Kaler yesterday was talking about the significance of the hire of Ted Cruz, C-R-E-W-S.
Ted Cruz!
And the fact that Caleb Williams mentioned PR people, he understands that he's going to need somebody on his hip.
Yeah.
And that has been for Patrick Mahomes. That's been Cruz.
Ted Cruz!
Ted is very good at his job.
Having an extra guy or having people think about Caleb as the center is probably thoughtful.
I've just exchanged some messages with him, so I haven't talked to him yet, but we worked closely together in KC. He's a good dude. But he's got a different title here.
Yes. Oh, no, he's going to be hiring the person who's next to...
Correct.
He's doing strategic comms for
Kevin Warren.
Yeah, the business side of this thing.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's going to be...
Different ball game.
Different ball game for sure, but he's I can give you from firsthand, he's definitely competent at what he does.
Did you guys hear Will Hewlett with us yesterday?
Yeah, we played
Good.
Played back some of it.
I'm glad. I'm sorry I missed that. But like, he's in a little sweet spot where he knows he had a lot more access than he should have, but it wasn't technically against the rules and against the NFL
we didn't have
rules.
the plays. We had the route combinations, concepts,
yeah,
and whatnot.
Yeah, but still, but him being directly in touch with Waldron and all of that.
They had all the plays. Are you kidding?
I would hope they had the plays.
Yes. You're doing it wrong if you didn't give the plays.
Yeah. They
And I
cheated,
like
you
it.
try it.
I like it.
Oh,
I
man.
like the Bears acting that way.
Absolutely. You're
as thus.
You're pushing against a rule which doesn't really exist that much on the books to begin with.
What's your penalty?
Absolutely.
Right.
And take advantage of it. And now you get a guy who hits the ground running at training camp like nobody ever before, the situation ever before. I think things are going to be pretty good. Got a good feeling about this.
That's the plan.
I don't like when you do that.
What?
I don't like when you're like, I feel really good about this.
Oh, I'm not Danny. Don't worry. Danny mushes stuff.
That's true.
But Danny also has a good feeling.
This might be unmushable. Mike Talkman at 2:30.
That's a podcast.
Yeah, unmushable. Mike Talkman at 2:30. He's a Bears meatball who yells at his radio when he listens to us talking football.
The Palatine Pounder,
yeah.
right?
TJ Hushman.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
TJ Hushmanzada is the one who put together the Rome Odunze. He's his personal coach, put together the workout with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen in Rome. He'll join us at 3 o'clock. We'll hear some from Ryan Poles today. Did a big national media appearance. We got a lot more to do. So, going to get into that after Tanny's Open. Gentlemen, enjoy the beautiful weather.
See you Monday.
Will do.
See you Monday. Yeah, 2 Cubs day games the next 2 days. We'll be at Navy Pier tomorrow for the toast to Harry Carey. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. The Circa Sports app is now available in Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be. Now you can download, fund, and bet.
Then I talked to Mike Talkman, who I was excited to talk to Mike.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Well, that's exciting. So then you talked to Mike Talkman,
Gotta
the
tell
Palatine
you,
Pounder.
On the way into the interview, I'm thinking, man, I'm so psyched for this.
Yeah.
Palatine's own. I wonder if he was a scorehead. I wonder if he likes the Pounder. Interesting career.
Got a lot of things to talk about with him.
Yeah,
sure.
man.
Yeah, okay.
Some time in New York with the Yankees.
Does he think of Topgolf?
Exactly. Where should the Bears go? Who's your favorite score host and why isn't it me? Just like all kinds of stuff. I was
Quarter draft.
super excited.
I got Southport round 1.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice value.
Then I made the decision to lead with the Pounder. Okay?
I would have done the same.
Right. Get the man's thought. He's got a nickname.
You gotta warm him up first, Speaks. Everyone knows that. You gotta just a little bit of rubbing
or
around,
break the ice.
Yeah, like loosen him up first.
Yeah,
loosen him up.
Also, my guy Sean Sears is like hustling the thing about an open because we weren't sure we were going to get him. I was like, oh yeah, we got the Palatine Pounder. It's perfect.
Man, you never go in first with the Pounder.
Oh, so you played it for him? Did he hear it?
I think Tanny grabbed it.
Okay.
And Mike Talkman, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Are you okay with the Palatine Pounder? Have you heard that? Are you all right with that as a possible nickname? That's from Jim DeShays.
I don't know. I don't know about that one. But,
I know. I mean, I don't know. You're not necessarily a pounder as a hitter, but it's alliteration, right? What I didn't know is if other people in Palatine would be okay with you being the official pounder of Palatine. Like there's probably somebody else who might.
Yeah. There's probably someone else that's heard that one before. It's not bad though.
Not bad.
Dude, that is not your fault.
He hated it.
That is not your fault.
You don't think so?
He did not come to play.
No.
At one point, I asked him what it was like playing in Japan last year. He played in Korea last year.
Wait. Can we just re-air this entire thing at 5 o'clock? This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
We had some crack slippers from our trip to Detroit.
A tremendous opportunity for bonding for you, me, and Shane and Porth. Good trip.
Ryan Porth won the trip because we exposed him to so many new things.
Oh, like cauliflower.
Dude had never had cauliflower
He had
before.
never had cauliflower.
That was the one that broke me.
He has a beautiful face like a flower. Yeah, cauliflower.
Yeah.
He had never been to a restaurant where you ordered for the table. Did you see how he scooped the scallop onto his plate? It was with his hands.
Oh, Kenny, you missed it.
He's a big dumb animal, isn't he, folks?
This is how he learned to eat in Nashville.
Have you ever seen someone with bigger eyes of fear and amazement when Shane informed him that this was the type of restaurant where you can't wear a hat?
He looked at me, he's like, are y'all serious?
Hey, y'all.
Take your hat off. Excuse me? They don't sell hot dogs here. They took the bleachers out 2 years ago.
My favorite part about the entire weekend. All right, so.
Are you going to be able to get through this?
All right, so that entire day, Ryan is wearing his very curved brim Cincinnati Bearcats hat and his very quarter zip Cincinnati Bearcats sweater. We come back from dinner to the Airbnb, and I remember, like, I went and changed, and I came out, like, I put on my sweatpants for the night, just like a t-shirt, and I came out. Ryan is wearing just a different quarter zip and a different hat.
Oh, no.
It was a big weekend.
What are you doing? Get a pair of pants. We even this ain't a rodeo. Dress like I dress.
And tell him the score sent y'all.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go, Jim. Here we go. Here we go, Jim. We go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Remember when Porth did that segment with Dan and Lawrence about all the movies that he hadn't seen? Maybe we should get his perspective and his review of things like cauliflower.
Didn't we? I know we were talking about it. I think we did at the dinner. Everybody come up with a different food item and let's see if Ryan Porth has ever tried it. And just go around the room. Maybe that could be a good live radio game.
We started with sushi. Yeah. And then it just went down.
I don't like the texture. I can't do it.
Oh, yeah, you're here. Never mind. We don't even need to bring him in.
He took it home, though. He cooked it up. Tasted like fish. It was amazing.
It's amazing how
He
that
texted
works.
me during that segment yesterday. Hey, to be fair, it was just a crew neck, not another quarter zip I changed into.
That changes everything.
Yeah, never mind. We got to scrub that segment then from the FCC. None of the jokes longer relevant. That is incredible. Good correction by him.
Absolutely. At least the dude can take a joke.
Yes.
He's the best.
We've
Yeah,
all
the-
had bosses who can't.
Yeah.
Then we all shut up, and that gets boring for everybody.
Shane, don't say Jew holiday.
Is he going to play in that series? I don't even know.
I don't think so.
Okay, that's too bad.
I don't think so.
They don't need him.
Well, they didn't last night. Just talking about the Bucks still? 'Cause he used to be on the Bucks.
Yeah, he used to be on the Bucks.
Yeah.
No, I was just referencing.
Just they don't need him.
They.
Okay.
I just,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a collective
Wasn't
they.
sure.
Yeah.
Not a particularly good way to start.
Thank you for noticing, Stoney.
No, a little bit of turbulence
Hey,
on
guess
takeoff
what?
here.
Not for you either, buddy. Your whole season.
6
Your whole
wins.
month.
6 wins and counting, buddy.
Yeah.
It's okay.
You're going to lash out. We can lash out back.
Is 6 wins per month good? Is that good? I don't know.
No.
Okay. Oh. It's like he's here.
He answers
He's
everything.
doing 2 things at once.
I'd want more.
I'll tell you what isn't good. And, again, I know you're the baseball guy. Multiple errors, all of them leading to runs. Too many injuries to play that sloppy for the Cubs last night.
Absolutely.
That was very unfortunate.
They got to play clean. And
including
it rears
Dansby.
Yeah, Dansby's got a lot already, man. It's
been
not
very sloppy.
It has been very sloppy, but it's kind of just like Happ playing too deep. Whether the coaches didn't tell him to move in or not, and Fenway the other day, like the errors last night, you can't have that stuff when you're as thin as you are. But big day, big night tonight. Justin Steele with a rehab stint at AAA, and there's look, if he feels okay, he might just come right back up. You know, throw once down there. It's different than it used to be. You throw once down there, show you can throw even 4 innings, or obviously, hopefully 5 these days in the bigs, and they'll just bring you right back up.
Yes, Steele with the rehab start and Shota with the big club.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of pitchers who matter, a big and Counsell said he was like, yeah, Wednesday's a big day, like, because they clearly they're grasping a little bit. Like Alzolay, I know Bruce floated this morning about sending him to Iowa. He doesn't have any options left. So when are you going to pitch that guy? Like you need more guys who are going to throw meaningful innings and go deeper into games.
Yeah, and you might have to shuffle that rotation to make it happen. One other minor league note to go along with all that: Owen Casey, a home run today. His OPS is 900 at AAA. That dude is raking. So there are offensive options, but one of the guys who's been filling in has been really, really good for the most part, and that's Mike Tauchman. It's been really good.
I mean, he's got 12 hits and 9 runs scored in his last 9 games. I mean, hitting for power, getting on base, making good decisions. He's been a hugely valuable piece to this team early in the season. And he confronts Spiegs in the clubhouse about his football takes.
He really does.
That is my kind of Cub. Mike Tauchman before TJ Hushmanzada next on The Score.
So how do you take the Parkins and Spiegel show with you?
A patented Danny Parkins thought exercise.
Well, maybe, but just listen on the free Odyssey app. It's live radio you can take with you on your mobile device, smart speaker, laptop, whatever.
I work harder than just about anybody in the business.
You guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on! Yes! No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp poster day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here.
Let's go. Put that thing up.
We're putting
So-
it right here,
right up there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp poster day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap.
It is the official
That's it.
Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at.
Yes.
And was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love this.
It is, and it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go. Now
Our
it's
guy,
official.
Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
be on their show earlier today. Danny and Matt do an excellent job interviewing people.
Afternoons on the Score.
Batting eighth in right field, number 40, Mike Talkman.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
I don't know about that one. But,
Did he make the catch? He did. What a play.
Increíble! Se la robó Talkman at Bernstein.
One of the hottest hitters in baseball now at the plate. See if Michael Talkman can do a little damage.
Left field, the other way. Performance back at the wall. Mike Talkman the opposite way. Let's go, Mike. Pounder. That's pretty well struck out towards left center. That went back on its way. Second of the night.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about it a little before the game. Mike was talking about it, and he's just saying that the best place for him to hit homers in Wrigley is to go opposite field. And then he gets 2 balls and hit 2 balls really, really well today. Those were very well hit baseballs. So he stuck to his word, which I appreciate.
Talkman hits one in the air, deep center field, going back to Rand. He looks up and scores!
Mike Talkman chains of Bernie Carbo in 75, going straight away center here. Ties it up.
Boy, Mike Talkman, what a swing.
Just a great thing on Michael. He's got such a good command of the strike zone. He's banging the baseball all over the ice.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
What was it like playing in Japan last year, Mike?
I was in Korea last year. I couldn't tell you much about Japan.
Afternoons on the Score.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's good producing. Gotta get Speegs into a good headspace. Right before we talked to Mike Talkman, who's in a great headspace. The guy's got a 955 OPS. He's crushing it. Mike Talkman back with us on the Parkins and Spiegel Show on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline.
I'm just so surprised nobody in Japan wanted him. You know what I mean?
That's a good point. What's up, Mike?
How we doing, guys?
We're doing very well.
I already pointed a thumb. I went up to Mike in the Cubs clubhouse at one point and said, "Hey, man, I was terrible that first time we talked. I had you in Japan instead of Korea." And he was very gracious about it, Danny, just so you know.
That was nice of you, Mike.
Yeah, I'm a nice guy.
It's baseball, right? There's another at bat. There's another pitch. There's always another interview. So
sure.
So normally, we'll ask the questions. You'll do the answers. You know the song and dance. But would you rather talk Bears or Cubs?
Well, like 50-50. Does that sound good?
50-50 sounds good.
Danny, you want to ask the Cubs questions or the Bears questions?
I'll ask the Bears questions.
Go for it.
You ask the Cubs questions.
Go ahead.
That
Go
sound
for
good?
It. Yep.
All right. How pumped were you when you found out that they got Roma Dunze?
I mean, it was good. I mean, I think probably. I mean, obviously there's a lot of excitement. Kind of 2 guys out there they've obviously been like really, really linked to pretty much since, the first mocks were coming out. So I think that, when that kind of happens and it kind of goes how you want it to, it's a good thing. And, obviously open invite to any of those guys to come out to Wrigley and, throw some passes with the boys. I'm sure, we'd all love that, but they're excited. It's an exciting time.
That's pretty cool. Mike, your on-base percentage is .435. You'd be right between Juan Soto and Freddie Freeman if there were enough at-bats to qualify. What's working so well for you at the plate right now?
I think that kind of what I'm trying to do is what we're trying to do, lineup-wise and team-wise, which is just, swing at good pitches to hit, understand where guys are trying to get us to expand and chase and, putting ourselves in a position to, kind of avoid those areas and, be aggressive in the areas that are good for us. So, that's just kind of what I'm trying to do. And the other things like, stay on top of my recovery and not try to carry at bats over into the next one. And, it sounds kind of boring, but I think that the best in the world are pretty boring in what they're doing. But it's really hard to be that kind of disciplined all the time.
Hey, Mike, we got a small issue with your phone line. We're going to put you on hold, see if we can come up with a little bit better connection so our audience can just hear you a little bit clearer. So we're going to put Mike Talkman on hold.
Okay, make sure you ask him about drafting a punter, okay? Make sure
Okay,
I don't
sure.
know what else you got in the
Yeah,
hopper.
yeah, sure.
Football, any baseball stuff you want me to ask?
Honestly, just tell him that he's doing a great job and the team needs him.
That's on brand for me.
Yeah. Just
In an interview sense.
Tell him that the vibes are really good.
You're good. Why are the vibes so good?
Remember that time you hit
Remember
those
the time?
homers? That was awesome.
Yep.
But no, it's actually tougher that way that we were just setting it up because then we can't do the follow-ups if we're gonna go.
Oh, I know.
If we're gonna go every other.
There was a follow-up right there. Yeah, so we don't have to do it.
Okay.
We've set it up now. We've made it clear
Okay.
what the thought process, what the ethos was. Let's just pick up.
All right, we got you back, Mike.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, awesome. We appreciate you, man. But seriously, dude, the Bears' offense is going to be so good. Like Caleb Williams, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Cole Kmet. When is the last time you were this excited for a Bears season?
I'm excited every year. I was
you're one of
excited
those
last
fans.
year. I'm excited this year. Yeah, I mean, why not? But I mean, there's reason to be excited, and hopefully those guys kind of gel, and I mean, NFL is kind of crazy every year, and I think probably the only constant is at the end of the day, like Patrick Mahomes is going to be really good. Is pretty much the only thing you can bet on in the NFL. So I'm excited, but I'm excited for the games, and I'm sure they'll have some camps and stuff starting like that soon. So it's cool.
My two favorite moments of talking football with you and Dansby Swanson in the locker room in Mesa, Mike. One was I was like, I got other stuff to do. I got other people I got to talk to. And you said, come on, man, this is gold. You're not going to do any better than this. And you were right. 100% correct. The other was when Dansby's like, do you remember the other day when I said something? And you're like, no, I don't remember. And he was so hurt. Like, clearly, he really loves talking football with you. How often do you and Dansby just, like, sit around and talk football?
I mean, we were on the plane watching the draft together, so and he's a Falcons fan, and I know that there's some people out there were scratching their heads at that pick, but I mean, I don't know. I watched a lot of obviously Washington's playing some big games at the end of the year, and I thought Michael Penix is really throwing the hell out of the ball. So I mean, he's fun to talk to, and I'm at least a little bit sick like every single day in Arizona during spring training. So like there's a lot of cold medicine there, and there's a lot of I just can't keep track of what's going on most days. So it wasn't personal.
A loopy Mike Talkman talking football in Arizona.
I'm not hearing Dansby. That's perfect. Yeah, just blame the cold man.
Well, so I wasn't there, but I liked hearing that you confronted Spiegs and said that you wanted to throw things at your radio or punch your radio when you heard us doing some sort of football conversation. So wanted to know, how much of a meatball Bears fan are you? Like, would you like us to extend, you could have the hotline number so you don't have to wait on hold with everybody else and you can just, get your Bears. We won't even ask you baseball questions, but you can just call in on Mondays after games, get your Bears takes off, and you can get out of here.
Yeah, just give you my 2-minute summary, something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see. We'll see if we have to set something like that up. But I'm getting a little bit older, and there's some days where I can only listen to the same music so many times. I don't have that many guys in rotation right now, so I'll listen to AM radio. Like I'm just slowly becoming my dad.
Yeah, we need as many people like that as possible. Okay,
we really do.
We have mortgages to pay and kids to feed.
You seem to have a signature move, Mike Talkman. It's like a little bit of a hop and a fist bump and a scream. I was looking at some plays this morning. The catch in St. Louis last year, the moment of the year, by the way, best moment of the year. Rounding second after the home run the other night in Boston. Rounding third on the Morel homer in New York. I wonder if you've always had that. If you've always done that, being a kid, that little hop and a fist bump. Has that been your move forever?
I don't know. I didn't really know I had a move. This is kind of the first I'm hearing about it. But I mean, those are 3 times that's I try to be pretty cool out there, but when I get fired up about something, it's I feel like it's authentic, and what kind of happens is just a outward expression of that emotion and excitement, and get it. I love being a part of this team, and I love, we have so much talent, and we've had so many big moments from so many guys that it's just exciting for them, whether, it's me who's fortunate to have a big moment or, another guy in the team, like that swing that Morrell had the other day. I probably had the best view in the house of it from second base, and it was incredible.
Yeah, that was an insane moment. What do you attribute the resiliency to? Because I think you're a half game out of first now, but like with all of the injuries and the road trip and the degree of difficulty of the schedule, I feel like you're not supposed to be in first place or close to it, yet you are. What do you attribute that to?
Well, in terms of like the supposed to be, I don't think anybody knows our group better than we do, and we expect that kind of performance out of ourselves. Like we came into camp knowing the kind of group that we had, and knowing just how close we were last year, being able to kind of take that next step. So, if like for us, it's not a surprise. I would say like we expect it to play well and compete at a high level. In terms of the resiliency, there's no choice. Injuries happen in baseball. Obviously, that's like a hot button topic right now on the pitcher side, but injuries overall, they happen. And, as a team, you just have to, sort of battle through that. And then you have no choice. Like, you have a game the next day. That's the thing about baseball. There's a game the next day. So you, obviously, I think that we have a pretty deep team this year, and some guys have really, really stepped up.
What do you think about Pete Crow Armstrong now post that home run? As we watch, it looks like it's a more relaxed approach at the plate. Have you seen it change since he kind of broke through with that big blast?
Yeah, even the few at bats before it. I think that being a young player and having had success throughout the minor leagues. There's nothing like the big leagues. There's nothing like it, and I think that gap's only bigger now than maybe when I broke through from AAA to the big leagues, a number of years ago, and I was overwhelmed. And you go down, you kind of lick your wounds, you reassess, you make the adjustments you need to make, you come back up, you're a little more comfortable. And then maybe you're down again, and you go, and every time you come up, you just get a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more feeling like you're belonging, a little less out of that survival mode, and you can sort of relax and allow your skill set to sort of shine through. And I think you notice a little bit of that anxiety, which we all have had. Which is supernatural, sort of. Mm-hmm. A little bit of that's gone away, and from my perspective, it looks like he's been able to relax a little bit and trust his skill set a little bit more. And, the quality of that has gone up. Obviously, the defense has always been there, but, he's a really dynamic player, and I think that it's just going to continue to get better for us.
Could you please rank the center fielders defensively on this Cubs team, Mike? Because there's a lot of good ones. We got PCA. Bellinger's okay, Canario can play it out there. Happ has done it before. Could you rank those 1 through 5, please? Thank you, sir.
I think the glove is real for Pete. I think that the cool thing about our outfield is that on any given day you could have 2 or 3 center fielders playing all 3 spots. Mm-hmm. And obviously a calling card of our team is our defense. And, I know that maybe from a surface area size, Wrigley Field's not one of the bigger outfields in baseball, but I think, we've seen some insane weather conditions already this year in the few games that we've had out there. And, being able to play the outfield is so critical, playing half our games in sort of a temperamental ballpark like Wrigley can be.
All right, well, last thing from me, Mike Talkman. I am 37. I have literally never seen the Bears have a better quarterback than the Packers. Do you believe they do now?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like, obviously, people really like the talent, but the NFL's hard. And the NFL's hard, and I think that quarterback's one of the most difficult positions to evaluate. And it's I almost feel like it's kind of like baseball in that way, where it's like you never know where you're going to find, in the draft, you never know where you're going to find a star player on a baseball team, and just like in the NFL, like you never know where you're going to find your quarterback from. There's quarterbacks that played, Division I AA. There's guys that are outside of Power 5 conferences that are elite level quarterbacks, so you never know. Obviously, Jordan Love had a pretty phenomenal second half of the season, and looks like, once again, the Packers have a good quarterback, which is just great. But, hopefully the guy that the Bears got can, go out there and, perform as well.
You seem very guarded in your optimism. Like you've been like snake bitten too many times that you're not willing to fully get hopeful here. That's my armchair psychologist review of Mike Talkman, the Bears fan. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm
I'm the other way. I fell for Mitch, I fell for Justin, and I'm falling for Caleb.
He falls easy.
I fall very easy. I believe it's inevitable. At some point, they have to have a good quarterback. Some point.
Yeah, you're gonna be right eventually.
Exactly.
Mike,
nature of the business.
Did you ever get the obvious shirts that we had delivered? The Garoppolo Interceptor T-shirt. Did that make it to you, sir?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
I saw it.
Doesn't sound like it's in the rotation, though.
No, it doesn't seem like it.
All right, Mike, go play baseball, and we'll talk football and baseball with you down the road, man. Keep crushing it at the plate. Thank you very much for the time and putting up with our nonsense.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thanks, man. Yeah, he intercepted Jimmy Garoppolo in high school, and then was the quarterback on offense, leading the game-winning drive against Garoppolo. So
he's a pretty good athlete, is what you're saying.
Yes, he was pretty good.
Pretty good athlete.
And so Joe made him a Garoppolo Interceptor T-shirt, which I delivered, and does not seem to be in the rotation.
He doesn't seem to have loved the T-shirt.
I wonder if...
He doesn't seem to have loved the line of questioning.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah,
I saw it.
Yeah, well, it's okay.
I don't know what happened after he saw it. I'm like, all right, get this out of here.
Remove this. You know what he needs? He needs a hater T-shirt. We should just keep piling on.
We keep coming up with T-shirt ideas.
Uh-huh.
I gotta say, I saw that going differently in my mind with Talkman, like talking baseball and football with him. But I thought he was gonna be more of a meatball.
Mm-hmm.
That guy was way too buttoned up.
Oh, dude,
way too reserved.
He's thoughtful.
I don't like it.
He's thoughtful. He really wants to think about stuff and deliver like a well thought out opinion.
Yeah, generally speaking,
you like people who just shoot from the hip.
Just shoot from. Well, I mean, if he's a baseball guy who runs their fantasy league in the clubhouse and is a huge Bears fan, and he's yelling at you about football takes before spring training games, I was expecting more takes. He's watching the draft on the plane. They draft Rome Odunze, and he's like, "Yeah, it was fine." Yeah. Really? Okay. All right. he's a reserved guy. I want more takes.
So.
I want more takes.
All right, well, we'll keep cycling through the entire Cubs roster till we find somebody with more football takes.
I mean, all right. Yeah, how did the hater T-shirt go, Shane?
It's just like how people feel about the organization right now. They just didn't care.
A lot of apathy.
There's such little enthusiasm surrounding the White Sox.
I thought for sure you were going to get blistered by some people.
I mean, I thought I was too, and I'm not going to expose too many people for like their bad attitudes, but there were some people who didn't enjoy it, for sure. I'd say that.
Sure.
There are some people that did not enjoy it.
They sound like haters.
Yeah, they sure do, right?
It's like hater inception here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Say it with me. Say it proud for all the haters. Southside, stand up.
Shut up.
I can tell you the play-by-play community is agog over the situation.
Are they not rallying behind John?
I don't. Some of them might be. I don't know. I might not be privy to those people having my number, because some of the people that do have my number have a lot of thoughts about things that are going on.
Tom Hamilton.
Matt, tell me about John Schriffen. What's going on with that guy?
Why is he picking fights with fans?
What is that about? Tell you what, Chicago fans, they don't like him. Hey, he never said that. Tom Appleton never said
good.
any of that.
Yeah, we don't want to get aggregated somewhere.
He said that about Tim Anderson. And he wasn't wrong about that necessarily.
Yeah, no, I thought for sure that there would be more good-natured ribbing around the shirt last night, and people just didn't really care, which is totally fine. Yeah, And a lot of people have reached a point of indifference with the White Sox. It was a good crowd for a Tuesday, partly because it was $5 beer night. That helps.
Nice.
Angelus's birthday. I think people were out there for that.
Well, he's
happy
got to
birthday.
celebrate that.
Yeah,
the ball game is one of the most common ways to celebrate that.
Can't complain about $5 Modelo and a beautiful night at the ballpark. I did leave before anything fun happened. I left before the bottom of the seventh. So
Did you
before the seventh?
before the bottom.
Did you have a chance to interact with the MVP, the campfire milkshake?
Yes, and let me tell you guys,
please,
if for no other reason you get out to a White Sox game this summer, get your ass out there for that damn milkshake. It is incredible. I said this to you guys in the pre-show that what was my exact wording, Speaks? You were blown away.
Yeah, no, Danny was blown away too.
One of the most interesting flavor profiles I've ever experienced.
I think the first time you said it was the most interesting flavor profile of your life. And you go to fine dining restaurants all the time.
You said
you're
that
a good chef.
That an old friend of yours, a blues man, I believe, Smoky Chocolate. That Smoky Chocolate was there in the milkshake.
It is like, oh man, I don't even know how to describe it. Like frozen hot chocolate with a smoke aspect, but still sweet and still very chocolatey, but not overpowering, not too rich. Like
just nailed it, huh?
There's nothing that I can say that other people haven't said about this milkshake already. I was skeptical about how great this thing actually is. You need to go out there and taste it. It's incredible. The White Sox have done something right. Two things: Tommy Pham and the campfire milkshake.
All right.
And both of them smoky chocolate for Tommy Pham. I mean, he's pretty smoky, that guy. Danny, dump the last 40 seconds.
Break early.
All right. Well, I guess I got to get out there and try this milkshake.
I think so.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I think that's the takeaway.
I mean,
is exactly that. Oh man,
it's hard to imagine a $15 milkshake being worth being that special.
I'm sorry.
It is.
It's just hard to imagine.
It is.
It's hard to focus.
Anybody see that play that just happened?
No, what are you doing?
It's over though.
God. All right.
It is over.
It's all over.
It's all over.
The entire season, almost the segment. I mean, everything.
Well, at 3 o'clock yesterday, we had Will Hewlett on. If people did not listen to it, he is Caleb Williams' quarterback coach, his personal quarterback coach. Some people online, shockingly, who just read the headline, did not listen to the interview or understand. They're like, why would you have his high school coach on? No. He's known him since 7th grade. He worked at QB Collective, which is a quarterback camp and training school with Shane Waldron. He has been entrusted by Caleb Williams' camp to get him ready for the draft process. He organized his pro day, his workouts, and everything. And he's explaining to him what Shane Waldron wants. He's talked to Shane Waldron and all that. So that was yesterday. TJ Houshmandzadeh, former Bengals wide receiver, he's doing the same thing for Rome Odunze.
He coaches a lot of wide receivers, a lot of them leading up to the draft, and he coaches some NFL wide receivers too. Brandon Ayuk is like his personal wide receiver student. So it's an interesting profile that TJ Houshmandzadeh has right now.
And the famed workout of DJ Moore, Caleb Williams, Keenan Allen. Hey, how the hell did Rome Odunze get there? Like, we understand how DJ and Keenan get there. They're pros. They're on the Bears. They're teammates. We understand how Caleb gets there.
Mm-hmm.
He's the number 1 overall pick that we've known he's going to be a Bear since Ryan Poole said today, since the top 30 visit. How does Rome Odunze, who's the 9th overall pick and in no way, shape, or form guaranteed to be a Bear, how does he get there? TJ Houshmandzadeh. He'll tell us the whole story of how that happened and his relationship with Rome and Caleb and the workouts and how he's getting him ready for the NFL. TJ Houshmandzadeh next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I love that when you got to Washington, you looked up the program receiving yards records so that you knew what you had to do in order to break them. Do you know who holds the Bears franchise record for receiving yards?
Ooh. Brandon Marshall?
It's a good guess.
It's a great guess. It is actually someone named Johnny Morris.
It's an old record, man. It goes back a long way.
Johnny Morris.
How many does he got?
He's got 5,059 yards.
That's it.
In a career?
In the career,
Yes.
man. He played in the 50s and 60s,
Welcome
Rome.
to our world, Rome. Welcome.
Hey, man. Well, I hope I'll go break that record and hopefully add a few thousand to that. So we'll go get after it. But I think we got some offensive power to do some big things over here. So 5,000 is the goal. Then let's get after it.
There we go. It might not happen right away. DJ Moore, pretty good. Keenan Allen, pretty good. So we'll see how many balls there are and how many targets for all you guys. What can you learn from DJ Moore, you think, as a wide receiver? Because we loved watching him last year.
I think I can learn a lot from him. I can't even put a category or a box on all the things that I can learn from him because I think it's kind of limitless. How much I can sponge, take up. But, I know he's a very explosive receiver. I love the way that he, attacks the ball and he is very aggressive in his yak mindset. So definitely going to be looking to him for some of those things. But he's an overall great receiver, so learning whatever I can.
Deep left field. They gave him something to hit, and he hits it out of the yard. Christopher Morel gives the Cubs the lead.
Attaboy, Chris.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score.
This hour is brought to you by Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
I mean, you guys are the best team in Chicago. Everybody knows that. We all know that. The afternoon show is not afraid of anything, really.
Yeah. But Afternoons on The Score.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
Hey, Rome, real quick on the workout. How did that come to be, the one that you did with Caleb and DJ and Keenan? Who arranged that?
I heard about it from one of my trainers named TJ Husmanzada. He said that Caleb was throwing at USC, and I think he connected us and the people that were making it happen. And I was able to get up to LA and have the workout.
Offset R. Carson Palmer to throw. Stepping. Throwing long left side. Got TJ out there. He gets up. Does he come down? Touchdown, TJ!
Palmer on a hurry-up offense goes to the sideline, route toward Husmanzada, goes up for the catch. He's got a touchdown, Cincinnati. What a grab by Husmanzada.
And Palmer's looking over. Wide open, TJ inside the 10. He's going into the end zone. Touchdown, Husmanzada. Pitch back. Flea flicker. Carson Palmer long. Wide open, TJ at the 11. He's going into the end zone. Touchdown, TJ Husmanzada.
Drops and throws, far sideline.
Very excited to welcome former NFL receiver, current wide receiver coach and trainer and confidant. Very cool gig he's carved out for himself here, including getting Rome Odunze ready for the draft and to be the 9th overall pick with the Bears. TJ Husmanzada is on the Circus Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circus Sports app today. TJ, thank you so much for the time. How you doing today?
I'm pretty good. How y'all doing?
We're doing very, very well. So obviously Rome is a top flight talent and prospect. How did you guys come to work together?
Well, by now, a lot of people know that I've been training guys, and I actually met Rome through the guy that recruited him at the University of Washington. He's now the receiver because you train them in the pre-draft process. And then those guys, they like what you do or they don't like it. But the ones that like it, then they continue to come back, in off season. And so I've worked with Ayuk, Michael Pittman, T. Higgins, Michael Wilson, Puka. Obviously Rome. I work with some tight ends. Work with Mark Andrews, Kyle Pitts, Cole Kmet. So it's a little bit of everybody almost.
Wow, Puka Nacua is a fascinating one. I mean, we hadn't seen a rookie wide receiver season like that from a non-first-round pick in the history of the NFL. How did you get him so ready to produce that early?
No. See, I won't take credit for that. That's all Puka. He got opportunity. He was given an opportunity, and he ran with it and took advantage of it. And that's what we talk about that a ton. When you're a backup, you got to be perfect. You don't have room for error. You have to take advantage of every opportunity. But no, if these guys can't play, there's nothing I can do to help them. So everybody that I train, they have to have the talent to do what I'm trying to get them to do. So I give all them the credit. It has nothing to do with me.
Hey, TJ, how does it work when guys are already in the NFL and they're still working with you? In baseball, when dudes go to pitching coaches outside the organization, sometimes you gotta smooth over those relationships. Is that part of the gig for you?
Nah, man, I don't worry about that. No disrespect to any of these coaches in the National Football League. One, they don't really have the time to get you better as an individual. Honestly, they should thank me or give me part of their salary because when the player plays well, they get all the credit when they know they didn't do half the work.
That's outstanding. Yeah,
makes sense.
Well, and hopefully they see it that way. But as long as their players are producing, it's probably all good.
100%. I mean, the wide receiver position may be the most undercoached position in college football and in the National Football League. None of these coaches have really played the position. and they rewind and stop, rewind, and why did you do this? Well, if I could stop and rewind the game when I'm playing, I'd probably give you an answer. That's what a lot of coaches do. Okay, they stopped it. This is what you should be doing. Like, they don't understand the nuances of playing receiver. They just click and stop and click and stop and click and stop. And so, I mean, I played a long time, and no disrespect to any of my coaches again, but very rarely did a position coach get me better. I had to get better on my own in off season.
Well, that's interesting because maybe a lot of times wide receiver coaches are scheme guys who dream of being offensive coordinators, and you're talking about specific skill set wide receiver coaching, which you are equipped to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, if a guy's playing me in this leverage and technique and I have this route, what are you doing to get open? Okay, this is what I'm going to do. If he plays me this way, what do I do? If it's zone, how am I going to react? If they're blitzing and I have this route, what do I do? Okay, we go over protections. There's just so much to it. And the position coach, they just don't have the time. They don't have the time, or they don't know. Maybe they do have the time. They just don't know. And so that's why I come into play and try to help these guys out. But once again, it doesn't matter. If you can't play, it doesn't matter what I'm helping you. It don't matter. You got to be able to play. And the dudes that I'm working with, I've been fortunate enough, they all can play.
TJ Houshmandzadeh is our guest. I want to get specific on Rome in just a second, but we in media here, we talk a lot about, quarterbacks, what it takes for a quarterback to make the transition from college to the NFL, the differences and all of that. What are the things that make a successful transition from college to the NFL for a receiver?
You got to be able to create separation. That to me is the biggest key. You got to separate at the top of the route, and you got to beat press coverage. That's the basis of what I teach. That's what we work on every single day. If you can do those things, you're going to be successful. The mental part of it is you're going to fail. You're not. This is the National Football League. It's the best of the best. And so you got to understand when you fail, short memory, it is what it is. I got to get back on the horse because there's always another play, good or bad, there's another play. So we got to be able to let something go that was good and let something go that was bad. And so we just we go over the physical. We work the mental a ton because the mental, I believe, gets lost in translation at sometimes where everything is just physical. I try to work the middle game a decent amount also.
Just to follow up on that, the top of the route, for those of us who might think we know what it means, you're talking about before the wide receiver makes that first move, and what are the ways that you can get separation at the top of the route?
All right, so I'll explain it for the viewers. If you're running a curl route is 10 to 12 yards back to the quarterback. You turn inside. So the top of the route is the last 2 to 3 yards of that route. And you want to burst at the top to create separation. You give an illusion as if you're accelerating, but you're actually decelerating. And the guys that can do that the best are the guys that create a ton of separation. And so we just rep different ways of setting guys up, different ways of coming out the top of the route so that the quarterback feels like I'm open. And that's the key. We want to be quarterback friendly because if the quarterback isn't seeing the separation that I'm creating, or he isn't seeing, I'm not seeing the game from the same eyes that he's seeing it from, it doesn't matter.
We're talking to TJ Houshmandzadeh. You're working with Rome Odunze. Tell us about his game. Scout him for us.
Big, fast, ball skills are really crazy. That's the thing that stood out to me was make a hard catch look really easy, and that right there is difficult to do. And he makes that look easy, but he's a big dude, man, and he can run 500 meters in high school. Anybody that know anything about track, when you can run that in high school, you can roll, can really drop his weight to be 6'3", and so there's really nothing he can't do. He can a comp. I know people have asked me about that. I don't have a comp because it's very rarely that you see a guy with his size that can run like that can drop their weight and run routes, ball skills. I mean, the ball skills, Chris Henry had ball skills, crazy ball skills. Rome is very similar to that. But Rome, the way he can drop his weight, the way he can run routes, he has good quickness at the line of scrimmage.
Can I throw two at you?
Yeah.
Devontae Adams?
He's bigger.
Bigger. So Garrett Wilson?
He's bigger. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Rome is a big dude, and I don't think people realize that till you get up on him. Like, legit 6'3".
We have Dave Wanstead on this show often, and he gave us one that I saw in a scouting profile the other day too. Michael Irvin. I know it's going back a while, but he gave us Michael Irvin. What do you think about that one as a comp?
He's faster, probably a little better at the top of the route.
Wow.
Okay.
He seems to have what we like to call around here guwagi, go up and get it. Like, he's got that thing, whether it's...
He gonna do that.
Right? He's got all of that, doesn't he, TJ? It's like, who was it? Kalen DeBoer said that he attacks the ball as a wide receiver. Those things go together. That sounded good to us.
Great ball skills. That's what I'm saying. Like, if he just judges the ball well, and he can go get it. And he's not just a big guy, like, oh, everything's a 50-50 ball. He's going to separate. He can run by you. And he's a great person. And so, you do all of that. Just like when you speak with him and you get around him, you're like, damn, he's really a good dude. And so, Chicago, man, they're going to be in for a surprise, not with just him, with Keenan, with DJ Moore, and Caleb Williams, with that offensive collection of skilled guys, and Cole Kmet and DeAndre Swift, man. I'm actually excited to see what the Bears do, man. I'd be shocked if they don't play extremely well offensively. I'll be shocked.
Can you tell us how Rome hung in that workout with DJ, Keenan, and Caleb?
Fine. Fine. Not out of place at all.
Wow.
Like, come on, man. Like, they'll tell you. Easy.
Easy?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you say that like it is an obvious thing. I mean, both those guys were top 11 in the NFL in receiving yards last year, DJ and Keenan.
No, he's just that good, bro. I'm telling you. You're going to see. Like, he can play. He was the best receiver in college football last year. Like, every time they needed a play, they went to him, and he made the play. I mean, you just go back. They play in Oregon. They need a play. He got it. They play Oregon State. They need a play. He got it. Every time they needed a play, he made it. And so, but it's a great thing that he can play with Keenan Allen, because he's going to learn from Keenan Allen.
Yeah, but
it's going to make him even better.
How was it for you playing with Chad? Like, is it going to be good for this kid to come in and have Keenan and DJ there, take some pressure off psychologically or even athletically a little bit?
Nah, you don't think about that. Take pressure off. What's pressure? Ain't no pressure playing football, man. Pressure is I got cut and I got 3 kids and a wife at home. That's pressure. Playing the game of football ain't no pressure, man. You go out there and you have fun. He has the ability and the talent. He'll learn from them, but to take pressure away, no. He probably welcomes anything that people may feel is pressure during a game. Nah, there's no pressure when you play football, man. You get out there and you have fun.
Did you and Chad teach each other stuff, steal stuff from each other, help each other in that way?
Any good player does that. You always try to take away things from really good players, and if you can't do it, you delete it. And if you can do it, you add it to your game. I mean, me and Chad went to college together. We got drafted together. We trained together pretty much our entire career. We had the same trainer out here in Los Angeles, and so a lot of the stuff that we did was very similar because we had the same trainer our entire career.
So you've been around the best of the best, both as a coach and when you played. You set up this workout. You're there. It's DJ Moore. It's Keenan Allen. It's Rome Odunze, and Caleb Williams is throwing him the ball. I don't know how much exposure you had to Caleb before that, but what are your impressions of Caleb?
I like Caleb a ton. I met Caleb through a guy named John Jackson. John Jackson will be participating in the Bears mini camp next weekend. He's a receiver also, so he just called me. He was like, we're going to be throwing at SC. You think Rome will want to come up here? I said, who's coming? He told me. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure Rome would want to do that. And so when I told Rome was like, hell yeah, when? And so, yeah, John Jackson that's how I met Caleb. is basically through John Jackson. Him and Caleb are like brothers. That's like his best friend. And so I look forward to him also going up to Chicago and finding a way to stick in Chicago on that team one way or another.
Yeah, he played with Caleb 1 year at USC and then transferred, an undrafted free agent. You think he's got a shot to stick?
Yeah. They'll see. They'll be surprised.
You said you work with Cole Kmet too?
I actually did when he came out. It was when he was coming out. He was part of a group of guys that I was working with, and some of the tight ends will kind of just see what I'm doing. And they'll be like, hey, can I jump in? I'm like, yes, I'll probably work with Cole probably, I would say about 10 to 12 times.
So it's interesting because he was a top 10 tight end in the NFL last year for sure. He finally had the touchdown production. He's a good blocker. He's a very solid all-around player. What's the key to unlocking a player like that as a weapon in the NFL?
Opportunity, because he's huge. He's like a heavyweight boxer. So like Cole Kmet is a big human being. But it's just opportunity. You need the ball thrown your way. You need targets. And in this offense, somebody is going to be the odd man out, so to speak. But that's a good problem to have when you have so many guys that you know when you throw the ball to them or you dial up a play for them, no doubt in your mind as a play caller, this guy can win.
You know,
Keenan Allen can win. DJ Moore can win. Cole Kmet can win. Rome Odunze can win. DeAndre Swift can win out the backfield. That's a great problem to have.
We once had Michael Irvin in studio and asked him why so many wide receivers have that mentality that I'd say Chad had more than you, or at least visually it seemed to us viewing had more than you, of like, give me the ball, give me the ball, give me the ball. But so many of the great ones have that. And he said it's because you are so dependent on others to get you the ball while you're standing in an independent spot all the way wide on the line of scrimmage. Does that make sense to you? That like certain personality?
100%.
Right? Yeah.
Let me just give you some clarification.
Please.
Everybody wants the ball. We just express it differently. But every receiver wants the ball because you're impacting the game. If you get 12 targets, that's a lot. You're going to throw the ball over 30, 35 times a game. And so when you get 2-3 targets, you're like, what are we doing? Because what you say is so dependent on somebody else. And so you just want to impact the game. But every receiver wants targets. We just express it differently.
I hope that we're better as a media of understanding that. So like when A.J. Brown is yelling at Jalen Hurts, at least on this show, right? Or when Jamar Chase makes a fuss about Joe Burrow, we're like, well, yeah, they need the ball and they're not wrong. And it's in the DNA. Is the media better about it now?
No, they're not better about it. It's finicky. They pick and choose, but I don't have a problem with it because I want a guy that wants the ball. I want a guy that's so competitive that it bothers him that we're losing a game and he's not getting the ball. That's what I want. I want it to matter. I want you to care. And so as long as you and the quarterback aren't on the sideline arguing, it's not a problem. That's what I want. I want you to want the ball. I want you to feel like I can make a play. I have no problem with that at all. But, yeah, the media is still a little bad with it.
All right, just a couple more quick things here with TJ Houshmandzadeh. Rookie Carson Palmer, you're there. We obviously have a very high-profile number one pick rookie here. What is the key to making it successful? Because it's literally never been successful in Chicago.
You must hone in on the little things. Again, he can play. We've all seen the physical talent. You want to know the playbook like you're the coach. You want to be an extension of the coaching staff. You have the weapons. Don't try to do too much early. The play isn't there. Get rid of it. Check it down. Don't try to make a big play every time. That to me will be key. But with those weapons, I just don't see how it isn't successful. I really don't. It's tough for me to envision it not working with those weapons on that team. It's very hard.
As long as the quarterback doesn't try to be a hero too much, right? We had your counterpart with Caleb, Will Hewlett, on yesterday, and Will said that Caleb is hungry for structure. We both loved that as an idea that the quarterback wants the structure. Here's your target, throw the ball. Caleb might be wired for the kind of thing you're talking about.
But what makes him who he is when the play breaks down, that's innate.
Right.
That's a gift. So you don't want to take that away because that's why he was the first pick, is that innate ability to slide and move in the pocket and find something that other quarterbacks would not find. That's why he's Caleb Williams. You can still do that. Let's just not try to do it every single play. You got to pick and choose when you do it, and he'll learn that along the way. But he'll be fine. He'll make it happen.
Hey, TJ, we talked to Jalen Johnson every week on this show during the season. He told us the other day he's looking forward to practicing against your guy, Rome, because corners can teach wide receivers stuff in practice that they can't pick up, without them. Is that true in your experience? Can you learn from practicing against a real good corner?
Yeah, because when you lose a rep, they're going to tell you what you did wrong and what they saw. And so you go back and you watch it on tape, you remember what he told you, and if that is the case, you're like, okay. So, yes, when you have a good DB on your team and you guys can go at it each and every day in practice, 100% it should make you better, and you should also make him better.
Did you ever go to pregame meals at McDonald's with Chad Johnson?
No. Pregame meals, I just ate a bunch of fruit. No McDonald's at all.
Okay.
I don't even think if Chad had pregame McDonald's, he didn't eat that.
I thought that was his legend, that he could eat McDonald's whenever.
No. I'm trying. No. Because you don't have time.
You don't have time?
No.
It's fast food.
You don't have time. When you play an away game, you go from the hotel to the bus to the stadium. You don't have time to go to McDonald's.
All right.
I got bad information.
Now, maybe a home game, he would probably swing to McDonald's, but no, I'm not doing that.
Hey, one more quickie.
I didn't have an appetite. I just ate fruit.
Well, one more quickie, TJ. This has been so great, and our listeners have been loving it. Who's your favorite wideout in the NFL right now? Who do you love to watch the most?
I don't have a favorite wideout. I'm a fan of just good receiver play because I train so many of the guys, and so many of the guys that I deal with, I still communicate with them on a regular basis. I don't have a favorite receiver. There's so many good receivers are coming into the National Football League better than they've ever been, better than when we were playing, because they're getting specialized training from guys, myself, and there's other guys, around that do a good job. And so it's so many good ones. It's one, who can make the play when the opportunity is presented, and who can stay healthy.
I got one more comp for you for Rome. Larry Fitzgerald.
A little faster than Larry. But that is, his personality, the way Fitz caught the ball, that may be the closest one, but I would say he's probably a little faster than Fitz.
I've been Googling him the entire interview. Larry Fitzgerald, 6'3", 218, catches in crazy contested catches, catches it away from his body.
What if Fitz run?
I think 4. I got you. Hold on.
It doesn't matter, but see, Rome should have run
4.63. 4.63.
Woo!
And see, Rome ran 4.4. And Rome, no lie, Rome should have probably run a 4.3. We'll get into that another day. He should have run a 4.3.
Well, so were you the one who told? Hold on a second. I'm not gonna let you go that easy. Were you the one who told him to keep running the 3-cone drill until he stopped at the combine?
Nah, Rome. When I was at the combine on the field, I'm like, Rome, what are you doing, bro? You've done enough.
That was a crazy thing to do.
That's how he's wired, man. He's such a perfectionist, and Chicago got a good one, man. They're gonna look back on this and be like, hell yeah, thank you. Him and Caleb, they got a nice little pair.
TJ Houshmandzadeh, this has been incredible. Thank you so much for the time and the candor. We hope to do it again.
Man, y'all take care.
Thank you.
TJ. Man.
Can we get football season here already?
I don't know, man. Every day we get a chance to talk to one of these guys. It's getting more and more exciting.
That was awesome.
It really was.
Larry Fitzgerald is the owner of maybe my favorite football stat in the history of the game. More tackles than dropped balls.
That's amazing.
More tackles than dropped balls.
Well, Rome's faster than him. Okay?
better tackler.
Okay, there's a lot to react to there. That is, someone said you're airing porn right now. Yeah, that was football wide receiver porn with TJ Houshmandzadeh. Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Mully and Haugh, mornings on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Take them with you wherever you go on the free Odyssey app. It is funny, and
The Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
Yes!
Wide receiver, Washington.
There you go. 12-year-old Danny Parkins right there.
Man, all the years that I've worked with Danny, seeing him on the stump for Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell for that pick when the Lions were talking about what to do, all the years you have wanted a true number one wide receiver to be prioritized by a modern NFL team in the Bears.
How about them? How about them being on the same plane? Now, was that kind of a God sent? Is that
pretty cool.
Is that something? I mean, think about that. What's he?
Oh my God! They've known that it was a possibility. Played against each other, really like each other, and are now ready. And I do think this is going to be the best wide receiver room in the NFL.
I mean, this is welcome to modern football, Chicago.
Agreed.
We finally have a GM who gets it. The point is to put the ball in the end zone. The defense wins championships. Okay, great. It's a thing of the past. It still matters, but you want to have a dynasty, you need to have a great quarterback. You want a great quarterback, you need to surround him with great weapons. Keenan Allen will not be here for that long. Rome Odunze and Caleb Williams lined up on the same rookie contract timeline to hopefully form a dynamic 1-2, yes, Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow type of tandem for the next 8 years is a remarkable thing. This is a premium talent at a premium position on the offensive side of the ball. Thank you. Yes.
feel like I'm in a garage on the south side, but you guys have an antenna. That's like the biggest difference.
Yeah.
Afternoons on the Score.
Yeah, Chicago got a good one, man. They're going to look back on this and be like, hell yeah, thank you. Him and Caleb, they got a nice little pair.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff. Larry Fitzgerald would work. That's one of the 10 best receivers in the history of football as a comp.
It's the bona fides, man. It's the fact that TJ Houshmandzadeh went to college, played in the pros with Chad Johnson, knows all these dudes, teaches a bunch of badasses who are in the NFL now and has trained for years, and he is as blown away by Rome as he is. There's a lot of bona fides in the resume of TJ Houshmandzadeh.
He was also incredulous at the idea that Rome might have not fit in right away next to Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. He's like, nah, hell no, he was fine. Okay, man, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was a dumb question. These are two of the, 15, 20 best receivers in the NFL. And this is a rookie who hasn't played with pros yet, and he's just fitting in right away. It's I do think it's in play that the Bears have the best wide receiver trio in the NFL.
Yeah, I think it's right there. It's right there along with who? San Fran with Debo and Ayuk. Well, I guess Kittle.
Yeah, you got to count
third.
Kittle. You got to count Kittle to do San Fran.
Jawan Jennings is good, but
I mean, I think the top two in Miami are so good that Braxton Berrios as a third gets carried a bit because he's pretty competent also. But Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill with Berrios is very good.
Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yep, that's in the top 5 for sure, maybe even higher. And then Diggs going to Houston. So you got Brown and Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs. But Diggs was so bad at the end of the last year. I assume it's just because he quit.
Yeah, I didn't know whether you'd go Brown or Nico Collins, which is telling in and of itself.
Yeah. So they're very talented there. So yeah, it's Houston is right there, but I think Chicago's right there. I think the Bears are arguably the best wide receiver trio in the NFL. It's just we got to see Rome Odunze.
Minnesota get another one to go along with Addison and Jefferson. Not that I know of.
They didn't draft one high. But
KJ Osborne's still there?
Yeah. So it would be, was he third on the depth chart? They have someone else. Well, they have Hawkinson, right? So
they have Hawkinson,
if you're doing Kittle and we're just doing weapons, it would be that. N'Keal Harry and Brandon Powell.
N'Keal Harry?
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
He had that one really good catch.
N'Keal Harry?
Yeah, for the Bears. One really good one.
Wow.
Someone said that they're actually more excited for Rome than they are for Caleb.
Which is fun. Which is fun to think about. I mean, Rome might be better. I don't know. I'm not even going to.
Well, if everything works out right, and Caleb is great, and we think he's going to be very good at the very least, it's gonna be one of those things where a couple of years you look up and oh my God, look where Rome Odunze is in the all-time career leaders for the Bears. You know what I mean?
I'm going to go ahead and say
the quietest leaders ever. You know?
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and say he might break Johnny Morris's record. You know?
Yeah.
In a career.
in a career.
Incredible.
In a career.
We're going to have that. Let's save that for when he breaks Johnny Morris's record. Unless DJ,
4 years from now.
Did you cut that, Tanny? Did you cut that audio?
No, I haven't seen it anywhere.
Yeah. Bill Burr liked it. Maybe DJ Moore will break it first. Depends how long he stays. Yeah.
In a career?
Yes, sir.
In a career.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Could
DJ
be.
Moore could break it first, and then Rome would have to break his. And the Niners drafted Ricky Pearsall, too, thinking about it.
Oh, there we go.
So they drafted a first-round wide receiver to go with Debo.
So that's it. To go with Debo and Ayuk, have a first-rounder to go with. So, yeah.
That's very. It's
impressive.
It's a passing league, man.
Yeah, it is.
To go from what they were to being in that conversation is remarkable.
For as many years as we have tracked offensive coordinator candidates, I think 4 times I've had the offensive coordinator folder brought to you by Staples.
But they never actually sponsored it.
Doesn't matter.
You didn't make a dime off Gawagi or your folders.
It's okay. It's a theoretical sponsorship that's more funny than an actual sponsorship. But
less profitable.
And less profitable. Who does a great job overnight still.
For us.
But,
Staples, though, business booming because of it.
Yeah, they're doing fine.
You're welcome.
Yeah, they're doing fine. But anyway, all those different offensive coordinator candidates, all the different resumes we've looked at. Oh, he spent time as a wide receiver coach. Was he ever a wide receiver? No. But he spent time as a wide receiver coach. It made all the sense in the world when TJ's talking about that aspect of what he does.
Yeah.
And why you wouldn't be upset if your wideout, goes and trains with a wideout. I mean, hell, for years, Chris Carter used to run these camps and stuff that people would go to, or Brandon Marshall would have people go and work out with them. This is a more organized thing that TJ is getting paid for, which is smart.
Well, yeah, I mean, like Olin Kreutz works out offensive linemen at his gym.
But Chris Morgan at least knows how to coach offensive linemen. TJ's saying that there's wide receiver coaches out there who have no idea how to coach the nuance of being a wide receiver.
Yeah, Todd Haley was a wide receiver coach.
That's what I'm saying.
He did not play wide receiver.
See, these are scheme guys who are just trying to tell the receivers what to do, but can't say specifically what to do.
Right, whereas TJ is talking about footwork, getting off the line of scrimmage, technique of playing the position, not for the scheme.
Stuff that we expect them to learn and be better at as pros that they don't really have necessarily coaching in-house to help
It's the
them
specialization of coaching. I mean, it was a thing that came up all the time in the reporting of the book, for basketball and all of the, this is the big man coach, this is the shooting coach, this is the shooting coach for big men. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different specializations nowadays in all of this, and guys are taking it upon themselves to be like, all right, this is an investment just like a nutritionist in my career. I'll work out with TJ Houshmandzadeh. I mean, he said he worked out with Cole Kmet 10 or 12 times. So, I mean, I don't know what his rate is, but what could that have possibly cost Cole Kmet in the lead up to the draft? 10 grand?
I don't know. I was also reading something where Houshmandzadeh said he worked with, who's the guy who was in Arizona at a Flash last year, Mike Wilson?
Yeah,
he worked out with Mike Wilson. He didn't charge him a dime, he said in the article. So I think sometimes he'll work out with guys and not even charge them if they necessarily can't afford it.
Love of the game thing?
Love of the game, make a relationship, invest in a relationship along the way.
Sure.
All of a sudden a dude makes the pros, speaks highly of you. That makes sense to me as well.
Yeah, that was very, very enjoyable. And yes, can we do one of these a day leading up to, can this replace Pole's position?
He's trying one. Shane has one more that he's efforting. A legendary football player who has been the position-specific coach of a Bears pick.
Okay. Well, keep them coming.
We'll leave that quiet.
And a couple of people did reach out and say, were you guys serious? You spoke to Will Hewlett. He will come on again to talk more, Caleb?
Yeah, he's going to come back.
All right, excellent.
For sure. He just couldn't do it today.
No, that's totally fine.
So I can't wait for that interview with the punting specialist that you've worked up, Shane.
That is going to be
it's Brad Maynard.
Actually, I'm interested.
Watching or not watching the end of a run for a Chicago sports legend. Next on The Score.
Holy cow! The Score celebrates the 26th annual worldwide toast to Harry Carey tomorrow.
Hi, everybody. Pat Hughes here. Join The Score's Parkins and Spiegel show, broadcasting live at Harry Carey's Tavern.
I said earlier this year, back in October, 3 names, if they were going to fire Eberflus in season, that I would want them to pursue. I said Shane Waldron. Last week, or the week, the day that they fired the offensive staff, and Speaks went through 8 offensive coordinator names. I said, my top guy's not on there. He was like, who's your top guy? I said Shane Waldron. Because given the set of circumstances for this job, do I think that he's a better candidate than Ben Johnson? No. But given you weren't firing Eberflus, so you were not going to be able to interview candidates who were a part of the head coaching cycle. And given that he's worked with a bunch of different quarterbacks, none of whom you would say are tier 1 elite level talents, good players. I mean, Kirk Cousins, good player. Russell Wilson, good player. Jared Goff, good player. But no one would say these are the guys that are great regardless of the system, right? Sean McVay propped up Jared Goff, then he struggled, then he goes to Detroit, arguably the best offensive line in football, very good receivers, very good running game, very good play caller, and Jared Goff has been very good again for 2 years in a row. Russell Wilson started out great, then tailed off, then seemed to bounce back a little bit this year. Kirk Cousins has been up and down, been much better recently. Then, of course, Geno Smith left for, anonymity in the NFL for 8 years, comes back, gets with Shane Waldron, makes the Pro Bowl, completes 70% of his passes, and has a 4,300-yard season with 30 touchdowns against only 11 picks. So Shane Waldron has done a nice job with average to above average quarterback talent. And he's been a play caller. I don't think you can draw a huge conclusion on Caleb or Fields because of the Waldron hire. In theory, he should be able to coach either, as evidenced by the different level of talents that I already mentioned.
Type of party. I love this.
Afternoons on the
And
Score.
we have this beautiful, big, strong, physical specimen. I never knew they made punters that big. I didn't think punters, but he's a big guy. All-American, #1 in the country. Tory Taylor from the Iowa Hawkeyes. Oh, he's going to make a lot of money. I want to be his agent. Can I be your agent, please? I want to be his agent.
Tory Taylor is here, which means you can't carry two punters. The Bears, in the last few minutes, have waived Trenton Gill.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. No.
What was your highlight of the Trenton Gill era? When you're asked in future years to look back on the Trenton Gill era.
I don't have one that immediately comes to mind other than he was the 7th round pick in Ryan Poles' first draft.
I got one. It's when he got the 15-yard penalty for using a towel.
Oh, yeah.
To set up Cairo Santos' 47-yard field goal. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So he had the Odyssey to use a towel. You know? That's how you wave a towel. And
Brought a towel out on the field.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, that is probably going to be the thing that he gets least remembered for.
Or most. I mean, that's all I got.
I mean, I'm just saying there's not going to be many memories.
I don't think so.
I don't think there's much of a Goodfellas treatment that could be given to Trenton Gill.
I wasn't prepared for it because I was hoping there'd be a little punter competition. You know, we don't like creating competition at the position. We're just going to anoint this kid the next great punter. Whatever, Ryan Poles.
Yeah. He said it was going to be hard to make this team.
Would have been great.
You're just gifting the 4th round pick, the crocodile punter, a job.
Punt off. Just get out there and watch a punt off.
That's what they did in 2019 after Cody Parkey.
Yeah, they had the kickoff.
Yeah, all the auditions and everything like that.
Eddie Pinheiro. He might win the punter job if given the chance. Now, the Jose Abreu era in town, better than the Trenton Gill era in town. I'm going to go ahead and call it.
Just checking your math on
I'm going
that.
to call that right now.
Yep, I get the same.
7 times Jose Abreu got MVP votes. Twice in the top 5, including, of course, winning it in 2020. Rookie of the Year. Just a straight up legend as a White Sox player. Like carried on Frank Thomas, Paul Konerko, first base royalty. And then he signs with the Astros. There are a lot of people who are upset about it, and I understand very well. And I was kind of upset about it too, but he got a lot of money in Houston. He just got demoted to AAA the other day. Jose Abreu at age 37 went 7 for his first 71 at-bats. 7 hits, just absolutely brutal, an OPS of 269, and accepted a demotion to AAA. It's the ugly final gasp of that dude's MLB career. And to the point of your tease, Danny, is it better to not have seen it up close for White Sox fans?
All things end poorly, or else they wouldn't end. It's not going well, but he got paid, and he was underpaid here the whole time, and you don't have to watch it. The White Sox didn't have to be the one to demote him. Now, he'd probably be the 3rd best hitter on this team. They're last in every offensive category. But yeah, the guy's got 18 strikeouts against 3 walks and no homers with 1 double this year.
Oh, boy.
Absolutely no power and no on base, and why walk him when he's just striking out and not driving the ball anywhere?
It hurt to read the quotes. You know what's been the hardest thing for me, said Jose Abreu, and I say this from the bottom of my heart. I feel embarrassed. The people in this organization brought me here to do a good job. I haven't done that. The hard thing, too, is that my teammates see that I haven't done my job. They've always supported me, always by my side. I won't stay down. So he voluntarily decided.
I won't stay down in the context of going to the,
I think
down
depressed.
on himself or on the minors.
I think that's the context, is down on himself. But either way, the fact that that dude, that proud, tremendous ball player, is feeling embarrassed here as the Astros have absolutely sucked, and he accepted the demotion to AAA. That's a pretty brutal end, if it is an end. But he could come back.
But he signed through 2025.
Man.
So he's under contract next year. So he signed a 3-year, $58 million deal that they owe him for next year unless he retires. So
that's why he accepted the demotion.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a proud man, but not that proud. I don't think any of us would be. You know, it's interesting. I wonder, technically they did make the move to send him to AAA. I wonder if he'll actually appear in a AAA game, because the GM, Dana Brown, talked about how he's going to their facility.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's the Florida Complex League.
No, but
affiliate.
you're also right because, you're also right because, that is the transaction that has to be made. But I wonder if he'll actually appear in a game.
Well, it's like Alek Manoah, who finished, top 5 in Cy Young for Toronto and then got sent down to their facility and then eventually went and worked in the minors and is still struggling and scuffling. So Abreu at some point might have to accept a minor league assignment.
It's pretty sad. Did you see that the other day, the Alek Manoah update, and it was just a gif of him getting hit in the nether regions. I don't want that for Jose Abreu. You know what I mean? But it just, as a Sox fan, it's weird. It's like I don't know if he would have been this bad had he just stayed. You know, everyone declines skills wise, especially he's 37, I think. Like,
yeah, 37.
I don't know if he would have had this level of drop off. We do know, and I talked about it when he went over to Houston. I said this guy puts a lot of pressure on himself. Any White Sox fan will tell you that. As he goes, the team goes, and he tries to put the team on his back. And I was worried there, but then he recovered in the tail end of the season last year.
He did.
And I thought he was good, and I don't think this is the last you'll hear from him, but this is like the first chapter, and like, oh yeah, Jose Abreu slowly walking away.
So you think he plays in the big leagues again?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, the guy's got nearly 2 full years left on his deal, so you got to figure out at some point they're going to try to get some sort of return on that investment. But my guess is he will play in the minors.
I do wonder, like, how down bad will the White Sox be for good PR and some fan love if they will work out some kind of an agreement with Houston and take on some of that salary and bring him back and he can retire as a White Sox? It's something to consider.
Next year, maybe.
Right, next year, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the Astros did start 7-19 and since then have won 3 in a row. So maybe they think their season is not over. As Alex Bregman's saying that, like, oh, we're going to make a run. We're going to make a run. Well, time is now. But scouts were saying that Jose Abreu has been late on every fastball.
Well, that's what happens. Bat speed goes.
Yeah.
It's either late or early. He's missing them. That's what I see.
He's also
not making contact.
He's also either been under or above them.
Or above it. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you guys
glad he doesn't see it at all?
Are you guys glad you don't have to see it? I mean, not that you're.
Yeah. I mean, even if he was on the team, dude, I wouldn't be seeing it.
Right. That's what I was just realizing when I was looking at you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still.
Yeah, it's that
wouldn't be watching.
That was the flaw in
No,
my
but
question.
seriously, it's a good question because. I mean, usually you don't see the tail end, right? Niners fans didn't see Jerry Rice with the Broncos. Like Giants fans didn't see Willie Mays with the Mets in 1973. I mean, it almost always doesn't happen here, unless they bring you back for that last little gasp in the.
But you're happy,
water.
Danny. Because you are watching.
Happy that I don't have to see it, yeah.
That's what. Yeah, not happy for the struggles.
And
of
I
course,
was
happy that you don't have to see it.
And You're thrilled. He loves that Abreu's stuff.
Right.
Famously.
It stung watching him because you really hoped that he would hit the ground running in Houston last year. He didn't, but to see him pick it up like towards the postseason and make meaningful contributions to that team, you feel good. You're like, oh, maybe they'll get this guy a ring. That obviously did not happen. But yeah, no one wants to see, like, I think Konerko bowed out pretty gracefully for a guy whose skills were declining. He was still relatively productive. We didn't have to deal with this uncomfortable conversations as far as White Sox legends go. There aren't that many. Frank obviously was, let go and had an MVP caliber season in Oakland, but so we don't see this often. So it's always difficult though to see, true legends of your franchise just kind of wither away in front of you. So
yeah.
I'm glad we didn't have to see it in the Sox uniform.
Hey man, I think the injury has allowed you to not have to see Yoán Moncada be this bad at the tail end of his tremendous career.
Yeah, I was going to say, not quite the level of legendary status of Abreu. Pretty close. Pretty close.
Yeah, all the childhood memories I have of me and my dad watching Eloy Jimenez just do wonderful things. I'm so glad that the injury has made me not have to watch his tail end.
Right. Well, the tail end of Andrew Vaughn's run right now. You have to watch that and live through that. He's still on the team, right?
For next year.
Okay. Yeah, he's still there. Yeah. Ryan Poles went on Pat McAfee's show today and told you about what the identity of the team was going to be, among other things. Next on The Score.
Yeah, it's bad. No, it's bad. Yeah, it's Joe Namath on the Rams. It's Willie Mays on the Mets.
Score fans, have an HD radio in your car? If so, you can listen to The Score in crystal clear FM quality. Just go to 104.3 HD2 on your FM dial and hear your favorite Score personalities in FM quality sound, as well as great play-by-play action, like your Chicago Cubs.
Deep right center, back toward the wall. That ball is gone.
Go to 104.3 HD2 on your FM dial to listen to The Score in HD. Meet the latest.
This story made us miss someone in particular, and I don't have the anger for this story. But you knew him as Les Grobstein, the Grobber, Overnight Les. We now want to introduce to you Afterlife Les. Afterlife Les, thank you for joining us.
I agree with Dustin Rhodes. 1 Google%. He's the only one that got it right. A lot of people think it's cute that these two coaches, they go sit courtside and they hang out. KMA.
But But I mean, what's the harm?
The harm? What do you mean the harm? The harm is obvious. You don't hang out with your enemies when you're playing games.
But it wasn't a game. They were watching a college basketball game.
I don't care. A lot of people think that's okay, and that's never okay.
Yeah, did you ever see
Matt, let me tell you something.
I'm sorry.
Matt
Go ahead.
LaFleur,
Sorry,
more like Matt LaFale. Matt Eberflus. More like Matt
No, it's a good one, Afterlife Les.
That is really good. Look, I understand your feelings. I have it a little bit, but just a little. Like, could you ever imagine Lombardi and Hallis hanging out?
You sometimes like to get under my skin with some of these ideas.
That was Mark
Lombardi.
Grote.
It never would have happened. Never would have happened.
Well, I wasn't at
I was
those
there.
games.
You weren't there. It never would have happened. There's no way Hallis would have ever talked to Lombardi. I know for a fact a lot of people think it's bogus, but it's absolutely true. And all the people that are saying that Caleb Williams is going to be better than Jim McMahon, they can KMA too. I've heard all the talk. I've heard it all.
Oh, that's a good point. Afterlife Les, this is a rare opportunity. I mean, Caleb Williams, he cried in the stands. He couldn't beat Notre Dame. Is that concerning?
Yeah, he's a crybaby is what he is.
Max HD2 Chicago and Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Mango.
Afternoons on the Score.
We have indicator we put on their tag. We put a bear head on their tag because, we call them the grizzly, the top bear. They have those traits. So we're always looking to hit those. And obviously the earlier, in the draft, you want to have those. The other thing too is, we had a good conversation with a Hall of Famer that is one of Ian's mentors, and he said you want the guys in that first round to be the cover of your album. You want those to be the one where everyone can look to that player and be like, all right, what he's made of is what we all need to be a part of.
That's Ryan Poles. The cover of the album.
I don't know, man.
Bold prediction. I think Caleb's going to be on the cover.
I don't think you want one dude on the cover of the album. You need the whole band.
He was talking about like multiple guys. You can't put 53 guys on the cover of the album.
I mean, on the cover of the media guide, no, but I like the full band photo on the front. Maybe like the Who's Next, where they're all walking away from the big rock where they clearly urinated, or is it Orleans where none of them are wearing shirts and it's just they look so cool and relaxed and oddly shirtless on that cover.
I like, Sonic 45's cover. They're none of them are on there.
No.
All right, I don't need any of that.
Oh, yeah, you know that. New album coming, by the way.
Yeah?
Album release show July 13th.
Is Dog on it?
He is. Your guy. Thanks for pronouncing it right. That's a nice touch. Way to put some respect on Dog's name. Back to
What's
you.
on the cover?
Just cool Western scapes.
Okay. Sonic 48.
Or spatial scapes. That's Luke Canellis' favorite band. There are 3 bands better than us.
That's just not right.
No.
That's not right.
God, just, give it 45. 46 I can handle. 48 is too much.
If you want to come see us and talk about this more off the air, you can join us at Harry
Happy
Carey's.
to answer all of your Sonic 48 questions off the air tomorrow.
Yeah, at Harry Carey's Tavern, Navy Pier. It's the 26th annual Worldwide Toast to Harry Carey.
Is Dad going to be there?
I don't think so.
Is Lou?
Our show will be broadcasting from after Cubs until 7 o'clock. Jason Alexander is leading the toast. You could win tickets to a future Cubs game. Toast to Harry Carey tomorrow. Navy Pier, Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
Now, look, it's glorious outside now. Is it going to be nice tomorrow as well?
Yeah, can I tell you what's going to be out there with us tomorrow?
Please, because, it's Navy Pier on a Chicago day. Swing by, ride a bike, folks. Come over and hang out with us. It should be awesome.
It's going to be like 75 tomorrow.
Come on.
Little overcast, but still, we're going to have the windows open. It's going to be great. But there's a local Chicagoland high school that teaches agriculture. So they're going to have cows out there at Navy Pier tomorrow with us the entire day.
No way.
Whole ass cows.
Really?
Yeah. I'm bringing my Smith & Wesson 45, putting a bullet in one of them's head and putting them back in my freezer at home.
We'd make the news.
We'd make the news, right?
I've always
Content.
wanted to do a show, do a radiothon, to do a show until the cows come home. You know what I mean? Seriously, this has been a dream of mine for a long time.
Yeah, they're going to be live cows out there with us tomorrow.
I mean, can we let them go and then just stay on the air until the cows come home?
Hope so.
So,
That'd be great.
this may be a dumb question. Are they there? Are the cows there for?
Wait a second, Shane. You didn't tell them that they got to interview cows tomorrow. You didn't tell them that.
It was supposed to be a surprise.
Are they at all? Is it at all related to the Toast to Harry Carey? Is this just another event that's happening at Navy Pier?
Harry loved entire cows. He's a longtime cow guy.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure
Could just be a
why they're
coincidence.
relevant, but they're going to be cows there.
All right. It might smell.
I'm previewing for the interview.
Can we tip them?
Oh, he's going to be there? I love that one.
He's a good cow.
Yeah, we can tip them. They'll take $5, $10, something like that.
Put your shoulder into them.
Oh,
hit
that
'em,
kind of tipping.
and then they fall over.
I tried cow tipping once. It was too expensive. I didn't feel any sense of gratification.
I mean, you guys know Harry Carey's famous phrase, right?
What's that?
Holy cow.
Yeah, good point.
Why the hell do you think cows are going to be out there? I was waiting for one of you guys to just figure it out.
I didn't get there. I never got there. Not
What's
even once.
that?
Not even once.
Oh, he
did
said,
I get
hey,
there.
hey, right?
Yeah, he said, hey,
He said, yes.
And so, and
You
cows.
can put it on the ball.
Bring them home.
And that's why there's going to be hay. There's gonna be some-
Southside, stand up. Hater.
Danny's like, when are one of you idiots going to get here? I've set you up perfectly for this joke.
Yep. Didn't get there.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Holy moly. That's what he said.
No doubt about it.
Okay.
I feel good
How
about
the
it.
hell did you get a cow to Navy Pier?
It's even more interesting than that. They put him on a boat. I mean, can we get a cow on a boat tomorrow if we're already there at the pier and there's cows there?
Yeah. Don't talk about my wife that way.
Unbelievable.
That deserved a rim shot, but that's okay.
It is.
All
Thank you,
right.
Chuck.
They're Harry's holy cows.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. You're a little embarrassed.
I'm a
Neither of
little
us-
embarrassed.
It took us a long time.
But Shane
I
framed
let you
it.
go for a while, man.
Shane framed it as a high school was bringing cows.
No, I'm not framing it that way. That is true.
But I thought
the cows are being provided by a local high school.
Yeah.
That have the agricultural program.
Sure.
But cows.
What was the animal that we were going to get from an agricultural program?
Mark Grody.
No, we wanted one. Remember?
We wanted was it a porcupine?
We wanted to eat crow? No, it was a porcupine.
It was a porcupine.
Why?
Right?
Why did we want a porcupine?
Why do we? God, how many pots have I smoked?
I mean, I got a whole.
No,
I
textures.
talked to someone from the Lincoln Park Zoo. They were going to bring one and then couldn't.
Was it a porcupine?
Yeah, I think it was.
It was, yeah.
Textures will remember. I don't know why the porcupine came up, but we were pretty sure that we needed a porcupine to complete some sort of radio bit. And Shane had commandeered a porcupine guy, or a woman, I believe.
Well, there were a couple different outlets I had for the porcupine. I had two options.
Yeah,
and
you
they
had,
both fell
well,
through.
yeah, you were deep. You went too deep on porcupine options.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I can't remember the context.
It was something.
Searching our texts for porcupine might yield some
Oh,
results.
somebody says it was the Bo Jackson hiccup cure. Was that it?
That was it.
It
Yeah.
was in Bo
Way
Jackson.
to go, Texters. Thank you for saving us all.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, we could have done this for the rest of the show.
It was Bo Jackson said he tried everything to cure himself
What
of
did he-
hiccups.
Yeah, including what with a porcupine?
Smelled a porcupine's butt.
The butt. Yeah.
Butt.
Yep,
The
that's
butt
it.
of the porcupine.
He smelled the butt of a porcupine to try and cure himself with hiccups. Ended up having surgery.
Okay.
All right.
Glad we did this.
Me too. Glad
So
we
there's going to
covered
be
that.
holy cows tomorrow. So all right. So now you got to come. Is basically the point.
I think so.
You got to come out to there. I mean,
Yeah,
what
and
better promotion could they possibly have wanted than this segment? Jason Alexander and cows and Chris Kattan.
Dag Julian.
It's gonna be
He's
amazing.
busy. I'm pretty sure. He's
All right,
busy.
Ryan Poles has nothing to do with cows. He's more of a bear, and he was on Pat McAfee today, and he answered a lot of questions.
Dude, a Bears GM making a pre-draft trip and a post-draft trip to the Pat McAfee show.
Yes.
This is a different stratosphere that we are in.
Yes, this is national relevance and interest for sure. All things Caleb Williams with Ryan Poles.
I can't fathom how cool you look as a general manager in the NFL right now. Look at you, cut off hoodie, sick, flat bill, with a pen in there, always scouting, always judging. We appreciate you taking the time to join us here post-draft. So number one overall, Caleb Williams. We knew that forever. Did you know that forever like everybody else? Or was there a full process of trying to figure out who could potentially be the number one overall pick?
Yeah, we went through the full process. The film was a film that stood out. It kind of had my heart from the beginning. But as we spent more time with Caleb and their homework and got to know each other, it became clearer and clearer.
Go ahead, AJ.
When you see all this stuff surrounding, and I know you guys do a great job of having your blinders on and not listening to whatever pundits or mock drafts might be, you guys know who you have? Like when you know who Caleb is, does anything ever infiltrate your guys' building of all if people just want to tear him down because he's been the number one pick for so long? How do you guys block that out, and how do you truly know that, hey, like this is your guy?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with any relationship you're about to start, you got to see the other person eye to eye. You got to spend time with them real time and not take everybody else's, thoughts with that. So that's what we did. We sat down with each other. We had dinner together. All of our staff got to spend time with them. I wanted to make sure some of our players sat down and spent time with them as well. That means a lot to me. It means a lot to the locker room. So once all those boxes got checked, I really didn't care, about the noise and what other people had to say.
Did you tell Caleb before the draft you were taking him at number one?
No.
Well, Raj told you to take the full 10 minutes there on that first pick, or what? How'd that work out?
I had to take 5 minutes to let 5 minutes go by first.
Zito would like to say something to you, Mr. Poles.
Yeah, basically, I've lived for 32 years. That was the greatest draft I've ever been a part of there, and I feel like I was in the war room with you, so thank you very much.
You're welcome, Zito.
Hey, Caleb, he just, We all obviously saw him at USC, saw him win the Heisman, highest paid NIL guy of all time. A lot of coming around him. What is your messaging to him whenever he comes in? I assume the pressure is already enough because he's number 1 overall pick. But how are you guys talking to him? What are the expectations, and how do you kind of see the next couple months going for him?
Yeah, I think it's just getting on the same page with his teammates. He's already started that. He's reached out to everyone. I think he's reached out to a lot of guys in the defense as well. Getting with them to throw, getting that timing right, and then getting in the playbook. You know, there's a lot of changes from the college game and the offense he was running in college to what he'll do here. We'll make sure we adapt to his strengths, you know, as well, to make sure that he's doing what's comfortable. He can play fast and free. But it's really getting in the playbook and get those concepts down so he can really spit calls and get everyone on the same page. But in terms of the locker room, he's already started. It matters to him, so that part's easy for us. It comes natural to him.
It's interesting. It was a good listen, and the repeating of the verbiage and all of that stuff is clearly one of the things that Will Hewlett was talking with us about yesterday. Don't believe that he did not tell Caleb Williams that he was going to be the number 1 overall pick.
Me neither. That's still against the rules, technically, so he doesn't want to cop to that. I don't believe that either. It's interesting to hear him say, the film had my heart. You know, the film had my heart. So he loved the film, and then it was the 30 visit that convinced them. You know, it's interesting because I'm not as freaked out as I was about just one quarterback visit that they hosted and just one team that Caleb visited.
Right.
Because they watch the film and they know this is their guy. And it's a different situation than when Pace essentially did that with Mitch. He did
it with Mahomes.
He had Mahomes, but not Deshaun.
Yeah, right.
Right. But it's a different situation because this guy's film is so clearly above the rest. I hope we're never in a position 2, 3, 4 years down the road where we're looking at this going like, I can't believe they didn't meet with MVP Drake May. I can't believe they didn't give themselves a chance to be blown away. I don't suspect that we'll ever be there, but if we get there, then that part of it's going to linger for me.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, though, that as prospects and what they did in college, if there's a pie chart and the biggest piece of the evaluation is supposed to be the film, and that piece was so much better than the other guys, maybe 10 years from now, Drake May is better as a pro, won't mean that he's a better prospect. You know, like when we talk about the comps for Caleb and we talk about Patrick Mahomes, that's in the pros. Aaron Rodgers, that's in the pros. That's like style of play. But as a prospect, we talk about Andrew Luck, Trevor Lawrence,
Joe Burrow.
You know what I mean? Because we have to grade it by like what we knew at the time. So is it possible that someone as a pro becomes better than Caleb? Yeah, I'd bet against it, but sure, it's possible.
But that doesn't mean they're a better prospect.
It will not change the facts of like what was available to him at the time. The 2017 draft, again, why it was different was because they didn't know which QB they were going to get. They were picking third, and there was not a consensus among who the top quarterback was. In this draft, it seems like there was an overwhelming consensus of who the top QB was.
And everything that we've heard, seen, read about Caleb is so vastly different than Mitch, who played very, very little at North Carolina. And, you know, it's a vastly different world.
It is. He continues by briefly addressing the idea, hey, you made a big trade last year. Were you going to trade out?
Yeah, Rome was at the top of our list. We have our draft board kind of separated by different colors, and there's certain guys you don't pass up on, and Rome's one of them. It's hard to find a guy that is that big and that talented at the receiver spot, and on top of that being an unbelievable human being as well. So there was no movement off of Rome.
So locked and loaded. And as soon as he was there, they basically did run to the podium.
Makes me so happy. Just the idea of, no, it wasn't tough. we were going to take the guy that we think can be an excellent wide receiver to pair him with our excellent quarterback, and we're not going to mess around here. It's a premium position. He's there. We're not going to get cute or do anything like that. So that is absolutely music to my ears. The idea of what this team is going to look like on offense and defense. This is Ryan Poles with Pat McAfee.
Well, I think, Shane's going to do a good job putting Caleb in a position to be successful. I think with any setup, having balance is helpful in that. And then with all the weapons that we do have, you would think that we should have some success in the air as well. But I think we want to keep it balanced, keep everyone, not knowing exactly what we're going to do, and take advantage of those matchups. And if it's a heavy box or light box, being able to exploit whatever part of the field we need to. So I'm excited. I think we've attacked every level in terms of our weapons on our offense. So we're pumped up.
Yeah, you bring in Swift, too, phenomenal running back. Obviously, that'll help in it all. And I think the big thing we noticed towards the end of last year after you brought in Sweat and then paid him, which a lot of people questioned, a lot of people say, you're going to pay this guy that hasn't been here a bunch of money. It felt like Eberflus's culture kind of settled in to the locker room, to the roster, to the defense. When you're meeting with these guys before the draft, are you asking questions to find out if they could fit in with Eberflus's culture? Is that a big part of it? And what do you think the culture of the team is?
Yeah, no, we play hard, we play fast, we play violent, and you got to have passion for the game. And if you have those things, you're going to be fine. But there is a level of intensity that Flus brings and expects. It's just a part of the standard. So we want to make sure we're bringing in guys that can meet that. And it's easy to see. I mean, it's less than the interview. It's more on tape that we can see if you're going to be able to match that standard. And all the guys that we brought in do, even the punter.
Ha! Even the punter.
Even the punter.
He fits the Eberflus standard of intensity and effort. I mean, look, I know there's a lot of defensive coaches who may be able to get guys to be that way, but this is one of them. This is one of them that they have. So to pair that with the offense, then maybe you have something.
I've got a little stat that I want to do at some point on the idea of the offense and the defense and what the Bears can be, but that answer there is the idealized version of an offense. Like if they can be what Poles just said, that's the dream. Teams are stacking the box against us because we're having success running. Then we can throw. Teams are going small defensively, putting extra defensive backs on to maximize coverage. Then we run. Mm-hmm. We can be multiples. And with Odunze and Allen and Moore and Kmet and Swift and Caleb and an average offensive line, they believe that they are in that position. And it reminds me of what TJ Houshmandzadeh said that I didn't mention after the conversation about, like, when you said that Will Hewlett said that he craves structure. He's like, you don't want to coach what makes Caleb Williams out of him. The improvisational stuff, the the second degree angle throws, all that stuff. He's like, you just don't want it to be every time.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, look, it is.
But that's a balancing act.
Absolutely. But that person, the executor of that offense has to have the right instincts in that regard. Caleb Williams will tuck and run sometimes. He will do it less than Justin Fields.
Yes.
He will tuck and run with eyes downfield more often and more instinctively than Justin Fields. He will tuck and extend the play and then make a pass as opposed to running for whatever he can get more often. The way that we see Pat Mahomes do. That ideally that's what you want. You still want him to have that ability to extend, but there is a difference in the way that Caleb anticipates and plays hero ball and does that improvisational stuff and the way that Justin did. People will see it.
There is a new Cranes business article out with quotes from the governor's office about Kevin Warren and Brandon Johnson's proposal for the Bears Stadium. And these quotes are, on the record, there are names. And these quotes are a doozy. And Ryan Poles was asked about the stadium today as well. So we'll give you these quotes and what Springfield's response is to the Bears stadium plan next on The Score.
670 The Score is always live on the free Odyssey app. Whether you're on the L or on the Metra, take The Score with you.
What are we doing? We're a radio station. I mean, you couldn't script it any better for what they want to do. And look what the Bears have done, starting with the offseason.
adding Keenan Allen, getting a pass-catching running back in DeAndre Swift. Now you add the quarterback plus Roma Dunze, and I really like where Dunze fits in this offense because he has a different physical profile than DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. He can play as that boundary X, that backside receiver. When he got trips, that means 3 wide receivers to the field, and you're going into the boundary side of the formation. That's where Dunze can play. He'll give you those vertical matchups, can run the deep end breakers. He's instinctive after the catch, and I think he's got the play speed and the play strength to work through contract at the NFL level.
And what I was thinking of, remember when we talked earlier this year about the Aaron Rodgers play that beats the Bears that you referred to as X glance?
Yes.
And when you hear Caleb Williams himself compare himself to Aaron Rodgers, like what the visions dancing in my head are the play that bedeviled the Bears on so many third downs, they're now going to be able to run it.
Yeah, and what a glance route is, for the listeners, it's kind of a deeper slant route. It's an in-breaking route, but it's a little deeper in terms of your stem. And that is a route where you maintain your leverage against the defensive back in coverage. And the ball has to be thrown on time with velocity and with location. You want to throw a runner's ball to the upfield shoulder so you can catch and go. And that takes vision from the quarterback position, a quick release from the quarterback position, and that power of velocity to drive the football. And that's exactly what Caleb Williams can do.
I'm also really excited about what this does from a matchup standpoint. Like if you're a defensive coordinator and you're looking at the Bears in 11 personnel, that strikes some fear. And the reason why is that you could go man if you want, feel free. And if you go zone, we know that both DJ Moore and Keenan Allen are adept at finding the soft spots in the zone.
There's the name.
Afternoons on the Score.
That wasn't us. That was a guy at Crane's.
Well, these pesky reporters at Crane's, they keep reporting on this story. The headline, Bears Stadium proposal a non-starter, Team Pritzker says after the briefing. And I'm like, that's a hell of a headline, but it's got not like the 2 quotation marks, it's just got the 1 quotes. I'm like, so I wonder how they pulled it. They pulled it from an on-the-record quote. J.B. Pritzker's press secretary, Alex Go, after being in the meeting with the Bears, the governor's office appreciates the opportunity to discuss the Bears' proposal and appreciates the organization for taking the time to discuss it. As the governor has said, the current proposal is a non-starter for the state. In order to subsidize a brand new stadium for a privately owned sports team, the governor would need to see a demonstrable and tangible benefit for the taxpayers of Illinois. The governor's office remains open to conversations with the Bears, lawmakers, and other stakeholders with the understanding that responsible fiscal stewardship of taxpayer dollars remains the foremost priority.
So there is some miscommunication from the Bears, or like some bait and switch, and that has become evident over the last couple of days, where they kept talking about phase 1 of $325 million to physically build the stadium, but it's really $1.5 billion. And
I mean, that happens to me all the time, though.
Yeah, that you say $325 million, but you mean $1.5 billion.
Yeah.
And
That's actually what it's been like to try to finish my basement.
And that's on top of the $900 million from the Illinois Sports Facilities Authority. See, I think they could get that $900 million from the Illinois Sports Facilities Authority. That's just the extension of the 2% tourism tax. But it's that pesky extra $1.5 billion that would, and that's the stuff that would actually build the infrastructure that they're trying to tell you would matter, and I think would matter, like the stuff on the lakefront. You have to get the full $1.5 billion in order to get that. So, yeah, a little bit of a bait and switch from the initial plans is what the governor's office is saying.
But so that's a pretty responsible, measured, but firm quote from a press secretary.
Non-starter.
State Representative Kelly Cassidy, a Democrat from Chicago, said the Bears' ask is unconscionable during a budget cycle where, quote, we can't fully fund domestic violence shelters or sexual assault services or even fully fund our state facilities. It's not a world where we should be subsidizing somebody who's got plenty of money on their own. Attitudes about this stuff have changed dramatically. We've got plenty of well-vetted academic research showing that the claims of public benefit do not materialize, she said.
Yeah, this quote there at the end, because Kevin Warren was so excited to get the mayor behind him and has the mayor completely under his spell, and that was very clear from the press conference, and Cassidy talked about that aspect.
If they're thinking that somehow the leadership is going to make magic happen at the 11th hour, they're just hearkening to a day that is long gone, she said.
All righty then.
So that's
a big smackdown from the governor's office.
Yeah.
And from a representative. But these things are a negotiation. They're like, so if the Bears have to pony up more and ask for less, and still, they can still find a way to do this on the lakefront if that's what their heart is set to, but they're going to have to do it from the majority themselves.
Yeah. And listen, I mean, they're worth a lot of money because the Bears are worth a lot of money, but they were already talking publicly about how the $2 billion that they had pledged was not going to be all liquid cash, that it was going to be, debt financing and loans and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you think the McCaskies have $6 billion?
Liquid?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
So
get some from the NFL, get some from pals, borrow some, do that whole thing.
Well, you can sell part of your team. That's the thing that can happen. People are interested that are cash rich in buying 20% of a team. I get to own 20% of the Bears. I give you $2 billion in cash. You build a stadium. But that would be a huge departure for a charter franchise. But that's a way to raise your capital, is to lessen your control.
Well, we'll see, man. It's interesting. 28 of 32 teams have used public money and rent their stadium. And if as the governor's office says, as the representative says, that was a different time and things are changing, we'll see. We'll see, because that's a pretty big change from the way that the NFL has been able to throw its weight around for a few decades here.
Ryan Poles with Pat McAfee was asked briefly, anyway, about the stadium.
Tone has a question for you, Poles.
Yeah, Mr. Poles, you are adding a lot of weapons, okay? So do you know something we don't know about the new stadium? Now that is it definitely going to be done for next season? It's going to be indoor, and you guys are just going to throw it, I don't know, 80% of the time? That's why you're going with all the weapons?
Fast track?
You're working the deal with the mayor?
Yeah. No, I don't know how long it's going to take, but we're excited about the the stuff that they put out and the images of it. I think it'd be really cool, but we'll see how long it takes. But no, we'll be outdoors for a little bit.
Poles, where's everybody parking?
I'm not sure.
It's a good question.
Oh, my God.
It's a good question, Pat. Thank you for asking that.
He's like, can we not talk about this?
Yeah, I don't know.
I know I have to say good things. I know I have to stand behind my guy.
Yeah.
So I stand by Mr. President. I have to stand behind Mr. President. But
they took some shots at Kevin Warren as soon as Poles got off the phone. Did you stay tuned to that, Tanny?
I did. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, they took some shots from the we just love football.
Well, yeah, they were talking about the COVID shutdown in the Big Ten and how they were doing their show at that point, and they're in Big Ten country, and they would have preferred to keep playing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess I don't know if they had an encounter with Kevin Warren down at the owners' meetings, maybe. So I don't know if there's something there.
Yeah, it sounded like the Pat McAfee show, and their interest in not shortening that Big Ten season may have came across paths with Kevin Warren before. But
we'll build restrooms.
Well, right. They were able to agree on the restrooms, which was the good thing. That's how they came back together. But, Pat McAfee, high-profile punter, he wanted to, get some punting takes in there with Ryan Poles about Tory Taylor.
That's the only reason why I'm doing this interview is because I got a punter in here.
Okay, let's talk about Tory Taylor. Ty was going to ask about him, but since you brought him up, I will. He's big. He's big dude. At Iowa, he was like winning them games. Like
best player.
Yeah, legit. He was. They were trying to put him in the Heisman conversation as a punter, which is obviously incredibly abnormal. But there's some games you watch, it's like, well, he just pinned 6 times inside the 5, and the Iowa defense is the biggest weapon for him. He was clearly #1 punter on the board. At what point, whenever you decide to pull the trigger on him, do you think it's too early for a punter, too late for a punter? How did you kind of go into making the decision to bring Tory to Chicago?
Yeah, I didn't expect him to get much further. Definitely didn't think I'd be able to pick him up when we got to the 5th round. And really the thought process there is to make anyone we're playing really uncomfortable. I didn't play much in the NFL, but I know running onto the field and having the ball spotted inside the 10-yard line is a very uncomfortable feeling. It's disheartening at times. And I love taking advantage of field positions, and really that should help us with points as well. So I think it's going to add to our team and again, make it uncomfortable and difficult for any team we're going against.
He's so powerful. I watched him at the Big Ten Championship in warm-ups, and I assume he didn't have his best warm-up, but whenever you hear the sound of when he hits the ball, it's like, oh, this guy's got a little boom. This guy's got some real boom. He's been working all offseason to become the standard NFL punter and kind of turn balls over. I can't wait to watch him. Thank you for doing that for the break. Thank you for doing that. I think maybe in the 2nd round, if you would have been able to have a pick, or 3rd round, you pull the trigger there. But
the punter in a tank top.
Yeah, he loves it. Of course he loves it.
Yeah, why not? I mean, listen, if Tory Taylor is as good as everyone says he is, it's a valuable weapon, and Poles' idea of drafting him to make other teams uncomfortable sounds really damn good. And it is an upgrade. They were a bad punting team last year, and now they're a good punting team. It's just a question of how valuable that is.
I think it's going to be valuable if he's really that good. I'm fascinated to see what the science allows. I'm looking forward to our conversation with Tory Taylor's personal punting coach tomorrow at 3 p.m. Oh, wait, that's not happening?
I don't think that's happening.
Oh, that was a bit? That's too bad. Well, I'm going to have a personal conversation with him myself, and I will report back. But seriously, like, all the different kinds of punts. And there's McAfee saying he's learned how to punt like an NFL punter with yet another different philosophy. There are lots of different punts that apparently you need to have in your back pocket.
I just want him to do the one where he punts it really far and then it stops on a dime inside the 10-yard line.
That's a good one. It seems impossible to replicate.
I
don't get it.
But maybe I've seen his highlight footage. It seems like he's pretty good at it.
He seems to know how to do it.
Yeah.
I didn't know you guys were quitters. Just assuming that they're going to have to use them.
I reject the notion, but they drafted him.
Like, you're talking about Tory Taylor like the Bears will have to use him.
It's going to be so hilarious when they put up 40 in the first game and they have 0 punts. Wasted draft pick. That's going to be an amazing moment.
But
we'll get a Bears Monday caller criticizing the fourth round. They don't even use him.
Is there a little bit of a fear of the punter that is going to register in the hearts and minds of defenders that will allow them to lose? I had more on that question. All right.
How many football players have you met?
How about this one? No.
I am interested though, like if they do get by percentage more, opportunities where you pin your opponent back deeper in their own territory, will Matt Eberflus adjust and become a little more aggressive on the defensive side of the ball and go for more, turnovers in that area of the field and really ramp up the pressure? That's what I'm actually really interested to see. Because now you got guys who are more experienced in your system, guys you can trust more. Everyone's a year older, and you had some veteran help there in safety position. I like that. I'm looking forward to that. Because I remember just with the old Bears teams in the cover two, like it wasn't always exciting, but that is pretty demoralizing when you're going up against that defense and you have to execute every play for 90 yards down the field. It's unlikely, usually, that you score.
And if this guy can really, if he can really keep people pinned, the punt and pin that the Flus loves, if he can really do that with regularity, yes, that will have an effect both physically and psychologically.
Just don't punt.
If anybody's turning on their radio for the first time in the afternoon, getting ready for their ride home, how's the traffic doing, by the way, on the highway these days, Tanny, you guys live it? It's all going really well?
It's horrendous. So I know you made a commute in today, and I wanted to tell you, just imagine doing that every day, twice a day for however many years. Take your pick. You get to be done with it after today, I think.
Yeah, you're done with it, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm done with it. Oh yeah, you were talking to me. Yeah, it was awful. It was absolutely awful. I hate all of you for having ever talked about it and had it in my mind, and then there it was. It was just freaking horrendous.
Yesterday, O'Hare to Loop, 7:30 in the morning, 98 minutes. I was in the car.
Yeah.
Hey man, those are our people. We got you. We're right here.
Those are not my people.
Well, Talkman says he doesn't like listening to music. He's only got the 6 or 7 artists that he cycles through, so he puts on some AM radio. So there you go.
Listen, traffic is good for the radio business. I wish we didn't all agree that the show was better when we were all here in person, because God, it sucks sitting in that traffic every day.
It is better though.
I know.
Yeah,
I know it is.
Do you want the option, though, to have to see your kids every break if you need to? Like if someone needs your help, like Martha can knock on the door. Oh, Danny's here today.
Yeah.
He can help if I need him to.
Right.
Do you want that?
There would be some distractions and slight inconveniences of doing it at home. It would not compare to an hour 40 in the car each day in total. It's a lot of time spent in the car, man. It's a lot of time.
Yeah. Should think about moving back downtown. Huh?
Yeah, but once I get there, it is pretty nice.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Put a golf course in the Loop. You can probably live off that.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
But if you are just getting in your car, you missed another White Sox loss. They've now lost 3 in a row to the Twins after getting a 3-game sweep win over the Tampa Rays. Dig this, Danny. The Twins, who were off to a terrible start, have now won 10 games in a row.
It's because of the sausage.
And the White Sox.
Oh, yeah.
2 series sweeps of the White Sox in there for the Minnesota Twins.
So it is May 1st. The Twins have already clinched the season series against the White Sox. May 1st.
Wow.
Yeah. How about that?
With the remade schedule, they've got that clinched.
Yeah.
I had money on them to win the series anyway. Win the season series anyway. But maybe they'll chase down Cleveland. The Guardians playing an inspired brand of baseball. But yeah, Twins, you want to get healthy? How about 2 out of 3 series against the White Sox? And you, too, can win 10 straight.
In a row?
In a row.
Yeah.
Spiegs has a council gripe. We'll get to that coming up at 5 o'clock. And if you think that anybody is overhyping the Bears, ask yourself, do you think they could be a top half of the league offense next year? If the answer is yes, do you also think they could be a top half of the league defense next year? The answer to that is yes.
I'm a yes on both of those.
I am too. I have the list of teams that accomplished that last year. I'll tell you who they are, how many games they won. It's a pretty interesting group of teams. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker.
Last play of the game. Clock winding down.
We're playing at the United Center Friday.
At the United Center.
Yep.
10 seconds left.
Yep.
Jack feeds Danny at the elbow.
Yeah.
Danny goes in and then ball fakes back to Jack, takes a layup on his own, and then slams the ball down on the court in front of children, by the way. Children are playing. They're on the court. Danny, he takes that shot, slams it down, and says, "No, nephew Jack. You're 12 years old. You cannot take the
senior in high school. He's 18. He's 18. Don't embellish.
I'm tweeting a video right now.
He's 18.
Okay, so what? You have the ball. You take the layup.
So Shane's thought is that on a play that I scored on, I should have kicked it back out so that he, who scored more than me in the game, should have gotten an extra shot as opposed to me getting my second basket in the game.
Exactly.
I disagree.
Well, we all thought, everyone who was watching from the bench thought, oh, this open look for Jack. Here it comes.
That's how good my pump fake was.
It was a great pump fake because we all believed you were going to make the correct basketball play and go for the guy with the open shot, but it's not what you did.
I scored.
How was it not the correct basketball?
I scored.
Wait, I don't like this. I'm defending Danny. It doesn't feel good.
I scored on the play. I scored on the play. Results-oriented
Listen to
business.
this guy. I got mine.
Doesn't matter.
Got mine.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, dude. You had the chance to give your nephew a buzzer-beating opportunity.
It wasn't for a win. I mean, the guy already had hit a three. He already had. Guy had 9 points. He was our team's leading scorer.
You know, here's the thing.
Had 11.
Shane, how many times have one of us felt like we had a take that could really be, could kill the segment, but Danny takes the take for himself? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is it's just shooter's going to shoot.
I went out there to get up shots.
We heard that a lot from a lot of people on Friday, by the way. The whole shooter's going to shoot thing from a lot of people who can't shoot.
There were like 7 points scored the entire 40-minute game.
I would have been gunning on that court. You're on the United Center court.
Yeah, and
you need to make one or at least two.
I scored twice. I scored once in the first half and then the last bucket of the game. And I was not going to go down with only scoring once in that game. And Texas was, Danny said last week that was his move. Yeah. The fake pass, the pump fake pass, and then keep it. You got to keep it.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't say you were going to pump fake your nephew.
I'll pump fake anybody.
You're +1?
I'll pump
the
fake my
kid you brought?
He already scored. He
Guy's
already had a
7 years
great day.
old.
He's 18. He had a great time.
He gave it to you.
Bad look.
He high-fived me. He was glowing
That's
after.
what I'm saying.
He was thrilled.
Release the video. Let people make their own
doing it right now.
It's a great
assessments.
take.
At the end of the video, he's very happy. Now I want to go back and look and see if it was a patronizing happy look. It
might have been not a pity because of how much effort I had to put into.
Good for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Flashback.
They got some dogs. I know we need. I feel like we need a little more firepower up front. If we talk about 7-on-7, hey, I'm for sure going with the boys every time. I'm going with the defense, but I know that I think we need some more big boys up front on defense, and I feel like we can get about 1 or 2 more dogs up front. I'll take us every time. But even for them, I mean, I don't know. We got some new O-line as well, so I mean, they got some question marks as well. So I mean, since it's so close, I'm going defense for sure.
So that's Jalen Johnson with us on who's got the edge as of now, Bears offense or Bears defense. So,
and I love that, by the way. I've been thinking about it for a few days. It's kind of like been in the ether of all of our other conversations because the team is going to be pushing itself, pushing each other on the practice field and beyond. So that's a dream scenario.
Dream scenario. So, and I mean, best special teams, I mean, best punter. It's going to be great. So top 15 in the NFL, offense and defense. I didn't do it by DVOA. I didn't compile a bunch of different stats. I didn't do power rankings. I just did points scored, points allowed.
All right, so points scored, top 15, points allowed, top 15 from last season.
Yeah. How many teams?
How many total in the top
15? Half of both.
I'm going to say 5 at the top end, maybe 4 total.
7.
7?
Yep.
It's a little more than I thought.
Yeah, clearly. You guessed 5.
Yeah, it's 2 more, right?
It's 2 more than you thought.
You guys with me?
All right. Want to take a guess at any of the teams, or should I just do this? We don't have a ton of time.
49ers.
The 49ers were not one of the teams.
All right, yeah, no, just give it out because we don't have a ton of time.
Baltimore.
Didn't we do this category already, like last week?
All right, so Baltimore was 4th in scoring.
Ferndale.
Baltimore was... Oh, wait, no, San Francisco is there.
Okay.
San Francisco's there, too.
All right,
I have them there.
That's good.
Sorry.
Channeling your inner Spiegs today.
Yeah, my bad. San Francisco 3rd.
Yeah, real quick, Danny, do you have the list?
I have the list.
I
have the list. I have the list.
I like that my brand is
I have
like
the list.
not
I missed
being
them. I
ready.
missed them
Jason
on the
Alexander
list.
categories
I missed
tomorrow.
them on the list. I'm sorry. So Baltimore, San Francisco, Kansas City, Dallas, Buffalo, New Orleans, Cleveland, and Green Bay.
Wow, that's interesting. New Orleans, Cleveland, and Green Bay. So the Saints make the playoffs?
They were a 9-win team. So every team on the list had a winning record, and they did not make the playoffs.
But every other team made the playoffs.
Every other team made the playoffs. Saints, because the Saints and Packers were both 9-win teams. Saints did not make the playoffs.
So Saints had a winning record. Every one of those teams, the top 15 in both, had a winning record.
Correct.
And 6 out of 7 made the playoffs.
So 7 out of 8. Again, I forgot San Francisco.
Okay.
Made the playoffs.
So 7 out of 8. So that's even more than 5.
Correct. Baltimore, 13 wins. Kansas City, 11 wins. Dallas, 12 wins. The forgotten San Francisco 49ers, 12 wins. Buffalo, 11 wins. Saints, 9 wins. Cleveland, 11 wins. Green Bay, 9 wins.
And Cleveland, that's great. I mean, that's why Cleveland did this with some Deshaun Watson, a bunch of other guys, and a bunch of Joe Flacco. I mean, which is amazing. But that's part of how they did it. It's great defense and some really good offensive players as well.
Yeah, I mean, P.J. Walker, who was on the Bears, played for them, right? So, what was the guy's name? DTR, Thompson Robinson. So, if you think it's not that rare, right? 8 teams were top 15 in scoring offense and scoring defense. 8 of 32. It's not that rare. So 25% of the league. And then if you do it, you have a winning record and you're almost guaranteed to go to the playoffs.
Let's go, baby. Let's
it's
go.
Top 15. Green Bay was 12th in scoring and 10th in points allowed.
Which do you think is less likely to happen? Top 15 Bears offense or top 15 Bears defense? Which one is further from a sure thing? I feel like I got to say offense, even though they've loaded up so much there, because it's still a rookie quarterback.
It is a rookie quarterback, and it's Shane Waldron. But if Montez Sweat got hurt, they have no depth there. They'd have no pass rush. You are heavily reliant on Montez Sweat. They were still, what did they finish? 29th in sack rate
last year in the NFL with Montez Sweat for half the year.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually, as crazy, they are so one player dependent. Now you could argue that they are one player dependent on offense, of course, in Caleb Williams. That's the nature of the NFL. But yeah, I think they're just both going to be top 15.
I would think so. There's a couple of veterans out there, some free agents, whether it's Carl Lawson, the former Jet.
Dan Wiederer this morning said that he thinks a reunion with Ngakoue is happening.
Oh, really?
He said, don't close the door on it. I don't want to mischaracterize it, but he said, he didn't sign until after training camp started last year.
Uh-huh.
And Pohl said with McAfee, it's kind of a waiting game as of now in terms of cap situation. This happens every year. Like, the teams want to wait for the veterans to get as close to camp as possible, because then the veteran will concede that they're not going to get a multi-year deal. The veterans right now are holding out for multi-year deals. The teams only want to give one-year deals at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So the Bears will add a veteran defensive lineman on a one-year deal around camp time.
Calais Campbell can still play a little bit. I wonder. I mean, it's a DT. It's an interior DT, but that's a serious OG. He's awfully old, but maybe that's the kind of thing we're looking at on a one-year deal. And then that lets you play either Dexter or Pickens a little bit more outside if need be, stuff like that. Interesting.
So the governor's office said that the stadium proposal from the Bears was a non-starter, and then a representative called it unconscionable because we can't fully fund domestic violence shelters. The Bears have just issued a statement. We had a productive conversation with the governor's office. We share a commitment to protecting the taxpayers of Illinois and look forward to further discussions. Feeling like their tones might not be completely aligned. We'll talk Cubs into Cubs. Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
How far along Caleb Williams may be in learning what the Bears do.
It's exciting.
Spoon feeding.
FX HD2 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
We had some crack slippers from our trip to Detroit.
A tremendous opportunity for bonding for you, me, and Shane and Porth. Good trip.
Ryan Porth won the trip because we exposed him to so many new things.
Yeah, like cauliflower.
Dude had never had cauliflower
He had
before.
never had cauliflower.
That was the one that broke me.
He has a beautiful face like a flower. Yeah, cauliflower.
He had never been to a restaurant where you ordered for the table. Did you see how he scooped the scallop onto his plate? It was with his hands.
Oh, Kenny, you missed it.
He's a big dumb animal, isn't he, folks?
This is how he learned to eat in Nashville.
Have you ever seen someone with bigger eyes of fear and amazement when Shane informed him that this was the type of restaurant where you can't wear a hat?
He looked at me, he's like, are y'all serious?
Hey, y'all.
Take your hat off. Excuse me? They don't sell hot dogs here. They took the bleachers out 2 years ago.
My favorite part about the entire weekend. All right, so.
Are you going to be able to get through this?
All right, so that entire day, Ryan is wearing his very curved brim Cincinnati Bearcats hat and his very quarter zip Cincinnati Bearcats sweater. We come back from dinner to the Airbnb, and I remember, like, I went and changed, and I came out, like, I put on my sweatpants for the night, just like a t-shirt, and I came out. Ryan is wearing just a different quarter zip and a different hat.
No. It was a big weekend.
What are you doing? Get a pair of pants. This ain't a rodeo. Dress like I dress.
And tell him the Score sent y'all.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Jim. Here we go. Here we go, Jim. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score, an Odyssey station.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us on Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. We really do appreciate you spending all the time with us and sharing the clips and subscribing to the podcast and hanging out in the Twitch chat or YouTube, wherever you consume us.
It's been a good week. It's been a very active and crazy week with the draft. A big moment for Gawagi.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, we've had a nice little run recently. And it was cool for us to go to Detroit and like be out and about with the show, but it was not really a place for listeners to come with us. We were kind of secluded in this place that we were at with a bunch of other radio stations. The best thing is when we can get out and be with you, and so that would be tomorrow is the next opportunity. Come out with The Score and Budweiser. We will be there broadcasting as soon as the Cubs game is over at Harry Carey's Tavern, Navy Pier. It's the 26th annual worldwide toast to Harry Carey. Jason Alexander, George from Seinfeld, leading the toast at 5:30. You'll have a shot at winning tickets to a future Cubs game. Don't miss out on the toast to Harry Carey tomorrow at Navy Pier's Harry Carey's location, brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you.
I think I can speak honestly as a tourist from Ames, Iowa, that I am. Navy Pier can be very, very fun to hang out at. Go earlier in the day. Do the flyover thing, which I've done. It's freaking amazing. But either way, jump on this Chicago spring, get there via bike or scooter or however you do. And the Harry Carey's is not very far down the pier. It's right there. And there's a back door that lets you right out onto the pier side there. It's like, it's very convenient to come and hang out with us. And it will be awesome.
You go every weekend, right? You do the Ferris wheel every weekend. That's how you commute here?
Every single weekend. I force my 12-year-old son to do it. Every single weekend, he loves it less and less each time. But that's how we do it in Chicago. That's right.
Good views.
Great views.
Great views.
And these shows, weird, fun, ridiculous things always happen.
I mean, Chris Kattan, dude. What's that guy going to say? With no idea.
There's literally no way to know unless you tune in tomorrow.
We've talked to him before. He's been fun on this show. Remember that?
We did talk to Chris Kattan before. We'll have to remind him.
You don't think I'll remember?
Chris Kattan, can you get him?
I'm offended.
He's here 3 times a week.
We'll get him. So that is our show tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. We hope to see.
What's his bid exactly?
So
what's the bit exactly?
Oh God.
What's his bit exactly?
What was that bit that we were trying to explain to him? Something to do with the porcupine's butt.
No,
Remember him?
that was
No?
a dumb
I
thing.
can't remember.
I don't remember what it was,
Yeah,
but
I
I
don't
have the
remember.
full context. Do we want to hear it?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not, right?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But that show tomorrow, that'll be after the Cubs play their final game on Getaway Day in New York, a 12:10 start. Tonight, there's another 6:10 start. There's been 2 of those already. Here's a third tonight, Cubs and Mets right here on the Score.
Yeah, Shota is pitching for the Cubs in New York tonight. He's obviously been electric, maybe the brightest spot to this incredible start to the season for the Cubs. News of the day, Kyle Hendricks will be making a double-A start tomorrow. So Kyle Hendricks pitching for the Smokies. I might like a Hendricks Smokies jersey, by the way. Be kind of a cool look. I like that. Then Justin Steele pitched earlier today, and he will be working out in Iowa tomorrow and then joining the team this weekend. No news yet on when he is going to start, but he's at least going to come back to the big league club. Might go out for another assignment, but he will be with the team after tomorrow.
He went 3 1/3 innings today for Iowa. He threw 63 pitches. He gave up 3 earned runs, 6 hits, a walk, 4 strikeouts. But that 3 1/3 means he got up, he got down, he got up, he got down 4 times total because it went into the 4th. See how that works, folks? And
you're good at counting today.
Thanks, buddy.
No
I would bet that he's going to start on Monday against the Padres. I would bet that Justin Steele is your Monday starter against the Padres.
They could use it.
If all things go well with the workout tomorrow, because these days, it's not like you need to get him ready to give you 7, because these days you're hoping for 5 or 6. And if he was able to throw 63 with no pain, he had a full spring training. It's not like you're dealing with a situation where there's been no spring training. So if he's feeling up to it, I bet that you'll see him on Monday against the Padres, which would be a very welcome thing.
Because they need arms, because we should listen to what Counsell said after the Hendricks injury. And then I know you want to talk about your early gripe with him.
We're 1 month in, and a singular gripe for me has developed because he's obviously so smart and so thoughtful and really damn good. But he's still a baseball manager, which means we have gripes.
Yes.
And some of them can be from a wise mind. Some of them cannot be. And that's just the nature of the game. And he gets that. But I've got one gripe which dovetails with some baseball philosophies I've held for a long time.
Okay, so I want to do that in a second. And then we can also think about an exercise of, do you trust him? Like, do you trust fill-in-the-blank arm that is up with the team and an option for him? And I think that's a fair thing to go through here and say, like, does he have enough guys that he trusts right now? Right. But here's Craig Counsell after the Kyle Hendricks injury.
I think what's clear for me in this stretch is that we're going to have to push our starting pitching a little farther in games, just to, we've had some off days here, we've had some relievers with, that I think we're in pretty good shape with the bullpen, but we've still, for the first 22 games, we've got some guys with 10 appearances, and that's a little on the high end for me. And so we're going to have to that means starters have to cover more innings. And I think we're equipped to do that and in a good spot to do that, but it's definitely going to be part of the next 2 weeks.
So push the starters harder. And he said innings there. But sometimes, you're not exactly sure what that is. I had it on my list of things to talk about with him when we had him last. Danny, did he mean innings? Does he mean pitches? Does he mean time's up? He's trying to limit relievers' appearances. So here's what's happened for starting pitchers since then. On the 23rd of April, Jordan Wicks, 6 innings, 86 pitches. He was real good that day. On the 24th, Tyone, 5 2/3, 89 pitches. On the 25th, Javier Assad, who's been great, 5 2/3, 85 pitches. 26th, Shota, 6 1/3 innings, 88 pitches. Real good. I've got a little bit of an issue with Tyone and Assad, and I'll get to why. On the 27th, Ben Brown lit up. Doesn't count. 28th, Hayden.
Whoa, why doesn't it count?
Because he got lit up. He was getting hit hard, so it's not a time when you could push him.
I know, I understand that, but it
affects the bullpen.
It affects the bullpen.
Without a doubt.
And it affects the options that you have. Okay.
Without a doubt.
Okay.
And the next night, Hayden Wesneski in a pinch. 4 innings pitched on Sunday night, 63 pitches. Could he have gone a little further? I don't know. It was a spot start, so it is what it is. On the 29th, Tyone, when he was great and he was efficient, 7 1/3 innings, 78 pitches. Only 78 pitches for Tyone. He was about to face Brandon Nimmo again, who had homered off of him.
Right.
So that's a big deal. And so he brings in Leiter, who gives up a deep drive to the opposite field to Nimmo, but does get him out. So there's that one. I bring all this up because last night I was triggered, not by what happened in the 6th, but by the fact that Javier Assad threw 5 innings and 78 pitches. Soon as he's out, I'm like, what are we doing? You said you got to push guys. Assad has been brilliant. Assad has been healthy. 5 innings and 78 pitches. What are we doing? This is now my biggest gripe with Craig Counsell, and we'll have to watch as it develops. You don't have a bullpen that's good enough to cover all the innings you're asking them to cover. It's not. And we've seen it again and again and again. So when you have a chance, and I've always said this, I said it about Lance Lynn last year. I've said it for years. When you have certain guys that can go further and seem to not be affected, use them. I wish you would have leaned on Javier Assad more last night. 16 games in 16 days. I mean, Tyone was great and efficient and probably could have gone further the other night, but it was Nimmo again. So, look, I know that it's all situational, but Assad, 78 pitches and only 5 innings? Lean on him in the midst of a 16 and 16 stretch. And I'm not saying that's the reason Adbert gave up what he gave up. Adbert's a problem. But I would like Craig to lean on the starters who warrant it a little bit more. You don't have a bullpen that's good enough to cover all the innings you're being forced to cover.
So, I mean, case very well made. Few things. It's also a question for Jed because we know they work together. And we know the data, what it says on third time through the order.
Absolutely.
And that these guys have pregame plans here.
It's
and
an organizational philosophy issue. Absolutely.
Right, because you're framing it as a gripe with Counsell.
Because during the game, he's in charge. During the game, he gets to do what he wants.
No, I know, but I'm not saying following orders, but there's enough continuity here in what you're outlining on pitches, innings, outs recorded that obviously it's case by case, like you said, and some guys should get longer ropes than others, but you said it right. Organizational philosophy. Going by the data of what happens when guys get 3 times through the order. So I think that it seems like Jed and Craig are on the same page with this sort of thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, it'd be interesting to know if Jed thinks that he has a quick hook.
Yeah, I don't know, and maybe he doesn't. Maybe I don't know what Jed thinks about that, and I don't know how honest they'd be on the record about that kind of thing. I do know that during the game, the manager gets to make his own calls,
of course.
And I'd love to ask him, and I don't think he was asked last night. What did he read off of Assad? Did he see? And maybe he knew something or saw something. Maybe Assad said he was done. I find that hard to believe with the mindset that Assad has and the bulldog mentality.
So,
I immediately saw Assad was out. I'm like, what's going on? You said you were going to push him. And every once in a while, you get a chance to push a guy you should.
So that's my first thought is I think organizational philosophy might be a better way to frame it than managerial gripe, but I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Comping any of these guys to Lynn, I mean,
I'm not comping them specifically to Lynn. What I'm comping is the situation of you might only have 1 or 2 guys that you can push.
But I don't know that he has any, man. Like, Javier Assad is, almost 27 years old? He's thrown 179 innings in his big league career.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Wicks is 24 years old. He's thrown 57 innings in his big league career. Tyone is coming back from injury. Shota, before the year, they said longest season that he's ever had. We're thinking about 6-man rotation to not overwork these guys. They don't have a Justin Verlander. They don't have a workhorse. They don't have a guy who's thrown 180 innings in a season.
Part of this is my issue with the group think around the game. And having talked to a lot of different pitchers through the years of like, if you don't let a guy learn how to do this, then he never learns how to do this, and he never has the bona fides of somebody who you think knows how to do it.
Well, right, but so some guys push back against the idea of like you could only increase from like your career high of innings pitched by 20% or 25% before you like really exponentially increase the chance of arm injuries. There's not a full amount of agreement in the game on that sort of thing. But I'm just like listening to you list these names. Yeah. They don't have a workhorse. All of these guys are young, or Tyone is obviously a proven veteran, but he's coming back from injury.
Yeah,
and Shota's a veteran, but they said before the year that they were going to be pacing him this year because of the longest season.
Shota is not, I don't have an issue with any of the Shota pushing. I listed everything just so we had the full context since he made the comment.
So Wicks, Tyone, Assad, and Wisniewski, 3 of those 4 guys are really young who don't have any push on their resume.
I don't look at Assad as young. You said he's about to be 27.
I guess he's young as a big leaguer. He's got 100 and doesn't have 200 innings of big league experience.
He is solidly in your rotation as a guy who has shown you with incredible numbers to this point. And again, I'm not there. Maybe some of the pitches were deemed to be a lot of stress. You know, there certainly were some guys on base, but it's only 78 and it's 5. And Tyone you can lean on. It felt to me like looking at, okay, well, we got 7 1/3 the night before. We can afford to only get 5 this time. And I'm like, man, push a little bit more, because that middle closer, that first arm out that you feel good about, you don't really have one right now. At the beginning of the year, they thought it was.
That's the next part of it.
That's the thing, because they don't have one. So if you don't trust Yency Almonte,
which you shouldn't,
and you're trying to trust Adbert Alzolay, which doesn't look like you should,
you can't,
and it's too bad because I really like Adbert.
I mean, I think that he will pitch big innings for the Cubs again this season, but he can't be an even or ahead guy right now.
No, so I don't know if you trust Keegan Thompson yet. He was good after Shota the other night. Has he pitched since then? I don't.
He's pitched 9 2/3. I pull up the game log right now.
Pull up the game log on Keegan. I forget when Keegan last got in.
Friday.
Okay,
he pitched Friday against Boston.
Oh, Friday. So that's
it's been a while.
It's been a while. So maybe
I mean he went 2 2/3.
2 2/3. He went after Shota.
Only 36 pitches though.
So so look. But that's the other part of it. Like I look at that bullpen. I don't want to see multiple guys from that pen. I don't want to. You want to see as few as you can possibly. And he's hamstrung now because Wisniewski's in the rotation, and Keegan is like his only real long guy. Just sent Little down. He's got Colton Brewer, only pitches when they're trailing. So that's not an even or head guy. He doesn't have many guys, and that is certainly an issue. But if that's where you are, then push those starters more, like he said himself.
Right. No, he did say it himself. He doesn't have a lot of guys that he needs to push guys more. They have a ton of injuries, and there aren't a bunch of guys that he can trust. Mm-hmm. But he also is going to need some of these guys to go. I mean, how many guys on the Cubs right now are going to be pacing for career highs in innings pitched by a significant amount? Wicks, Wisniewski, and Assad. And that's not even mentioning, obviously, a guy like Ben Brown, who's new here.
Wicks, we need an injury update on Wicks with the forearm strain.
Sure.
Because I don't know what we're looking at.
But I mean, the guy's he threw 34 2/3 innings last year, and he's at 23 already this year.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a lot of guys at this point. And again, hopefully Steele comes back, Hendricks comes back, and it slows down for them.
Yeah.
But I don't know that these guys are ready to those guys specifically are ready to be pushed, even though he said that they were, just because they haven't done it. They don't have a guy who's done it.
I know. So I was looking at the team stats. No team who has played 30 games, and that's what the Cubs have played. No team that has played 30 games has fewer innings pitched by their starting pitchers.
Yeah, only 7 quality starts this year for the Cubs.
So every team that has played at least 30 has more innings from their starting pitchers. Some of that, obviously, due to the injuries and due to the spot starts and like the
short rest for Wisniewski.
Absolutely.
And Tyone going 7 1/3 on 78 pitches is going deep.
7 1/3 is deep, and 78. He probably could have gone longer.
I know, but again, the matchup and the guy who homered off.
Right now, I got two guys that I'm comfortable pushing, and it's Tyone and it's Assad. And those two guys right now, I would push and let them go deep into a game. And he did with Tyone. Could have gone even more than he did, but it worked out. Thanks to the Morrell homer, but Assad I thought could have gone deeper. And I'm on the lookout. I'm on the lookout for this because all managers suck. You just hope that yours sucks the least.
Yes, an epic quote from a baseball executive about managers.
Can't we say it now? What do you think? No?
I don't think that that's how it works.
Okay.
I don't know.
Glad I asked.
I don't think that that's how it works.
Tanny, is that how it works?
I don't think that that's how you get people to trust you.
This pains me to say. Yes, I agree with Danny Parkins.
Oh, no.
No. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Pretty clear-cut rules on that one. Pretty clear-cut rules on what off the record.
His name rhymes with.
No,
you don't do that.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
That's what he does.
I know, but
you have to expect he's going to.
Yeah, but come on.
I mean, look.
Come on.
Jim Hendry's been around this team a long time.
Right.
Just stop.
All right.
It wasn't Jim.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Jim.
Stop. I said, look on your face. You're going to eventually, just stop.
I'm trying to. It's
no,
just,
not you. It's
yeah.
my guy.
Who?
My guy.
Hey.
Because then you play the semantical game. I was like, well, it's not Jim Hendry. But...
Yeah, who else could it have been?
Yeah.
It's very confusing. There's only so many options.
Yeah, it was Ed Lynch.
Showed his guy.
Stop. What? Could have been. I was here.
Could have been.
Yeah.
You're in a lot of places. You go see baseball games in
all the time.
Minnesota.
I don't even know if that's the same side of town.
The Dominican.
Could have been the White Sox, Could have been any team.
It could have been any team. Could have been a Dominican executive. You're exactly right.
And he goes and sees.
Yeah, all the time.
Of course.
Whenever I go to see Aguilas. Haven't seen anybody wear their hat, by the way.
Of course.
Anybody worn the hat recently?
Doesn't fit me. It's too small. It's why it's in the
Isn't it
office.
weird? It fits so nicely that day, but I've tried to put it on since. It just doesn't fit right.
But mine did not fit nicely. Wonderful gesture, but I've got a giant cranium.
Okay, well, good to know.
He's just so proud to rock the White Sox that he just has to rock that hat every day.
I wonder if Joe
has
Joe sold any more hater shirts.
I had a lot of inquiries. People do want the shirt. Yeah.
Heard you making waves with Mully and Haugh?
Yeah, they brought you up.
I think they liked it.
I think they did,
I think they liked
White Sox manager Pedro Grifol said Luis Robert Jr. remains on track to return in mid-May, but the team may be cautious. How deliberate do you want the Sox to be? Are you looking forward to his return ASAP so he can be traded, or should they take their time because he's so valuable?
I would be very deliberate if I were Luis Robert Jr. to want to come back into this equation.
Bring him back and showcase him so you can get rid of him.
See,
that's what I would do.
See,
you got to
both
showcase him.
Both of you. You got to call obvious shirts and get that shirt that
I am no hater.
That Shane was wearing yesterday.
I'm no hater.
He said he went to the game. He had a black shirt. I said hater, and you were not a hater.
I'm not a
Who
hater.
submitted this question? Who's bring him back ASAP so they can trade him? What the hell are you talking about? You're not a hater. Did you hear yourself answer the question?
I'm not a hater.
He's the only God-blessed player on the team.
I prefer realist.
Oh, boy. I came very close to swearing there. Don't tell anyone. and also nearly took the Lord's name in vain.
Oh, can't do that.
Oh, my God.
Mully still got his fastball, man.
Dude, he was entertaining the hell out of me this morning.
He was good today.
He was grumpy and churlish and hilarious this morning.
What was he doing? What was he grumpy about? The
Just-
White Sox?
Yeah, he was grumpy about the White Sox and having to live with Haugh and Dustin, who were seemingly mocking him at every turn.
I don't know why they moved in with him up there on the north side, but they did.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're all living together. It's just easier to get here, I guess.
Makes the sitcom better, though. They're all living together. Next on a very special That's Dustin. Well, Mully's here. He took the last of the popcorn.
Do you think you would have taken his hat off at the restaurant? How would Dustin have done with small plates?
I've never seen Dustin wear a hat, but we know how strict he is about pants and collars on the morning show.
Yeah.
So
Right.
he probably would have worn a tux.
And would have
Okay, we're not
Basan?
asphalting or cutting the lawn here.
No, we're not. Would Basan have welcomed him in the down vest? How would that
I
look?
hope so.
I think
Yeah,
so.
I hope so.
They were a welcoming
Wow,
place.
that was great. What a moment.
A lot of
You
great
think Dustin's had cauliflower before or octopus?
I bet.
I bet he
Octopus.
is.
Hey, we forgot to